Bridges will dribble into a deep three. It's an air ball. Steph has it, and the Warriors are going to win this one by a count of 114 to 102. Behind some Steph Curry heroics, 28 points for the guy who is just 10 days shy of his 37th birthday. It's a final now. The Warriors win 114 to 102.
You're damn right, Kevin Dana. God, I love Kevin Dana on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Your Golden State Warriors, 114. New York Knicks, 102. And they just keep winning in the Jimmy Butler era. But did you expect anything else, Joe Shasky? When Stephen bleepin' Curry goes into Madison Square Garden, they win. That's all they do. He has one loss there all time. Everything else has been a dub for the Dubs and for Stephen Curry as he drops 28, 10 to 21, 5 and 9. And he had the game clincher late in that game after a Knicks turnover there. You get to Steph, wide open. He's going to knock those down 10 times out of 10. And he does it in another big win. And dare I say, best win of the season? Best win definitely in the Jimmy Butler era. Good morning to you, Joe Shasky, and to all you listening right now.
Jimmy, 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 Jimmy. Let's go. 9-1 with him in the lineup. 9-2 since his acquisition. And if we're being 100, they would have beat the 76ers if he would have played in that game. I mean, obviously the chef was just absolutely outstanding yesterday. What a win. What a win. I thought Moses Moody was excellent pressuring Jalen Brunson. I think he only got one shot up until the final minute or so of the game in the fourth quarter. OG Anunoby, who's an absolute load. I thought they did a great job, and Jimmy was battling with him at times. Guy Santos making plays. Draymond making plays. I mean, they were running like a triangle offense between Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph at the end there. It was absolutely beautiful basketball to watch. These Warriors, they're completely different. They are completely different. I can't think, and I said this, early on, and I think it's starting to materialize here. This is the best in-season trade for the Warriors since we believe.
Dare I say it might go down as one of the best of all time, depending on what happens here. It's early, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding. We're more than 10 games now. We're now actually officially at 10 games of Jimmy Butler playing as a Golden State Warrior. Is this enough of a sample size now at 9-1 when he plays to finally say and to finally make you believe, Dub fans, that we're a little skeptical in the trade to say, you know what, this thing's going to work out. Again, you look at the box score for Jimmy. It's not going to be sexy every time. Although last night, you look at it, 19 points, 7 of 9 from the free throw line, 6 of 12, 4 assists. He does a little bit of everything, and you feel his presence. And I think that's the most important part in all of this. You feel his presence throughout a game every single time. You didn't feel it, obviously, when he wasn't playing against the Philadelphia 76ers, when he was held out with back spasms. But you feel his presence in a stadium and a team as iconic as the New York Knicks. When you had Jennifer Hudson, you had Spike Lee, and Jennifer Hudson, I hope she's okay. She got hit in the face with the ball. I think Common tried to save it. I don't know if he was able to. You had Tracy Morgan right there. You have all the stars out. It's New York and LA, right? They always have all the stars there courtside, but New York in particular, the bright lights, when they're shining the brightest, you want your stars to show out. And Jimmy Butler did that. Stephen Curry did that. And hey, shout out to the young guys. Brandon Podziemski, 8 of 16. Moses Moody, as you mentioned, 4 of 8. Guy Santos,
I love
4
Guy.
of 6. It had a wide open 3-point shot. There was a breakdown in the Knicks defense. You know what? He took it. He hit it. That was the only one he attempted, but that's okay. Buddy Hield. You look at the box score, it's like Buddy Hield, 3 of 10. No. 6 of 13 overall. He was aggressive. He had a play early in that game. It was late in the first quarter where he just ran the entire floor in the inbounds pass. Ran the entire floor, just ran all the way for a layup on the other end. And Tom Thibodeau, who prides himself as a defensive head coach, was disgusted. I had to take a timeout. Like, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Again, a couple games for Buddy here, but the confidence is there. And the confidence that is exuding from this team right now is palpable. And shout out to all of you watching on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's a Warriors Wednesday, Joe Shasky, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Okay, so you bring up Buddy Hield, and I'll get to the Jimmy Butler effect, just Put a bookmark in it. Remind me.
I'll put a pin in it.
I want to get to specifically what he's helped them with, but the Buddy Hield experience. Can we just break this down?
We can.
First off, you and the boss have been like, look, I know this sounds crazy, but he's the X factor. He's the wild card for this team. However you want to break it down. Like when he plays well, they're almost unbeatable because he stretches the floor. He makes winning plays. It is a roller coaster. And I don't know if you grew up going to like tiny little amusement parks, but legendarily, there's this place up in the Russian River, okay? It was called Jay's Amusement.
Oh.
Okay, and Jay's Amusement Park was something out of like a 1980s movie. There was
like Big.
There was this particular ride, and everyone can relate to this, right? It was called the Mad Mouse. And this thing felt like you were going off the tracks at all times. You would get whiplash. It would turn hard to the left or turn hard to the right. It would loop-de-loop.
I think they have one of those at Great America. They have like literally, it's called like the mouse one. It was like super janky. It's tiny.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No seat belts. There's no like guardrail. There's none of that stuff.
That's the experience.
We're going OSHA uncertified here, okay? This place was like literally one of the scariest places in the world. But as a kid, you're like, this is amazing.
It's like a county fair, right? You go to a county fair and there's the janky rides, right? The all the roller coasters that you should not be going on. Your parents are like, yeah, whatever, get out of my hair.
And all the kids wanted to go to Jay's Amusement Park. There was go-karts, there was this, but the Mad Mouse in particular was this rickety old, just dangerous, I mean, super dangerous, little ride. And it was, you had no idea what was going to happen. It was a thrilling experience. You also were literally on the brink of death on every single turn. And that joyride, that roller coaster, is the Buddy Hield experience. He's the Mad Mouse. I'm telling you right now, anybody that's been to Jay's Amusement Park up in Guerneville, up in the Russian River knows exactly what I'm talking about. You might break your neck. You might also have the greatest ride you've ever had in your life. He was like 0 for 8 from three-point land at some point in that game. It's the end of the third quarter, excuse me. It's the non-Curry minutes. Fitz is telling you, it's the non-Curry minutes. They got to not take on too much water. And Pods, who was having a good game, Pods and Buddy are taking places. They're trading positions, making horrific decisions on the floor. And you're thinking, get the ball to Jimmy. This is why you got Jimmy. Get the ball to Jimmy. And then boom, boom, boom. Buddy hits not one, but 2 consecutive threes. And it's like, we're back on track. The Mad Mouse is fun again. I'm telling you, this guy is the roller coaster of all roller coasters. He's the Grizzly. He's whatever wooden, crickety, crazy ass ride you've ever been on. But at some point you get off the ride and you go, I would do that again. But I also feel like my heart and my stomach are literally going to be thrown up into my lap.
I know there's a ride. If you go to any county fair, you might see them on like the side of the road. Like, you know how like if you're driving past the Coliseum and randomly they have like a little like fairground thing. It's like, why is there a Ferris wheel up on February? And what are we doing, huh? There's no games. There's no nothing. There's just there in a random parking lot. You might see it. There's these cages that keep going up and down and up and down.
So scary.
It's called the Zipper. If you've ever been on one of those at a county fair or anything, you're literally suspended in a cage, and the seats are all duct taped. There's gashes everywhere. There might be needles. I don't know, but there's a lot happening there, and you're just suspended in a cage, and you're swinging back and forth, depending on the person you're with, who's maybe a little bit more dangerous or a little more fun than you, depending on your word. They'll just swing it, and you're just spinning constantly. But you feel like it's going to break at any moment.
That's the Buddy Hield experience.
That is the Buddy Hield experience. But you know what? You've been winning even with the Buddy Hield experience being up or down or up.
But they're unbeatable when he just hits a couple shots.
Which is insane.
Literally unbeatable.
Which is insane. Well, they're literally unbeatable when Jimmy Butler plays.
Well, that's a different story.
That's part of it, though. And even if, Buddy Hield's not making the shots, I have confidence in Steph and Jimmy, whether it's Moses that night, whether it's Pods that night, whether it's Draymond that night.
Moses' defense was great yesterday.
Draymond defense was great again yesterday. 8 points, 8 assists, 9 boards.
And a tackle. Did you see the tackle on Josh Hart?
Open field.
What an open field tackle.
Open field. Again,
Draymond is the whole Draymond experience. He's been awesome.
Spartan strong, baby.
No, he's been, for about 4 or 5 weeks, he's been awesome.
Tried out for the football team, remember?
I do remember.
There you go. Was that one with who's Mark D'Antonio or whoever it was over there? The Paisan that used to be the coach over at Michigan State. 888-957-9570. We got a very fun show for you today. We're going to take a trip down the Jimmy Butler lane, if you will, and just kind of do a year in review, but not really a year, like a few months in review. Hell, even a month in review, Joe Shasky, because it's been a whirlwind here, and we need to take a step back here to just check all the boxes of what has happened and what has occurred pre-Jimmy and post-Jimmy up until this point, because sooner or later, we're going to be looking, and it's going to be playoff time, and we're not going to have time to reminisce or anything like that. We're going to be in playoff mode. Hell, we're already in playoff mode. We are locked in right now, and we talked about it yesterday. Time to get greedy, potentially, in the NBA, in the Western Conference, because you're looking at it right now. You're the 6th spot. You're 3 games back of the Houston Rockets for the 5th. And by the way, the Rockets, they're reeling. 3 in a row now.
What did I say to you boys the other day?
The Grizzlies, 3 in a row. They've now lost. They are fading. You are surging. And oh, by the way, you got a surging Timberwolves right behind your back as well. They've also won 2 in a row. The Kings, obviously, as you mentioned, they've won 4 in a row. So you can't let your foot off the gas.
So here's, look, again, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, all right? But
okay,
if you're looking at the playoff pictures, you want to be in that 4-5 matchup. Because if you're in that 4-5 matchup, you get OKC in the second round. And I know that sounds absurd because OKC in the regular season is a great team. But if I'm a Warrior fan, the team that I'm desperately trying to avoid is the Lakers and the Denver Nuggets. And so if those 2 teams are facing each other in the second round and you're facing OKC, you're praying. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to get past OKC. I'm just saying that's the matchup that I think for whatever weird reason, I can't even explain it. Go into our amusement park thing. For whatever reason, they see that team and it's like a crazy mirror. You know what I mean? Like they match up really well with OKC.
Well, and you're in that scenario, you're already putting them past the Grizzlies or the Rockets if you match up against them.
Are you kidding me?
It's not even close. Okay.
You ask both those fan bases.
Which is insane to say a month ago. I'm just saying, like, the Warriors, they're easily going to lock up the Grizzlies or Rockets.
The team that I'm watching right now is a top 4 team in the West, had it been assembled from day one. That's what I'm watching. They are one of the best offensive and defensive teams in the 10 games that Jimmy's played. Okay, I think they're 2 overall in overall defense and offense based on a variety of metrics. They're getting to the free throw line. The Jimmy Butler effect in the 4th quarter. And I talked about the late third. They're bailing water. It's the non-Curry minutes. You're like, can we just survive? They had a little lead. They had a great 3rd quarter. And then it's kind of going away. That you could feel the lead slipping away. Early in the 4th quarter, all right, this goes back to getting to the free throw line. Jimmy Butler gets an off-ball foul, just trying to get a rebound. And boom, it kind of sets up the domino effect of this team accumulating enough fouls to put the Knicks in the bonus. It calms the waters. It chills things out. It gets them to the free throw line. They get a couple of easy buckets, and he missed a free throw. And then it allows the Warriors to set up their half-court defense. It's a stabilizing force. They have been in the bonus in the 4th quarter at an earlier point, it feels like, during the Jimmy Butler era than at any point during the dynastic run. And that's not a knock on what they've done prior. They just didn't play basketball that way. And the Jimmy effect is real. They are getting teams to get these cheapo depot fouls, and he did a great job getting to the lane and creating contact to get himself to the free throw line. And you're going to see by year's end, because you saw Quentin Post come up a little small around the rim. By year's end, I'm telling you, guys like him are going to get that Jimmy effect going, and he's going to be a little stronger around the rim. He's a rookie, but you could see it's definitely helping out Steph Curry in terms of clean shot looks. They're getting wide open looks. You could see that it's helping in that 2- and 3-man game, late in games, to be able to set up easy shots for a variety of people. And it's just the Jimmy effect is real in the 4th quarter. That, to me, is one of the most positive attributes of acquiring Jimmy Butler.
It's an unselfish team right now, and it's just beautiful to watch. And because you watch this offense prior to the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, it was just stagnant. It was slow. They were unsure of themselves. There was a lot of turnovers. There's a lack of aggression. All of that has shifted with Jimmy Butler. Now, is it the one player? It can't only be one player. It has to be buy-in from all the teammates, too. So I'm going to give credit to not just Jimmy Butler for helping change. The culture is strong, but the mindset, for sure, he has helped attribute to that.
There's a physicality he brings to the table.
Sure. Steph, Moses, Brandon Pajemski, Draymond Green, that entire starting lineup, Quentin Post, Guy Santos, Kevin Knox making some plays yesterday, having an assist there as well to Guy Santos. Buddy Hield, again, a guy who's been up and down all season long, but you know what? Lately, he's making some shots, and he's making them pay.
You know what Buddy needs to work on? transition jump stopping. Oh my God, this guy, I need to get him in the gym, CYO style. If I watch him leave his feet somewhere in the paint to try to throw to someone and then fire it into the second row, my head's going to explode. Again, but that's the roller coaster of
Well,
Buddy.
that's the Buddy experience, absolutely.
God, I love this guy.
Let's sneak in a call, right? A first segment call. I'm not mad at that. Ryan in San Bernardino wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Best win of the Jimmy Butler era by far. That's what Shasky and I are saying. What say you? 888-957-9570. Yeah, in New York City, man. Madison Square Garden. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, good morning, my friends, and a very happy Warriors Wednesday to you.
You as well.
Let's go, doggy.
Hey, I just think it's really cool how the Warriors have reinvented themselves again, and I feel like it should not be underestimated or overlooked that Draymond Green, after acquiring Jimmy, guaranteed a title, and they're 9-1, and I think that's like the result of, kind of what he guaranteed. He kind of knew. And can I please sneak in a Niner take? It's a hot take.
I'll allow it.
Okay. The first one, not a hot take. Devontae Adams, sign him to keep him away from the Rams. The hot take, trade up using Brock Purdy to draft Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, too early for that. All right, Ryan, thank you. Yeah, it's too early for that. No, I'm out. We're not doing that today. We're not doing the Shadur Sanders experience after the Warriors have their best win of the season in New York City. I've all been on, and by the way, real quick, Ryan, and we'll get back to the Warriors. I've been in on Devontae Adams for weeks now. I'm just saying, go get the guy. I don't think it's a headache. Sign him to a cheap deal if that's what it's going to take. Or if it's going to take a little bit more, why not? Go get someone that is established, good route runner. Back to the Warriors. Best win of the year, Joe Shasky.
Draymond Green, since let's just go last 10 games.
Yeah.
Okay. We've been begging for 5 years on this station. Dre, we don't need 20. We need like 10. We literally are asking for 10.
Double digits.
Let me just give you the points, and I'm going to give you the rebounds and the assists in a second. Points, this is going backwards. 8 points, 16, 13, 12, 15, 13, 6, 13, 13, 6. Is anyone surprised they're 9-2? Okay, here's his rebounds. 9, 12, 8, 10, 6, 4, 8, 4, 5, 3. And then assists, 8, 7, 8, 4, 6, 6, 9, 8, 5, 5. This guy is playing an unbelievable brand of basketball right now. Look, Draymond, when he does the shenanigans, we take calls for a week straight on get this guy out of here. He has played 10 of his best games, I would say, in a couple of years. Like, I'm dead serious. This is a version of Draymond on offense we haven't seen in forever. And then obviously defensively, he's been really, really, really good. But his floor game has been amazing. Draymond, you put your money where your mouth is. I'm clapping. I'm so fired up. This team looks totally different.
Warriors improved to 34-28 on the season, currently locked into that 6th spot in the West. You want to stay out of the box? Now you can get greedy potentially with the Grizzlies and Rockets sliding as of late. On the other side, I'm going to tell you what kind of guests are going to be joining us. What kind? I guess, like, what kind of guest would it be? Well, it'll be a human guest, and I'll tell you who it is on the other side. And that's what's going to be coming up on the game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
pulls up from 13, too strong, rebound yanked down by Jimmy Butler. It's his fourth rebound of the game, and the Warriors 1 point lead in the leather. 11:36 to go in the fourth. Hield, catch and shoot, right wing three is perfect. And perhaps the end of the third unlocked Buddy.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Kevin Dana. Warriors, 114. Knicks, 102. We're reacting with you all morning long. Warriors improved to 34-28. Knicks fall to 40-21. They're still the third spot in the West, in the East, I should say. And in the West, Warriors clean that sixth spot, but they could be climbing here sooner rather than later. The Rockets and Grizzlies, who are both ahead of them in the standings at 5 and 4 respectively, have both lost 3 in a row. Get greedy? Why not? Hey, greed is good. Shout out Gordon Gekko in Wall Street. Am I right? By the way, shout out Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. He's going to be joining us at 8:30. Joe Shasky, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? So we got slates at 8:30. And in between them, we got more of your calls, more of your text. And we're going to be talking about the Jimmy Butler experience, because it's not just him, the player. It's what everything else has occurred since the acquisition of one James Butler III, Joe Shasky, as I'm talking to another third, and Joseph Philip Shasky the third. There you go. So another one.
Would have been the fourth, but great-grandpa didn't have a middle name.
Oh, well, there you go. It's just didn't have a middle name at all.
At all.
You know, that's actually strong. I actually kind of appreciate that. Just no middle name. No, it's just Joe Smith. It's just Joe Shasky.
After the Polish Civil War of the 1850s, 1840s, they came over to this country. The real full name was Warshawski.
Okay.
And then they ended up chopping it up.
Probably from Warsaw, Poland, I would assume. They probably where they hailed.
I don't have the specifics on that. I know my grandfather has all the details, but we've gone on and on about this. So, yeah.
And my mom's dad was Kolboshski, but they got to Kolbosh instead. So they Americanized it.
That makes sense.
And Kolboshski is, it's like a sausage maker or whatever over there. So they made sausages. Shout out Kielbasa. As we're going down, we're talking about how the sausage is made. Going back to the butcher shop.
I love it.
It's all coming full circle, baby.
It.
I can actually go for some Kielbasa right now. I can go for some Chick-fil-A. I heard a commercial that we had a spot in there. That sounds good. I'm very hungry, Joe Shasky.
You got Chick-fil-A commercials?
Yeah. Can we get some Chick-fil-A in here?
That sounds delicious.
888-957-9570. We got some calls. You want to go to the calls, Joe Shasky?
Just this Warrior team is so much fun. I can't believe they made me so sad. Yeah, I do want to go to calls. They made me so sad. I love this team. And watching them was a chore just like a month and a half ago. And
it was tough. It was more than a chore. Like it felt like I was getting punished watching them.
It made me sad. Like it legit. Like you know how you were saying to me yesterday. Well, I looked in your eyes, and the Niners made you sad. Like I felt that way watching the Warriors. Like I thought I was watching the end of Steph and him with like 1 foot out the door.
Let's call it what it is. Bay Area sports a month ago was at an all-time low. It felt like the A's have already left. They're in Sacramento. The Sharks are great. They have Mac and Celebrini, but they're still bad. They're the worst team in the NHL. They got some hope, but that's it. The Giants, we'll see, right? We'll always see with the Giants. And then the Niners are coming off a horrible season. And then we might be watching the end of Stephen Curry's greatness before our eyes because he looks physically and emotionally drained. In a month, everything's changed for the Golden State Warriors and the belief in that team.
It's incredible. And then I think about I was optimistic the day they got Jimmy because of the depression of the Kevin Durant thing and the way that went down.
You were sad.
I convinced myself hey, this is going to be a good move. They needed to do something. That's kind of where I was sitting. And I was excited for Jimmy. And I understood, hey, also it went really ugly in Miami. Never in my wildest dreams. I don't even think the biggest Jimmy Butler fan would have conceived that this is what it would look like. 9-1 with him in the lineup. 9-1.
And it's not like he is putting up 30, 40 points, 25 plus points every single game. No, I'm pulling up his game log right now, Joe Shasky, and just his last 19, 13, 5, 6, 18. Guess what? 5 straight wins. It's not just scoring the basketball. Now, that's going to be important come playoff time. You're going to need him to be that secondary scorer besides Steph, because don't get it twisted. They're going to be blitzing the hell out of Stephen Curry and say, you know what? We'd rather have Jimmy Butler try to beat us. Now, he's done it in the past, But let's see it again. These guys are all getting older. I'd rather live with Jimmy Butler beating me than Stephen Curry. But what I love to hear from Jimmy Butler, I'm going to hear from some of the sound because I want to get to what Steve Kerr and Jimmy had to say after the game yesterday as the Golden State Warriors won 114-102 over the New York Knicks. We're reacting this morning. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the morning roast. What he had to say yesterday in regards to just knowing how to play with Stephen Curry this fast. I think we all kind of underrated that. We were all saying, yeah, it might take some time. We were giving some, give it a month. Give it a month and a half. It takes time. You saw Dennis Schroeder, his struggles with Steph. We've seen in the past the Kelly Oubres of the world. It's not
Dennis Schroeder.
It's not easy to play with Steph. It's not. And I'm not comparing Dennis Schroeder and Kelly Oubre to the level
but I've already forgotten about Dennis Schroeder.
You have, because of how seamless it's been with Jimmy playing with Steph. And they said it in their first game together back in Chicago, right? They said, man, I didn't think it'd be this quick. I didn't think it'd be this seamless. We're polar opposites, but it's yin and yang, and it works. And those were Stephen Curry's words.
We got numbers that will back that up. We'll get into. Did you hear what he said in postgame, Jimmy?
What did he say?
He was talking about how, like, just because the play is called for you doesn't mean that you're the one that has to shoot. I'm paraphrasing.
I have him via NBC Sports talking after the game.
I thought this was just such a wise way of putting it.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is the exact one, but he talks about the unselfish play from all the guys.
Give it to me.
We got so many guys that are so unselfish that want to get everybody else the ball. Sometimes it's a bad thing because we're too unselfish, not taking the right shots. But in the end, we figured it out. We went into halftime, talked about what we were going to do, came out and executed.
This guy's so smart. Yeah. He's a basketball savant in terms of, understanding what to do, where to be. He understands leverage with his body. He's just so much stronger than his size. He plays bigger. Like Wiggins I'm just calling it what it is. Wiggins was a guy that to me is like, man, you have all of the God-given ability to be a stronger, beastier player. And it always felt like outside of that 2-month stretch in that playoff run, he left a lot to be desired. Whereas Butler, I never questioned that.
Never.
And I'm not trying to make this as to what Wiggins wasn't. I'm just comparing and contrasting. Look, never in my wildest dreams did I think it would look this good. I thought it was a good trade. I'm glad they did it. I thought they had to do something. This has blown me away.
888-957-9570. The sky's the limit for the Golden State Warriors right now, folks. They're just playing with a level and an intensity right now. They're somehow, as Steve Kerr said in the postgame yesterday, and he's talking about the identity. He's like, we're finding the identity. We're a two-way team. The two-way Warriors, are they back? Like, that's something you talk about championship level mindset. If you're a two-way team, if you're one of the best on offense and best on defense in any sport, right? Let alone basketball, of course, because we are in an offensive-driven league these days, in all the leagues, quite frankly. But defense still wins championships at times, coupled with a great offense, and that's what the Warriors have always hung their hat on, I should say, on their heads. Great elite offense and scoring the ball, but backing it up with great defense. And right now, it's not like the Warriors are this great offensive explosive team. They are like net rating wise, but like you watch them, it's not like they're blowing you out of the water every single time. It's not the Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, Golden State Warriors, but it goes back to what Jimmy Butler was saying. It's the unselfish nature. It's everyone stepping up. It's Brandon Pajemski contributing with 19 points. Yeah, you got 19 with Jimmy. You got 28 with Steph. And then Buddy Hield off the bench, 15. Quentin Post or Guy Santos combining for double-digit points, right? Draymond Green, if you get anything from him, as you're saying, he's been having that aggressive mindset.
He looks so
different. Double-digit or just 8 points, 10, 12.
Yes.
You feel so much better about this team, and you know how involved he is offensively if he's getting those points. And he got to the line 4 times yesterday and knocked down all of his free throws. Again, the free throw shooting, I could not say enough of. And if they get Jonathan Kuminga back, another guy that could add even more stress on the opposing defenses and getting to the line even more is just going to make this team even more dangerous going
defensively,
forward.
Think about this. Like Jalen Brunson was destroying them in the first half. I think he had 17 at the half. Yeah. And in a normal game a month and a half ago, how many free throw attempts do you think Jalen Brunson gets in that fourth quarter? 1,000?
6, 7, 8.
Right?
Yeah.
He ends up with 40. Probably in a game like that.
They lose that game, Joe Shasky.
There's no doubt. But I'm just talking about Jalen Brunson in particular.
Yeah.
Now, they threw Moody on him, which I thought was a great move, and they put some ball pressure on him. They put a bigger body on him, and I thought that they cut his water off. And, yeah, you look up, he had 29. A couple of late buckets. For the most part, they shut him down in the second half.
Second half for Jalen Brunson, 3 of 7 8 points for him, 2 turnovers,
Yeah,
had
they
a
made
couple
him
of
work
assists.
hard.
He was a minus 20
There you go.
in the second half.
I think that was and let's give Steve Kerr some credit here because I think everyone wants to destroy Steve Kerr, putting Moody on him and ball pressuring him and then forcing them to slowly bring the ball up the court and slowly get into their sets. It disrupted his timing. He never felt comfortable in that second half.
Give Steve Kerr his credit. Absolutely. I mean, they're 9-1 when Jimmy Butler plays now. Like, yes, Jimmy Butler's a part of that, but give Steve Kerr credit because that's all we were talking about when they made the trade was how is this going to look?
Yeah.
How is the locker room going to feel about this? How are the sets going to be? The minute allocation,
Remember
Steph,
this?
the back-to-backs, the wear and tear. Everything looks fine.
Non-shooter. How about all the non-shooter stuff that we would say?
And again,
we overthink these things sometimes.
It's not. No one thought he was going to be the greatest. You know why they say that now? It's because it's a 3-point shooting league. Because he can't shoot the 3 ball, which is okay. They don't need him to shoot the 3 ball. Again, if you're getting anything from Buddy Hield from beyond the arc,
I know.
Oh my God, it feels you have the greatest
Quentin Post
shooter.
also is now a revelation.
Yes.
Hitting a 3 on the corner. I mean, I know he's going to have some rookie moments, which he did yesterday. Like there was a couple. He missed a bunny around the rim.
Yeah.
He got pushed along the sideline, which they challenged that call. For a second, they challenged that call, okay, which is fine. Okay, you want to overturn that, fine. The very next possession, they bail out OG Anunoby on the softest call I've ever seen. I go, well, hold up here. So you're telling me Campaign can assault Quentin Post, which I'm okay with, near the sideline, but if you breathe on OG Anunoby, you get a foul. What are we doing? Consecutive possessions, complete inconsistency regarding the physicality. That's my biggest problem with the NBA officiating. It's just out of control. I have seen more overturned calls that go against the Warriors this year than ever before.
And yet, they're still winning all these games, even if the refs are against them, Joe Shasky.
I didn't say that. I said the refs suck. It's a different.
There's a difference. There's nuance to it because they suck for everyone. Like that's
they do suck for everyone.
Yes, but specifically in big moments against the Warriors, at times it felt like they were snake bit. But you know what?
I'm okay with physicality. I just want consistent physicality adjudicated on consecutive possessions.
Bring back the hand checking. Why not? That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Aronavi.
on Inside the NBA might say. That was 30 feet away, just right of center, and the Warriors lead by 6.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Oh, wow. I'm not mad at that. Called you Shask.
Good.
You like Shask? Is that okay?
I'll take whatever.
Is that passable?
It's not Joe Shiesty.
I kind of like that, though. No, you don't like that?
I mean, it's just...
That's Joe Burrow right there. Joe Cool. Come on.
There was a kid wearing the quote-unquote shiesty, what are those things, like the ski mask thing the other day at practice because it was so windy and cold.
Like an actual ski mask?
Yeah, and then he had the big baseball shades, you know, the Oakley ones?
Yeah.
His name's August, Augie we call him. And I swear to God, he looked like Watchman. You know, the comic book? And
Yeah, no,
the
for
movie?
Sure.
That's what he looked like. He looked like, Mr. Invisible.
There's a couple of different Watchmen, right? There's the Rorschach. He has like the mask on.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Okay,
Rorschach.
the Rorschach
I was trying to
mask.
think of
Okay.
I call it Watchmen. Yeah.
No, the Watchmen, but it's a group of superheroes collected there. Dr. Manhattan, amongst others. Owlman, I believe. We're off the
Dr. Manhattan's blue, though.
He is blue and he's naked.
Yeah.
And did you watch the show, by the way, in there?
I did. It wasn't bad.
The movie's underrated. Zack Snyder, back in, was that 09, 08? Maybe it was older than that.
Yeah.
Very underrated. More of
starts with someone getting murdered.
Every time. There you go. That's how good stories usually start. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni at Shasky. We're rolling here. Like the Warriors are rolling, baby. Like it's so fun to come to work and just react to a great win.
Yes.
Now, some of them are easier than others. Like the Charlotte Hornets are bad, awful, historically inept. So talking about them beating them, it's like, okay, that doesn't mean it's the Charlotte Hornets. But when you beat the New York Knicks in New York City, when they're the 3 seed in the East, they're like a legitimate contender in the Eastern Conference. And you do that, and Steph shows out, and he's doing his shimmies, and he's tripping over people. I thought he got hurt again. I was like, he tweaked his ankle again, tripping over someone. I was like, Jesus. But he's okay.
I've long said that I do think that I understand why
backing up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I
understand why it's in place. To me, seeing the fans so close to the floor, it is equivalent of having the wall too close to the end of the end zone, or you know what I'm talking about, or brick in your outfield, right. Wrigley, for your wall,
But the ivy covers it. I'm sorry, but everyone says that. Oh, the ivy's the cushioning.
You ever run into a cyclone fence? Like that's what it used to be at Candlestick, for example. They had a cyclone fence, not a green padded fence. It was a cyclone fence forever. If you've ever run into one at full speed, it hurts.
I'm not going to do that, but I'll let you know if it ever occurs to me.
Yeah, it hurts. And so the point being is people along the side, there is a safety element to this.
I'd always feel like uncomfortable. Again, I'm not big bougie. I'm not a baller. I don't get the behind the scenes pass to go up to the front row. I'd always feel very uncomfortable, though, being that close to the action. Like maybe it's just the sports person in me where it's like, I want to be back a little further away. I want to get the bird's eye view. Like I do feel like you do gain a different perspective of the sheer size and athleticism. Sure. And it's more of appreciation of greatness being up close like that. But I feel like if I'm trying to talk about the X's and O's of the game, I do want to be a little behind because I may be able to see things. And I could get distracted by the sheer size. It's like, wow, there's LeBron. Wow, there's Steph. My eyes are going to be locked on one play and I can't see the full thing coming to fruition.
You don't have a great angle.
No, correct.
You don't have a great angle. So there are certain first row seats in sports that are good ones. And then there are other ones where actually you don't have a good view of the entire depth in the field.
Football's one of those sports where it's like, being on the couch might be, if I want to talk about the game, might be the best move. But
you haven't been to my seats, have you?
I haven't. Well, maybe next year you'll invite me. There you go.
Like the all-22 view. Okay. It's pretty cool. Sure. But we're up pretty high, right? But it's still a really good
view. Got the binoculars out?
There was a Giants playoff game that I went to where we were in the second row, and this was the Game 5 against the Dodgers, and we were so close to the field, which was great. It was amazing. Great seats. I didn't have great perception of the entire third base, left field side. I couldn't really see the strike zone.
Your depth
the angle wasn't great, but they were great seats. But I didn't love, as a fan of the game, I couldn't really watch.
Was that when you became a meme?
Yeah, when the little girl kept whipping the towel into my eye.
Oh, how dare she do that?
Rally
but
towel.
you couldn't, when it's a kid like
literally
that,
into my eyeball.
You just had to be like, it's all right. But the parent, that's where it's incumbent on the parent to notice that thing and say something like, hey, let's calm down there.
So in the NBA, there's the front row seat, but if you are in that second row, okay, but if it's still not bad. You want to be up a couple rows. If you're behind the bench, because 95.7 The Game has some seat where you're behind the bench, all of the guys in
I haven't
front
been
of
to that
you,
one. That must be nice.
they're like 7 feet tall, literally, and you can't see over them.
Man.
And so you have zero like angle to actually watch the game. You're hella close. You're right there, but like you can't see anything.
No, the closest I've been, I've already mentioned it to you, is when back in California Classic at Chase, when it was me, Guru, Bonte, and Young Benjamin. We ran into Doc Pondia,
What a
UCSF
trio.
Health. No, but we were like at the second row, right, on the floor. But it's cool seeing, all these guys that are fringe G Leaguers, fringe NBA guys. Kevin Knox was a part of that. Guy Santos. I think Bronny didn't play that day. Everyone was upset because he made his debut in Vegas. But Bronny was in street clothes. And we saw all of them, and it's just like the sheer size and athleticism of these guys. Even the Guru, myself, Bonte, and Bonte sees it all the time because he works for NBC. And shout out Bonte Hill, joins us every Friday at 9. And he was even saying, like, dude, it doesn't get old. Like, just seeing, like, the sheer
incredible.
athleticism and size of these guys is insane. And it gives you more appreciation for a guy like Stephen Curry, who, again, for everyday Joe Schmoes like us, he's considered tall. He's 6'3". But 6'3" in the NBA is not, like, the craziest thing ever. He's going up against guys like on his own team. Jimmy Butler, 6'7". Draymond Green, 6'7", wingspan closer to 7 feet, right? You have all these different players that are so large and so big that you do gain an appreciation. And I gain an appreciation watching this Golden State Warriors team because of how physical they've become now, Joe Shasky. This team that never really was labeled as a physical team. Let's just keep it a buck. What was the label of this team for the last 10 years?
Jump shooting soft team.
There you go. And we knew they weren't that.
And the enforcer occasionally would be Draymond.
Exactly. But we knew deep down that wasn't them. Like, they played defense when push came to shove. They, like Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green, Bogut at times, whoever, right?
Yeah, but you have to also understand there was some, like, inside every, what would I call it, like an exaggeration or even like a label, there is a shred of truth. When Clay...
That's not what they're known for, is defense, no.
No, but I'm saying, like, Clay, and I'm talking about offensively. Offensively, Clay and Steph, they were kind of jump shooters, and they were guys that weren't going to get to the free throw line a lot. Now, I would argue to say that I think that they should still get to the free throw line more than they did, but neither here nor there. Like, that wasn't the way they played. You know,
No.
Defensively, Steph isn't a great defender. He's not going to get physical and get all up into you, but Clay would, and that was a misnomer.
And I look at the team now, and it's a great point because they were not labeled as a quote-unquote physical team. Since acquiring Jimmy Butler, though, they're one of the best, if not one of the best, defensive teams in the NBA. And I see a level and an attitude that has become contagious in that locker room. And it starts, again, not with just the player, but the head coach, and preaching that intensity, and Draymond buying in, and Jimmy doing what he does out there. Quentin Post, like the others we like to talk about, and it's kind of a disrespectful phrase to say the others, but the guys that aren't the main stars stepping up and playing with an edge. I didn't see that edge, and I didn't see, we talk about that word that Matt likes to use, Matt Nahigan, our program director, urgency.
Yeah.
There was just no sense of urgency throughout the season. That was what was so frustrating. It's because, like, do you guys understand what's happening? You guys understand that we're watching greatness fade away with Stephen Curry? Klay Thompson's already gone. Like, the writing's on the wall. This thing's ending sooner rather than later. And why do I feel like I care more than the organization at this point? Because they're not doing anything, and I'm mad as a fan. And so the organization finally did something. And Mike Dunleavy, again, bring up Mike Dunleavy, give him credit for all this too. Taking the big risk, taking the swing on him, getting rid of Andrew Wiggins, getting rid of Kyle Anderson, getting rid of Schroeder, getting rid of all this stuff. And you bring in a guy that was labeled as a malcontent, a guy that at his highest of highs can take a team to the finals, not once but twice, but a guy that is getting older and a guy that has some injury history. It didn't play in the playoffs last year, but you bring him in and it's been seamless. And I can't understate this enough. I am just shocked with how seamless everything has been in this Jimmy Butler era. I didn't expect this, Joe Shasky. I don't think anyone really expected this.
So you get rid of Schroeder, essentially, Schroeder, Kyle Anderson. This is all at the deadline.
Melton was already hurt, and he already shipped him off, obviously, in the Nets. Yeah.
Schroeder, Wiggins, Kyle Anderson. So that's 3 for 1, right? Basically,
Yes.
right? That's what you do.
Yeah.
And it kind of like put guys in the right roles. So like you got a guy like Guy Santos, where I always felt like I wanted to see more of him. And now he's the perfect 8th, 9th man. Just has a knack for making little like winning plays, getting some extra possessions, making the extra pass.
Maybe that Juan Toscano-Anderson, if you will.
Yeah. Brian Carter. There's been a long line of what I call like glorified 9th men who have found the home with the Warriors out of the G League or out of nowhere and then stuck around in the league for like a decade.
Every single championship team needs one of them.
Exactly. And I look, Juan Toscano-Anderson is a great example, but Brian Cardinal was that years ago before he signed a big deal with them with the Grizzlies. Matt Barnes at one point had no home in the NBA. He was a nobody. Came to the Warriors and carved out an entire spot for himself.
Real quick on Matt Barnes and the All the Smoke podcast with Steven Jackson, they have Vernon Maxwell on this past week, and it might be one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I keep seeing all the different. Just you're on Instagram, you're on. I'm not a TikToker, but they have the reels, right, or the shorts on YouTube. Yeah. They keep popping up, and Vernon Maxwell might be the funniest guest I've ever heard in my entire life. I urge everyone to watch it if you haven't. Continue.
Well, there's just the Warriors for many, many, many years had like this legacy of random dudes coming in and becoming fan favorites. They're not starters. You don't want them to start.
Like Cedric Maxwell's cornbread, by the way. Cedric Maxwell. Oh, Vernon Maxwell.
Vernon? Oh,
Vernon, different guy.
Cedric.
No, Mr. Florida basketball.
So Vernon was on the Rockets. He was awesome. Yeah. But like I'm looking at it, like you got Brian Cardinal, you got Matt Barnes. Obviously, like you can go like Carl Landry or guys like that. Guys that were perfect off the bench and gave you a spark and gave the team exactly what they need. They weren't great at any one thing, but they were well-rounded players who hustled and gave you energy, and that's what you're getting from Guy Santos. You mix in, now he's getting more run. You mix in Quentin Post. 2 months ago, Quentin Post, I thought from Anthony Slater telling us he's 2 years away. Well, I think the guy's clearly an impact player right now in terms of like he's a rotation piece. I might start him. I might not, but he can knock down some shots. He gives them some size and length on defense. He's going to make mistakes. That's the rookie growth. But by the end of the year, like this guy is going to be a mainstay on this team. And then I think about what it's done for someone like Podziemski. Now Podziemski knows like I'm going to be one of the primary ball handlers. Get Schroeder out of here. I'm in the rotation. I'm good to go. He's confident. He's playing with a decisiveness. He's giving me all the energy before. He's knocking down shots. Great. Moses Moody has been empowered. He is in the lineup. Now, I think the Kuminga absence has given Moses Moody more of a runway. I think the Wiggins, departure has given him more of a runway. That's great. And then, like, let's just call it what it is. Andrew Wiggins, you always wanted just a little more from him.
Right.
A little more physicality, a little more finishing around the rim, a little more, like sense of urgency. That's just not in his game.
That's probably what you're going to say at the end of his career is like, man, what could have been with Andrew Wiggins? Maybe he could have been that guy, but you know what? He was a solid player and a good player and an all-star player at one point, but he's never going to be that great player that's going to take you and carry you when your team needs it. And by the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Once again, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Anthony Slater, the guy you just mentioned, that he didn't see Quentin Post doing this. A couple months ago, he was saying, man, maybe Quentin Post is 2 years away from joining the NBA. And now he is getting consistent minutes night in and night out at Madison Square Garden of all places. So Anthony Slater, 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Can't wait to talk to Slates. I also want to update. I know this is all positive. Everyone's happy. This is great. Let's go to Jonathan Kuminga. This time last week, we were talking to Anthony Slater. He said, yeah, mid-road trip. All right, well, this road trip's about to be over. Is he coming back? Are they going to wait for the homestand? Very concerned still about one Jonathan Kuminga and his potential arrival to the mainstay of the Golden State Warriors team.
They do need an athlete, though.
No, they need it.
They need another big body. They need another strong guy. They need another guy that can put pressure on the rim. His presence is needed, especially when you didn't have GP2 yesterday. You needed another perimeter defender. Right. You needed another energy hustle guy. By the way, that's another guy whose role, although hasn't had this huge uptick, GP2's been really good since the trade deadline.
Absolutely, and obviously missed the game yesterday due to a nasal fracture, they're calling it. That sounds painful. Let's go to the phones. Let's do that. Seon or Seon is in New York. What's up, Seon? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's going on, y'all? It's Seon.
Oh, I apologize,
Seon. Y'all for having me on. I know that you good. Everybody fucked it up. It's all right. So that's my name.
Well,
Call back, buddy.
You know what? Well, call back tomorrow. He can't. He messed it up there. But I messed it up, then he messed up. So you know what? I'll take the fall for that. Sion. When you help me out in the box, boys, you can spell it out phonetically, and I will do it going forward. No, because some people don't. I had to do that. I had to do that going back to my producer. That was Steiny, because he would struggle with some of the pronunciations of certain names.
What did he say that one time?
It.
We have so-and-so on, and it was someone totally different.
Oh, well, John Fogerty, when it was John Sally. There you go in there.
You talk about two guys that could not be more different.
No, it's, right here. There it is.
John Sally.
Bad Boys Pistons, John Sally. It was one of the all-time moments, and Big Boss Man thought it was John Fogerty's number, and he was in there.
John Fogerty, Creedence Clearwater center field.
There you go. Yes, one of the
not John Sally, the Best Damn Sports Show, Detroit Pistons bad boy, 7-footer.
Yes, not him. And Big Boss Man, when I tell you he looked mortified and looked like he saw a ghost, and the embarrassment that he had in the back room. And all I was doing, because he looked so embarrassed, I laughed my ass off during the whole thing, because I knew we just struck radio gold in that moment. The John Fogerty, John Sally. Sion, you can't say that word, unfortunately. Call back another time, bud. Not today, because we do that. Quick ban. You can't say the word. Sorry. Maybe call back tomorrow and give your thoughts on he's in New York too. Maybe he went to the game. I don't know.
Well, there was something to be said for another arena, another night, another fourth quarter, another crowd. That's not Steph Curry's cheering for Steph Curry at the end of the game.
On primetime, too. It was a TNT game. Some of you may have saw it. Some of you might not have seen it. Ian Eagle and Greg Anthony on the call. Love me some Ian Eagle. I love me some Fitz and Buki, of course. And I love me some Kevin Dana, because that's what you should be doing, right? You should be streaming. You sync the stream, right, Joe Shasky? I know you're getting a little older. You don't have time for that. You're not as patient. Maybe you watch the games on silent, baby LJ.
Don't cross the streams like Ghostbusters
Never
said.
Do that, Peter Venkman. Thank you. Or Ray Stantz. Benny loves Ghostbusters, by the way.
I do, too. He loves, first movie I memorized.
No, he loves.
That and Superman.
No, Shasky. He loves Ghostbusters. Like, that is, like, all the toys, like the 1980s toys that they remade. He has all of those.
Don't sleep on the 84 release of Ghostbusters, one of the greatest movies of all time.
Ghostbusters 2 was whatever.
Well, no, time out. With the baby? Are you kidding me?
It was
Vigo?
Whatever. Vigo, the Carpathian. Yeah.
Oh, who cares?
Thank you. Where's that guy up to? He's probably fired up about his Knicks loss. You know who else is fired up about a Warriors win is one Steve Kerr, as I vamp here because I got to my drops. Steve Kerr on the win last night as he's joining Willard and Dibbs later today on 95.7 The Game.
Really good win. They all count, obviously, but this felt good, on the road on a back-to-back against a great team and kind of hanging in there when shots weren't going in the first half. Just liked how solid we were for the whole 48. Every possession mattered, and there was a purpose, and Jimmy has a lot to do with that. But I give all of our guys a lot of credit because they're finding a real identity, and it's fun to watch unfold.
2:30, Steve Kerr right here on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He'll be on with Willard and Dibbs. Again, 2:30 appointment radio as it is each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game. And I want to ask the question at 888-957-9570. The biggest change you've seen with this team is what since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler? 888-957-9570. Because for me, I just see the urgency just ratcheted up.
What about the joy?
Tenfold. That's a great one.
What about the joy? It just seems like Steph is so much happier. And the team is kind of like taking their cue from him.
To hell with Steph. I'm happier watching this team. Yeah. It sounds crazy. To hell with Steph. But no, I needed to watch this team every single day. And it felt like this. Again, I keep going back to this. When we work in this business, Joe Shasky, whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's Sam, whether it's Carter, it shouldn't feel like a job. We got into this not because it wanted to feel like a job, a regular 9 to 5. I got into this for the joy of it. Watching the Warriors for a good portion of this season felt like a job. And I didn't like coming into this station every day talking about the team like it was corporate America. This is basketball, man. I want to have fun.
Listen to Steve Kerr right there. It felt like, and then we referenced the different guys that got traded at the deadline. Every night, why'd you only play Kyle Anderson 2 minutes? Well, why did Lindy Waters get as much run as he did? What's going on with Dennis Schroeder? Think about the questions.
I completely forgot about Lindy Waters. I'm going to keep it a buck.
Most people did.
Yeah.
And he had a moment in time.
Sure, one.
Yeah.
The water is now run dry in Golden State.
Thank you, TLC.
Yep. He's now in Detroit. We're actually good. He might actually get some run there. We'll see.
Like, I just think about all the silly questions and all the silly things that we were doing. Like, we were arguing about the minute allocation to players that are so insignificant to the grand scheme of if the Warriors are going to be good or not. And then, Wiggins had a really good year. Like, he did. He had a really good year, but they needed something different. And when I think about Steph Curry, he was trying so hard to get good looks. It's like, man, this is the hardest he's ever tried and the most inefficient he's ever looked. And the reverse has happened since the trade. It's the most efficient he's ever looked in the last 4 or 5 years. And he's having more fun and things seem a lot easier. The final possessions last night with 2 minutes to go, whatever it was, where it's Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph Curry, and they're on the side, and you got the two other guys, bottom of your screen. And they're just running like a 3-man weave with movement and screens, and they're kicking it out. They got 3 wide open looks. And eventually, Steph's going to hit that.
Yeah.
Before, it would have been Steph trying to hoist a prayer over multiple people from 40 feet away after multiple step backs with maybe the shot clock winding down.
Again, they lose that game a month ago. Like, that's just where this team was at. They get down 8-10 points, and it felt like 20. Like, it shouldn't feel like that in the NBA. In this day and age, Joe Shasky, in this day and age, when 20 to 30-point leads can evaporate. Yeah, 20 to 30-point leads. Just look at what the Celtics and Cavs did the other day when the Cavs were down, 22 in the first quarter. In the blink of an eye, it was like 25-3.
Yes.
And the Cavs won that game. But it felt like for the Warriors, everything that was 8, 10, 12 points felt like that big of a hole.
Insurmountable.
Because they just didn't have the firepower, and they didn't have that intensity, and they didn't have the defense, and they couldn't slow the game down. It just felt like, they did slow the game down in a negative way, but they couldn't get their own shots up. They couldn't have creativity on offense. Again, all of those things have changed, and the biggest change for you has been what? During this Jimmy Butler era, Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. We'll pick this up on the other side. Anthony Slater, 8:30. More of your calls, more of your text. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
4 a.m. Bay Bridge music here. What's up, Larry June? It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling here. The Warriors are rolling. 114-102, the final last night as they improved to 34-28 on the season. And they are currently your 6th seed in the Western Conference, but they're not going to settle there. You never settle in life, Joe Shasky. And I'm not settling for the 6th spot right now from the Golden State Warriors. I'm trying to get to the 5th. Hell, maybe, just maybe, I can get greedy and get to the 4th. But the 5th is absolutely, in my mind, a possibility.
Tonight, Memphis plays Oklahoma City.
Oh.
The Pelicans are going to play the Rockets and the Grizzlies multiple times over the next couple of days.
Pelicans stink, but Zion's looked incredible the last 2 games. I'm just letting you know.
Don't sleep on my fly, Pelicans fly.
Well, they just got destroyed by the Lakers last
I
night
need
by
the
20
fighting Pels to do something, all right? I need you. You know, it's funny you bring up the Jimmy Butler stuff and everyone's thinking about it. Look, I didn't see it being like this. And I was all over the map. I didn't want Jimmy. I
told you he was a great leader and a great family man.
You were right.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted.
Well, you were right, Joe.
Thank you.
I got a text.
I've taken a lot of L's these last 6 months. I needed that.
There you go. I got a text on December 12th at 7:11 in the morning.
Oh.
You know, Colin Cowherd has a segment where Colin was right, where Colin was wrong.
As long as they're wearing their hats forward facing and not backwards.
Exactly.
Correct.
Well, this is where young Guido was right.
Love Guido.
Young Guido. It's not about limping into the playoffs with the roster they have. They don't have enough impact players in the playoffs. Let's keep it real. Jimmy Butler, on the other hand, once the playoffs start, no matter what seed you are, he will go off and make a huge difference and plays at the same level Steph would. And I reply, I think Butler is done. He goes, he averages 26-4 while pacing himself for the playoffs. Run the dude is an all-world player. Working beside Dre and Steph would enhance this entire team. Young Guido was pounding the table for months.
Don't sleep on my guy Guido.
For months on Jimmy Butler. And I'm just going to come out and say it. I did not see this coming.
Oh.
I was happy they made a deal at the deadline. But in no world did I think Jimmy Butler just being traded to the Warriors would make everything different.
I thought this team would be better and a borderline playoff team with him. I didn't think it would happen this fast, but I did think his mindset, his aggressive mentality, and I said it then and I'll say it now, I thought he was a better fit currently for what this Golden State Warriors team needed than Kevin Durant. And I get it. The Kevin Durant, he won. He's a made guy here. He won 2 Finals MVPs.
Sure.
He's a legend. He's a Warriors Hall of Famer as far as I'm concerned. I don't care if
they would agree with you, and I would agree with you.
There you go. And you know what you have with Kevin Durant, and you bring him here. And now some people may still say, hey, I would still want Kevin Durant. By the way, you see him and Mike Budenholzer last night?
Yeah.
Head coach of the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah.
Did not look good.
Well, Coach Bud, I mean.
And then Stan Van Gundy on the call. He's like, yeah, this happens. This is good. This is elite coaching, elite players at the highest level. Yeah. You and Dwight Howard on line one, Stan.
And Shaq telling everyone that you panic in the middle of games.
There you go. I like Stan Van Gundy. Maybe we could book him one of these weeks, Sam Lubman, because he is a really good guest, and he's a very good basketball mind. But I just thought that whole exchange was funny. But it underscores
pride of Martinez, California.
That's right. Him and his brother,
and
Jeff and Joe DiMaggio.
Look at you.
I know my Pisons. Come on, man. Let's go. But in Van Gundy, I would assume Van is usually Dutch, like Virgil van Dijk. So maybe he knows Quentin Post. Who knows? Deep down the lineage. No, that's a stretch. But I say all that to say this. We're getting off the path here. I'm getting a little crazy. But the Jimmy Butler experience, the fact that it did happen this fast, I think is great. Not only for us because we get to talk about the team, but we get to see this team now the next couple of weeks, and they're going to have a stretch here coming up, Joe Shasky, as I pull up their schedule, because they got the Nets tomorrow. They got the Pistons at home. That's a primetime game at 5:30. Yeah, the Detroit Pistons all of a sudden.
Another team like the Warriors. Don't look at what they were.
No.
Look at what they are.
Correct. And Cade Cunningham is one of the future studs in this league. We're talking about, and we talk about it too much, the future faces of the league. If Cade Cunningham can make the Detroit Pistons a contender, and that is a franchise that has history. Yeah. You think we were talking about John Sally, Bad Boys Pistons, and you talk about the Bad Boys in the early 2000s, Ben Wallace for our generation probably.
But they've been awful for 2 decades.
No, since LeBron probably beat them in the Eastern Conference Finals, they've been horrible.
Yes.
Andre Drummond might be one of their best players, for Christ's sake.
He is.
Their time, right? That's saying something.
But it goes to show you that, winning players like Cade Cunningham can change a franchise.
Absolutely. And they believed in him, and so much so that they paid him all that money, even though he was on a losing team, but they saw the future there. All right, Pistons on Saturday. Got the Blazers on Monday. They're not going to, I'm not saying that Blazers are an easy win. Like, that's not an easy win. They play hard each and every night. They're lurking. They might have some hope for the 10th spot, depending on what happens with the Dallas Mavericks. And now the Dallas Mavericks are talking about contemplating shutting down Anthony Davis, according to reports, and we were talking about that yesterday. So that's another team.
We both kind of predicted that.
Then you got the Kings. Now this is where the stretch gets a little interesting. Kings next Thursday, March 13th.
Which they feel like a different team, and they're kind of figuring it out too.
Yep. Then you got the Knicks, okay.
Which could be, who knows? They're on a long road trip. They might sit some people.
Absolutely. Then you got the Nuggets, and then the Bucks. That's going to be a fascinating 4-game stretch for me.
Wow.
And that's 4 games in 5 days, too. So do you get Steph and Jimmy for all those games? Do you get Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy for all those games? We shall see. But again, I have so much confidence in this team that I'm even saying, yeah, they can go 4-0. They can go 3-1.
That's crazy.
Were you saying that a month ago?
No. I was like, can they go 2-2, 1-3?
And what's changed for you in that time, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. What have you seen with Jimmy Butler being out there? Because it can't all be Jimmy.
No.
Is it all Jimmy? But no, there's the coaching. There's the players buying in. It's the young guys. It's the pods. It's the posts. It's everything, Joe.
When I think about some of the great, in-season trades, what it does for the others is as impactful as what that individual means for their own production.
Right.
So, for example, you trade for an ace in baseball, right? And it makes your whole rotation feel deeper and better and stronger. Yeah. That's just, it goes without saying. Yep. It's like, wow, they just traded for Cliff Lee in the middle of the year. You're going to go Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee back to back. Wow.
John Lester for Yoenis Cespedes. Continue.
For example, but that's a good example of one that kind of ruined their lineup. Yeah. So you get rid of your number 4 hitter in Yoenis Cespedes, and now Damian Moss and all these other guys are
Brandon Moss, but Damian Moss.
Are miscast as players batting in spots they probably shouldn't be batting in, right? And I think that the problem with the Warriors pre-Jimmy Butler is you had players playing roles that I didn't think that they were ready for, and you had too many guys. You had too many guys.
Yeah.
And then I think what, the acquisition of Jimmy has done is, hey, all right, Pods, you and Schroeder aren't going to be playing overlapping minutes, right? Because that didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. Too much dribbling going on between the two of them. Pods looks so much better since returning from an injury.
Yeah.
Moses Moody has a clearly defined role. Moses, we're going to pick individual players for you to match up against defensively. We need you to hustle like crazy and get all the loose balls as best you can. And you're going to be a knockdown, catch-and-shoot guy in the offense. Well, Jimmy Butler's passing plays right into that with Moses Moody. And I also think he's done a good job of pump faking and going to the hoop at times. I think about adding Quentin Post to the mix, stretch 5. We've been asking for that forever. Even Looney, it's been kind of hit and miss the last couple of weeks, but at least Looney knows what his job is. Be a rugged defender, be my one big. TJD, you're kind of ostracized right now. You're on the bench. You're not going to play a whole lot. GP2, guard the best perimeter player when you're on the court. Give me nothing but energy and hustle minutes. Everyone's spots have really started to solidify. And then Draymond, which I am shocked. Jimmy being on the floor offensively, for whatever reason, has unlocked Draymond's passing. It's unlocked Draymond's playmaking. It's unlocked Draymond's shooting. He's had any shot he wants in the mid-range.
It's so funny because he said it after the game, Jimmy Butler. Again, I'll play it one more time. Jimmy Butler after the game, sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area.
We got so many guys that are so unselfish that want to get everybody else the ball. Sometimes it's a bad thing because we're too unselfish, not taking the right shots. But in the end, we figured it out. We went into halftime, talked about what we were going to do, came out and executed.
The guy that was labeled selfish all season long, dating back to last summer, Jimmy Butler III, is preaching unselfishness. And he is the guy that has probably been the most unselfish, quite frankly. He is always looking to pass. He's looking for the next play. He's looking to intercept it on the defensive side. He is such a cerebral player that I think that's another aspect of this, as you're mentioning, as you're talking about. that people were sleeping on heading this. Like, you can't underestimate someone's IQ. Like, he was the best player on a team that went to 2 NBA finals. I don't scoff at those things. I said it then, I'll say it now. That is a big deal. So not only has he been the head honcho, he's been that guy to carry a team multiple times. And again, just because it's the East, we act like, oh, he didn't play. No, he beat the Milwaukee Bucks with Giannis. He beat the Boston Celtics with Tatum and Brown. He's beaten some very, very good teams en route to the NBA finals. And yeah, their team was going to be outmatched in both of those because the Lakers had Anthony Davis and LeBron James, and then the Nuggets had Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. Like, they were going to win those series. But the fact that he got there, and I hate that we're in this society, Joe Shasky, that, oh, you didn't win the finals, so it doesn't matter. And this is something we do. This is something we do with LeBron and Steph, quite frankly. It's like, oh, you got there. Oh, but you blew a 3-1 lead, and that's what you're going to be remembered for. Oh, LeBron, the Niners, right?
We dismiss everything with the Niners.
3 Super Bowls.
You lost Super Bowl.
You lost 3 of them. You guys stink.
Like that season was awful.
Right. Well, that's what we do. And then the following season was awful. But no, that's why it's so frustrating if you're a Niner fan. But I say all that to say this. Like, I do think we really slept on the fact that this guy was the best player, not on just one, but 2 teams that went to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, but I'm still surprised how quickly he's assimilated to just everything. So, like, I'm looking at the first 43 games without Jimmy Butler versus these 11 since he showed up. Now, it includes 1 game that he didn't play, and that's fine. Like, that's part of, Steph didn't play in all the first 43. So just looking at this, all right, obviously their win-loss record, they were 21-22. 21-22. Since acquiring Jimmy, they're 9-2. They shoot better field goal percentage. Their effective field goal percentage is better. Their 3-point shot has actually dipped a little. And I would put some of that as, Wiggins was a good 3-point shooter. Jimmy's not. And Lindy Waters is a good 3-point shooter, essentially. And they don't have that guy currently. But they're shooting way better from the free throw line. They're going to the free throw line more. They have more assists per game. They're turning it over less per game. They're stealing the ball more per game. And they're rebounding at a better clip. So if the eyeball doesn't tell you that they're a better team with Jimmy Butler, I almost went Garoppolo.
Careful, sir.
Every metric outside of the 3-ball, they've been more effective and more efficient on both ends of the floor. And you could see it. I watched in the break. I went into the office with the bosses, just chewing my Kit Kat bar at 7:00 in the morning, and I watched 3 backdoor cuts for layups. It's like the easiest basketball and the best basketball they've played in multiple years. They are playing at such a high level.
Points in the paint. Not to cut you off there. It's a great point.
Give me the points in the paint.
50 for the Warriors, 52 for the Knicks. What did we say heading into that game? The Knicks have size.
And they do.
Now, Karl Anthony Towns not being there, but he's not a points in the paint kind of a guy. He's an outside shooter. He'll get a pull-up. He's not what you would call a posted-up 7-footer. But again, it just underscores what you're saying. Points in the paint there. They're fast break points. 25 points to the Knicks 10. Now, the second chance points were about even, but I look at the fast break and the points in the paint. You called it, Joe Shasky. That's how you mitigate the lack of size, if you're just constantly penetrating that paint. And Jimmy said it yesterday after the game, too. I don't think we have that exact cut, but it was in the locker room. I think Anthony Slater posted it on social, and Anthony Slater going to be joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. And Jimmy was saying, someone has got to be in the paint at all times when you have Steph on the floor. Someone is. It's like,
true.
It's obvious. It sounds obvious, but how many times did it feel like we were watching this team not having a clue prior to Jimmy Butler being here about how to run an offense with Stephen Curry? We talked about it with Dennis Schroeder. He just could not play with the guy. They just didn't know what to do. And Schroeder's a guy that can cut and go into the paint. And now,
he was a warrior killer.
He was a warrior killer. But you know what? Size matters. Physicality matters. Strength matters. And Jimmy Butler, he's 6'7". He's 230. Like he could chill in the paint and be effective in there.
Now, Sam Lubman, I talked to him last night and I said, hey, Sam, I need you to do some work for me. All right. And I want to give him credit here. I'm like, I want to know all of Steph's numbers before the Jimmy trade and all of his numbers since the Jimmy trade.
Give it to me.
Because you're talking about Steph and how easy the game looks right now.
Yeah.
Before the trade, he was averaging a little under 23 points a game. Since the trade, almost 30.
Absolutely incredible.
7-point difference. Okay. Before the trade, he was 39% from 3. After the trade, he's 43% from 3. He's shooting a better clip. Okay? Shooting percentage overall from the floor, 43% before Jimmy, over 50 since he showed up.
It's crazy.
Shots per game.
We were talking about this real quick, Joe, as you're going. We were talking about this as being like one of the worst seasons like we've seen from Steph shooting the ball wise. It just was because he had to do so much.
He looked exhausted.
Yeah.
You know what we were saying? Is this kind of the end?
Yeah.
Like, is this the beginning of a precipitous fall off? Shots per game. He's averaging 2 more shots per game with Jimmy and hitting them at a better clip. Offensive rating for the entire team, 115 before Jimmy, which is a good, respectable number. They're 134. 134 offensive rating since Jimmy Butler's acquisition. And here's the best stuff. Joe, I love this. Draymond, who we've already alluded to, he's averaging about 8 points a game before Jimmy. Over 11 since. Shooting 3% higher from the field. Taking more shots, rebounding better, blocking more shots. Your 2 best players, who are the 2 of the 4 greatest players in Warrior history, maybe even 5, 6, however many you got in your lifetime, they're both playing a better, more efficient, more proficient brand of basketball. And all the ancillary pieces are falling into place. Potts is playing great. There's an argument Moody's playing the best basketball of his career. Quentin Post is showing you something. Guy Santos is making plays. GP2 had a great road trip till the injury.
You've got Kevin Knox out there.
It's unreal.
Former Knicks legend Kevin Knox out there getting 12 minutes in Madison Square Garden.
This is unbelievable. And here's the key. This team, we talk about the free throw line. They were one of the worst free throw shooting teams in the league. Right? Before Jimmy Butler.
Well, they couldn't even get there. When they got there, they would miss. That was it. It was literally Steph. Whenever Steph missed a free throw, which is rare, it felt like he missed 2 of them. It's like, no.
Joe, how many games did we come in here and go, the missed free throws?
Yeah, right. All the time.
Okay. The Warriors have shot at least 80% from the line 8 times in the 11 games since Jimmy arrived.
And last night, it was basically 80%. It was 78.9%.
Okay.
So there you go.
They've shot 80%, though,
Yes.
8 times.
Right, yeah.
Since Jimmy got here.
I'm adding this one.
They
to
had
the 80.
11 all year prior in the 43 games before him.
Yeah.
It's just pick the metric, pick the eyeball, isolate individual possessions, go down the roster. Who is not playing some of their best ball of the year?
Well, Buddy Hield probably, but he's been picking it up lately.
You know
That's
what,
the only
though?
guy.
But Buddy's, okay, how would I put this? Buddy's few shots he hits hit harder.
Yes.
Because, everything else is kind of falling into place.
I agree on that. Absolutely. 3 of 10 yesterday, but it didn't feel like it because the time and place of those 3-pointers were massive for the momentum of the team. And it was a gut punch to the New York Knicks because, damn, how Buddy Hield's making them. Almost like when Draymond's hitting some threes. And, when he's hitting the threes, man, really? That's kind of going to be the night we have. Or Gary Payton when he gets back out there and he hits a couple. It just changes everything. We got some people on hold.
Yeah,
Joe Shasky. I want to get to him.
God, I can't get over how good everyone's playing.
I don't think anyone can. I don't know.
They're so happy.
Right? Is Will and Marin happy? That's what I want to know. What's up, Will? You're on Bonte Hill Joe Shasky.
Here, man.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I think the thing that I've seen is, like you mentioned earlier, is the urgency. When you have 2 alpha male dogs in Draymond Green and Butler with you don't give a what attitudes, it makes everybody comfortable. It's given confidence to Quentin Post, to Moody to be that rugged defender. Also, Curry's probably feeling like a young Wayne Gretzky with 2 enforcers around him. He's just letting the ball fly and having fun. And when you have people like that around you, it makes you better. It relieves the pressure that is on your shoulders. I bet you when he showed up to the building and he was so bought in, as it's proven, everyone was like, oh, all right, cool. We're not getting a diva. We're getting a guy that is down. And it seems that the cool thing too is it seems Jimmy Butler is happy to play basketball again with this group, which is awesome. And when you have that, it's a dangerous human being. So yeah, like you said, there's a lot of joy. There's a ton of confidence all around the rotation. And that's why I think they're being successful. Everyone's playing for each other and not themselves. It's team basketball again, like the Warriors thrive on. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's a great call. I see a lot of people try to hey, the schedule's not very good. Sure, absolutely. I acknowledge that. The schedule, they have not gone up against the toughest of opponents.
It's not their fault.
But they're making the most of it. And I think this team in the last 3 years, since that title, you couldn't make that same statement.
Well, it's also somewhat...
They struggled against the weak teams.
Well, that's what I was about to say. It's somewhat of an ignorant statement because if you've watched this team all season long, they struggle. Like they might have lost against the Charlotte Hornets the other day. They probably lose to the Knicks yesterday.
No, there's no doubt they lose to the Knicks.
They lose to the Knicks. Like that's the difference in this team now. They were struggling against the bad teams, and they're playing the Nets tomorrow, a team that they've struggled against and they've lost to. The Brooklyn Nets, who are trying to lose, right? So, yeah, it's all baked into the equation there. You can't just say it's just the schedule. No, and like I've mentioned, coming up next Thursday, they're going to have a 4-game stretch in 5 days where it's Kings, Knicks, Nuggets, Bucks. That's going to be a very interesting
litmus
test.
And
if you want to add the Pistons and Trailblazers in there, I'm not sleeping on the Pistons and Trailblazers. Definitely not the Pistons. They're going to be a legitimate playoff team in the Eastern Conference. And the Trailblazers, who might be a 10th seed. Who knows? And again, you say the 10th seed. They've been playing somewhat good basketball as of late. They're 28-34. I'm not sleeping on that team. And again, I like what Steve Kerr's preaching, Joe Shasky.
What's that?
Because he's not sleeping on any of those teams either.
No.
And he's not allowing his team.
No.
He's not allowing his team to fall into that trap. And we cannot praise him enough. Again, 2:30, Willard and Dibbs, Steve Kerr right here, 95.7 The Game. We cannot praise him enough because when things weren't going right this season, everyone was saying, get rid of Kerr. Oh, this is his last season. Oh, he's got to go. We need a new change. We need a new voice. We needed a new player on the team. We needed that. We needed an actual change with the players. Give him the pieces to at least try to make this team better because we knew they didn't have the pieces to get it done. If it was Steve Kerr, if it was Phil Jackson, if it was Greg Popovich, none of them were going to make this team into playoff contenders. I think we would have seen that. And now we're seeing with the legitimate piece in Jimmy Butler, this team might be a top 5 seed or hell, maybe a top 4 seed in the West when it's all said and done.
Joe, literally the trade deadline was a month ago, February 6th.
Yeah.
Okay? 1 month ago, you were the 10th seed.
Yeah.
And we were questioning whether they were even going to get into the play-in. We were like, oh my God, Sacramento and the San Antonio Spurs, they're going to knock you down even harder.
We had callers saying they should just tank.
I made an
We had segments.
That might be the.
You did.
I mean, I had talked myself into everything.
No, you did. Well, that's what you do as a fan.
I talked myself into Giannis. I talked myself into tanking for Cooper Flagg.
Well, you talked yourself back into Kevin Durant at this point, too.
I talked myself into everything.
That's okay, but that's what you do as a fan. You got to do that.
But think about a month ago, they would say, if I would have said to Warrior fans the day they made the Jimmy Butler trade, because there was a lot of hand wringing, oh my God, we gave up too much. Oh, he's old, he's malcontent. A month later, you'd be trying to fight for the 5 seed. I don't think anyone would have believed me.
No, I wouldn't have. I would have said the 6th seed is absolutely a possibility because everyone's. And again, we say that still, and they're 34-28 at the 6th spot, and then you got the T-Wolves right behind them at 34-29. Then you got the Kings right there at 32-28. They got the Clippers right there at 32-29, and the Mavs at 32-30, who we all think are going to fade. The Suns keep fading. They stink. They're 3-7 in their last 10. They are not a good basketball team. So, and the Clippers all of a sudden have lost 3 in a row. So maybe they pick it back up. Who knows? But it's not like the Warriors have. We want to be careful a little bit here because we are high and mighty and we're all feeling very good. And why shouldn't you? They're 9-1 in games Jimmy Butler has played as a Golden State Warrior. Having said that, there's still a chance they're a play-in team. There is still a distinct possibility they are a play-in team.
Yeah, but would you all agree that?
So I want to be careful here. As excited we are.
Yeah, sure.
Let's pump the brakes just a little bit. I'm not yucking your yum, Joe Shasky, but the Timberwolves could overtake you theoretically at one point. They can.
There's no doubt.
And they have an easy schedule coming up here.
I would just say the whole temperature of the fan base has shifted overnight.
Yeah.
And I feel like the entire season has now become must-watch. Every game is must-watch. And it feels to me like that whole statement of I just want to play in meaningful games from Steph Curry, now it feels like all these games are meaningful.
Yeah.
Whereas before they just didn't have that same like now, that was the great part of the run. It was for a 7-year period, if you miss out on a Tuesday night game, you might miss something special.
Right.
And now I'm getting that same kind of feeling. Last night, fourth quarter, Madison Square Garden, all the stars out there. Steph hits that circus shot late in the fourth. You weren't getting all the feels. Watching the New York Knicks.
The shimmy.
I mean, it was just the crowd was going crazy.
Come on.
I was like, is this a Warrior home game?
The energy has just shifted, and you can feel it in the arenas. You can feel it when he's in Los Angeles,
he's a rock
New
star.
York. It doesn't matter the big fan bases or the big markets that he's playing in, whether it's in Boston, whether it could be anywhere. Steph is going to get those cheers, and it's the sign of a top 10 player, and maybe, just maybe, one of the greatest of all time. I don't even think that's up for debate, but the greatest of all time? Just wait until you hear what Shaquille O'Neal had to say yesterday on Inside the NBA. We're going to get to that
Shaq,
a little bit later.
Huge Steph fan.
Loves him some Stephen Curry. I love me some Morgan out in Morgan Hill.
What's up,
What's going on, Morgan?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You're so right, Shasky. Ever since we got Jimmy Butler, it's must-watch Warriors basketball, and the excitement is back. But, one thing about Jimmy Butler that I think we all underestimated is, coming from Miami, we kind of thought of him as more of a high-volume scorer, but still a smart player. And then you don't know how he's going to fit into the Warriors system. But I've just been so impressed the way he has fit as an off-ball type of player, and the way he sets screens for Curry and knows when to slip it, the cadence of how he plays and how he's had like this mind meld with Draymond Green. It's just so exciting to watch. And I underestimated Jimmy Butler's, his basketball IQ.
I think we all did. Wouldn't you agree? I think we all, even the biggest Jimmy fans, like, wow, this is pretty spectacular.
But, I think we all are starting to get the sense that this team is a contender. But I still feel like, and this is kind of scary to say, while we are a contender, how far we go, I think rests on Buddy Hield, which is a scary statement to say.
I don't think you're wrong.
I'm going to be really interested.
I don't think you're wrong. If this guy shoots really well, no, I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
Fine. That was a good call.
If when Buddy is just solid, this team is almost unbeatable. When he's atrocious, they have a tough time. And that's without Kuminga. All right? We'll see. I'm expecting a nice jolt with Kuminga because I think that he brings things to the table they need. Athleticism, perimeter defender, just a rim runner, a guy to put pressure in the lane, athleticism. They wanted to throw many lobs since Jimmy got there, and they don't really have the athletes to do that. Kuminga's that athlete. Buddy, though, and what he does to space the floor as a guy off the bench, I mean, if he can just get into that 15-point-a-night range in a series.
It's asking a lot.
Okay, yeah. But in a series, do I need him all 7 games? No, I probably need him 2. Yeah. And if he plays good for 2, I'm winning 2 games.
Hell, if he gets hot for a half in both of those games, that's all you need. Because if he gets hot in a half, that is 10 to 15 points right there. I will say this. Yeah, I've been on Jimmy. I've been on Buddy Hield. If you get anything from him, it changes everything dramatically. So. I'm still in the camp, though. They need Jonathan Kuminga if they want to get to an NBA.
Well, that's obvious. Plus, Buddy Hield,
is it obvious?
What you said about Buddy is terrifying.
I don't know if it is obvious. Some people might think, and some people have thought, hey, this thing's going great right now without Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe if we get anything from Buddy Hield, we can make a run without JK being at his best. Now,
I thought that, but then I've watched certain guys like Miles Bridges and OG Anunoby, and I'm saying to myself, all right, not for the whole game, but there's a level of athleticism that I think he slows those guys down because they have to defend him on one end, and I think he gives them another body to stay in front of guys like that and crash the glass and box out and stuff. I like Guy Santos. Guy Santos is physically limited when it comes to explosiveness and being able to run with guys like that.
He is a big guy, but laterally, he's not the quickest.
No, but he makes up for it in just IQ and little hustle.
And great
plays
hair, too. Yeah.
You do need athletes. And this Warrior team is kind of devoid of athleticism. And if that's one element we're looking at.
And you're going to need that if you're going to match up, like you've saying, you want the Oklahoma City Thunder theoretically. What are they? That's the one word that comes to mind when you think of Oklahoma City Thunder for me. Athleticism. Well, that's what it is.
So let's close our eyes here and think about it. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, okay, or Luka.
Right.
Let's just use those two. I can throw GP2. I can throw Kuminga. I can throw Jimmy Butler. That was better than what you had a couple months ago.
Sure.
I'm not saying for
now
full
they're
stretches.
still going to get theirs because they're elite players and they're top. That's their MVP candidate players. So they're going to get theirs. Just make it a little bit harder on them is all you're asking, right?
Yes.
That was what was frustrating in the Lakers series, if you're a Warriors fan a couple years ago, is when you could have used Jonathan Kuminga a little bit because once Andrew Wiggins got hurt in that game 6,
you were done.
He was so compromised. You threw Moses Moody on LeBron James. God love Moses Moody. You're not guarding LeBron.
But Moses, I think yesterday they kind of found a little something against some of the not hyper athletic point guards, you can throw Moses Moody on those guys a
Brunson?
little.
Yeah,
like that's a perfect player for him to kind of guard because he's bigger than him. And Jalen isn't going to blow you away with athleticism.
No.
He's a pivot, kind of use my shot fakes and things like that. Like he's much more nuanced. He had a really nice step through yesterday. That was beautiful. But I just thought Moody did a great job making him work hard. It's about making these guys work hard. Let's go to Kevin in Pleasant Hill. He wants to join the conversation, getting some calls here. 888-957-9570. Warriors 114, Knicks 102. Dubs improved to 34-28, which is crazy because they were mired in mediocrity for most of the last few months. 34-28. And you know what? It feels like it's 10 games over 500 at this point, and sooner or later it might be 10 games over 500. What's up, Kevin? You're on with us, Bonte Hill Joe Shasky.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Hey, so, I got a question for you guys. When the weekend trade happened, there was just this sense of relief as a fan because, you knew that he was a little bit of a black hole in the locker room. You just could tell, and how much, was exaggerated by the media. It's hard to understand. But, ever since Jimmy Butler has been in, there's just been a little bit of skepticism. You're kind of like, well, how's he going to do, in comparison to Wiggins because he's on the tail end of his career, but oh my gosh, he's just been so explosive. And I'd love to know from you guys, basketball athleticism aside, like what do you guys think is just the key differences in what Butler brings aside from Wiggins?
His floor game.
Because
to me, it's the floor game on both ends. I'll let you continue. He sees the game almost like a point guard in that he gets to spots knowing he will open up a spot for someone else, and that guy fills the void. Boom, they back cut. There was a play yesterday where Pajemski's in traffic, and he knows that I'm not going to get this pass, but I better hurry up and box out because Pods is going to miss this, and I'm going to go right back up with it. On defense, he just doesn't leave his feet, and he helps really, really, really well. Like he's a smart player. His floor game on both ends is just excellent.
And Kevin, I'll let you finish as well. He doesn't put up hollow numbers.
No.
Like that, let's just call it what it is. There was a lot of Andrew Wiggins games where it was 17, 18, 21, 22, but you didn't feel any of those points.
Like 12 in the first half and then 5 in the second half.
It sounds insane, but I feel like Jimmy Butler when he puts up 10 points more so than I did Andrew Wiggins when he put up 20, if that makes sense, Kevin.
100%. No, it does. And you guys articulate really well because you felt that, right? As a fan, you'd see Wiggins go up and put up 22 and you'd still lose the game and kind of think, man, he's a highly productive player. And then Jimmy Butler comes in and he drops 12, but they win the game. And it just feels like a great team game, with the Warriors and stuff now that Jimmy Butler's in. So appreciate you guys letting me on. That was awesome.
Good
Thank
call.
you.
And then I do believe in the fourth quarter.
Good call.
He's just a calming presence.
Yeah.
There was a few times where someone got a rebound and he brings the ball up the court and you see Steph, bring it up. Just bring it up. Like he's like deferring to him. Whereas I think a month ago, Steph's like, all right, I need the ball. How many times did we see Steph at the top of the key try to go through two guys?
Yeah, all the time. It drove you nuts.
He was driving me crazy.
You would come in the next morning. It's like, can we stop doing this? Can anyone else try to make a play? Can we run a set offensively, please? For
you
the
know
love
what I
of
didn't
God?
see yesterday?
What?
Steph get blitzed at the top of the key and throw a lazy intercepted left-handed pass.
Nope. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing it.
It was driving me insane, but I didn't see it yesterday at all.
They're not forcing anything that's going to that is what Jimmy brings. It's a sense of calming, as you've alluded to, as Kevin's alluded to in Pleasant Hill, in a sense of we know what we're doing out on the floor. We have a plan of action. And Steve Kerr, again, the head coach, I'm going to put a lot of that on him because he is putting his players in positions to succeed right now. And the minute allocation, whether it's the matchups, is everything going to be great? Is everything going to work out? No. Should you have doubled Kyrie a couple weeks ago? Yeah. Did you? You lost the game. Okay. Their only loss when Jimmy Butler's been playing, right? That's their only loss. You lost against the Philadelphia 76ers, a game you probably should have won. Quentin Grimes goes off. Does that happen with Jimmy Butler out there? Probably not. So there's levels to this. There's going to be some bumps and bruises along the way. They're not going to be the Cleveland Cavaliers in winning how many of them? 12, 13, 14 in a row. It's not going to happen. But you might win 10 of 13. You might win 12 of 15.
Which
crazy. Is crazy.
I would have signed up for that 10 out of 10
and
times.
That's the run you're on right now. Before we get to the injury report, let's hit Josh on 580.
Hey, Josh.
He wants to talk about Steph Curry. What's up, Josh?
What up, my boys? Happy Wednesday to you.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I think to me, Steph Curry is an MVP.
Oh, no. That phone line was not the MVP. He said Steph Curry was the MVP, and we'll just leave it at that. Yeah, he's been incredible since Steph's been on here. that phone line was unfortunately not. He needs to get Xfinity Mobile is what he needs to do.
It does feel like the entire organization in unison took a big, deep exhale and was like, all right, we know exactly what the blueprint is now. It's the three guys, Draymond, Butler, and Steph, and then everyone else, play your role. Everyone else, just play your role, buy into whatever we're asking you to do, and we're going to win games, and we'll all look good doing it.
I mean, you've mentioned it. I'll reiterate it. The scoring before and after Jimmy Butler, prior to the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, Steph was averaging 22.7. Since Jimmy Butler's been here, 29.4. Like, he's changed everything. And to his point, Josh on the 580, whose connection, unfortunately, it was gone. But he was saying, I don't think we could underscore enough. Yeah, Jimmy Butler's the guy and he's helped, but this team is not getting anywhere without Steph. And we thought a couple months ago, dare I say, he looked a little washed for Steph Curry standards, which sounds insane. And I hate saying it like that, but he was looking a little bit like, man, he's looking his age. He's going to be next week. He's going to be 37 years old, but the way he's been playing as of late,
I love the way we talk about 37-year-olds in sports like they're like 62-year-olds and 7-year-olds in real life.
LeBron just scored 50,000 points in the regular season and playoffs combined. He's looking. Did they see that stat where at 40 years old he's looked better than his 32-year-old season? Insane, insane. We're gonna pick that up on the other side. Plus, wait until you hear
so natural too. Shaq, LeBron. It's a marvel about how natural everything's been.
Well, maybe he's just fighting through those foot injuries like you can, Carter. Just because LeBron's 40 out there and he's balling at the height of his career, it's looking, all right?
I love
and
LeBron.
You're getting knocked out in knockout in the in round one.
Shooting free throws like LeBron.
There you go. Well, LeBron's been making his as of late. So is Luka Doncic. Gary Payton II, though, was not able to suit up in the Warriors' win over the Knicks last night due to a non-displaced nose fracture. Ouch. GP2 suffered the fracture on Monday when he collided with LaMelo Ball. He is currently listed as questionable for the Warriors contest against the Nets tomorrow evening. How many masks have we seen already from players? We've seen Pods.
Looney.
We've seen Kevon. Is this going to be our third mask now? The mask? Face Off. Let's go. Nicolas Cage. John Travolta. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Anthony Slater joining us at 8:30. More of your calls, more of your texts. David in Maryland, I see you. And wait until you hear what Shaquille O'Neal had to say in regards to Stephen Curry and the GOAT conversation. You're not going to want to miss that. And that's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Kevin Dana brings a smile to my face on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game as your Golden State Warriors, they did look effortless as Stephen Curry drops 28 and the Dubs win 114-102 over the New York Knicks. Knicks fall to 40-21. Warriors 34-28, clinging to that 6th seed in the Western Conference. Joe Shasky, happy hump day to you. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And shout out to all those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Yes, you can see the schnoz right here. Maybe he looks smaller than Gary Payton's right now, who is dealing with the nasal fracture. That's okay. Get that mask on like Rip Hamilton. You'll be fine, GP2. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Joe Shasky, we're halfway home. We're feeling good. We're feeling great about this Golden State Warriors team. What's not to love right now in Golden State Warriors land? Although, the only thing I guess would say is Jonathan Kuminga. What's his status? And Anthony Slater's going to tell us that at 8:30.
The only thing not to like is the amount of random jerseys they wear on a weekly basis.
You don't like the ones they wore yesterday, their statement edition?
They're okay. I'm not a big red, white, and blue in any.
It looks Denver Nuggets-ish. Like that's what it kind of looks like. The Mile High City ones, it kind of looks like that.
So you have to remember, the team jerseys when I was a kid were my favorite ones. It was the state with the ball.
Quick. I love when you go, you got to remember, like you're 30 years older than me. It makes me feel so happy. You're only 10 years older than me.
But I do think this makes a big difference. Like, people that look at those We Believe era jerseys, which I call Depression era Warrior
associate them with sadness.
With Loserville.
Yeah.
With straight Loserville. Like, there's just no other way around it. Those are awful. Awful uniforms.
Okay.
Sorry. They I feel good. No. When they had the We Believe run, the best jerseys they wore were the orange versions of those.
Right.
And they wore the city throwbacks, which I think are the best ones, the cable car. I think it's the best uniform in sports. I think they should go back to those. The yellow at home, blue on the road. Like, those are the ones they need to go back to. And so, for me, like, seeing those versions that they've created, although I like the font and I like that what they're trying to do, I'm just not big on it.
And I love the Knicks wearing their normal home whites. God, those look so crisp and clean. Again, two iconic franchises with iconic jerseys. The simplistic nature of it is what makes it so key.
The Warriors, for me, should go cable car on both ends. That should be their main jersey, right? That should be, and then they could have the Run TMC throwbacks as some sort of a city edition.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go with those black ones? That's fine. Okay, whatever. I don't think that you need the We Believe era ones. I don't like those ones.
It's funny. I'm a little distracted right now. I'm not going to lie. #squirrel. Because in the studio, we have all the different TVs up. We have First Take. We have Get Up. And one of the things they have on right now is, should the West fear the Lakers or the Warriors more? If you said that about a month, again, if you said it a month ago, it'd be like, really? Those teams? Yeah. The Lakers and the Warriors are two of the hottest teams in basketball right now, if not the hottest, and look the scariest right now because of the star power and the brand of basketball both of them are playing.
It is crazy.
Dare I say that we're on again, I've said it, we could be on a collision course with Lakers, Warriors, Western Conference Finals. Getting ahead of myself here.
No, I don't think you are at all.
I don't think that sounds insane today on March 5th, 2025, the year of our Lord. It is Ash Wednesday, Joe Shasky. I hope you're going to service later.
I'm going.
All right.
I'll be heading over to St. Cecilia's at some point
today.
today.
No meat today, only fish. All right, so if you've already eaten meat today, that's not good. All right.
So, I have a little bit of umbrage with that. Like, that feels, there's a lot of things in the Bible that we've realized, like, you don't have to take it word for word. It's more the parables and the metaphors and things like that. And it's the essence of the story. Are we sure about that whole fish and meat thing?
It's about fasting yourself. That's the whole point of, like, you're fasting.
I'm giving things up.
Okay, well, what do you could give something up or better yourself in a certain way. What are you giving up?
I haven't really dove that deep into it. But what I'm thinking of giving up is I think I'm giving up my unbridled hate for all things Kansas City Chiefs for 40 days.
That's not a real one. I don't think if you tell that to the Pope, I'm going to stop hating the sports team for 40 days.
Well, what I used to do back in the day.
That's really bringing your relationship closer to Jesus Christ.
Well, we used to have to do reconciliation, right?
And you go to the prayer.
Every single time, my go-to was, Father, Forgive me for I've sinned.
Of course.
I beat up on my brother all the time.
Always.
I make fun of him. I need to be nicer to my brother.
And then what did you have to do? How many Hail Marys? How many Our Fathers? Yeah, do all these. Yeah, you'll feel better. We got a lot of people on the lines we want to get into.
This Warrior team is so much fun.
Well, that's what I was saying right there. I was just saying the fact that that's the question on First Take right now. Should the West fear the Lakers or the Warriors more? Fear both of them. What if frankly?
What if I did gave up just all my haterade for Lent?
No, we're gonna need that. No, we're gonna need that.
My bitterness?
No, I need your bitterness. Come, when we're playing the Lakers here in another month, I'm gonna need that hatred and bitterness.
Okay.
With Luka, LeBron, I know you love Austin Reeves, the headband, all of that. And by the way, that was the lasting image of Andrew Wiggins getting blown by Austin Reeves.
So bad
on
in the playoffs.
You do?
I do.
You want them?
Yeah, because I want to shut up LeBron.
Okay.
You want that smoke?
You want that smoke? 50,000 for LeBron.
Luka and LeBron would be, if you won a championship this year with the Warriors, and Jimmy got here, and his fifth went through the Lakers, through LeBron, and through Luka, that would be the stuff of a Disney
Short
movie.
of a championship season, I think beating the Lakers in the playoffs would feel like a championship at it would feel like, you know what? If that was the high watermark of Jimmy Butler beating LeBron and Luka in the playoffs, I'm okay with that. Now you can get greedy. It's March 5th. I'm not settling for the 6th seed. I'm settling for maybe the 5th seed, maybe the 4th seed, which sounds insane. David in Maryland, he's excited about what he's seen from Stephen Curry. And by the way, don't forget, this is David in Maryland, his famous drop here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
And we're all doing what Steph wants us to do. We're all shutting up. Right, David? What's up, man?
How are you guys doing today?
Doing great. It's a hump day, baby.
Bro, how great is this?
Yeah, man. This is so amazing to witness, and I'm so happy with what I'm seeing on the court, the off the court discussions. I mean, it just seems like the team has life again. So it's always happy to hear that everybody's getting along, and that everything we thought about Jimmy Butler from the nightmare stories, and that was not the case, and that he's actually bringing a positive impact to the team. So it's always good to hear things like that. Now, before I get into what I wanted to say, I wanted to ask the statement jerseys. Are those the ones they wore last night?
Yes.
That's what those are. Those are the statements.
I think those are called the statement. We'll confirm that. City edition statements. There's so many different names.
They're a homage,
David,
if you will, to the We Believe era.
Okay. Well, I'm with. If those are the statement jerseys, I'm with you, Shasky. I'm not a big fan of those ones. I think as a representative of Twitter, Warriors Twitter, I can say that the white jerseys, the white and red ones, are the favorites. People do love those.
The ones last night, real quick, David. Those ones were the city edition for this season.
Okay.
The statement ones are the all black with the yellow.
Those are their newer alternatives.
Prior to that, remember the cow ones were kind of their statement ones?
Yeah, those were awful.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Awful. Navy blue. They look like West Virginia.
Yeah, right. Mountaineers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the black and yellow ones are cool. But anyway, let me get into what I wanted to say.
Sure.
I cannot wait for Jonathan Kuminga to come back. That is one part of this season that, though the Warriors have been clicking really offensively, I am very intrigued and interested to see on how Kerr is going to blend Jonathan Kuminga in with this team. And I do want to say that because you guys were speaking on, First Take being on, I am a little bit disgusted with the way in which they are covering the Warriors, not really mentioning the fact that though they have been winning with Jimmy Butler, we don't even have, we haven't even seen this team with Jonathan Kuminga yet, and nobody is mentioning the fact that our 17-point per game player has not touched the court since January?
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
David.
I don't know if Bonte needs to send a message up to First Take through, because he's up at NBC and everything.
Oh, yeah, no, he's tied with Stephen A.
Pipeline.
Yeah.
But it's ridiculous. They need to start mentioning Jonathan Kuminga because he is a very important part of this team, and he's going to give us a deep run in the playoffs. And one more thing before I let you guys talk. If we are going to the playoffs, I don't think I want to see the Lakers, at least not in the first round.
No.
I think I want to see the young guys get some burn in the first round and win a series then, and then potentially see the Lakers in the second or the third round.
No. This is how it's going to work. Let me tell you. This is how it's going to work.
Thanks, David.
I'm already plotting this, okay? So just hear me out, Warrior fans. We want to get in the 4-5 hole.
Okay.
If you go into the 4-5 hole.
We're getting a little arrogant here at March 5th, so we're going to tell you what's going to happen here in the coming months in the playoff schedule.
You want to avoid the Nuggets and Lakers in the second round. They're going to play each other in the second round, and then you get OKC. That's what you're looking for.
I don't fear any of them. I'll take them all on.
No, you want the OKC matchup.
Whatever. Doesn't matter to me. I got Jimmy Butler. I got Jonathan Kuminga coming back. And what David's saying is like he's upset that he doesn't see his team covered more on First Take. That's okay. Lil Wayne said it best. Real G's, they move in silence like lasagna. All right? That's the Warriors right now. They don't need all the headlines. Let the Lakers, let the glitz and the glamour, let the Yankees. That's what they're going to do. You want to be slept on heading to the playoffs. I don't want anyone talking about my team. All right? Out of sight, out of mind. That's what I like.
Yeah, but if you can, like, just hear me out on this. If you can get OKC, like, style of play, it'll be you want to talk about ratings bonanza?
Oh, it would be awesome.
It would be such, even if you're just a fan of basketball, it would be amazing.
Well, you just think about the history between those two squads, too. Albeit Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Kevin Durant, but also, like, blowing the 3-1 lead that they blew in Oklahoma City now. You have their best team since that squad, a decade later. You got the MVP on that team now and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Yeah, there's a lot baked into that matchup, which I'm very excited about.
And then you just sit back and you let Lakers and Nuggets just take flesh wounds out of each other. And then after that one, you get whoever comes hobbling in. And then you have an opportunity to go face the Celtics.
Right. Well, they're not. Both teams would be hobbling in at that point. You'd think the Thunder and the Warriors, the athleticism just abound and the physicality in those ones. I'd be very curious to see how that series would unfold. And again,
Adam Silver,
Jonathan Kuminga.
Be salivating if it was Lakers Warriors in the Western Conference.
He's salivating now that the fact that the Warriors have Jimmy Butler and the Lakers have Luka Doncic, and now they are the two teams that everyone wants to talk about.
I wonder what the ratings were. I know it was blacked out locally. I wonder what the ratings were for TNT. I know the ratings don't really matter. They've already paid for it. But I like Knicks, Warriors, early start.
Yeah.
Steph in Madison Square Garden. I bet the numbers were through the roof.
Right. Let's go to our guy, Brian, who's in Palo Alto.
What's up, BPA?
Wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Big win last night, Brian. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Dude, I'm so happy.
I think the reason that people aren't talking about Kuminga is I don't think anybody really knows what version of Kuminga they're going to get, right? You're going to get, sort of locked in, committed Kuminga. You're going to get sort of sulky Kuminga, not happy about his minutes Kuminga. Nobody really knows, right? And it tends to go one way or the other. So, I mean, I view it now, to me, the most important young guy in the playoffs is Quentin Post. Because Quentin Post can take, and I think the Nuggets are probably the worst matchup for the Warriors.
Totally agree.
Because Quentin Post can bring Jokic out of the lane, right? Which in the last couple of years, he's just planted himself right under the basket and just mucked up the inside of the lane. And I think the Lakers are a better matchup now for the Warriors than they were 2 months ago. Because I think with AD, like the Lakers they're a better team probably, but with AD was a problem for the Warriors,
destroyed
right? They really struggled with him. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, I mean, I think they're still probably a player away, right? Unless Quentin Post can really sustain this cut level of play. But that is, to me, the glaring issue would be a center, But
you don't think that Kuminga could be that player, though? Like, I understand.
I think he's in a wait-and-see mode.
You are in a wait-and-see mode.
I don't think he's being negative. I think he's just being like, hey, let's see what version of him we get.
Brian, if you get the Kuminga version you saw prior to the injury, you feel confident about this team going all the way?
I don't know that this is like that version of Kuminga, the Warriors, people were talking about, like, move on from Steph and go all in on Kuminga and whomever else, right? That was sort of the vibe.
That was
around
Steiny, but no one else was saying that. But I understand what you're saying.
But it was bleak. It was bleak. It had us all thinking.
I think Steiny was saying that in like 2016. I think. But anyway, but I think, I think that now the vibe of the team is this is 100% Steph's team and Jimmy and Draymond. Those are the guys that we're committed to.
Yep.
And Kuminga is now in a place where it's like, you can prove to us you're worth the money.
Yeah.
Right. But we're not, all our chips are not in on you, Jonathan. Right. I think that was, that's my opinion. Right.
Well, he needs to play with the sense of urgency.
I don't have a lot of faith personally that he's going to come in and be this super duper impact player and not sulk about sort of how the tide has changed. But I'm hopeful. But I've seen it too many times. So, anyways, have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Brian.
I was thinking about, is there a Steiny in Kansas City right now who's like, trade Patrick Mahomes, it's over?
Oh, my God.
Like, is there a Steiny in every market?
Well, I'll say this, as the Chicago
Every market has a Steiny.
As the Chicago Bears trade one of their all-pro guards, Joe Thuney, to the, or did I say Chicago Bears? The Kansas City Chiefs are trading Joe Thuney, one of their all-pro guards, to the Chicago Bears for a 4th-round pick in 2026. So they're doing some change in there. They franchise tagged the other guy, Trey Smith, that Balde alluded to a couple months ago, that maybe the Niners should be interested on if he hits the market. But they're working on keeping their younger guard, obviously, out of the two and locking him up for the future. But it's a good point. Hey, it's Patrick Mahomes. Is this turning 30 soon? I don't know. How old is Patrick Mahomes, by the way? Is he even 30?
Who cares? I hate that guy.
You love Patrick Mahomes. You just said you're not going to hate him for Len.
I didn't get my ashes yet.
Oh, God. He's gonna be 30,
get it all out of your system today.
He's going to be 30 in September. There you go.
Good. Hope he ages like cheese sitting out in the sun.
No, that's not what you want. Because when you age like cheese, it's going to taste better. So he'll get better.
Not when it's
age.
out in the sun. Well, age like mayonnaise sitting out in the sun at a 4th of July party.
That's better. Thank you.
All right, that's what I hope happens. You know what's funny about these things? Like we talk about like Steiny and the salt.
Stomach hurts now.
I collect newspapers. At least I did for a long, long time. I have boxes of old school newspapers. I got earthquakes. Like I'm talking about the
Those are
earthquakes
antiques now. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got all these
papers anymore.
The different things. I collected everything. And so there was a point in time where I would keep the sports section and different ones. Obviously, they had to be seminal moments. And I was going through them a couple years back during COVID. The day that Steph Curry was drafted, he's standing there, and the front page, there was a guy that used to cover the Warriors, Steel, I forget the guy's name.
For what publication?
For the Chronicle. And he was, doing the beat or whatever, and he writes the article. It's Steph standing there with his jersey. The opinion column on that same day that Steph was drafted was Ray Ratto talking about how Steph was going to be a great trade piece for them to trade on deadline day or on draft day. And I brought that into Ratto, and he didn't believe me. I was like, yeah, Ratto, you had that opinion at that particular time. So there's a salty hater always everywhere.
I'm trying to find who that was. It's not that.
Wait, so what did Ray say when you showed him?
He didn't believe it. And
did you show him the physical article?
Not that I thought that Steph was going to be great early on. I thought at high end, this is what I literally thought. Oh, he could be our Jason Terry, our 6th man off the bench.
The Jet.
A volume. No, but the Jet was good.
Yeah, he was.
The Jet was really good.
Yeah, he got a tattoo of a championship trophy before they won it in 2011.
Yeah, he was like a combo guard. So I didn't really know, but that literally was the article. Ray Ratto speculating that he was going to be a part of a trade. Oh, it's a great pick. Now let's trade him.
Well, I mean, that was the Warrior way at the time. It was, we have this really good player. Well, let's trade him for 3 really mediocre ones.
Exactly.
So, I mean, you can't blame Ray.
Well, he's always going to blame Ray. He's still blocked.
Well, you can, I guess.
He blocked on social still, is that, I'm assuming?
Well, I just think that Ray's a liar.
Okay. Rich is in San Jose.
So he didn't actually think Steph was a trade piece?
No, I just think that his entire everything, the whole motif that he's created, no one is that angry all the time. He says he's full of crap.
You worked with him. You saw him every single day.
I think he's a mean person.
Oh, okay.
And I say it to his face.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I do.
He would take that as a compliment.
He would take that as a compliment.
If I went up to Ray, Ray, you're an incredibly mean person, he'd be like, well, so are you. Get out of here.
Yeah,
I'm
but that's all his motif. I think he's extremely insecure.
Okay.
That's just my personal belief.
Well,
actually, I can't stand that guy.
If he's insecure, then maybe you should have some more sympathy with him, and then there you go. All right.
No, I think that he's fake tough guy.
Again, this is Ash Wednesday. Maybe you need to find some forgiveness for one Ray Ratto in your heart. Open it up to Jesus. Rich is in San Jose.
Whereas Steiny would actually give a person a hug.
Okay.
I do believe
he wouldn't enjoy it though. Go ahead, Richie. What you got?
Yo, what's up, guys? I've been seeing a lot of Steph Curry GOAT conversations on Gilbert Arenas' podcast, Shaq on TNT. What would you guys say if Curry carries us to another ring this year? Where would he rank him? Past LeBron?
Wow. I think this is the clip he's alluding to. Sure, we can play it now. Thanks, Rich. I know what you're talking about. This is Shaq yesterday on Inside the NBA talking about Steph and the GOAT conversation.
You did say pretty emphatically earlier in the conversation for greatest player ever, you believe Steph should be in the conversation.
Yeah, he should be mentioned, as well as Kareem and the guys, but Steph should definitely be mentioned. In this world we live in with 8 billion people, everybody's going to have their opinion, Kobe, LeBron, Jordan, and it's all great. It's all fact-worthy, but Kareem should have definitely been in that category a long, long time. And now you got to put Steph in there. So I would like to hear 5 names, me personally.
I would say this. Steph is easily in the conversation for most enjoyable basketball watches.
No, we want greatest of all time. Like you talk about points and you talk about rings and all that, Steph is right up there in that. Got to start talking about him like that. Even if he's not your guy, I think you should just give him a mention. And not an honorable mention. The man got 4 chips.
That wasn't as crazy as I thought it was going to be. He's just saying he should be part of the conversation, which I think he is. Like, we talk about it here. When we say a top 10 player in the sport, those are the 10 greatest players of all time. And on any given night, they could be the best player ever, given just when you say the Michael Jordans, the LeBron James, the Kareems, the Wilts, the Bill Russells. As I'm watching the Celtics series on HBO Max, it was really good. Just started the first episode, about halfway through it. But yeah, Steph Curry is absolutely part of those conversations. Who's saying he's not part of those conversations?
There's levels to it, right? So like to say that should be a part of the conversation is one thing.
Yes.
But to me, all of the greatest in basketball, what separates them isn't just the offensive proficiency. There's the defensive side of the ball.
Well, yeah,
right? Like when I look at Jordan, if you're an NBA 9-time all first team, I mean, come on, man. You're talking about the greatest player on both ends of the floor for a decade.
Yeah.
For a decade.
That's baked into the Tim Duncan, right? Kobe was what?
Well, that's where I was going to throw
9-time All-NBA first team. LeBron. Like Kareem.
Right? When you're having these conversations, and that's where I do think that like the defensive, not that Curry is this giant turnstile for the entirety of his career. He's gotten better at that end. But when we're talking the greatest of all time, not only are we weighing the hardware, meaning the championship trophies and the individual trophies, we also have to weigh and factor in the defensive side of the ball. And so I do think in that aspect, he's going to come up short against the contemporaries that I would put in as greatest of all time. But I'm glad that he's a part of this conversation.
Well, the fact that he is his size and is a part of that conversation just speaks to him and how he's changed and transformed the NBA.
Sure.
And that's where it starts for me. If you are arguing him to be part of that GOAT conversation, it's how he transformed the sport.
Yeah.
Like he transformed the sport like Wilt Chamberlain transformed the sport. Like Michael Jordan as a two-way guard transformed the sport. Like, but none of those guys even, again, Wilt probably is the only other one I can come at, like just because of his sheer size and how it changed that and how you play basketball, how you guard.
But what was
and how the game was going.
Wilt?
He can win the big one for a long time.
And why? Because he was more, again, this was the perception.
Because he was more of a single entity on those Lakers squads and Philadelphia Warriors squads than Bill Russell, and he was a team player. And he played within the team, Bob Cousy and all those guys.
The criticism was that Wilt was worried about getting his. At least that's, whether that's real or not, I didn't watch it, so it's hard for me to, who's right, who's wrong.
It's almost kind of like the Jordan and LeBron thing, right? Like LeBron, he was the individual best player in a lot of those series, but he didn't have the team around him. And so everyone blame, again, this is now compared to then and how social media has transformed and how we talk about the sport as a medium. We blame him for, not being able to win it all, but just getting there is an accomplishment. Like for Wilt, we actually viewed it as an accomplishment. It was like, those Celtics teams and Bill Russell, they were just the better overall round team. But Wilt, even after all that, how many titles does he have? Maybe like a couple, maybe 1 or 2. I don't even know. But he's still regarded as a top 5 player in the league.
Absolutely.
Because of how he changed the sport. And you could use that to talk about Stephen Curry and how he changed the sport. Yeah, defensively he didn't, but offensively he changed it so much in a way, and being the greatest three-point shooter of all time, and it's a three-point driven league now, that you could make that argument about him being the greatest of all time, just given how he changed it.
Which I'll listen to the argument. Again, the fact that we're having these conversations is great. I think it's difficult in football because it's, hey, you play offense or defense, right? Like most people in the modern era haven't played both sides of the ball.
And we all agree when we talk about it, and I love
quarterbacks get weighed more.
We have GOAT Fuel right here. Shout out Jerry Rice. The greatest of all time, if you want to say he has the greatest career as an individual athlete, but how we talk about the sport of football.
It's different.
It's different because we've all agreed in American sports and team sports, the quarterback is the most important position.
Not Lawrence Taylor.
Not Lawrence Taylor.
We don't put Reggie White or Lawrence Taylor at the top of the list, or Dion, or whoever you think
we
the
don't
best.
put Walter Payton.
Exactly.
We don't put Jim Brown. We do the quarterback because he touches the ball every single time. and it's Tom Brady, and it's Joe Montana, and it's Patrick Mahomes.
But in baseball, I think why Willie Mays' legacy has been so amazing decades and decades and decades after he finished playing is because he's also one of the greatest defensive players of all time, as well as one of the greatest offensive players of all time.
I want to pick this conversation up on the other side with Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Happy Hump Day, people. Happy Hump Day.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area, in the whole country, 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Javon? I like how he says my favorite morning roast. Is there another one out there? I'd like to know. No, don't even check because I know there's only one. And it's the roast right here with Spadoni and Shasky. We're going to be joined by Anthony Slater coming up here in just a moment. I always think of just a moment from, you ever see Office Space? Classic.
No, I've never seen Office Space.
Are you being facetious? I'm just asking. Have you?
Of course.
Okay,
dude.
well,
It's a
some
cult
people
classic.
Yeah, but some people haven't. I made a Tom Green reference. My bum is on the Swedish, and they didn't know what it was.
How do you guys don't know who Tom Green is?
I know they didn't get it, dude. They just didn't get it.
I haven't seen Office Space.
You've never seen Office Space?
It's all time.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Oh, it's so good.
It's on the
Michael
to-do
Bolton.
list.
I celebrate the man's title count.
What exactly do you do here?
So good. What exactly is Anthony Slater doing here? He's talking dubs. He's joining us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And you know what? Let's just bring him right into the conversation. No, not about Tom Green, My Bum is on the Swedish, or Office Space, which I'm sure Anthony is very well aware of both of those references. But did you hear what Shaquille O'Neal had to say in Inside of the NBA yesterday, Anthony? And good morning to you.
Good morning. How are y'all? He said something about how Steph should be in like the GOAT debate.
That's exactly what he said. Steph should be in the GOAT conversation. Now, when we talk about that, Shasky and I were debating like what constitutes being just in that conversation. Like you have to be a top 10 player, which I think Steph checks that box. But what makes him so unique when we talk about these things is that not only is he height-wise the smallest of all the players in that conversation, but he's not a two-way player like almost all of them. He doesn't really play, he just doesn't play elite defense. Should that matter in that GOAT conversation, Anthony?
I mean, sure, everything should matter if we're talking about greatest of all time. I wouldn't, but one thing I'd say about Steph's defense is, it's been a decade now. He doesn't not play defense. He's certainly not, a 6'8" wing who has been an all defender at any point, but he's capable on that end. He's been a part of many, very good defenses, including, by the way, one right now that's been awesome lately. He's gotten bigger. He's always bought into the team concept. He tries. He's not really obviously there have been times in his career, and I can definitely think of the Cavaliers finals where, Ty Lue has attempted to pick on him to tire him out. But I wouldn't consider him a bad defender.
So I'm looking at this and like Steph Curry in particular, his scoring since Jimmy, he's up almost 8 points. 3-point percentage since Jimmy, up like 3-4 points. Shooting percentage up 8 points just overall. He's taking more shots, hitting them at a better clip. Their team turnovers are a little down. Their assists are a little up. Like the offensive rating is through the roof. What is it about Jimmy Butler's game that's helping everyone? And Draymond, all his numbers, all of them are up, and he's more efficient. What is it specifically that's really helped the Warriors' offense?
I think it's a lot of things. I think more than like the strategic aspect of it is the mental side of it, right? I mean, I just think the idea that they've got a shot now has just, clearly invigorated Draymond on the defensive end. He's just playing harder. He's, guaranteeing championships and the various things. And I think with Steph, how many times in the mid part of the season when they were going 13 and, 26 over like a 39-game stretch, whatever it was, did you just see him deflated?
Yeah.
When he's when he's deflated, he's just not going to have as much pop. He's not going to come to the arena with as much, belief that not only are they going to win that game, but they're playing for something bigger. Well, suddenly they're playing for something bigger. It's post All-Star break, which by the way, he kind of historically has had the post All-Star break bump, which is common in the league. The weather's warming up. The playoffs are getting closer. We're standings watching every night. So he just looks like really kind of mentally locked in right now. And I think that's related to Butler's addition, but I think that's also just kind of Steph Curry at various points of the season. He has like super hot streaks often at this time of the year. And then as far as clearly Butler's low turnover, he's, getting to the rim, which, he is freeing Steph up a little bit. Steph has said that he feels like all the possessions in general are easier and he's more confident getting off the ball and getting it back. Steve Kerr has talked about like the second side of plays, which maybe earlier in the season, with the team they had. The ball wasn't getting back to Steph on possessions it should have. So I think there's a lot of things going on here. But honestly, I think Steph is like you saw it last night. It's not like the Knicks are suddenly like, oh, we'll single team Steph Curry. No, like they're getting layups because Steph is still being double teamed. Jimmy's being able to get to the rim. So I almost think Steph's presence is helping more than the other way around.
Talking with Anthony Slater, Warriors insider for The Athletic and R95.7 The Game, Warriors insider courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Anthony, just taking into the game last night, like it's the New York Knicks, it's Madison Square Garden. This was like the biggest test, obviously. And I know it kind of sucks that Karl Anthony Towns is out due to personal reasons. So we didn't really get to see the Knicks at their full strength. And you can say the same for the Warriors because they haven't had Jonathan Kuminga, which we'll ask you about a little bit later. But just taking a pulse of this team and where they've been since acquiring Jimmy Butler, since he's been playing as a Golden State Warrior, they're 9-1, obviously, when he plays in a Golden State Warriors jersey. You look at the teams, and I know we've been talking about this for a couple weeks now. You know, the Kings, was a team that kind of was a thorn in their side. They're fighting. They've been hot as of late. The Mavericks, they didn't have Anthony Davis, a lot of their size. The Hornets are the Hornets. The Magic are in a couple of games under 500. You lose to a Sixers team. Again, Jimmy didn't play in that game, and you felt like you could have won that one, but Quentin Grimes goes off. You didn't expect that. And again, yeah, you handle, like I said, the Hornets. Biggest win, obviously, in this stretch, but are you looking up here like I am in these upcoming games here at home, starting on Saturday with the Pistons, and then you got the Blazers who are fighting still, got the Kings, Knicks, Nuggets, Bucks. Are we going to find out a lot about this team in the upcoming week and upcoming series of games here at home at Chase Center?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the competition's getting better. This was their softest portion of the schedule. Honestly, if they had not made the trade, they probably would have gone like over 500 during the stretch. I mean, it was like you said. I mean, it was the Mavs when they're at their lowest. It was the Hornets twice when they're the worst team of basketball right now. There was a lot of wins there. Now they've done it in a much more dominant fashion than we had seen all year. Right? There's been blowouts where they're sitting the fourth. The metrics right now would tell you. Steve Kerr mentioned it last night. They're top 5 offense, top 5 defense. Like they're doing it in a way that in a very small sample screams championship contender. But yeah, I want to see them try to play the Nuggets at home on. Is that an ABC Saturday night game, or that might
the
be
Nuggets are on a Monday. The Knicks are the Saturday night game next week at 5:30.
But Nuggets game of all those games, I'm most interested in that because that very easily could be the 6-3 matchup. And like that's a tough test for a small team. By the way, Jimmy Butler's the tallest player in their starting lineup. And you're talking about maybe going against Nikola Jokic. Yeah, I want to see him against that. That's very different than anybody that they've played so far, including the Knicks last night. So tests are coming, and they should come. We've seen 10 games of Jimmy Butler. 10 games, especially against average to below average opponent, doesn't define a team. But all the signs are great. But yeah. I mean, we've got to see a whole lot more, at least before I'm willing to be like, yeah, they're definitely going to compete for a West title.
It feels like right now so many elements are just firing on all cylinders. All the role players feel like they know exactly what they're supposed to do. Pod's playing well. Moody's playing, really good. I know the last couple games haven't been as good as what he was prior. Gee making plays. Quentin Post making a couple plays here and there. GB2, obviously, before the injury was looking really good. What's going on with Jonathan Kuminga? Because I'm waiting for him to be added to the mix. Is there any update on the injury? Because I haven't heard a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of trying to report it within all, when I do podcasts or radio hits or stories. I mean, I think it's pretty simple from my understanding. Like, Charlotte was the soft target date as he was kind of trying to ramp up from what, again, was a very bad ankle sprain, which, I understand that people are surprised it's taken this long for an ankle sprain, but it was just, he was in a walking boot. He was on a scooter. He was on crutches. This has taken a while. As he ramped up, and again, like I said, soft target date with Charlotte. I thought it was probably going to happen that night. The ankle hasn't felt fully ready. The full burst is there. He's been doing workouts. Every time we go to shoot arounds, to practices, he's afterwards, he's doing 3-on-3s. And it's just, the team and Kuminga decided the ankle wasn't quite ready for Charlotte. So they didn't green light him for this back-to-back. I think it's, he has not been officially ruled out of tomorrow's game in Brooklyn. I guess it's possible he returns tomorrow night. It's possible they wait till the early part of the homestand. But yeah, that's really where it's at. You will see him soon, but they just haven't done the full green light because the ankle, to Kuminga and to Rick Celebrini and his staff hasn't felt quite fully ready.
So there's been no setbacks or anything as far as you're concerned, or as far as you're aware of, Anthony. No setbacks or anything with the ankle in regards to this recovery.
Setbacks is too strong a word. I mean, look, like, is he icing it post game when I get in there? Yes. Is it clearly still like bothering him as he tries to come back from clearly the worst ankle sprain of his life? Yes, but again, I wouldn't necessarily consider that a setback. I would consider maybe like a slow version of a late stage recovery, but that's not abnormal, especially for an athlete like Kuminga, who, what's his specialty? Like lateral quickness, like really, high level bursts to the rim, stuff he has to feel very confident on an ankle that he's coming back from that he missed 2 months on, to really burst if he's going to be the effective player he wants to be. So again, setback that's too concerning of a term, because I don't think there's been any type of injury setback, but yes, I can understand that it's been a slow late stage recovery.
Are you as surprised as I am seeing the synergy in the fourth quarter from these guys as quickly as we've seen it? Because this got pieced together at the deadline, and last night's game is a great example. Obviously, Jimmy helps them get into the bonus, into the fourth quarter, which is a huge game changer. But the three-man little triangle they were running last night with Dre and Butler and Curry, and they were flip-flopping who was on that block and moving without the ball and forcing opponents into figuring out who they want to double team. I'm seeing a level of half-court offense that's like, wow. I mean, this is why you made the move. Are you surprised it's been this quick and this good so fast?
Yeah, and I do think part of that is everything has come together, where Pajemski's playing his best basketball, maybe of his career, really, but certainly, of his second season. Moody's getting, I think the consolidation part of the trade is maybe getting underrated here, where, it's just Steve Kerr doesn't have all these various rotation choices to go to like he did early in the season, where, a lot of these guys maybe are out of rhythm because they don't know when or, if they're starting, what type of minutes they're going to get. But the other thing is, I think a lot of people who are surprised by this trade just didn't realize how good Jimmy Butler was, and particularly as an IQ type player, right? There was concern about spacing in this. I think people just didn't realize the passing, the subtle playmaking, and the attitude he brings to the team, which is just completely reformed them, and obviously, like I said, invigorated Draymond and Steph, and unlocked Pajemski in some lineups, and then the defensive end. To me, they won that game last night on defense. 21 fourth quarter points for the Knicks, and by the end of the game, when Pajemski's getting those easy breakout layups, and Moody had that layup at the end, it literally looked like the Knicks had given up. And I think that was because they felt like they couldn't score, and I think it was the defense that won it.
Yeah, so you bring up the defense, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but seeing Moody do really well against Jalen Brunson. Now, he's a very specific player. A little smaller, but he's thick. He plays very deliberately. Is that the role for Moody? You can't do it against the bigger guys and the more explosive guys, but I thought he really made Jalen Brunson work hard last night in the second half, and I thought that was a great little adjustment by Steve Kerr. Is that maybe a role for him moving forward?
Yeah, but you said it's specific type of players. It's the Hardens, it's the Brunsons, it's the slower deliberate, because Moody's weakness defensively would be his lateral foot speed. Okay, they played Memphis. You can't just suddenly go, all right, now do what you did to Brunson to John Morant, right?
No, you can't.
No, but and this shouldn't, last night shouldn't necessarily surprise anyone, because Moody's best defensive game of his career prior to last night was Brunson last year in New York. Andrew Wiggins was away from the team for about 4 games last year. Y'all probably remember on a road trip, and he guarded Jalen Brunson really well, and that has been regularly referenced by people behind the scenes over the last year of where Moody can help defensively is how he guarded Brunson that night. So I think they knew they wanted to have him, on Jalen last night. And to your point, yeah, I think in those certain matchups against specific perimeter players, he's going to try hard. He's got crazy wingspan. He's gotten more athletic over the last few years, and he wants it defensively. So certain matchups, he can be useful.
Okay, this question is going to sound insane as I'm talking to Anthony Slater, Warriors insider for The Athletic, right here on 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast, Bonte and Shasky. It's going to sound a little crazy, just given the expectation of these two players, but I'm going to ask it anyways. If I could have more scoring consistency from one of these two players going forward, which one would you pick? And we haven't even seen the guy enter the fold yet, but every time I see Buddy Hield score some 3-point makes, a couple in a row, they just feel so much more impactful than anything else I've seen from this team. So if I can get consistent scoring from either Jonathan Kuminga or Buddy Hield going forward, Anthony Slater, which one is going to pay off more dividends going forward for this team?
What are the numbers when Buddy Hield scores 15 or more? Isn't it like something crazy?
Yeah, they're just like unbeatable.
Yeah. His shooting does, like, I feel like every team has like one or two of those just like bench shooters, even like the Celtics. Oh, Hauser hit 4 threes tonight. Like, that's, basically taking them into unbeatable territory. Draymond has always been like that. So when Draymond hits 3 threes in his career, the Warriors win percentage is like 900 or something. So you could say Buddy Hield because of those type of stats and the fact that supplementary shooting opens the floor up for everybody. But to me, their ceiling, if we're talking ceiling, it's like, if Jonathan Kuminga is like an 18 to 20 point per game, like slashing downhill weapon scorer, it would signal that he really fit into this, reforming Warriors team. Like, to me, that's the fringe contender version of the Warriors. That's where the ceiling is raised. Because, we know what Buddy Hield is. We know he's going to go hot and cold. And on nights he's hot, they're going to be better. But, Jonathan Kuminga being what you said, like the really consistent every night scorer, I think vaults them into a different category of a team that they can't be if he is not. So I would answer Kuminga.
Is there anything that you're concerned about over the next couple of weeks that maybe, the winning has kind of masked? I'm looking at, and I'll give you an example while you think about it. They still need a rim protector. It's tough. They need a size and to be able to clear some of these rebounds. I worry about second chance points against certain opponents, down the stretch. Is there something for you? You're like, all right, they've been winning, but here's the thing I'm really going to key on over the next couple of weeks when they play some tougher opponents.
Finishing at the rim, most of their best players are not, besides, Kuminga, and we'll see, and that's why I think he matters, are not elite rim finishers. Butler historically has been, but he's also, I watched some Bulls highlights of Butler. he's exploding to the rim. He's 35 now. So he's not, the finisher he used to be. And I do think against better, defenses, veteran defenses, particularly playoff defenses, that could be the Achilles heel. As far as second chance points, maybe a little bit. They've weirdly been very good as a rebounding team over the last couple of years, even when playing, very small. Looney's at least off the bench is kind of a rugged rebounder and an option if you need it. Truth is, I would say the biggest concern about this team is the age. Draymond Green turned 35 last night. Butler is 35. Steph Curry turns 37 later this month. Steph, tweaked an ankle on this trip. The games are starting to pile up a little bit. Butler missed a game with back spasm. Saw him fall a couple times last night and grimace. Draymond, we know, has had back issues. He's had calf issues this year. They look really good right now. There is a level of, you see it in sports with the interim coach bump, right? You just get that invigoration in the middle of a season. Well, they got that with the trade. As that wears off a little bit, as they go home, as the games pile up, they have a 6-game trip later in the year. Do these guys' bodies hold up? And minds hold up, as it gets deeper? That would be, one of my questions.
All right, one more for you, Anthony, before we let you go here. You've been so good to us. We appreciate it. If you're the Oklahoma City Thunder right now, how would you stack the hierarchy of the next remaining contenders that you would fear most in the West? Give me the top 3 teams in order, if I'm the Oklahoma City Thunder, that I should fear.
Oh, out of anybody?
Out of anyone in the West.
I'd say
in the West.
Right now, the Lakers are the most fearsome. What is that, 7 in a row? Luka looks like he's getting back to Luka. And Luka beat them in the playoffs last year in the second round. Kind of hobbled version of Luka beat them in the playoffs. So, they would be probably 1A and 1B right now. I'd say it's Denver because, Jokic is the best player in basketball. I think that's, the Thunder would probably argue it's Shea, but, I think most people still think it's Jokic. So I would say those two. And then after that, the Warriors are certainly kind of in that second tier conversation. And if you're of the belief of who Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr have historically been, in playoff settings, you'd probably put them 3 right now because, the West in a lot of ways is falling apart a little bit around them. Houston is nosediving. The Grizzlies, what's the Jaren Jackson injury update? I meant to look that up, but, he just got injured. Obviously, Dallas would have been their most feared opponent. They have really struggled. The Thunder have with Dallas, but obviously that's scratched them off the list. So, It's not that great under the Thunder, but that is the hierarchy I would probably predict.
For Jaren Jackson Jr., this was the latest on Monday. He suffered a grade 2 left ankle sprain, is considered week to week per the Grizzlies. Yeah. There you go. Anthony, appreciate the time, man, as always. Good stuff, and we'll catch you next time.
All right, fellas.
Thank you, buddy.
That's Anthony Slater, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. So he has Lakers, Nuggets, as far as the fear factor for the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then he said there was a gap, and then the Warriors.
It sounds kind of like what I've been saying for the last couple days.
You think there's a huge gap come playoff time, playoff series between the Warriors, Lakers, and Nuggets?
Look, could the Warriors lose to anyone? Yes. Okay. That being said, I just don't fear Memphis and Houston the way that I do those other ones.
I don't think anyone does.
Now, Oklahoma City, I fear, but in this odd, weird way, it's a good matchup for the Warriors because of their style of play.
Sure.
Right? They actually play similar to the way the old OKC teams played, which is your turn, my turn.
Yeah.
Kick out for 3.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of your turn, my turn.
Chet and KD, same body types, basically, too.
Right.
They're players, right?
Yeah. But like
not saying that Chet was on the level of Kevin Durant there either, not even close, but still a very good player, can get a shot over anyone.
Jalen at times will, dribble and only he'll touch it. And there'll be times where that happens with Shea, not that they don't make passes. I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying that they're ball hogs, but there's a lot that's baked into, okay, it's my turn to run the offense. Now it's your turn to run the offense. And then they have a lot of really good shooters, and that's where the Isaiah Joes and some of the different players that they have around them.
Caruso.
They're a really good team. I want to make that very clear. But getting up and down the floor, there's something about that style of play that really meshes with what the Warriors want to do. Conversely, the let's let Jokic walk it up the floor really plays against what the Warriors want to do.
Jokic is always going to get his no matter the team. It's Jamal Murray that's the guy that's the X factor always.
Let's not sleep on Aaron Gordon. Is very rugged.
I'm not sleeping on him, but if Jamal Murray is playing at a championship level like he was 2 years ago, they might win the West. They probably will if Jamal Murray's playing like he was.
No, I was going specifically in the matchup against the Warriors.
Absolutely.
Where like Aaron Gordon, I could see giving them fits with all of the second chance rebounding. He's a load.
No, absolutely. And
he's a load.
I bring up Jamal Murray only because he wasn't there when the Warriors played in the first round a couple years ago.
Neither was Michael Porter
Jr. Right, and those were huge misses for them. And Michael Porter, given his size, and when he is shooting, a lot like when Buddy Hield, again, Michael Porter's a starter, but you get what I'm saying here. Yeah. When he's knocking down his threes, it's like, all right, we're not going to win this game.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just different.
He's there when he's your third scorer.
Right.
He's awesome. Like, he's perfect in that role. No, that's a good point. I just, that's why I'm looking at it. I'm like, if you can avoid the Laker, Denver kind of side of the bracket, I think that's the best avenue for them.
Remember, folks, the Golden State Warriors under Steve Kerr in a first-round series never lost in the Western Conference playoffs. Never. They've only lost one series ever in the Western Conference playoffs. You know who that was? It's the Lakers a couple years ago. That was it. It's the only time it's ever happened.
These stats. That's like saying, like, Ohio State hasn't lost to Purdue since the 60s.
Well, probably. But again,
you know what I'm saying. There's so many new aspects.
I say that because they're still going to be a tough out no matter what.
Sure.
But they have to get there because we know what their series are or the record is in play-in games. Not good. Never won one. So there's that.
Look, this has gone from, wow, can they even get into the box to who do you fear in the West?
That's kind of what we're talking about.
What a difference the calendar makes.
You know what? Antonio in Oakland, he says the Warriors fear no one. Oh. How about that? Antonio, baby, one of the most unbiased voices we ever had here at 95.7 The Game. Tells it like it is. What's up, What you got?
Yeah, man, the Warriors, they ain't got no right to, fear none of these guys. We got a championship mystique. And Jimmy Butler, he went to the YMCA tournament finals with the Mickey Mouse a couple years ago. He went to the real finals versus the Nuggets. So he know what it takes too, man. So at the end of the day, that ISO ball stuff for Luka and LeBron, they're the two biggest whining crybaby guys in the league. So it's like, hopefully the refs don't, take their side during the playoffs. But I agree. We should try to avoid the Nuggets and Lakers, until conference finals. But at the end of the day, I think, I really hope the Nuggets and Lakers will face each other before we got to face either one. That'll be the wish right there, man. Just keeping it real. But we got Steph, Butler, Kuminga. I mean, at the end of the day, we can match up with anybody, man. We beat LeBron's freaking 2017 with Kyrie and Kevin Love and all that. Sure, we had Durant, but at the end of the day, Steph got victories over Luka and LeBron in the West Finals and Finals, so it's all to the good, man. At the end of the day, those guys got turnovers, they got flaws, they're not perfect. They're going to be hunted on defense come playoff time. I'm telling you, and we can beat any team. I don't fear none of these teams. Maybe the Cavs, the Celtics to an extent, but none in the West. Sorry, Charlie.
There you go.
Sorry, Charlie.
That's Antonio in Oakland, one of the all-timers. Sorry, Charlie. Sorry. Is that to Charles Barkley he's saying?
I don't know
Sorry,
who
Chuck.
the Charlie is.
I think it was to Charles Barkley.
It's not Charlie Hoffman, right?
No.
The guy on the PGA Tour?
Not Charlie Hoffman. Not, who's my guy? Charlie Blackmon. Is he still playing, by the way?
He just got, I believe his contract had just ended. I think he retired.
I think he just retired this last year.
I think he's an employee now of the Rockies. Yeah, he's
Him
an
and Tyro Estrada?
Special advisor.
Why did he always get a huge hit against the Giants every single? Once a year, he just have one amazing triple that he just.
I bet his
out.
career average is somewhere in the 270s, 280s.
Course field.
I think it might be more than that. Let me see what
but like career average. That's like
it's almost 300. It's 293.
Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So
it's
I
probably closer to
undersold
3.
him.
No, it was. I was saying it was close. He's not a Hall of Famer because he obviously gets the bump from playing in Colorado, which kind of sucks if you're a player there and you have a really good career. Todd Helton finally getting.
Well,
it
he
right.
is Mr. Rocky.
He is right. But Charlie Blackmon, I mean, when I think of great Colorado Rockies, he's probably going to be up there as well. Troy Tulowitzki, a flash in the pan, Bay Area guy. Loved me some Tulowitzki, right? Tulohitsky, they called him when he was on fire.
So we're getting reports from the 415.
Whoa.
That Davante Adams is at SFO.
Whoa.
At the United Lounge.
Did you hang out there when you were going to Hawaii, the United Lounge?
No, I didn't go there.
You flew with United, though, didn't you?
My brother worked. Yeah, I did. My brother works at SFO. Should I text my brother to go over and try to get an exclusive with Davante and pull a Sam Lubman?
Yeah, and tell him that Joe Shasky, my brother, does not want you on the team because he thinks you're a diva wide receiver. Is that what he's going to say?
Well.
Oh, now it changes. The tune changes. Hey, I'm saying I've been all in on Davante coming here. Why not? Pair him up with your quarterback. You need someone. You don't know what you're getting with Brandon Ayuk. And by the way, it's looking like Brandon Ayuk might be getting shipped out of here.
I think he's
out. Do we have the sound here? Adam Schefter?
But why would he, if Davante's coming to meet the Niners, wouldn't you fly into San Jose as opposed to SFO?
Or Oakland? It doesn't really matter.
No. San Jose Airport's significantly closer to
Well, it is, but
Santa Clara
but if you're trying to be low key as well, I don't think it matters.
I get what you're saying.
Again, he has family in East Palo Alto, so
which is why I would probably fly into San Jose. But, wherever he's coming from, maybe it's easier to get into SFO. I don't know.
Oreo Cookie might know, and we'll get to him in a second. Real quick on the Brandon Ayuk thing, as you're talking to Davante Adams, released from the New York Jets. They're going to save a boatload of cap space, as we've alluded to. So Davante, free agent. Are you going to sign him? By the way, you can start illegal tampering next Monday, Joe Shasky. I'm very excited to see what's going to shake down here.
I love a good legal tamper.
I do too. Adam Scheffler.
Your Honor, it was legal.
49ers fielding calls on pretty much anyone, which is insane.
Well, again, I think that the 49ers in their particular financial situation are open to listening on just about anybody.
What?
Right? And so if there's a team out there that is willing to take on the Brandon Ayuk contract with him coming off the torn ACL, I'm sure they would listen, absolutely. But again, you've got to find a team that's willing to take on the player with the injury, with the contract. That's not a simple thing to do. Look, if there's no knee injury, it's a simple deal. But because there's a knee injury, because he may miss the first half of next season, and there are questions about, when he'll get back next year, there are a whole host of pending issues. But the Niners, again, for them to play in the free agency sandbox, they're going to have to find ways to clear out salary, whether that's through Brandon Ayuk or Jordan Mason or any other player that they don't bring back or let go. They have to find ways to get money to help field the kind of roster that they want. So if an offer comes in on Brandon Ayuk and there's a team out there that's willing to take on that particular situation, I'm sure they would be open to listening to it.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Let's put Davante to the side for a second, because it wouldn't make a lot of sense to trade away a high-priced receiver and then sign one in free agent. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. If you're trying
Depending on the price, I don't know what the price point is on the 32-year-old Davante Adams.
What the hell is happening in Ninerland? they'll take a call on anyone. No, they went from literally like we're going to pay and keep all of our players for the most part, no matter what the cost, to in one off season, we'll listen to anyone.
Yeah, but you know what? John Lynch has always struck that tone. We're always taking calls, right? You always listen to whatever he says. When I heard that from Schefter, I heard John Lynch saying that to him. Oh, we're always taking calls. We'll take calls on anyone.
You think they're taking calls on Bosa?
They might listen, but that's what good organizations do. They're always listening. They're always going to be some team out there that says, you know what, we can offer all of this.
People say that. No, people say that, but there are certain players, like for example,
they'll take the call and say this, hey, what's the deal on Bosa? That's them taking a call, and that's John Lynch saying, yeah, he's not for sale. That's taking a call,
you think Pittsburgh is taking calls on TJ Watt? I don't.
Well, again, taking calls, if you want to be by the letter of the law, they're going to be saying people call in about them, and we're saying he's not open for sale. We're not open for business.
I actually think from what Schefter made it out is like they're listening, which is different from taking calls.
You can't get rid of Bosa though. Like that's why. Like, what do you mean why?
Well,
it's the hardest position to find in sports other than quarterback, and you found one.
But if we were doing an exercise, which I'm just asking, where are they at in terms of their thought process? If they're taking calls on just about anyone on the team to save money, if we were looking at it
He's 27. What are we talking? What?
Well, just hear me out. Hear me out. If you're telling me you're resetting this thing, and you were looking to kind of just like reset your financial books, I'm not saying I do it, but I'm saying the guy that you get the most back in return for on the entire roster is Nick Bosa. Well, no, yeah. I'm not doing that, but if we're doing the exercise of we're clearing finances and we're trying to get the best draft capital in return, Bosa is the first player that I'm receiving calls on.
Well, check this out. Your 2025 dead cap hit when you trade Nick Bosa before June 1st is $42 million. So, again, if we're just going to eat this entire season...
No, I'm not saying I'm doing it. I'm saying if that's... Because like the way he made that out, Joe, was like they're fielding calls on anyone who will take on money.
And he is making a lot right now. Just looking at his dead cap hits, again, $62 million in a dead cap hit would be this upcoming season. He's making... If you go by the cap hit and then the dead cap, so there's two different things, right? And then the cap percentage, which allocated the league cap percentage. So he's 7.35%. Then it jumps up to 14, and then you have a potential out. So really, it's a 2-year contract right now for Nick Bosa, and then you can have another conversation about guaranteed money and him potentially getting cut or traded, and then you can have that conversation. That's when he's going to be around 29, heading into age 30. But again, you're not in the business, and John Lynch just said this, they're not in the business of getting rid of good players. I'm going to hold him to that. They don't feel like Deebo Samuel's a good player anymore, and they might not feel that Brandon Ayuk is a good player anymore, and those are totally valid. But Nick Bosa is still a very good player. He's still a top 5 defensive end in my mind in the NFL. Well, at the very least, a top 10. And you don't get rid of guys like that. You just don't.
No, I know you don't.
And if you're the San Francisco 49ers, you absolutely don't. Come on, man. That's a cheap organization move. That's a Cincinnati Bengals moving off a Trey Hendrickson type of move right now.
What if it's an acknowledging that we missed our window and we have to like find a new window? I'm just asking. I'm not saying this is what they should do. We're just having a conversation about the team and where they're at. Like
too much. You know what?
Are they going to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years? Boy, it doesn't feel like it.
They might though. Like that.
Well, yeah, again, of course. And I might hit the lottery.
The doom and gloom around this team, and we've been talking about it. There's too much. It's too much. You were a game or two away. There were so many games last year that were coin flips that could have had you back into the playoff picture, and then you might have been a threat here and there. Like, I'm looking at the San Francisco 49ers team.
They went 2-7 down the stretch.
They did. It was bad. There was a lot of injuries.
2-7.
And having said that, why did it feel like I still wasn't impressed by the rest of the division that has me, you know what, I have a 4th place schedule, and I feel like I could be right back in this thing and hosting a playoff game next season. Like, I don't fear the Rams. I don't fear the Seahawks. I don't fear the Cardinals. Oh, but they just beat you. They were handling it. Yeah, but most of those games were close. Like, I'm not sitting here to say, like, had they gotten blown out in all of them in embarrassing fashion most of the time last year, then yes, there'd be a different tune right now. But the fact that the offense, like you were talking about yesterday, wasn't all that bad for the most part. And Brock Purdy, you know, granted, he didn't have his MVP caliber season, but he didn't have the depth of talent around him either. I thought handled his own pretty damn well for the most part. I look at that Detroit Lions game, although it ended in an interception, it wasn't great. Yeah, he put up major points on that team, and I watched that same defense stifle Sam Darnold a week later. Again, the defense got shredded in the playoff when it actually mattered most against the Washington Commanders, but you get what I'm saying here. I'm not down on this team so much so like I feel like everyone else is. I think they got action next season, but it starts with the quarterback getting him signed to a, again, team-friendly, I'm not going to say that, but to a reasonable contract and nailing the draft, and then you're right back in this thing.
Reports were that they offered him $45 million a year, but I don't know what we don't know what the guarantees are and all that. But that was like kind of like the report.
Yeah, let's get to this on the other side. Oreo Cookie, I'll see you. We'll wrap things up when it comes to the Warriors, but I want to get into the 49ers because I do feel like there's too much doom and gloom, and I think given the right offseason, they could be right back into a Super Bowl championship type of window, at the very least, a playoff contender. But I think we got 60 seconds of Celebrini time. Got to shoehorn this in.
Guys, for the 6th time this year, the Warriors and Sharks won on the same night. Sharks beating the Buffalo Sabres last night, last place in the Atlantic, so they kind of stick to
Name a Buffalo Sabre.
You name a Buffalo Sabre, then wait till after the segment. This is not your segment. So let's stop talking. Jeez. God, I got to shoehorn you in. We're going to take this up with the third period here. Sharks up 3-2 when Macklin Celebrini gave the Sharks this insurance goal.
Eklund, here's Smith, back across the grain. Look for Dillon on the wing, and they score! It's Macklin Celebrini, and the Sharks get one right back.
19th goal of the year for Macklin Celebrini. Will Smith, the other young guy on the Sharks, he was getting jiggy with it last night. He added his 11th goal a few minutes later. Macklin Celebrini, after the game, talked about the growth that he has seen from the Sharks this year.
Playing hard. We got guys that are battling every night, and I mean, I think you can definitely see a little bit of growth, but I mean, we still got a ways to go, but I think for sure we're working in the right direction.
And shout out to Mark Edward Vlasic Pickles, becoming the all-time leader in blocked shots last night. 2,165 last night. Great stuff from the longtime Sharks fan favorite, and that is your 60 seconds of Celebrini.
He sounds 12 years old whenever I hear him talk. It's insane that he's
when you're facing a Buffalo Sabre team with a Tage Thompson and an Owen Power and a
JJ Paterka.
Oh, look at Joe Shasky.
I mean, a Jack Quinn. I mean, them boys. That's when you know.
You can't even point out Buffalo on a map, dude.
No, do that one that starts with the U down there. You can't pronounce that name.
I'm not
Number
even
one.
Try.
Uko
Rasmus
Pekka
Dahlin.
Luukkonen. There you go.
I mean, when you face
it.
a Jordan Greenway-led team of the Buffalo Sabres.
A Matthias Samuelson, if you will.
A Dennis Gilbert.
Yeah, huge. There you go.
Dennis Gilbert could walk into this room, shake me in the hand with the full uniform on and say, I'm Dennis Gilbert. I play for the Buffalo Sabres currently in the NHL. And I say, who?
The only Gilbert I acknowledge is Brad Gilbert, BG Tennis Nation. Huge Raider fan. Love me some BG. And multi-time Grand Slam winner as a coach with one Andy Roddick and also Coco Gauff. So he's an American legend too, Brad Gilbert. Love me some BG. Love me some Oreo Cookie on the other side. Plus, more 49ers talk because I do think there's too much doom and gloom around this team right now. I'm back in on the 49ers. I'm going to tell you why on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Right back in this bad boy.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
What's up, Pods? That's what I saw from Brandon Podziemski last night. He's just been balling. Was starting lineup, him, Moody, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond. They just don't lose, baby. They don't lose when they are on the court together. Pods, 19 points last night, 8 of 16 shooting. Jimmy Butler, 19 points. Stephen Curry at Madison Square Garden, 28 points for the chef. And shout out Kevin Dane on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball as they finish up their road trip tomorrow, Joe Shasky, against the Brooklyn Nets. Sounding like Jonathan Kuminga is probably not going to play in that one from our conversation with Anthony Slater. And if you missed that, Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider, joined us at 8:30. You can find that entire interview on the Odyssey app. Download it. It is free. Or on YouTube, where we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. Steve Kerr joining Willard and Dibbs at 2:30. So it doesn't sound like JK is going to be there, but maybe when they play the Pistons starting on this homestand on Saturday, which will be a primetime game at 5:30, Cade Cunningham and them boys, Tobias Harris and co. I'm interested in that game. That's actually going to be a game where you're going to be tested a little bit. Coming back home after a long road trip, maybe that is a trap game for them potentially. But I say that and I kind of scoff at it because there are no trap games when I have Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green have that IQ, and I have Steve Kerr at the helm. He's not allowing it.
And Detroit's doing now without Jaden Ivey, who I really like.
Yeah.
Gave the Warriors fits in a couple games the last few years. So, no, that will be an interesting matchup. This one against the Nets.
Yeah.
After that game last night, I wonder, it was Draymond's birthday, so I'm sure they were in New York
35th.
partying.
Yeah.
You go from Manhattan over to Brooklyn. Who knows where they're staying, what they're doing. I wonder if you rest the big three or if they play. I don't know. I would like to get greedy and win that game. I don't think you're in a position currently to rest everyone. The arrogant guy in me said if Kuminga was back, you could rest the big three and still maybe have a chance to win that game.
Well, they've lost 5 in a row, the Brooklyn Nets. They're 21-40. They're god-awful. And by the way, I say they're 21-40. And you know what? They're only a couple games out of the 10th spot in the Eastern Conference. It's just disgusting. That's insane. You're 21-40 and have a chance to get a play-in spot.
Is that worse than being the 7-9 Seattle Seahawks who hosted a playoff game?
They won a game, though. I actually, you know what? Give him credit there. Marshawn Lynch, and I actually had respect for Matt Hasselbeck as a quarterback. I thought he was an underrated quarterback for most of his tenure. You saw him a lot, obviously, in the NFC West matchups.
I don't think he was the quarterback when they went 7-9.
Yeah, he was. He won that. Well, he won that game. I know he was the quarterback then. It wasn't Charlie Whitehurst.
Tarvarius?
No.
It wasn't Tarvarius?
7-9 was Matt Hasselbeck.
Really?
Yeah, because they got shellacked, I want to say, in Chicago the next week.
So I thought that was Pete Carroll running that team.
It was
7-9. God, I thought Hasselbeck had already left. I could be wrong.
Oreo Cookie wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. What you got, Oreo? It was nice.
What's up, buddy?
Nice shooting hoops with you at a knockout tournament a couple days ago, man.
Hey, for sure, man. First of all, I do want to say thank you, all you guys, man. Even the people in the background that don't get to talk, man. You guys held a great event. That was so much fun. That was my first time ever at Chase.
Really?
I'll never forget that, bro. So I'd like to thank you guys for that.
That's so cool. First time ever at Chase, and you got to shoot buckets on the floor. That's pretty freaking cool.
Awesome.
For real. But talking about the Warriors, what has also changed is the end of the game execution. We finally got a close game against a good team. And if you guys remember that one loss for against Dallas, we were right there at the end, and we were one bad call away from taking that one as a W as well. And we have been blowing games out, and we were just waiting for a test like this. And New York is not a bad team. Yeah, they did not have Cat, but it ain't like we haven't beaten Cat before. So last night was very encouraging. Now, you guys were also talking about Niners, man. I do want to say this, Shasky, let's slow it down a little bit, man. Let's believe in what we see. Shanahan and Kyle know how to build a team. So we got to believe them, man, and we got to believe in that. And I just want to make the playoffs this year coming up. When you're coming off a year that you don't make the playoffs, next year your goal is to make the playoffs.
That's Oreo cookie in Oakland. It should always be the cold. Well, first and foremost, you want to win your division, and then you want to make the playoffs, obviously, and that's the goal set every single year by every single team in the NFL. And I think that, could still be a realistic possibility. Again, DraftKings, you go there right now, Niners got one of the best odds to win the conference still. Now, there's a lot baked into that. There's a lot of respect level for the San Francisco 49ers and what they've done in the years past. Maybe it's a lot of that baked into it. And by the way, I was looking at the conference finals. I'm looking at the NBA finals winner right now.
Yeah, give it to me.
I got the odds right now on the team to win the NBA finals. This is according to
Carter
DraftKings.
is so excited.
Carter, go give me the game show music if you've got it. Find the game show music for me because I want you to give me, Joe Shasky.
Okay.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 2 teams tied with the 4th best odds. So 5 teams in total. Give me the top 5 teams that you think are the favorites to win the NBA finals this season.
On
right now.
DraftKings?
This is courtesy of DraftKings Sportsbook.
I'm going to say Boston.
They're number 2. They're at plus 230. Correct. Cleveland
OKC
is number 3 at 600. OKC's number 1 right now to win at plus 165.
Right. So I've got the top 3.
Those
and
are
then
the
I'm
top
going to go
There's 2 teams tied
Lakers
for 4. Correct. Lakers
and
at
then
plus
Warriors.
14. Wow. That wasn't very fun because you got them all, every single one.
I mean, some people are smart,
relax.
Let's just get them right.
The Golden State Warriors and Los Angeles Lakers have the 4th best odds at plus 1,400 to win the NBA finals.
Hang a second. You okay over there? You all right, Sam? You had to get in there with that?
Yeah. Are you okay in there?
I am.
I know you're really hungry right now.
I'm starving.
Yeah. No, we're good.
Okay. Sam and I, we're wearing the same shirt today. It's a tough look.
The exact same
Well, you're not
shirt?
supposed to tell him. He was supposed to figure out on his own.
Wait, walk into the studio so that you can get on that camera so everyone on YouTube
Well,
can
no,
see it.
Spadoni just ruined the bit. We wanted to see how long into the day it would take for you to notice.
He wasn't going to before the show ends, which
I didn't
ends
notice
in
it.
20,
Did you notice it,
20
Carter?
plus minutes.
I didn't until he said it, but it's the exact same shirt.
No way.
Well, no, it's because the shirts that you gave us.
Because he brought in a box of Flag and Anthem. Shout out Flag and
Yeah.
Anthem, the official clothing of one
Yeah, I don't
Christian
just buy
McCaffrey.
Lubman clothes.
No, he does not.
Though I wish I could do so.
Again, shout out Flag and Anthem, the official clothing line of Christian McCaffrey and many others. But we're wearing
Oh my
the
God.
same flannel. It is the exact same reason why you
Never
would think
has there been more ugliness in one Zoom shot.
or
in the history of
pastiness. We're
Zoom.
both very white.
I'm teasing.
It's a lot. But both of us were like, yeah, we've been lazy with our laundry right now. And this is one of the shirts that you just toss in there late. Just like
you were wearing the same shirt.
Yeah. Equal level of handsomeness too. So there
Tough
you go.
go. That's a tough go.
It's an incredibly tough scene. And I was wearing I've literally stayed in the studio because I can't walk around there and be standing next to Sam when we're wearing the same thing. It happens, man.
You and
it
Sam,
happens.
very similar taste when it comes to clothing.
Well, actually, not.
What, you
really.
mean free?
Actually, yeah, well, free. What does Bonte like to say? Free as me? And that is the case when it comes to clothing. But actually, our styles are very different. He wears bright colors, which I wouldn't do.
Who?
Sam, he wears bright colors. He was wearing a hot pink shirt the other day at Knockout. I can't do that.
Was he? I didn't even remember that.
Wheaties. I remember these things. I remember good clothes. You're wearing a nice Patagonia jacket right now, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, it's nice. A little like fleecious.
Do you get cold in here? Does it get a little chilly?
I am a little chilly. Like the weather oscillates for me. So sometimes it's warm, sometimes it's cold. It depends.
Well, kind of like the Golden State Warriors season. It's been hot and cold. Right now, it's very red hot. And they have the 4th best odds to win the NBA title. Gosh, that's insane to me.
So their odds on DraftKings is better than the Lakers?
No, they're tied. Plus 1,400. Both they have the same
both
exact.
tied. Wow.
Yeah. You got the Thunder at plus 165, the Celtics at plus 230, Cavaliers at plus 600, and then the Lakers and Warriors are tied at plus 1,400 to win the NBA Finals. After that, you got the Nuggets, Knicks, Bucks, Grizz, Clippers, etc. What does that tell you, Joe Shasky? 4th best odds.
It tells me the public loves the Lakers and the Warriors.
Why shouldn't they?
I mean, absolutely. It's LeBron and Steph's world, and we're just all living in it. And then Luka, the Luka factor is absolutely awesome.
By the way, did you see what LeBron James did last night, Joe Shasky?
Let me guess.
He broke a record. Well, it wasn't even breaking a record. He's just adding on to his own record. 50,000 points in LeBron James' career, both in the regular season and in the playoffs combined. 50,000 points.
That's pretty
for LeBron
incredible.
James. That's unbreakable,
I mean,
right?
doing it all
I'll go
natural
Bruce Willis.
for that long.
Why does it go back to the naturalness of the athlete? Is it because Barry Bonds is your favorite player? So have you been jaded ever since that whole thing took place when it comes to athletes and the legitimacy of them.
I just find it funny how some athletes, everything's on the up and up, and other ones we question all the way across.
Why can't he be an outlier? Why couldn't Adrian Peterson just be an outlier? Why couldn't Tom Brady be an outlier? Why can't LeBron James
Adrian Peterson was
be an
not
outlier?
toting the rock at 40 years old in the NFL.
No, but he was doing it.
I watched 40-year-old Emmitt Smith, or 38-year-old Emmitt Smith, play for the Arizona Cardinals, and it didn't look like what 40-year-old LeBron looks like.
Well, okay, because LeBron James is maybe the greatest player we've ever seen in the sport. So, but isn't that baked into it?
Well, yeah, right? But still, there's the father time aspect, and it's just wild. I'm amazed.
Okay,
can I not be amazed?
You are amazed, but you always gotta have a little caveat to his amazing feats. Whenever we bring up LeBron James, why can't we just appreciate greatness like Stephen Curry?
I'm appreciating.
Okay, all right, good. That's all I wanted to hear.
I'm also acknowledging, like, wow, he's doing it natural. It's crazy.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
You know,
thank you again for telling the truth on Ash Wednesday. What other unbreakable records are there? 56-game hit streak. Okay, yeah, sure.
Real
Joe
quick.
DiMaggio.
Like, he never missed an entire season at any point. Steph missed almost a whole year because of the broken hand. It is remarkable that he threaded the needle. And I mean,
he missed like half a season though
with the quad.
Well, he got hurt against the Warriors back in that first year as a Laker on Christmas Day. And I think it was the hip or the quad, or it was the groin. It was the groin. That's what it was.
That's what it was.
And
You're right.
And he was out basically the whole year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they got a good pick, and then they flipped everyone, obviously, and got Anthony Davis.
So what was like 3 months, let's say he missed?
Yeah. So that was probably it. And that's honestly...
But that's remarkable.
Yes.
Jerry Rice, having the ACL injury and then hurting his leg again immediately after returning. He got 1 year basically wiped out because of injury. That's so rare. And Tom Brady had the one leg injury. Yeah. That's how you have this longevity. Right. It's remarkable.
And there's different levels to each sport, obviously, right? Because the athleticism in baseball is not the same as basketball. It's not the same as a quarterback in football, right? Like Tom Brady.
Well, and the rules changed dramatically.
No, absolutely.
And I'm not taking anything away from Brady because he benefited from those rules. He made the most of them.
He also changed his body, too. Yes. He had to adjust. And he took fitness to another level when it came to being a quarterback in the NFL, because his game was never predicated like a Lamar Jackson, like a Patrick Mahomes to an extent, or Aaron Rodgers, where they actually had a little bit of speed and can escape the block. No. If Tom Brady scrambled, it was hilarious. We were all laughing at him because he looked like a sloth out there.
Him missing that pass in the Super Bowl.
Oh, the Philly special when they tried to do it, right? Hilarious. Just through the tips, right? Yeah, just the tip. Just talking about that, though, when it comes to LeBron James, Steph Curry is pretty close here to another streak. Is he not 4,000 3-pointers made? Is that what we're
but on? Like that one, that number and that stat doesn't resonate with me because I didn't know who had, I didn't even know about the Reggie Miller thing beforehand. Like I knew Reggie was at the top, but I didn't know the number.
Active.
So like 2,160, I think it was 65, 2,165 is the Cal Ripken number. Like that one sticks in my head. 197 for Jerry Rice receiving touchdowns.
Okay.
Like there are certain numbers that stick in your head. 56-game hitting streak, Joe DiMaggio. 5'11", Cy Young. 100 Wilt. Those things stick out to you. 4,000 threes. Not that it's not remarkable. It is remarkable. That number isn't a number that's, I think of this.
So he has 3,982 made 3-pointers. The next closest active player is James Harden with nothing to scoff at, 3,106.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's still insane. And then you got Dame at 2,780. You got Clay, 2,648. Then you got LeBron, because he's played for so damn long, 2,540. And remember, he's playing half his career when you weren't really shooting 3-pointers. He can really shoot the ball. He's got to turn that into a 3-point shooter later in his career. But then you go to, because those guys are all old, right? Mm-hmm. Kyle Lowry, you see the Paul Georges, Kevin Durant, Eric Gordon's up there with 3-pointers made. He's in the top 10.
That's crazy.
Buddy Hield is number 10 at 2,082 with 3-pointers made, right?
Really?
This is active players with these three.
Okay.
But again, you just talk about the top 10 active players. I'm surprised Eric Gordon is he's active. What team is he on?
I don't know.
Right? I don't even know. But then you get to some of the younger guys, right? I'm going down. Jason Tatum, right? 1,500. How old is Jason Tatum?
27?
Right. I feel like he's been like 25 for the last 10 years. He's 27. Yeah, good call. So Jason Tatum has a chance to get there. He's not going to get to 4,000, right? You think if Jason Tatum plays another 10, 15 years, maybe he gets to half of it. Where is Luka Doncic? That's the guy I want to see. How many Luka Doncic 3-pointers have been made? Because he started when he was 18 years old. He came into the league. You have to start going to those guys that came into the league as 18 and were already all-stars. like bona fide all-stars when they came in. Like Trae Young, I don't think is going to touch him.
No.
Luka Doncic, who is, again, 26 years old, all right? So he's been in the league for 8 years now. Luka Doncic, scroll down. Okay. I got 3-pointers in his career. 3-pointers. They're just giving me the averages. I'll find it here eventually. Carter or Sam, if you find it there. I say all that to say, unbreakable records, we're going to look back at what Steph Curry did. And because he was the first one to change the sport, Joe Shasky, and everyone's going to follow in suit, it might look a little like not as like, oh, wow, like Steph, like, oh, maybe like the first and the second place gap isn't as wide. But we're going to be talking about him and how he changed the sport. And there's a reason all these guys are shooting threes now. It's because of him.
You know, the moment in Madison Square Garden a couple of years back where he passed Reggie is one of the few times in the NBA during the regular season when something like this happens. Because the numbers they're not glamorized to the where baseball numbers are. Like when a guy gets to 3,000 hits, we stop everything. Yeah. Right? We stop everything. When a guy gets to 300 wins, even though that's few and far between, we stop everything. And I think about like the day that Cal Ripken, surpassed the consecutive game streak. Like ESPN talked about that for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks on end. We stopped everything for that particular game. And then the 5th inning, after they ended it and it became an official game, they stopped the game. Ricky Henderson, stolen base, they stopped the game and had the ceremony. Jerry Rice, Monday Night Football. They didn't stop the game per se after he had the touchdown that broke Steve Largent's record, but he went into the end zone like this, and they kind of had a pause in the moment. There was a loud ovation. It was Monday Night Football against the Raiders.
Against the Raiders, yeah.
Napoleon McCallum broke his leg backwards. Jerry went crazy in that game. Like Steph and the over 4,000, like that hits, but it doesn't hit the way 4,000 hits would hit. Like when Pete Rose got his 4,000 hit, I think about that little bloop into left center and him running around on that AstroTurf in Cincinnati. It's just different. It's very different. Basketball numbers are different. Like 50,000 for LeBron. I don't think anybody even contemplated that,
Right.
Did you?
No, I didn't. Napoleon Kaufman, who's you talking about, the Raiders?
What did I say, Napoleon McCallum?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
but but Napoleon Kaufman, he was a beast.
I think one of them became a preacher.
I think what is it, Napoleon Kaufman? It might have been that he might be a preacher now. Again, we're doing a lot of God and church stuff today. Yesterday did you do anything, by the way? Mardi Gras was yesterday. Did you do anything?
No.
Nothing? Never in your household? It was never like a thing? My dad always would make like jambalaya growing up.
I fed the little guy salmon, tortellini, yogurt, macaroni and cheese. He wouldn't eat anything. And it ended up going right back to his number one, bananas and oatmeal.
I would have loved to eat some of that stuff. Now, it's gross when kids do that too, because when you feed them all together, like the salmon,
he
yogurt,
wouldn't eat anything.
No. I'm saying when you do feed kids multiple things at once, it all like gets mixed together into this disgusting mess of, like you said, salmon, yogurt, and mac and cheese. Sounds god awful, but you know what?
The kid loves it.
The kid loves it, and that's all that matters, right? That's all.
What I've noticed as a new dad is that I end up eating all the leftovers, and I'm now standing while eating, and it's just it's not good.
No, it's not. And then you're late at night, and you're just like, I don't want to put all this food away, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat it. I'm putting it away in a different place in my stomach.
Yes,
not putting it away in 100%. All these dishware, right? It's bad. It's straight up not a good time.
What like if I were to say to you unbreakable records, because that is remarkable for Steph and for LeBron, and what they've done. I like that the two of them, though they were enemies for so long, now feel like peers between the two of them. Like there's clearly a mutual respect. When I think of unbreakable records, though,
Will Chamberlain, no one's scoring 100 in a game anymore. That's just not happening.
I would agree.
That's not happening.
Are the career ones more impressive than the individual game ones?
I feel like I remember the individual games. Well, like I remember Nick Foles tying the NFL touchdown record.
6
at the
7. Yeah. Riley Cooper.
He didn't play in the fourth quarter.
That's crazy.
He could have had 10.
That's
Riley
crazy.
Cooper. Matt Barkley had mop-up duty in that game. Chip Kelly was the head coach there. And rest in peace. Who's my guy? DJ Hayden. Yeah, he was one of the. He was getting picked apart in that game. Poor guy. Like. He had no shot in that game. Like, That's what I remember.
Ricky Waters had 5 touchdowns, I believe, running one time. And I don't know if that's tied for a record or what, but I know that at the time it was a record. 56 games is the one that always pops in my head. 56-game hitting streak.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to do that.
Alvin Kamara, 6 touchdowns against the Vikings. That's right. On Christmas night. You remember that?
Broke the Ricky. Okay, there you go.
Most rushing touchdowns, 6, Alvin Kamara.
Wow.
If you had him in fantasy that day, he was a god. Absolute legend.
But 50,000 to me is not a number that I would roll off the tongue.
Nah.
5'11", do you know what that is?
That's my height.
Cy Young.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Like, no one's touching that.
Okay. All right.
We'll be lucky if they get, 300
Well,
ones.
Justin Verlander, I was looking at him because he's a San Francisco Giant, obviously. He's at 262.
Wow.
Probably going to be the closest now to, someone's going to get 300 wins, right? What's Clayton Kershaw at? And he's not going to be healthy for most of the season.
Probably in the 220s, 230s.
Let's see. Clayton Kershaw. Where are we at there? Pulling that up. Yeah, 212. Yeah,
okay.
Justin Verlander is going to be the next closest. And does he want to pitch that long? Like, if he pitches till he's 45, that's 3 more seasons for Justin Verlander.
Yeah, he's not even, I don't know.
That's 38. He's not getting 38 wins. That's so many.
It's so hard in this day and age.
It's so difficult, right?
I mean, you could pitch really well and go 12-8. You know what I mean? And have a great year.
And the wear and tear now.
Yeah.
And if he's pitching that well, you're not going to want him getting out all those innings because you're going to be using him late in the season.
So 90,000, right? I think it's 89,000 and some change. That is the Tom Brady number for passing yards.
What's Patrick Mahomes at?
I mean, the NFL is such a passing-heavy league now that
does that number even come off your because I remember when Drew Brees broke it and they stopped Monday Night Football and it was like, well, Brady's going to shatter this.
Yeah, well, they did that, and then it was the touchdowns thrown, right?
Yes.
It's like, it doesn't matter. Brady's going to have all of these
620?
records, something like that,
624.
Right? But again, you don't even remember that. You just know Tom has them all because he played till he's 45.
Yeah.
Is Mahomes? Are the Allens of the world do they want to play till 45? That's the difference between Brady and what separates himself from it. That mindset and wanting to do that the guy sacrificed his marriage to do it, for God's sakes. You can say soften wow, what an idiot. But there's a level of craziness there that and drive that I don't think maybe Mahomes has or Josh Allen. We'll wait and see. But there's a level of craziness that you have to be able to play that long. Jerry and want to, Jerry Rice. You have to be a little LeBron.
Obsessive.
Why does LeBron keep playing to this day? And I think he talked about it yesterday. They were asking him after the game. They're like, why do you still play at this level? He's like, because I still want to. There's that level when you don't want to anymore. And Kobe talked about this when he finally hung him up. He's like, I didn't have fun getting up in the morning. I didn't want to get up to go practice to play. And that's when I knew I was done. I didn't want to do it anymore. And that happens to the greats. It'll happen to Steph at one point. It'll happen to Draymond. It'll happen to Jimmy Butler where they'll get up to a certain point. It's like, this isn't fun for me anymore.
But nothing replicates, for a lot of guys, that satisfaction, that competitive drive. They search for it in a variety of ways, and it's hard to replicate that.
And Tom's trying to do that in the booth, right? He's trying to find that. And listen, I think we were very critical of Tom in the booth this season because we loved what we had with Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson. And I think a lot of people wanted to see Tom fail. I do think that was baked into it. He's everywhere.
Yeah,
he's pretty.
Yeah.
He's got some, he's TB12 method. He's single now, or he's dating some models. Everyone wanted to see Tom you know what? It's not working. They were finding reasons to fail. Because if it was just Joe Schmo replacing Greg Olson, be like, okay. They wouldn't be as nitpicky as they are because we hyped him up so much, right?
Sure.
And I thought he was fine in the Super Bowl, although they were trying to sell me the game still being a game in the mid-fourth quarter. And I was like, guys, you don't have to sell the game. You can start talking about legacy now going forward, Tom. I know you have a smile on your face watching Patrick Mahomes fail this entire time in historically bad fashion, but you don't have to sell me on this game anymore.
Did you ever watch the Nolan Ryan doc? Anybody?
No. I know you and Bonte talked about it ad nauseum. I did not. No, I'm going to be honest.
Chasing Ryan.
I'm going to be honest for you. In Sam and I's generation, and maybe I'm speaking for Sam here, Nolan Ryan doesn't do much for me. I'm going to be honest.
You didn't see him.
We didn't. He did.
He was the Tom Brady of his era.
I think about him as being that grumpy owner or GM in the box or right behind home plate when he's the Texas Rangers.
The guy pitched in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
Insane.
And threw well over 100 at an era when no one did. He threw 7 no-hitters.
Right.
3 more than anyone else.
There's so many docs right now. So Nolan Ryan is a little below.
It's
for
an
some
hour
of
and
the
a half.
scene. Yeah. Okay.
Check it out.
Oh,
It's freaking
that's
awesome.
it? I thought it was like a 5-part docuseries. That was going to be too much. Okay.
Incredible.
All right. I'll watch that.
I don't think that number 7 no-hitters, I don't think that people think of that. I don't see anyone throwing 7.
If it was 7 perfect games, but everyone's throwing no-hitters now. Like, that's the thing.
I mean, he has 3 more than anyone.
But no-hitters, again, lost a little bit of its luster for me.
Over 3 decades.
That's great.
7 no-hitters over 3 decades. That's pretty incredible.
Didn't Justin Verlander do that? I want to say. He might have done that as a Detroit Tiger, and then he's a Houston
He didn't have
Astro.
7, but he might have had
3 different decades.
he
is what
might
I'm
have.
saying. I want to say he threw a no-hitter in his 40s. I could be mistaken. Leroy in Oakland wants to join the conversation.
Leroy?
What's up, Leroy? Leroy.
We're up against it. And so, I was looking at, like, who am I scared of for the Warriors? Big Warriors fan, as you guys know. And you know what? I was looking at some stuff, and I would actually like for the Golden State Warriors to play the Los Angeles Lakers in the first round of the playoffs. And just simply because out of all the teams that the Warriors might face, Houston, OKC, Denver, the Lakers, Grizzlies, Jimmy Butler in his career plays his best game against the Lakers, right? He's averaging almost 22 points a game, 5 assists, 6 rebounds. The team that I don't want to play is the Memphis Grizzlies.
Why?
Right? Because Jimmy plays his worst in his career against the Memphis Grizzlies.
I didn't know that.
So that's just my little take on it. It might not mean nothing going forward, but, I just thought that was really interesting.
Well, it's funny, Leroy, and thank you for the call, because, like, historically, if you go back to that playoff series, Steph Curry did not play very well. Clay did not play very well. And Steph at formerly Staples Center, they should still be calling it that, but Crypto.com Arena, God, I hate that name. It's just gross. Is cryptocurrency, is it back, by the way, guys? Is it back, or is it still in the tank? Anyways,
I don't know.
Exactly. I'm not even involved in any of that stuff. Exactly.
It changes minute to minute.
Please.
I'm out.
But that's an interesting one. Like, I feel like what you sacrifice with both teams, right? So Jimmy doesn't play well against the Grizzlies, but Steph Curry does play well against the Grizzlies historically.
And Steph doesn't shoot well at Staples.
Exactly. Jimmy does. Yeah. So there you go. So it's give and take there. But again, like, we're talking about this. If you're picking between them, Leroy, I'd much rather play the Memphis Grizzlies. I think that's going to be everyone would. And the Houston Rockets. Like, say it's John Morant or LeBron James. It's
not just LeBron.
No.
It's also the 3 referees on the floor and Luka, right? So, like, you're going up against the 12 Lakers, the 3 referees, the media, Dave McMenamin and Wendy and the whole crew. Like, let's call it what it is. When you face LeBron and you face the Lakers, you're also facing the others.
Are we really doing this?
We are, because it's true.
What is true? This conspiracy theory that the Lakers get every single call.
No, it's not a conspiracy. There's data that backs it up that they actually attack the hoop less than anyone in the league and get a disproportionate amount of free throws. So, no, there's actually data that supports the argument that the referees have given LeBron James and the Lakers one of the most incredible whistles.
Really?
Disproportionate to the amount that they actually drive to the hoop.
Okay,
yes.
Well, you know what? We're crack staff in the back, Sam and Carter. Since the trade deadline, who's attempted and who's gotten more free throws, the Warriors or the Lakers? Get that to me right now, because I'm pretty sure it's the Golden State Warriors.
Well, if you say please.
Please explain. Thanks. Shoehorn that in, please. I appreciate it. But I think you're going to be kind of shocked to see that the Warriors probably have attempted and made more free throw attempts than the Los Angeles Lakers. And what would you say to that?
I'm telling you, based on the amount of time that you drive to the hoop, they've done this over like a 3 and 4 year study. People were breaking this down. The Lakers don't actually drive to the hoop as much, and it's a discrepancy based on the amount of whistles that they get, and it doesn't add up to the rest of the league, because there's like a kind of like a correlation that you normally see regarding how teams attack the paint and how many free throws they shoot, and the Lakers actually get a really disproportionate whistle. I'm just giving you the cold, hard facts.
The cold, hard facts.
And like that philosopher that I sent to you guys yesterday, what ends up happening with the facts, it's actually quite interesting. And I'll read you what the philosopher said.
Who is this philosopher?
The German philosopher.
Who is this?
Arthur Schopenhauer. Okay? All truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ridiculed, like you're doing to me right now. Second, it's violently opposed, which you did to me right now. And third, it's accepted as being self-evident, which is definitely true.
I'm not dismissing your stats. I'm simply giving you better stats to have a clearer makeup of both teams since the trade deadline. And the Warriors are one of the best free throw shooting teams in the NBA now. So how can the league be against them if they're getting the most?
All right, really quick before we go to Fast Five, since their respective trades, so since the Jimmy Butler trade, Warriors are averaging about 24 free throw attempts per game. The Lakers, since the Luka trade, are averaging 25.
Okay, so right there. Wow, one more.
Bang.
So that's a huge advantage, guys.
Bang.
Wow. Huge advantage.
That 1 point, man, makes a big difference.
Please.
You know what else makes a big difference?
Fast Five.
Fast Five.
Jesus. All right, so I was wrong. It was 1 free throw disparity. 1. Wow. Not like the 10 or 12 that I've been led to believe that Joe Shasky keeps bringing up. Wow. You better hope that they don't play each other because that 1 free throw might make a huge difference in the playoffs.
It's a good thing Lonnie Walker's not on the floor for the Lakers.
Well, we'll see. Maybe he gets cut. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now, Joe Shasky. What are you giving up for Lent? Huh?
I'm not sure yet. I'm going to have to think about that.
Your hatred for the referees, maybe?
Well, no, that will never go away. Okay. Ed Malloy and them boys.
And them boys.
All right, that will never go away. You know what I will say is there was equality. This is my final thought. You know, when you introduce female referees into the game, I do believe that, this is at the NBA level.
Yes.
There is like a weird pattern where we're afraid to critique some of the female referees that are in the league, and part of the equality factor.
Natalie Sago yesterday.
You know, part of the equality factor is that I've seen certain players go at her the way that they would go at one of the male referees, and I think it's okay to say like you suck or you stink on that call or whatever, and I don't think it has to be some gender identification or any of that stuff. And so I'm happy. No, I'm happy that we're at a place now where we're able to critique the referees regardless of their gender and just basically come out and say like, yeah, she made some horrible calls the other night. And a bunch of the players went at her and I'm like, this is good. Like, this is a good thing. This means it's being accepted and we're not afraid to tiptoe around something.
So really, you're tipping your hat to the players and to Natalie Sago for just being able to just let it go.
Yeah, and society for being able to move on and allow that, like, hey, a part of it, she's going to be in the league as a referee. We're able to critique her fairly like we would. Ed Malloy, who also sucks.
Never say that Joe Shasky was not an ally, ladies and gentlemen. That's Joe Shasky.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do. It's a good point. Carter.
I just wanted to say I am so excited for the playoffs to come here. And I'm not talking about the NBA playoffs. I'm talking about the TGL playoffs.
This is you're the only person in America saying this. Keep
Tuesday,
going.
March 18th, we face off against Atlanta. We are the 2nd seed. Atlanta's the 3rd. Everyone should tune in.
Wait, what? The TGL? What is this? The golf league?
Bay. We're the Bay team.
Dude, we're the Bay GC. I've already got my gear and everything. It's awesome.
Wait, there's actually like, I thought it was just literally like pros getting together and just hanging out and playing. That's not what this is. This is like a real league.
It's not like the NBA All-Star game.
Yeah, it's a real league. But Shasky has a great point. They should be drinking cold ones while they do this. I think it'd be so much more entertaining.
These guys are they're
Steph
like personality lists.
Yeah, Steph, Andre Iguodala, I'm seeing Kevin Durant, Dwayne Wade, Mike Trout, Shohei. They're all investors in this league.
It's really grown on me, honestly.
Wow.
And let's also call it what it is. You're a degenerate gambler, right?
Well,
that's part of the problem.
Oh, I see it right now. So they have the Atlanta Drive, Boston Common, Jupiter Links, LA Golf Club, beat LA, right? New York Golf Club, and the Bay Golf Club.
We've got Shane Lowry.
It's a really good format to gamble on, and we have a very good team.
And Steph is part owner of the Bay Golf Club. That is awesome. Sam Lemon.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now, and they are popping off because they want to know what is going on down in Scottsdale right now, specifically with the Giants' #5 starter competition.
What?
They're losing on the YouTube chat right now. What's going on is Landon Roop is quietly having a very good start to the spring. 8 innings so far, 11 strikeouts, 0 runs. Went 3 1/3 scoreless against the Padres yesterday. So, yeah, there you go, YouTube chat. There's that Giants update that you so desperately wanted.
If Hayden Birdsong is left out of this rotation, my head will explode. I think he's honest to God got the second best stuff on the staff.
Okay.
I mean, it could be. I mean, Landon Roop could force Kyle Harrison out of the rotation. What a wild thought there.
That concludes your Giants talk for today. But don't be a stranger this season when it comes to San Francisco Giants. That's what I have to say. I'm excited. I'm actually excited about the Giants' upcoming season. You know why? Because friend of the program, Bob Melvin, and I enjoyed my chat. You know what? He's got me excited a little bit, Joe Shasky. Now, we're probably not going to see Bryce Eldridge. I'm excited to see Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Logan Webb, and the guy we were just talking about, Justin Verlander, the grizzled vet out there. Justin Verlander, I will have my eyes on him whenever he is pitching. And you know what? That's more than I could say for a lot of the pitchers that have been on the Giants in the past.
As a journalist, I feel like I owe this to the audience. Since the trade, the Lakers are 28th in drive percentage, driving to the rim, second in free throws. That's a disparity.
Okay, because they get the calls because they should stop hacking Luka and LeBron. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Evan and Guru are next, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Signature win,
man,
to date. That's what last night was at Madison Square Garden. That was the signature win of the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors. And unbelievable, Gil.
Yeah, no, I'm like stepping on you already. I miss you, baby. And I just think it's one of many, Evan. But you're right. They were at the Mecca, Madison Square Garden. And I went to Draymond's IG. Looked like they turned up a little bit for my man's 35th birthday after the game. So that looked dope. And Curry's about to have a birthday coming up here, as Kevin Dana just mentioned. But Evan, I'm sorry, man. Just I don't know what tablet, pill, concoction that one could serve me or you, and this kind of just changed the fortune of our life in whatever category you want to pick. Mine would be I've got abundant light weight loss, but this is crazy how we've gotten here, man. And they got action.
Oh, they're sipping Jimmy juice.
Jimmy juice. Oh, that's a boy.
The Jimmy juice.
What's in it?
Draymond might have been sipping a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Happy birthday to Draymond Green, 35. We got another birthday. We got to celebrate later in the show, too.
Oh, look at my boy.
Oh, yeah. Don't think I forgot.
This is my brother.
But the Golden State Warriors going to Madison Square Garden, that was a signature win. That was an impressive win. I understand no Karl Anthony Towns for the Knicks, but that was a win for, I think, a few reasons. Number one, that's a good Knicks team. That's a tough Knicks team.
Yeah.
That's the tail end of a back-to-back. That's the third game in 4 nights. And I think the thing that stood out to me most, Goo, that's not a game the Warriors needed to win.
Yeah, man.
That's a gravy game. You already have possibly, a plus 500 road trip set up if you could just take care of business in Brooklyn. What the Warriors did last night was they got greedy. And they got greedy against a good, gritty, tough-nosed New York basketball team.
I like it.
And it was a great game.
Yeah, no doubt. And, Evan, let's not omit that they were down 10. I didn't think the game was over, but I was like, you know what? If they slip up, you got Brooklyn looming. It's a back-to-back. Exactly. I'll go Grandy back-to-back. And, I just feel like they're sending the message and they're doing it in a natural way. And, Evan, I said this to you. I'm all over. Bear with me. It just feels like right now the West Coast is the scene of all of basketball. Well, what's going on with Luka and LeBron? We're not in L.A. We're in the Bay. But you can't ignore what's going on in the Bay. And Steph Curry, I'm going to call him, and hopefully we see him soon. And if I do, Evan, if we see him, I'm going to call him Michael Thriller Jackson, because he just looks like he has that glove on, the patent leathers, and he's moonwalking. And yesterday was another cathedral on stage that he showed out. And I saw the Warriors in transition in regard to on offense. They were getting out running. They were playing D. And Butler is just, Evan, I'm running out of superlatives and adjectives, because he doesn't need to go, and I love you, AI, Allen Iverson, and take 38 shots to have an impact on a game. He does so many things that are not in the box score. And right now, I mean, this move, it's just incredible, and I don't know where this thing is going. Buffalo, Springfield, something's happening here, Evan, and I'm telling you, they're the 6. Houston's crumbling as we talk, so by the time Steiny gets back Monday, could they be 5th?
Yeah, when Steinmetz left, the Warriors were, an 8 seed?
Yeah,
tied
I
want to say,
yeah.
Dude, if he comes back and they're right on the heels for the 5, I don't know what he's going to do with himself.
Action!
I don't think he saw this. Right. I don't know who saw this.
And there we go.
Well, apparently Draymond Green did.
Uh-oh. But you got some sound?
Well, no, but I'm just saying he's the one that called the championship a couple games ago.
You are right.
And according to Instagram, he was blowing out 5 candles.
Did he blow 5?
Last night. At some, anonymous New York nightclub. Curry was there filming.
That's got to be awesome, Evan.
But to me, that's just an emotion of confidence. That's what the Warriors have right now, and that's what we saw last night. And I don't know about you, Goo, but there is a different experience watching the game. We talked about this last week. Before they beat Orlando, it feels like they're going to win every single game. Now, I know they can't do that, and it's not going to happen. And when they eventually lose, we'll talk about why.
Yeah.
But last night when they were down, I think by most 10 in the first half, they go into the half down 8.
I was like, okay.
Even in the fourth quarter, it's a close game, right? Game's in the balance. We saw them lose the game that was close against Dallas. That was really their second, I would say, crunch time, clutch game test.
What just happened here?
And they passed it. They passed it.
Yeah, and they're passing right now with flying colors. And, Evan, I don't want to go here, but it's part of the story. Andrew Wiggins was stellar as a Golden State Warrior. He was an NBA champion as a Golden State Warrior, and he helped him win that. But it's so funny that, since his departure, we have not double-backed or even second-guessed. Man, we really miss him because you got the stellar Jimmy Butler. And, I'm looking at Moody last night. You tell me if I'm off. 5 points, but they get Steiny into my ear. It's not just about points. He was making it difficult for Brunson. And what did I tell you in the green room, Evan? The one thing about the Knicks, who have a great record, but they can't beat a good team. And then I thought, well, you lost to the Golden State Warriors. Are we officially now, Evan? And when you're a 6 seed, you are. But I think we are a good team getting better.
That's a 4. They also beat a 40-win team.
Wow.
Now, of course,
wasn't all perfect.
No Karl Anthony Towns. But I think that Knicks team last night looked to me closer to the one that made a run last year in the playoffs and basically just broke down. That's why they didn't make the Eastern Conference Finals. To me, without Karl Anthony Towns, while they're not as good of a team overall, especially on the offensive end, to me, they're a much tougher team. They're a much more physical team. And that was the test that I was curious if the Warriors could pass again on the third night, or third game in 4 nights, back to back. Did they have enough left in the tank? Did they have enough stamina, especially in that second half where you saw them? They were missing shots in the first half, but it didn't look like they had juice really.
Man.
And where did they find it? I think they found it from everybody. And to me,
I like that.
And I'm glad you mentioned the fact that not everything goes in the box score, not everything goes in the stat sheet, because as we roll out, there's a stretch of basketball that I want to really hit home on with Jimmy Butler that to me illuminates all of that, that illuminates his impact. And we got to show love for all of the contributors in this basketball game, because it wasn't just Curry's 28.
No, you're right.
It wasn't just Moody's defense on Brunson. It was Buddy Hield with a big stretch into the fourth and third quarter.
Huge buckets.
Brandon Podziemski played big. Draymond Green, I thought, anchored in 35 minutes nonetheless on a back-to-back. A really hard-nosed effort. And they out-rebounded a New York Knicks team that was bigger, taller, faster, stronger, and more well-rested than they were.
Yeah, and OG Anunoby was eating like he was at the buffet. And Evan, there were at junctures during the game where I'm like, man, he might be the X factor. But I hate to just be a one-trick pony. I'm not trying to be Evan, but I keep going back to Jimmy Butler and his impact. They played 11 games, 10 with him. But in the 11 games since the trade, they've only lost a turnover battle twice. That used to be their Achilles heel. Like, they were going to give the ball to the other team. And right now, they're handling the rock. They're taking care of it. And again, Evan, as crazy as I'm sounding right now, they got room to get better. And why do I say that? I'm a roundtable guy, but the other domino out there is Jonathan Kuminga. Whenever he's ready to go, you got to think, and Draymond was talking about that, forget all what the skeptics are making it out to be. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga is coming back to a party, and hopefully that transition is seamless when he comes back to get reacclimated into the team.
And I think this team is beginning, and Kerr mentioned it last night, that they're beginning to find their identity. They're figuring out who they are with Jimmy Butler. And Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond had some interesting sound. I want to let him say it because what he talked about, the way he described it, I thought was really interesting and definitely worth a conversation. But overall, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. How are you feeling right now, Dub Nation? 9-1 with Jimmy Butler on the floor. 9-2 since Jimmy Butler has joined the Warriors. They're nipping at the heels of the Houston Rockets. Woo. They're 3 games out of 5th. Now, they're also 2 games out of 10th.
Well, okay. But the teams, I don't feel like, go ahead, you're right.
No, but I think that's also the different feeling. It feels like everything's in front of them, and they've already played a really good stretch of basketball. I think last night was the signature victory for the Warriors. I think that at Madison Square Garden on national television, an announcement to the East Coast that the Warriors are, I don't know, maybe contenders.
And Shaq O'Neal going, Dr. Shaquille O'Neal going, Curry's in the GOAT conversation. It's just like right now, the Warriors can do no wrong. And again, Evan, I'm not sitting here saying everything is Picasso. They got Brooklyn, then Detroit Saturday night, which will be a great test. But I'm fired up, and I don't know how Warrior fans, if you're a fan, short for fanatic, shout out Pete Franklin, if you could just imagine and kind of taste, boy, where could this thing end up?
Well, where's it going to go?
Yeah.
And what's gotten into Steph Curry also? I mean, this guy's been playing unbelievable basketball. And we're going to get into it on the other side. We got to hit a break here. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The segment also sponsored by Bodega Bay. They're back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at the Tides Wharf Restaurant. Just $99 per person now through March. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special. Room rate info at inatthetides.com.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and I've been telling you guys for months, Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in it.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. A reminder that it is a Warriors Wednesday and brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. One update from around the NFL before we dig back into the Warriors. Big win at Madison Square Garden against the Knicks. DK Metcalf, two-time Pro Bowler for the Seattle Seahawks, has officially requested a trade. Oh. That's per Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. So,
where are you at on him? Stock up or stock down on DK?
Probably stock down.
Me too.
But it doesn't mean he's still not damn good, and he's 27 years old.
No doubt about it.
Yeah. As for the Golden State Warriors, Goo, I mean, that to me was a message type of game that they sent last night. And I realized that Karl Anthony Towns did not play for the Knicks. But the way that the Warriors did it, the way that they came from behind, the style of play that they've now, I think, been able to kind of give us an idea of what to expect. Like, when I watch the Golden State Warriors now, I know what I'm going to get when all three of their big three are on the floor. And it's almost, speaking of football, I felt like I'm watching a run-first football team. I'm watching a team that controls the clock. I'm watching a team that takes care of the football. I'm watching a team that trusts a few selective playmakers, but doesn't have to make the big play. They wait for it to emerge. Like that Curry 3 with 90 seconds left in the game, like the dagger that was off a broken play. That was like a 45-yard run in the fourth quarter that broke the game open and made it insurmountable. But it wasn't a play that you had to make the game-winning play in the second quarter, you know what I mean? And the defense has been tough. Bend but don't break. And I thought last night someone like Moses Moody really embodied that effort, spearheaded the effort, I should say, for the Warriors.
Yeah, and I love it, Evan. And they collectively, defensively, as you spoke about just a second ago, held New York to 47 points in the second half. And, they went on a 29 run to end it. And there was one play that stood out to me, Evan. And we see it a lot, but it's just the gravity of Steph. My guy Santos comes over, makes a screen, then cuts and bounce pass. Just like, I know we see it all day, every day. You watch NBA basketball, but it's like, man, if they execute, they can do that all day, every day with different guys. So, you talked about it. Buddy Hield, how bad did he need that? I know he was 3 of 10, but those three came at a crucial time, Evan, to give him some breathing room after they'd given up the lead. So right now, if this was NASDAQ or we were in New York on the stock exchange, the Warriors stock is through the roof right now. And I'm sorry, I'm waiting on Steiny like a guy in the bushes, but he was lightweight excited before he left. But, Evan, this thing right now, if people want to just, run off and let their imagination do the rest, I'm not afraid of anybody. And I hadn't been able to say that as a Warrior fan probably since I didn't even say it. I'm going to keep it real in 2022. And we saw what that ended up as, but it was just show me as you go. This is, you mentioned it, you just feel like big brothers out there, and that's why I likened Jimmy Butler with the big three to Kevin Durant. It's just like there's another superhero on the team, and for the most part, Evan, they, for the greater good of the team, are going to come out ahead. Not be perfect, but come out ahead.
But Jimmy's like, he's a different kind of cat, man. He's, Durant's presence is large. I mean, literally, he's like 7 feet tall, and he's kind of gangly.
You know who I am.
But his game is smooth. And it speaks for itself, but it's explosive, right? He's filling up. And actually, the Suns had a really impressive. They got a big win last night.
I sent a tweet out thinking it was over, but not the first time. And then they come back and win. But go ahead, Evan.
Well, they helped the Warriors. I mean, they knocked the Clippers down to 9th place. Now a game and a half back of Golden State. The Warriors right now occupy the 6th seed because
the Clippers used to be 6.
I think it was a 23-point blown lead last night.
Yeah, it was
by the Clippers.
Yep.
I mean, that was
with
an impressive
Kawhi
stretch.
out there.
With Kawhi, with Harden.
Yeah. No Powell. Yeah.
Oh, Storm and Norman.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
We'll see.
The Warriors, meanwhile, they got their eyes on Houston, who have been playing 500 basketball as of late. They've lost 3 in a row. They've gained 2 games on Houston the last 2 nights. And I thought the 5 seed was dead. But what I think is important about the standings right now for the Warriors, the 6th seed, you got to be out of the play-in. That's the goal right now.
And I think we are. I got to be careful. Okay.
Like, you're feeling like they can't go backwards.
No, the car is in drive and it's stuck in drive. Reverse don't work.
Everything is injury pending to me. Everything is dependent on health.
You were right. Shout out Kyrie.
I mean, you can take a step back if a couple guys miss games.
No doubt.
But that's the important part about where they're at and what they have in front of them. Let's say the Warriors are able to get to the 5 seed. To me, wherever they're at now, and I'm with you from this standpoint, I think they're dangerous as all hell.
Okay.
I think no team wants to see them come postseason time in the Western Conference. The same way maybe some teams don't want to see the Los Angeles Lakers, who've also caught fire in the West. Those two teams, the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers, are playing with hot grease. But the thing about Golden State is, if you can get to the playoffs healthy, it doesn't really matter to me where they're slotted in the West, just as long as you're out of the play-in. And so if you have a chance to get the 5, that almost gives you more room to make sure that Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond are well rested for the postseason. That's, again, why last night was so impressive. You didn't need that game. That was a gravy game. And you still dug deep on the third game in 4 nights. You still dug deep on a back-to-back. Draymond gave you 35 minutes. Steph gave you 33 when he was limping into the hotel at 1:30 a.m., and you still found a way to win that game.
No doubt. And you know what that, to me, signals, Evan, is they got standards. They knew what time it was. They knew who was broadcasting the game. They knew the world was watching. I know you didn't get Kenny and Ernie and Barkley, but you got the B team with Shaq in there. So, you know, it just lets me know that I can look at Steph Curry and his mannerisms, Evan, and tell you the pulse of the Golden State Warriors. And I know it's not Barcelona, but the bottom line is when the Warriors are in a close game, Steph is taking every damn opportunity to be a closer. And, oh, shocker, that's what he was. But those opportunities, to me, were coming too far in between. He had to do it all by himself, and one man can't be a double and triple team. But it's like he's been freed out of basketball prison, and now he's like, again, I keep saying a kid in a candy store, but Evan, I can't unwatch it. He shooting those daggers yesterday, clowning, talking to Spike. He's playing with so much joy, man.
And he's been awesome since really the trade deadline. He's been averaging close to 29 points, 50% shooting, 40% from the three-point range. He looks like the Steph of old. Not the old Steph, but the Steph of old. And I think it's because he sees what's happening in real time. And Steve Kerr, I think, put it into words last night. This team has found an identity.
Two-way team. Last 10 games, I think we're second in both offense and defense. Obviously, small sample size. That's when we got Jimmy. So things have clearly turned with him. He's a great complement to what we already do, just with his ability to pass. But what he's adding is that maturity and poise that, we've made the Andre comparison. He's not the exact same player as Andre Iguodala, but he has the same influence, just constantly reading what's happening, settling us down, creating good possessions at both ends.
On both ends. I think that's, again, the two-way aspect to this is why it's believable and why there's tangible evidence that the Warriors are legitimately dangerous, because the Warriors are a team that last night, I thought they beat the Knicks with what they did on the defensive end. They held them to 47 points in the second half, 21 in the fourth quarter.
Come on now.
Moses Moody was taking the ball was forcing the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands. No one else outside of OG Anunoby could hit a shot. And the Warriors did what they had to do on offense, but it all started on the other end. So the fact that they're able to morph into different versions and win games with different styles, again, last night, I thought it was their defense that was most impressive.
Yeah, and that's why we're all excited, right? Because you got to do it on both ends if you want to be a champion. And again, I mentioned standards with the team in regard to, not tricking this game off or not taking it serious. But Evan, they're rolling. I think they know they're good now. The confidence is back. But to go on that 29 run and it be, it wasn't the offense that did it. And like you said, everybody had a hand in it. But the standard on the defensive end, not that it ever went away, but just Jimmy Butler out there with Draymond, Evan, and watching Draymond direct traffic like a crossing guard at a local school.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible. And even when it doesn't work, I'm hearing Dre communicate with guys. And then I'm sitting there like, well, I like him as a teammate. And Evan, I've come to grips with I would love Draymond as a teammate because it's all accountability. He's not perfect, but you've added another monster with Jimmy Butler and his prowess on the defensive end. So if you're out there like Moody and Pods and maybe somebody gets by you, I mean, there's going to be a price to pay, with the back end of the defense being Butler and Draymond most of the time. So I'm excited, and we talked about the Rockets, and I'm fat-mouthing Evan. You didn't ask, but if you're asking me right now, I have no doubt in my mind this Warrior team right now is better than, not younger, but they're better than the Houston Rockets. So maybe they don't catch them. Maybe they do, but I just feel like it's a matter of time because I've got my eyes set on bigger prizes. And I know all you can do is play the team in front of you, and that's what the Warriors will do when they take on Brooklyn next. But again, all your buddy is, and I'm talking about me, Evan, is searching for another in-season trade that has changed the outlook on a season. Some could say the Lakers, but that's just different because you were going to have Anthony Davis and you still were going to be a factor. The Warriors didn't have an AD. And right now, boy, the returns on that trade are just incredible. And if I were to throw this at you, a little trivia, Evan, you may know, if I asked you how many points is Steph averaging in the last 10 games, if you know it, you can lie and take credit. What would you say?
My guess would be 29.
Winner! I had no prize for you. But damn, Evan, he was at 22, a career low. It's all the way up to 24. But just the impact of him on the offensive end, he's got his swagger back.
Well, and look, people can chime in and tell us to pump the brakes. 888-957-9570. How are you feeling after that win last night? We're seeing a lot of people come in on the text line, 415. We're in a soft spot in the schedule. There's no guarantee we'll stay at 6 or below. We're due to arrest a few of the older big three. Minnesota and Sac is surging. Too many variables. Hold your horses. 530. We got to chill with the big three talk. 408. We needed that game to make up for Philly. 908. Warriors haven't played a good team yet. Knicks without Towns. You two are delusional.
What is going on here?
Well, call in and tell us why.
What is going on here?
It was my impression that after yesterday's game, that Dub Nation continues to feel better about their chances.
You have to.
Why not? Like, seriously, why not? I mean, if you want me to, I can poke holes, but the Warriors, I hate to break it to people, do not play a difficult schedule the rest of the way.
Hello, that man.
So are we just going to have to wait until the postseason to see if this thing is real?
Not over here. Evan, I don't need validation from who a team plays. I know what I'm watching, and I know what I feel like I'm watching, and there has been a metamorphosis with seismic repercussions in regard to what this Warrior team can do. But if you want to live your life like that, it's your prerogative and your opinion. But damn it, Evan, I understand they lost to Philly. But, man, how could you not have a bounce in your step just about this team's future? Because it's happening right now in the standings. But it sounds like some people are like, oh, you didn't play. I mean, what?
I mean, this was a basketball team that hadn't won 3 straight games since the month of November before Jimmy Butler got here.
That's a great call.
I mean, this was a basketball team that was we would go. If they didn't trade for Jimmy, we'd be talking about when you shut down Steph. He might have already been shut down. I don't know.
Or trade him. I mean, it was going there.
Well,
Evan.
we were talking about that.
People were calling.
People were bringing that up. Well, you just got to trade Steph and reset this thing. Well, they've reset it to the point where it feels like Steph, and that's also part of this too. It's Steph Curry feels and looks energized.
Man, Evan, man.
And their confidence is sky high. And so I haven't said that they're contenders in my eyes.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that people are now beginning to put them in that category again because there's a legitimacy to when you play 10 games, you win 9 of them with a particular player. That to me is not flukish. And yes, they're going to play some better opponents. Detroit's playing great basketball.
Saturday night here.
Saturday night at Chase Center, 5:30. That's going to be a tough test. They also play New York again at home. Karl-Anthony Towns a week from Saturday, I should say, might be available for that game. He had to miss last night.
You would hope, yeah.
Due to personal reasons.
Oh, okay.
Denver, they play on Monday.
See, that's the one for me.
Milwaukee, they play the next night on Tuesday.
They can be happy.
With Giannis, they're a different team. I mean, to me, it's like, what do you need to see from this Warriors team? Do you need to see them win a championship to feel like they can win a championship?
That's deep.
The way that they've been playing is legit. Now, are they the second best net rating in basketball? Perhaps not. But Jimmy Butler has given this team, to me, a far more legitimate case to be considered, not to be one, but to be considered a contender than the team that started 12-3.
Right. Evan, I love it, and I agree. And, again, there's 20 games left. The way I watch sports is I go to the core, the essence of what the team is and what they're supposed to be and how close they're to that metric. And before the trade, there were all kind of roadblocks in regard to me putting my arms around this team thinking they could get it done. They weren't getting it done. And now, Evan, when you look at the structure of the Golden State Warriors, it's kind of funny that I'm surprised when you talk about the pedigree and the thing that Jimmy Butler or the things that he's done when he wasn't a Warrior, and you add him into this family and this Warrior culture that has 4 rings led by 2 stellar players that are going to be 37 and 35 years old but are still balling. I mean, are we really truly surprised at what the possibilities could be? And I just love that, I got friends last night, my boy Silk Basie, Denver. But he kind of went through every team. I think Denver's a good team, but I think they're a top-heavy team. They don't have, I believe, a Pods or a Kuminga or the Moody's and the Santos and the Post of the world. I could be wrong, but my point is, Evan, all of a sudden now I'm ready to go 15 rounds with Denver, the Lakers, and the Thunder because I'm so – the belief in the construct of this new team with Butler is real.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Denver is top-heavy. So are the Warriors. I think we found that out when you removed one piece and you lost to the Sixers. The Warriors are a top-heavy team, too.
Now, I hated you did that, but I forgot. You're right.
Okay,
he was out.
Well, if you want me to do that, I could put the contrarian hat on.
I forgot. Hey, Butler didn't play Saturday.
I raise you Christian Brown.
Okay.
I mean, that guy's a champion.
He is.
At multiple levels. So, if you really want to do that, we can do that. But my point is, the Warriors, that's who they're being compared to now. 2 weeks ago, they were being compared to nobody. No one cared about them. They were dead in the water. So the Warriors have flipped this thing. And I'm watching these games. I'm watching last night, and I don't feel the same way about in the fourth quarter, close game. Well, the Knicks are going to find a way to pull this out. No, I thought, and in fact, I want to get to this call here in a sec.
All right.
But to me, there was a stretch in the fourth quarter that indicated to me why they have a legitimate chance and where they controlled last night's game.
Can't wait to hear.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. Let's talk to Shooter. He's out in Virginia. Shooter, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Hey, how y'all guys doing today?
Hey.
Fantastic.
Hey, Evan, I agree with you. Last night's win, that was a gravy win. But, man, ever since Jimmy Butler came along, it's really lifted this team. And I feel like for this team to really, take that next step and really be like one of the scariest teams, come playoff time, I really feel like Quentin Post, he's got to start living up to the name on the back of the jersey, in words of Guru. He has to, really take that next step in the post. Now, I don't know if you got to take the good with the bad with him because he's such a dynamic three-point shooter. But in my opinion, when I saw Draymond Green, they had cut the camera to Draymond Green kind of coaching him up on the sideline after they substituted him out. But I think Quentin Post, he really needs to get a little more confidence in the post. When they give it to him in the post, he needs to start going up a little stronger. And because he's been real, kind of hesitant when he gets that ball down there in the post. And another thing, Evan, you might want to play the sound that Kalina Azubuike and Bob Fitzgerald play when they were talking to Jimmy Butler post game. You might want to play that sound for all Warriors fans that kind of are questioning Jimmy Butler's aggression, because Jimmy Butler really made a good point. He kind of answered that question for all Warriors fans. That's kind of why isn't Jimmy Butler being more aggressive and being more dominant? Jimmy Butler answered that question for all Warriors fans in the post game. So you might want to play that sound for him.
Sorry, Shooter. No, I appreciate it. I thought you were talking about when Kalena and Fitz were going at each other about quitting post.
That was, you texted me doing that. That was
pretty funny. Yeah, Kalena was telling Q, you got to be tough with the ball, man. Like up on the sideline, the play where it would have been free throws because it would have been the Knicks' fifth foul.
Okay, got you.
Instead, it turns into a turnover and the Knicks go the other way and score. But on that play, Fitz is crying for a foul. Not crying, but he's asking for one. And Kalena just goes, yeah, that's not a foul. Be strong with the ball, Rook.
Oh, I had the TNT feed, so I couldn't get it local.
No, they do a great job.
No, they're the best.
I really like their back and forth. You could tell Kalena's really
it's awesome.
Really stepping into his own.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Here's that sound from Shooter that he wanted.
We got so many guys that are so unselfish that want to get everybody else the ball. Sometimes it's a bad thing because we're too unselfish, not taking the right shots. But in the end, we figured it out. We went into halftime, talked about what we were going to do, came out and executed.
Too unselfish.
See, I'm different than Shooter. Well, we saw a knockout. But I'll just tell you this, Evan. I feel like he's playing himself into when it's go time, and it's always go time, but playoff Jimmy will emerge. And I almost want to give him more of a basketball hug and a compliment to his whole game and the gravity of him, Jimmy Butler, because we're not seeing 28. I know he scored over 20 points, the first 3 games and hasn't hit it since, but the team's still excelling. And there's going to come a game. There's going to come a series, and playoff Jimmy will rear his head. But, Evan, I look at that as more of a compliment of him fitting in, that other guys can pick up the slack and him help him do that. As a him going, as I mentioned earlier to start the show, Allen Iverson. I know a lot of people, I want 30 or 40 from Butler. I think we don't know, what the future holds, but playoff Jimmy, like, I'm not disappointed in his offense yet. And I know there's more to come. Like, there's other levels to hit and different opponents and series will, look at me, already assuming series, but, I'll give him that opportunity.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because there was about a 4 or 5 minute stretch to begin the fourth quarter. And even going back to the Buddy Hield 3 right before the end of the third, that I thought was massive from Butler. And again, it illustrates why the box score sometimes lies in terms of the impact that Butler had. He comes out, drives into the paint with about 10:38 left, puts his shoulder into OG, gets to the free throw line. He also, by the way, is during this stretch, he made one defensive mistake where he doubled on Cameron Payne and OG ended up getting an and one. But he's the one that's playing the top along with Pajemski in their 2-3 zone.
Okay.
So you have him up front as like the middle linebacker, and then Draymond's the free safety in the middle for that zone. But Jimmy sets a screen. Hield gets an easy handoff and a layup. Jimmy doesn't get a point, doesn't get an assist, but Hield gets a basket off of Jimmy's screen. And then, 9:28, he makes, again, after the mistake, he fakes the split screen, right? Pods is curling off. And Draymond, they're in tune. Jimmy fakes the split screen, slips to the basket, gets an easy layup. That, along with free throws, are the only points he scored during that 5-minute stretch. He also set Quentin Post up twice for easy baskets at the rim. Post left them both short, but those are 2 easy, makeable baskets. And then he also draws an off-ball foul on OG Anunoby with about 9 minutes or 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. That puts him into foul trouble with his 4th foul. Jimmy Butler created the foul trouble that the Knicks had to play with down the stretch of the fourth quarter.
Man.
He gets to the free throw line, and I think the most important part that he doesn't get credit for in that fourth quarter is he allowed Steph Curry to rest to the point where he was fully charged when he got into the game. Yeah. So Jimmy Butler's impact is not always felt in the box score.
Yeah, 9 free throw attempts to your point, too, man. He just has that uncanny ability, Evan.
No doubt about it. We'll continue to break it down more. I see you, Coach Duran in Oakland. We're going to get to your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling, Dub Nation? Seriously, if you want to tell us to pump our brakes, call in. Go for it. But if you're feeling good, I think like most of us are, I want to know why. Is it because of Steph? Is it because of Jimmy? Is it because of the tough-nosed attitude they displayed at Madison Square Garden last night? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We're back after this.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations. Vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring. 5 seconds. For more details.
It's not going to stop. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson with you as always. Just a couple things to clean up, Goo. DK Metcalf requesting a trade from the Seattle Seahawks, two-time Pro Bowler. And also this news just came in, almost NFL new season. Max Crosby, 3-year, $106.5 million extension with the Las Vegas Raiders.
I was like, they're not trading. That dude, Bosa could take some tips from old Crosby. You don't see him on the sideline with the water bottle.
No, that
dude's a beast.
No plays off.
Right.
No plays off. All right, but of course, we are digging into, I would say that the signature win of the season for the Warriors in the Jimmy Butler era to date. Again, they got bigger fish to fry. They got bigger teams, better teams coming up. Last night, no cat for the Knicks. But still, the way it played out, I thought it was an impressive win from the Warriors. And now it marks 9-1 when they have Jimmy Butler in the lineup. And that, to me, it's not a fluke at this point. Like, they're clearly a good, I think, to potentially, they still got to prove the great part of it, but they are a damn good basketball team. And I think most importantly, they've figured out what this group looks like. Like the identity. Again, the two-way identity that they've built, to me, is the most important takeaway from these first 10 games we've seen together.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, Evan, because we're Warrior fans and we're from the Bay, you can't let go, or maybe you can. It actually makes what's happening now more special. The word I want to use are vibes, but the bottom line is just watching this team as a whole, even the coaching staff and Kerr, and listening to them after, it's just like one of the biggest metamorphoses ever. And you talked about the OGs wanting that game last night. Draymond with 35 minutes, Butler with 35, the Chef with 33. But you know who played 32? And I know he's a lot younger, but I want to give this dude some flowers, man. Pods, 32 minutes, Evan, 16 field goal attempts. Never once did I feel like he was doing too much. Ended up with 19 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and now he's your starting one for the foreseeable future. And I just feel like we can't omit what he's done in regard to coming back from unsatisfactory first half, before injury, and he's balling. And I feel like he's learning from the OGs and also Butler. Like, man, I got to point him out.
Well, and like last night, too, the Warriors didn't shoot it very well in the first half.
No, they didn't.
But they hung around. And again, like that's why at the half, they were down by 8. I didn't feel like that was a game that was not going to go their way. I felt like they were going to win that game because it was an 8-point game. That's a game where 3 weeks ago, they're probably down, I don't know, maybe 12 or 15, and they slowly wilt away. Or maybe they make a late charge and they fall short. But last night, and to bring it to Pods, he helped them stay afloat in the first half. He had 8 of his 16 in the first quarter. He was aggressive, and he wasn't, he wasn't forcing shots. He was just missing threes pretty much everyone was.
You're right.
But you got to have somebody score the basketball not named Steph, or even sometimes Jimmy Butler, who I also thought was a bit sleepy in the first half. And it was Pods that carried load, especially out of the gate. So he was aggressive. Some nights they're going to need that from him, and some nights it's going to be someone else's turn, but he stepped up big.
Yeah, no doubt. And I love that assessment. And I want to give our guy, your house sitting for Steiny right now, so you are Steiny. I want to give him some love, Evan, and the reason I want to give him some love is I don't want to go negative, but he pointed out one of his concerns about this team moving forward, and it kind of reared its head last night, but yet they were Martin Luther King, able to overcome, and it was 13 from 37 from deep. That's not exactly how you draw it up on the chalkboard, but when you do other things, you can still win a ball game. But, Evan, I'll just throw it at you, again, not being negative. How concerned are you about this team as a whole? Because I believe if you go 13 for 37 against teams, other teams are better teams than the Knicks, maybe you don't win that game. But just my sole question just about outside of Steph, how confident are you about them shooting threes? Because Jimmy's not, 2 of 13 or 2 of 11 since he's been in the Warrior uniform.
Yeah, I mean, I said this, I don't know if it was earlier in the weekend. It might have been
2 of 17
might have been with Steiny. Yeah, no, they were
Jimmy is.
Draymond said after the game that they're a good shooting team. I would disagree with that. I don't think they're a good shooting team. And I don't think they can suddenly become a good shooting team.
Damn.
they can be a streaky team, but the only player that's in the starting lineup that can shoot proficiently is Steph. I know that Moody shoots close to 38%,
like that,
but their other two best shooters, 3-point pure shooters, come off the bench. That's Quentin Post and Buddy Hield. And that's where they should be because I think they are streaky players. But, they are relying on those two guys off the bench because no one else can make threes consistently. Moody's going through a bit of a valley shooting the ball.
Gotcha.
His percentage is fine, but I don't look at him like a marksman. His impact last night to me was felt on the job he did on Jalen Brunson.
No doubt about it. They took Jalen away. They made it hard.
He didn't have I don't think he took a shot in the fourth quarter until like 5 minutes left. And to me, that's on Moody grabbing him right at the midline, keeping him in his mitts because Brunson, as good as he is, he's a damn good basketball player.
Villanova.
But he's not quick. He uses his body to get to his spots. And Moses Moody, I think, against a guard like that's a good matchup for him. Against the quicker guys, I think he struggles a bit. But someone like Brunson, and this is the second time quietly that Moses Moody has done that. Because remember, I think it was last year when Wiggins was out, they had an East Coast trip it was Indiana, Philadelphia, and New York because 3 straight nights he was against Halliburton, Maxey, and Brunson.
Damn.
And the best job that he did as a starter matched up against those guards was on Jalen Brunson. So there's something about him that he likes playing.
Yeah, and that's the you had mentioned Kerr's comments, and you actually played it. The identity is forming in regard to two-way. And, my mind's just, it just goes anywhere. But I think of Klay Thompson in his prime, just how special having a two-way player is to be able to do both. But when you think it's your team's identity, now we're talking about multiple, plural. And everybody's chipping in, so.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Well, again, on File It Under, we're going to keep you updated on everything going on in the NFL right now.
Where are you going?
The San Francisco 49ers have just released Javon Hargrave.
Okay.
So he is no longer on the team. Defensive tackle they signed to a big, close to $80 million deal 2 off seasons ago. Was on that near Super Bowl team last year, had a down year, and I think he signed a 4-year contract, but he is not going to see the final 2 years of that deal.
Yeah, Evan, and he came in. I don't want to call him a specialist. I was excited because I was like, man, you're pairing him with Bosa. But, Evan, he was great against the pass more than the run. But they didn't have him this year, and I don't want to say failed because you talked about it when you talked about they almost won the Super Bowl, but they definitely are going to need to replace him and get Bosa some help on that line.
All right, let's get back into the Warriors, out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Coach Duran's out in Oakland, wants to talk about the Warriors. What's up, man?
Hey, Evan Guru. What's up, fellas?
Hey, what's up, baby?
Hey, man, last night, that was a tremendous win from Dub Nation. We put it down to them. I think right now, Warriors are the most dangerous team. We're the underdog sleeper hold of the league right now. The playoffs, teams do not want to face us. I think they fear us. Let's go, Dub Nation. Hey, we're coming for that ring this year.
Right. Some positivity finally, Evan. I ain't mad at him. The bottom line to all this, Evan, is all of a sudden now with this trade and the way that the team is playing and Kuminga coming back, you're not asking like OKC. It's a great story. They got young talent everywhere. But you know what they haven't? They're still virgins when it comes to winning a title and knowing what it takes to win a championship. The Warriors are not. So now it's like a horse race, Evan, positioning. If you give the Warriors and Steph a chance and they really feel like they have one and the vibes are immaculate, that's what gets me excited as a fan is they know how to carve the turkey, and they've done it 4 times. I know they're older, but Evan, if they got their eyes on the prize and feel like, you know what, we got action, I feel like that's half the battle and why I get excited.
Well, and I want you to hear why Draymond Green, who, by the way, just turned 35 years old.
Happy birthday.
Officially joined the Olden State Warriors club.
Evan, did you borrow that or that's yours?
No, I think we started to run with that one last year.
Okay. Oh, that is great.
The 35 and Olden State Warriors.
All right.
All right. This is, I thought as explicit as he could be, well, not vulgar, but as truthful, as honest as he could be, what the confidence is like now with Jimmy Butler.
He definitely was what we were missing, but I'm confident, but you need collective confidence in order to win in this league. You can have one guy confident, I can be confident, Steph can be confident, but if you're not collectively confident as a group, in the group, you can't win. And so I think what he's brought is not necessarily that he's made me more confident or made Steph more confident. He's made this group confident. You can't win in this league without that. You can't perform well in this league. When you see a guy lose confidence in this league, they're toast. Same for a team. Once a team loses confidence, they're toast. And we had started to, started off the season great, had a lot of confidence, didn't go our way for a while. We still kept the confidence, and then it just started to wane. And like I said, credit to Mike for making that move, and Joe and Peter for, co-signing to make a commitment to someone like that, that big of a commitment, because it's definitely changed who we are as a team for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
No, look, you're hearing a guy that, and I actually, he said, I've always been confident. Steph has always been confident. No, you weren't.
Okay, man.
No, you weren't. Because
go ahead,
Steph Curry was at the podium finger tapping.
I'll never forget it.
For about a month straight, trying to figure out what the hell was happening with this basketball team. If they were going to be a team that was a play-in team, if they were going to miss the postseason completely, if he was going to get shut down, would they make a trade? I bet Draymond Green had those doubts too. The way that they spoke after games is not the kind of messaging that we're hearing now, because they knew this season was going nowhere. And that to me is the second life, the defibrillator effect that Jimmy Butler has had. He has lifted this team back off the canvas. And again, that doesn't mean, in my opinion, that they're all of a sudden going to run to a title. But that doesn't matter because they believe that they can now. And so while he is, yes, Draymond is an overly confident individual, I think, as a whole.
You think?
There's no way in hell he was as confident as he was on All-Star Sunday before the trade deadline. And so while he says that, I'm thinking, no, you weren't. No, you weren't.
I love that. And Evan, if I had to say, if you hit it out the park, I'd say, you know what? We got to go to the review, because you are right. But I'm wondering if he was looking around, because he's basically telling us something. Everybody wasn't bought in, and not that they didn't want to buy in, but confidence is, you got to go somewhere, a dark place to get it, right, Evan? And if he's around guys that, for whatever reason, they're not confident in their own play, how are you going to be confident in the mission? And I'm with you. There were sound bites to where I was like, man, they're not feeling it, they're not believing it, and the play backed that up just by the collective. But all of a sudden now, for him to kind of just Edgar Allan Poe say, yeah, I believed it, Steph believed it, but that don't mean a damn thing if Evan and Goo and Rosado and everybody else don't feel it. So I just get goosebumps thinking about, you know what, you're right, Evan. We could have followed that up. Hey, Dre, come on now. But now he's really bought in. But so are the Moody's of the world. So everybody is, and I feel like they're playing that way.
Their words are turning into actions. Before the deadline, there was a lot of words, but the actions on the court told me what the story really was.
Man.
The words that they're emoting at every single press conference about what Jimmy Butler has helped do to this team are now turning into their actions on the floor. And that's why last night was exciting, because you saw the two-way mentality that helped them pull a game that they would have lost a month ago and turned it into a win. So their actions are speaking to me more than Draymond saying that they're confident. They're playing confident. You're seeing it on the floor.
Oh, my gosh. Watch Curry, Evan.
They're 9-1 since he's gotten here when he's played. You could tell me you're confident. You could tell me you got energy. You go 5-5. That doesn't really mean much. The fact that it's manifested itself into W's, that's why everyone's excited. That's why this town's a buzz.
No doubt. And, Evan, I said it to you when I came in. Again, I keep going there because we talk. Show before the show. And you told me, Goo, I don't want to speak for you, but I heard you kind of say it. I feel like the NBA right now, the all eyes are on the Warriors and Lakers, and I don't think that's a bad thing. And both teams made a big trade, and both teams are balling since the trade. But when I just talk about this team and where it's going, Evan, it's like a bad TV. when you got a scramble pitcher, it's hard as hell. And that's what the Warriors were pre-trade. Now there's clarity. Now and you talked about it, and you played Kerr's comments in regard to they got an identity. And now I'm watching Steph just, again, look like he's clowning in a sense, but it's good clowning. Evan with the shimmy, they're going through he knows he has the space to perform, and everybody else for that matter, the game's gotten easier.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What are you excited about right now? What aren't you excited about right now? And how are you feeling, Dub Nation? They're 9-1.
Man.
They're 6 games above 500 for the first time since November. They have occupation solely of the 6th seed. They are 3 games back of the 5 and climbing. How are you feeling right now? Let's go out to Jason in the Central Valley. Jason, what's exciting you right now? What's going on, man?
Hey, gentlemen, thank you very much for taking my call. I mean, how can you not be excited right now about this team? The reason why I'm excited is because it gives me that true underdog feeling, and it reminds me of that 2013 playoff run they had when they faced Denver in the first round, and Iguodala was on Denver. And the Warriors were actually the 6th seed in that series as well. When they came back to Oakland in Game 3, man, the excitement in the building was off the charts. And I feel like that's the kind of excitement that we have right now, because they're clearly not the favorite to win the championship, but there's that lingering feeling that they have that ability to do it. They just need to get into the playoffs and just get that locked in that solid seed. I mean, look what it's doing for other guys on the team. I mean, if you mention Guy Santos' name pre-trade, everyone just thinks jabroni, but now all of a sudden everyone thinks of him as a contributor. 9-1 with Jimmy. It's clear that he's making a difference. You can say that it's a small sample size, 10 games, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding. That guy is a solid difference maker on the team. I would say the only potential concerns I would have, and this may be a small one, is that when Kuminga comes back, how does he fit into this team? Does he mess up the chemistry? Does he make them better? Just not sure, because I know that he will eat into Santos' minutes. He's going to probably remove some of Moody's minutes, which takes away another shooter. How will Kuminga fit in? That's just my legit concern moving forward. And of course, the ongoing talk about who's going to be the guy in the middle, who's going to be the big man if they do make it into the playoffs and have to face a legitimate big. Thank you guys for taking my call. I'm excited about this team moving forward, and go Warriors.
Thanks, Jason.
I got a quick question for you and the caller, Evan.
Yeah.
I'm excited just like he is. But is it wrong now to label the Warriors as underdogs when we know realistically the only reason you got another superhero, and we'll take it, is because of what happened in Miami? But now, since he's a part of the Warriors, Evan, I don't look at us as underdogs anymore. Like,
that's a good question.
Evan, how can we be – the basketball part of this is they're doing what they're supposed to with the caliber of players of a Butler, Dre, and Steph. So I'm all in, but I think that tag I don't think fits.
Well, are we looking at them as contenders?
I am now.
You're putting them in the contending
those
category.
are my expectations. Western Conference Finals, if, that was my expectation before our guy left. So I'm there now, and I'm feeling hella good about that. So I'm just asking you, does that – and we all can, it can be – if it fits for him, it fits for him. But I'm just like, there's nothing underdog about Jimmy Butler, Curry, and Draymond.
Well, I would actually argue that Jimmy Butler's kind of been the underdog his whole career. I mean, he was last pick of the first round – 4-year player or 3-year player, I think, but he also had a year of junior college, worked his way up with Chicago, has always been on teams, I think, that have been overlooked, maybe outside of Philadelphia, because I think that was a 50-win team.
Yeah.
The Heat had a 1 seed 1 year, but they weren't a dominant force. I think Jimmy Butler has generally been on teams that have been underdogs. And to me, like, once the Warriors get to the playoffs, which I believe they can, as a non-play-in team, they will be underdogs. If they match up with Denver in the first round, they're going to be an underdog. If they have to face the Oklahoma City Thunder at some point, maybe even the Los Angeles Lakers at some point, I think they're going to be underdogs. But that's as betting underdogs. I think Warriors fans have confidence, at least from what I'm hearing today, and what I've heard through these first 10 games, the confidence is that it doesn't matter. Whether you're a favorite or an underdog, this is a dangerous team. And this is a team that can go far and can make noise. And that's really what matters to me when I'm watching them, is that they were underdogs last night. They were 4.5-point dogs against the Knicks. And look at
everybody smiling in the studio.
Got a lot of neighbors that might have been on that. I was sniffing.
Yeah, got a little nervous.
Sniffing that number.
Yeah.
But that's the point. I didn't feel like they were going to lose that game.
And I'm with you. I like how you said that. But allow me to do this, Evan. If Jimmy Butler was ever an underdog, and I'll give you that, I'll meet you halfway, but when he's climbed to the heights that he's climbed in his NBA career, now there are expectations, and now we know he's one of one. He's a stud, Jimmy Butler, but Jimmy Buckets, playoff Jimmy. So I'm with you in regard to the Vegas thing on whoever they face, obviously with a better record, but I guess it's what you just described when you watch the team, and I feel the same way. I just think they're going to pull it out, and they're not going to pull it out because of flukeness. They're going to pull it out because they're better.
Well, I also think that the 650 is bringing up losing to teams that they should beat. Philadelphia, I understand, but again, that wasn't with Jimmy. To me, all this is health pending. If they can get to the postseason with those three guys healthy, and the rest of this roster healthy, because I think that also includes Kuminga.
Oh, man.
Kuminga can improve. I think Willard said it yesterday. Well, he can improve the ceiling of this team. I'm not sure how integral Kuminga is compared to before the deadline, but he absolutely can elevate this team, or he can help elevate this team. Like last night, for example, Jimmy Butler was talking about after the game how when Steph is on the three-point line, everyone run to the paint.
I saw that.
The paint's going to be open. The gravity, that's how they can use the gravity of Steph Curry. I think he's talking to Jonathan Kuminga.
All day long, Evan.
Kuminga, you're someone that, along with Butler, I would argue is the best rim threat, the best paint attacker the Warriors have. Well, if that's going to be more available to Kuminga, maybe the fact that he's not a knockdown three-point shooter yet at this stage in his career isn't going to matter as much.
And this should be, hopefully, Evan, it sounds like Jimmy's saying it. If you do what you're supposed to, this could be some of the easiest, now that I'm a part of the team as well, and people are focused on me, this could be some of the easiest basketball of Kuminga's career. If he figures it out,
Yeah, but that's not easy.
Yeah, I know.
You can't just assume the guy's going to figure it out right off the bat. Yeah. The Warriors have, and I think that Jimmy Butler hasn't gotten enough credit for being a guy that's not trying to have the Warriors assimilate to him. Like, I think actually he's been one of the reasons we haven't seen a big offensive game from Jimmy. Like, he scored 25 and 21 his first two games with the Warriors. He hasn't scored 20 since. He had 19 last night. I think he's actually been too deferential, but that's the player that he is.
No, I'm with you. And I think he knows that, Evan, and that's why he's been talking about it. And I have no doubt in my mind if he'll be able to read the game and know, okay, they need me more. And tell me, I know you might be like, come on, Goo. He could be playing his way back into shape as well, too. Obviously, he's doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I also think I talked about this last week. There's more urgency on this season. I think there is urgency now. This is beginning to look like something special.
Yeah,
and they got to try and maximize it. They got lightning in a bottle with Jimmy Butler. All right, we got to hit a break here. What's coming up on the game? Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. How much you believe in this team. I also want to focus in on something that Draymond Green said about Jonathan Kuminga. And the way he put it, I thought was fascinating. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Segment sponsored by Public Market Emeryville.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings and Guru here today. That was the great Kevin Dana.
I love him, man. He's so cool in person. Between him and Mark Jones, man. Mark Jones the other day goes, Evan Giddings, he's faster than gossip. I said nothing's faster than, but I've never heard that gossip.
That one's pretty good. That one is pretty good.
He took his cornbread. I don't know if everybody gets that one, Evan.
No, but I feel like you use it enough, and then eventually it becomes just mainstream. Even if you don't know where it's from the movie Life, which you put me on, dude.
Yeah, no doubt. Great movie.
Well, at least I know what it means. It means the guy got his pocket picked.
Dana is incredible,
Biggest
man.
cornbread.
Evan, your day's coming, man. Don't forget me. The Johnsons will be hitting you up. Just
please.
2 tickets, you know.
Oh, please. Speaking of Johnsons, before we get back into the Warriors, who had a big win last night at MSG, happy birthday to Norm Johnson.
No, I appreciate it. It's actually tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, happy almost birthday. I had to get that out there. Norm, I've never met you, but if you're listening, you're one of my favorite people, and you've helped create one of my favorite people. So.
He likes you, too. And a bit under the weather. We were going to dinner, so he can't make it. So he's I don't want to say fighting for his life. Shout out Mark Jackson. But he's trying to get better. Pops, we love you, baby. But
No, we don't want to put that in the
Yeah, there we go. Hey, a quick question for you.
Talk to me.
Shooter called a couple segments ago.
Gavin?
I'm going to give you 3. And he talked about post in the post. And I think he's been a godsend because what does he do? His thing and his forte is shooting the rock. Mm-hmm. But Evan, it's obvious the young man needs to get in the lab and work on his post game. But I thought Shooter was being a bit unfair on. He ain't Karl Malone yet. We all kind of know that. But he's been a net positive way more than a couple. And I've been noticing, he's a rook. So this is his first time at it. Do you think maybe the shooters of the world wanting to see more from him down low? And I get that, but can we wait a little bit and still give him some love on what he's doing when he does let that thing fly?
Oh, yeah. No, Quentin Post has been awesome. He's been found money this season.
Found money.
He's 52nd overall pick. You're not expecting to get contributions immediately from a player like that, I think. And the fact that he's playing rotation minutes during a 9 of 10 stretch basketball.
Okay.
Is he going to shoot the ball 50+% every single game? No. But I would say he is the Warriors' second most dependable three-point shooter on this roster.
It's real,
after
man.
Steph Curry.
It's real. And I think, you just said, I don't need to say, found money. He found money.
Also means that as a team, it's like, who else is shooting the ball?
No doubt.
By the way, I know that he's going to have some frustrating moments, and I know that
I'm trying to guess who it is.
He's a hard player to watch because he messes up and then he does great, and he's just a roller coaster ride. But just get off of Buddy Hield.
Yeah, no. All right? Who is Buddy Hield? Hey, what about his ability to go finish at times to the rack? He did it a couple times yesterday. Like, he ain't just a one-trick pony. But I'm with you, Evan. He gives you everything he has, man. And again, he was coming off the big game. Who'd they have? Philly?
Yeah.
He had some big buckets, but, not ideal last night. But I just like what I see. 23 minutes, 6 of 13, 3 of 10 from deep. But I'll say this about Buddy Hield, Evan, and you know this. Shoot. He don't get shy. He's going to let it fly. I got to give him that.
Well, and also from what people have been saying behind the scenes, like in the locker room, I've seen him interact a couple times. Everyone loves Buddy Hield.
I love him.
Whether you like watching him play basketball or not doesn't really matter because the Warriors need him.
Yeah.
And that might end up being their downfall, the fact that they're relying on a player like Buddy Hield who's as volatile as any. But you saw why the Warriors had to stick with him. For example, in a game last night, he starts 0 for 6. Can't hit anything. Turn the ball over.
Those
Bad
3
passes.
were worth 2 almost.
And then he hits a big 3 going into the fourth quarter. Between that and the first stretch of the fourth has 10 big points to help the Warriors stay afloat. Had a little step back in the lane.
He did.
3 right out of the gate to begin the fourth quarter. They need him to shoot. And I also think the Warriors are a team that they enjoy his presence off the court. From everything I've been hearing, he's Jimmy Butler's biggest hype man.
Wow.
He's the guy that is screaming in Jimmy's ear, go get a basket. He's the one that's off the court being like, Jimmy, man, when the hell are you going to score 20?
I'm going to give you a 2 for your buddy.
Chivano.
Yeah, he's awesome. And I'll say this. Remember, we were at the facility before the season, and he came in. He goes, I like the energy in there. It's on 1,000. It just cracked that smile. I was like, I like the dude. Yeah.
No, he's a good guy, but I understand his game is frustrating to watch, right? Because when he's not hitting shots, he's hard to play. But you never know when he's going to hit shots. Also in the Charlotte game, when they ran away with that game was when Buddy Hield caught fire. And that was a game where you needed to help.
Good call.
And we could talk about that and a lot more because a little bird just whispered in my ear, Goo.
Twitter. I'm sorry, that's terrible.
No, I'll give you a 3. Brandon Pajemski is going to join us at 12:30.
Pods? Yeah.
AirPods is going to hop on. I don't know if they're in New York. Oh, no, they are. That's right, because they're playing Brooklyn tomorrow night. So
Brooklyn in the house.
Somewhere, I don't know. My guess would be Manhattan. Yeah. Brandon Pajemski is going to join us at 12:30. He's going to be calling in, so make sure to check in them.
I wonder how many rats they've seen since they've been in New York. I don't see rats in the city. I see a lot of stuff. I don't see rats, and I'm happy about that, Evan. New York, I sent it to Steiny. This rat looked like a possum. It was in a store. I'm like, this is fake or Evan? The rat looked like Godzilla. Like, I couldn't live in NY. I'm out.
While the rats might be bigger in New York.
Where are you going?
I love the Mission District. I love every place that I lived in San Francisco. There are rats.
Oh, my God. I'm not in the mission. Shout out to the mission. But that's the mission, to avoid the mission.
I love
Evan,
it. The people are great. It's an awesome community.
Are they big rats, Evan?
I know my shop owners. I know the woman who drives the bus that I take in the morning. They're awesome people. There are rats in the Mission District.
Now, I got to say this. I'm sharing my rat phobia with you guys.
What's up?
When I see a rat or mouse, I feel better when I think they know where they're going. They're like, don't worry about me. I'm going over here. See you, and I'm out. But it's the ones that hitting their head against everything, and I feel like they're frantic, and I could be a part of what they're trying to do. So those are the ones that bother me.
It's the only reason I want a dog. I mean, seriously, you just got to keep rodents out of the house. We can't have it. You know, I don't know about the New York rats. Those ones might be on
Shout
steroids.
out Atco.
Yeah, as they've said, thank you. Get Atco Pest Control on the case. All right, let's go out to the town. JD wants to talk about the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. JD, what's up, my man? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to tell you guys, I worked at Blue and Gold Fleet over at Pier 39.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Wharf rats. So
are those big? They sound big. Wharf rats.
Like frigates.
They look like sea lions. They dive into the.
Oh no! Yeah.
Hey, Guru, if you don't like rat steak, don't go to the
oh boy!
All right, there you go. Wow.
All right, but let me tell you this: I'm not total pessimist. I think the Warriors should be 10-0 in this Jimmy Butler time.
Wow.
They lost a couple they shouldn't have lost to Dallas and the Philly, but. You know, they should be 10-0, but I'll take 8-2 because of the movement and the standings. And so now when they play, they have to take into consideration who do they want to match up with in the first round. I mean, I'm not afraid of the Clippers. Kawhi's not playing well. I'm not afraid of Houston. A little young, little immature, not so much experience. So they have to figure out where they want to land. And also, when it comes to Buddy Hield needs to be on the court whether he's making shots or not, just for spacing. They got to, they get cuts and back doors and picks and cuts to the basket that without him on the court to space it, without that room for Jimmy to go and get his fouls, that they have zero post option at that point.
Wow.
And speaking of post, last point, speaking of post, if we can't get that kid in the weight room and get him to be a little stronger on the block, I mean, man, he when it comes to one-trick pony, he's it. He's got to get a little bit better in the post. And, for a 6'5" guy like myself who shot 65% my junior year at St. Mary's, I can teach him some easy tricks on how to get some good, easy looks on the post.
JD, before you go, and I love it. This dude bothers me because I know him.
JD.
I used to battle with him at Club One, and he don't remember me, so that might say something about my game. But JD,
don't out him, JD.
Let me say this to you with no Steiny here.
Go ahead.
When the news broke that Butler was coming, I was so desperate. I was on board. Can you be as honest as you can? Did you say it's a match made in heaven, or were you kind of scratching your head? We'll see.
Well, I thought it would give him a score at the paint level. I mean, they got shooters, they got cutters and drivers, but now they have a scorer in the paint, 2 feet in the paint, free throws, easy baskets, and they need that. And a lot of people think that that's a center or a forward. It can be anybody. I mean, for a long time, it was Sean Livingston who was our best post player. So it's just somebody who can take his matchup into the paint and get some baskets. And that's what he does. And Buddy Hield spreads the floor for him. You know, Brzezinski spreads the floor for him. And even Post will spread the floor for him. So I think it's a good matchup, and they need to use it. And I think that's going to give them a strong playoff team.
There it is.
Appreciate it, JD. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, no way.
Thanks for the heads up on those rats, too.
Man, wharf rats.
Like sea lions.
Evan, man.
Yeah, we got to stay away from the water.
I'm the dude that gets on the table.
Can barely swim.
Yeah, I'm the dude. If I see a rat, I'm on the table. Like, no, I'll get on the table like nervous and scared. Evan, I don't play.
Are you afraid of rats?
It's man.
Well, that's why we got to get Atco in the house right now. That's why we got to get Atco in the house.
Okay, there we go. Shout out Billy.
No, I hear his point on Buddy Hield. To me, it's you know, if it's going on too long, the cold stretch, you do have to bench him. But 23 minutes last night is perfect. You know, 23 minutes stagger between the first and second half. When he's helping you let him play a little bit longer. Buddy Hield is also a player that quietly is available for every single game. I mean, he hasn't missed one in years, it feels like. So
good point.
Buddy Hield, he's just like the Warriors' effort last night. He's gravy. Like, that was a gravy game. A game that you didn't need because still, like, let's say you're 8-2. We're talking today. They're 8-2 and Jimmy Butler. They're still feeling good since they've gotten Jimmy Butler. That was the third game in 4 nights, tail end of a back-to-back. They got greedy last night. And it sets up a possibility to go 4-1 on this 5-game road trip.
Yeah.
So they had an opportunity last night. If they had laid down, I don't think people would have killed them. We might be in here wondering, are they good against good teams? Are they able to match up against physical groups? The Knicks were bigger, faster, longer than them, and they out-rebounded them.
Man, so come on now.
That, to me, was impressive in and of itself.
Let me throw this to you, because I'm kind of going against, and it won't be the first time, Evan. The point I made earlier, I said I won't mention Andrew Wiggins because it's nothing but love. But when we did have Wig, and he would shoot his 5 to 7 3 attempts a game, which it felt like, Evan, damn near 40%. I never looked at the Warrior all-around three-point shooting as a weakness. I guess I'm getting some clarity now that they're not a one-trick pony yet. But the Warriors' weakness with Jimmy Butler now, that you don't have Wiggins there and his percentage, Evan, and I want to give Steiny the win, then that's the most concerning thing moving forward. And if you can win games going 13 for 37 from deep, because there's other components to the game, as we all know, okay, but I think that task becomes harder when you talk about maybe being an underdog in regard to winning a series against the likes of a Denver, maybe the Lakers, or the better teams. So that has me bite my nails a bit, but I've also, real quick here, come around on you got to have Buddy out there, Evan. You're right. You cannot afford to be like, you know what, DMP, you got to ride or die with them.
No, but again, I don't think they're a great shooting team. You know, if you just look at the last 10 games that they've played, they're 19th in three-point percentage. Like, they're not a good shooting team. In fact, they're below average. But they've still managed to go 9-1 when Jimmy Butler's on the floor. So they don't have to shoot it well from three. That's actually why I would be excited about watching them offensively. You see the way that Jimmy controls the game. Like last night, they weren't hitting shots in the first half.
Does it.
But they didn't turn the ball over. They didn't give the New York Knicks easy leakouts or live ball opportunities to get easy points.
They had 11 on
without
the
fouling.
night. Yeah, they had 11 on the night.
Exactly. So the fact that they take care of the basketball, to me, better than obviously they did before the deadline, that will keep them in most games. Now, they're going to have to hit shots to beat the best of the best, and that's why I still look at them as underdogs. But they're going to take care of business, I believe, on most nights, and that's why, for example, tomorrow against Brooklyn, I feel pretty good. They're going to come home with their heads held high, 7 games above 500.
And the one blemish, because, I was telling Steiny and you, Evan, you were in here, maybe they could go 5-0, and I know that might have been overzealous, but I'm assuming the victory tomorrow in Brooklyn, and I got to be careful because anything can happen, injury or whatnot. But outside of that, it's like, damn, the one loss was the Sixers, the team that had lost 9 in a row, go figure. But yeah,
I mean,
you didn't have Jimmy.
Well, they also shot like 60% from three, and they lost by 4 points.
What was my boy's name? Grimes. He was grimy.
Yeah, just like the Rats out on the wharf. Let's go to Sirius in Oakland. Wants to talk about the Warriors. Sirius, what's going on, man? How are you?
First of all, I have to give shouts out to Evan the Esoteric and Guru the Great.
Oh,
you guys are
wow.
Always entertaining. I swear I listen to you every day. I might not call every day, but I swear I try not to miss a show.
That's love.
Now I ain't gonna do too much with the accolades because you guys know how good you are, so I don't gotta shine you now.
Love you want.
Check this out. Well, watch this. I'll get a chick named Tracy that'll do it for you. Watch this. The point of the game is what I was impressed by. When I watched the Warriors highlights, I had to watch it twice, Guru. I was talking about that third, fourth quarter. Man. I mean, Jimmy Butler's intelligence, offensive awareness is off the chart. Like, the way they made that one pass after that steal back to Curry to the three. Like, oh my, I was like, feeling like I was in high school. Like, are we doing the Harlem Globetrotters right now? Like, I'm sorry. I think our IQ has elevated to a level where, yeah, you all was talking shit last week. Excuse my French. You was talking last week about how we wasn't a four.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, we appreciate
words.
the love. But he watched it twice. But that was one thing I had written down, Evan. I can show it to you if you come over here, but you don't have to. The one beautiful thing, there's many, about LeBron James, is even Jordan and Kobe, and the Magic is up here with LeBron, the ability to control an NBA basketball game. I think we have forgotten just how great Jimmy Butler can do that. And Evan, that's not in the box score, but it's one of those attributes he has, and it's been on display. He just has a calming just feel to him, but he can control a game, if you know what I mean. Like, that's a skill. It's a major skill, and it's maybe why Miami was able to go to the finals twice, with the talent that they had. No scrubs, but Jimmy was the guy that he was that calming influence, and I don't know if he gets enough credit for it, or maybe that's something that's growing, but he can control it.
Yeah, appreciate the call, by the way, Sirius. The thing about Jimmy, and why, to me, the 5 minutes at the beginning of the fourth quarter is where he controlled the game to the point where the Knicks had an opportunity to grab the momentum.
Yeah.
And though Curry came in, I don't think the score or the difference in the score had changed. The Warriors went into the fourth quarter up 1. When Curry came into the game with about 6:50 left, they were up 1. But Jimmy slowed the game down. Like, that looked like playoff basketball. And to me, that stretch actually, when Curry has to sit at the tail end of the third and into the fourth quarter, that is when I think the Warriors are at the most vulnerable and when Jimmy Butler is the most important. And that's why, as much as he's not going to put up the numbers that Steph does, he's not going to surely shoot the basketball as well as he does.
Go ahead.
But he's almost as important as Curry for those minutes, because when Steph is off the floor, we've seen things go horribly wrong. And Jimmy Butler, he controls a game by, again, what he can do defensively. I think the pressure that he alleviates from Draymond Green to allow him to be at his best. And then offensively, he makes sure that they don't get 2 consecutive bad possessions. I'm not going to say they don't always have a bad possession, but it never happens twice on his watch, because whether it's setting a screen, allowing a player to get free, Jimmy Butler is the king of the hockey assist. There was a couple of plays last night, one where like he drives baseline, kicks to the corner, it swung out to Steph for a 3. That's a play where he doesn't get any statistic. He doesn't get a rebound, he doesn't get an assist,
I hate it.
Doesn't get a shot.
Yeah.
But the Warriors get a basket because he made the play. That's where Jimmy Butler impacts the basketball game more than I've seen any player in some time.
Yeah.
Because he understands where the ball needs to go. And again, he told Anthony Slater this after the game, and I think he's spot on. Just because the play's drawn up for you doesn't mean it's your turn to take the shot. And all he knows how to do is make the correct play. Sometimes to the detriment of the possession, because he needs to go out and get it. And that, to me, is the next step that he and the Warriors can take together. When Jimmy Butler, when it's his time to take over, We haven't seen him do it yet, and I think he's still capable of it. That's the final question. I think kind of the final lock that they need to unlock.
No, that's awesome, and it's giving him his flowers for that. And I agree with you, Evan. I think, and this is just me, nobody asked, but Evan, I really do believe my man has been, off the hardwood for a while, and there is no replication of playing 48 minutes or 30 minutes of an NBA basketball game. How would I know? I hear it all the time. But the bottom line, Evan, is I believe my man is still ultra effective, and he's helping Draymond, he's helping Steph, he's helping everybody in the Warrior uniform. But the bottom line is, I believe when that conditioning gets on 1,000, that we'll see more of what you're talking about. You know what? I could pass it to Evan. The play was drawn up for me. I'm going to go get mine because they need it, and the percentages are better if I go get mine. But I'm blown away that he's not doing it, and they're still effective.
They are. Let's try and sneak Rich and Fremont in before the break here. Rich, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. And the thing is, Guru knows, as a former pest control technician, I can tell you right now, the rats in Mission, they are big.
Wow, man.
Okay?
You ain't lying.
They are. And shout out to my former employer, ATCO. But putting the rat on the table, what it really comes down to is that Butler's IQ and basketball acumen,
man,
is basically what's being shown. It's what's being displayed. When we had Andrew Wiggins, and nothing against Wiggins, I think he's a great player, he just did not have the ability to look at the play and say, okay, what's the best decision to make? And that's what Butler does. You just pointed out, Evan, that's what he does. He knows how to look at a situation and say, okay, yeah, I could take this shot, but you know what? The better decision is to kick it out to Steph. And he did that. And that's the reason why, ever since they did the plug and play with Butler, you look at the wins. They're counting them. So this is really what's being displayed out there. So shout out to Steve Kerr and the coaching staff. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Now, he said former employer. I didn't want to be nosy, but I'm like, let me just know something. Maybe I can make a call.
Well, it happens, and ATCO is
I got you.
Firm supporter of Steiny and Guru from 10 to 2. But we do have to break here, Go. I see Brett on the other side wants to talk about the Warriors' unsung MVP. And I promised that Draymond cut on Jonathan Kuminga that we'll get into as well. All moving forward here on Steiny and Guru. Evan in for Steiny. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Buddy Hield runs one up, no good. Rebound yanked down by Buddy Hield again. 3-on-3 the other way. Buddy's going to go coast to coast. Pizza pie in the left hand, rock up the glass and in. He kept that thing out with the left hand, did not let anyone track it down, and laid it off the glass. Coast to coast, Buddy Hield gives Golden State a 1-point lead, 23-22.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Dana on the call. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got a lot going on today, Gu.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just get a couple things out of the way first?
Take your time.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Pasta, for setting the mood. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come and see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We got Brandon Pajemski coming on at 12:30 on the heels of the Warriors' 114-102 win in New York. Sole possession of 6, 3 games out of the 6th seed. They're 6 games above 500 for the first time since late November. Everything is riding high right now in the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors. Also some NFL news from the San Francisco 49ers. This is from Jeremy Fowler. Teams were notified that defensive tackle Javon Hargrave, who will be a post-June 1 release by the team, is healthy coming off his tricep injury, so he's available to sign as a free agent next week, March 12th, beginning of the NFL new year. And then around the NFL, Max Crosby extended 3 years, near $100 million. And then also it is DK Metcalf that has requested a trade, the 2-time Pro Bowler for the Seattle Seahawks. So a lot going on today, Gu.
Yeah, and I just think about DK Metcalf because body-wise, he's up there with Terrell Owens in his prime. T.O. still looks good. But, Evan, is that shade at Geno Smith or just the team itself? Like, why would DK, because he is their one, why would he want, a new locale?
Well, he's got 1 year left on his deal. My guess is he wants a new one. And this could be leveraged to try and get one. I don't think that they're going to trade him.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
But could just be a tactic. Could be a ploy. I'm sure there's a lot of teams that would line up for him because he's probably the best one on the market right now.
You got me. After yesterday's show, Monday can't come fast enough.
The NFL?
Yeah, because it's going to say Evan and the Cowboys have agreed. All that. I love that part, man. How about them Cowboys? Oh, God.
Yeah, we'll see who agrees to a deal with the San Francisco 49ers. They certainly got some needs.
There is actually a little more news. The Cowboys actually also restructured Dak Prescott's contract to today.
That had to get, because they did CeeDee Lamb yesterday and got $20 million from that. If Dak did it, Carter, I got to believe that's 40.
I think they're at about 36.
Okay. Wow. We'll see.
We will see. Yeah. I don't know how much is going to change.
Why are you laughing like that? Like he's my uncle, Jerry.
No, it's the all right, to take a sentence from you, it's the fire in your eyes that I see when the new year turns over about the Dallas Cowboys. Every single year, like seriously, you become a brand new man. When the new year starts,
fire, Evan. It's water of tears. We haven't won since 95.
Unsalted.
Niners 94 quietly.
But you've been to
quietly.
Dude. Not so quietly.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a twinkle. Just a little tot. Last time both those teams got to the Super Bowl. All right, let's go to Walnut Creek. Brett wants to talk about the unsung most valuable player of the Golden State Warriors, or maybe not a player. What's up, Brett? How you doing?
What's up, boys? Really, really, really great to talk to you. It was interesting. We were so concerned this year about our team. What are we going to do? What are the moves we're going to make? Are we going to make a move? We're going to lose Kuminga, Podziemski. Who are we going to? I think the unsung kind of MVP of the Warriors season. Granted, we don't know how it's going to turn out. Let's give a shout out to Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah. Give my
and
vote.
The moves he made. I mean, Buddy Hield, sort of under the radar. He can light it up anytime. And then obviously bringing in Jimmy Buckets, the leadership that he brings in, while still keeping Kuminga, still keeping Podziemski, Curry, Kayvon. I mean, I think he's done a hell of a job, and it's sort of gone under the radar. What are your guys' thoughts?
You're right that Mike Dunleavy Jr. has not been talked about a whole lot. And I think that's an indication that things are good. When the front office is discussed, things are not going well. And things were not going very well before the deadline. But what I'll say about Dunleavy Jr. is this. It's just another example of how important relationships are in professional sports, especially in the NBA. The big reason why Luka Doncic went to LA was because Nico Harrison had a relationship with Anthony Davis, and that was the player that he wanted. Mike Dunleavy, I don't think the Warriors get Jimmy Butler to agree to that 2-year extension unless Mike Dunleavy Jr. had the previous relationship of playing with him for 3 years on the Chicago Bulls. I think there was a level of trust between those two men that allowed Jimmy to basically say, I'll renege on my initial comment that I don't want to go to Golden State.
I'll never forget it, E.
And he didn't have many destinations left to land on, but I think a big reason why he ultimately decided that Golden State was where he wanted to go and sign long-term is because Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the Warriors general manager.
No, I love it, E, and I've been thinking about it a lot, and I've shared it with you all. Like, anything that happens to somebody is good fortune, even if it's predicated on luck at times, right? That's half of life. But the bottom line is Rob Pelinka was able to get Luka because of what you just stated, and I believe to be true because of relationships, regardless of what I think on it. And then you talk about Dunleavy and Butler being players, which I had teammates, which I had forgotten about. So, Evan, I would just say to you, with both teams having major success and a buzz around them right now, if you had to give the nod to somebody, who would you give it to? Pelinka or Mike D in regard to exec of the year?
Oh, I think Pelinka was chosen. I don't think.
Wow.
He chose Luka.
He had I got you. His phone rang.
But again, he had a relationship with Nico Harrison because of their time working with Nike.
Yeah. Kind of how McCaffrey came here.
Yeah. They were both, by the way, at Andre Iguodala's retirement ceremony. So I'm chopping it up. Just a couple of best buds.
Yeah.
Doing business in the dark.
How much you know about Rob Lowe?
Rob Lowe?
The actor. Pelinka looks just like him. You know what I'm talking about, Rob
That's
Lowe?
what I always thought when I was a kid.
Yeah, he looks just like him, man.
Well, one's been aging more gracefully than the other.
I give you that.
But no, both of them are talented people.
We all have doppelgangers.
Yeah, no, do we?
Who's yours? I'm trying to I'll know tomorrow.
Oh, someone told me a while back that my doppelganger is this. He used to have an interview show, I think it was on CBS, Graham Benzinger.
I'm bringing him up
one-on-one with Graham Benzinger.
Okay, I hadn't heard.
Someone told me I look like him. And
he or she?
He.
Okay.
Yeah, Graham Benzinger.
No, was the person that said you look like him a he or she?
I forget. Some person at the first job I worked in radio was actually in Portland, helping out the Trailblazers.
See it a little bit.
Yeah, so that's I forget. I don't know if it was a guy or girl.
Yeah. I ain't mad at it.
He's not a bad looking cat. I'll take it.
Because that's the first, Evan, when I was skinny face, I was Denzel. Some say Tracy Morgan now, and I want to fight. Tracy's ugly, but anyway.
Tracy's not a bad looking guy, man.
I saw him yesterday.
He's like 60.
That nose is just, come on. In my heyday, I was Denzel, and they said it. Anyway, go ahead, Evan.
Your nose isn't that big.
Dude, but please.
Well, I think it's more about you guys got good hairlines for your age.
Well, yeah, but we got helium in the cheeks, but yeah.
Well, Abundant Life has changed
there
that.
We go. Let's go.
Abundant Life's going to get you back to Denzel.
Yeah, there
Gladiator
we go.
2, he looked like he had some
we're
age
both
too.
aging. Yeah, I've seen Denzel.
He's got more gray than you do. That's
you see
for
him
sure.
in Gladiator 2.
Yes, yeah. All right, I promised this sound goo. I promised that we would get to what Draymond Green said about Jonathan Kuminga postgame, because while the Warriors are running rampant right now, and they're beating the teams that they're supposed to beat, I thought the Knicks last night, even without Karl-Anthony Towns, solid win for them. But everyone's wondering about how, and maybe we can ask Brandon Pajemski this in about a half hour when he joins us on Steiny and Guru, how Jonathan Kuminga is going to fit into this. Because I think before the deadline, he was necessary. He was absolutely integral for what the Warriors were doing. Now, the Warriors have more of a runway to ease him back in. He's got to figure out where he fits. Maybe it's off the bench. I think it's going to take a little bit of time. Jimmy Butler's been talking about how he's going to get Kuminga right. This is how Draymond Green answered that question last night at Madison Square Garden, because I thought the verbiage he used was notable. Here it is.
Jonathan is a hell of a player, and the team is playing great. Lucky him that you get to come into a situation where the team is playing well. Having to come into a situation where you're trying to fix stuff with that type of pressure, it sucks. So for him, you coming into a situation where the team playing well. He's a great player, so we're not worried about how does he fit or what. He'll be fine. Like I said, lucky for him, we've kind of stabilized the ship, and he can come in and find his rhythm and add to what we've been doing, which is what we need.
Wow.
Jonathan Kuminga should feel lucky. Your reaction?
I kind of get that, but also I would just tell Draymond there's a flip side to that. Could a young player be walking on eggshells not trying to upset the apple cart? You know what I mean? Like, I get what Dre's saying, but from Jonathan's standpoint, what if I go out there? What if I'm rusty? It happens. We kind of seen it early with Butler, but the team was able to excel because he was doing everything. So, Evan, I don't think that lessens the pressure on one Jonathan Kuminga because only we know what's going through his mind, and all he knows is to be the best and most aggressive basketball player he can be. So now it's about him reading the room and the court. And I guess I'll tell you this, Evan, I would hope Jonathan Kuminga wouldn't approach it differently. Like how to proceed with caution or just go be me. And that's my advice to my kids. If all you can do is be yourself. So Draymond's talking about where the team's at. Kuminga's going to be talking about where he's at physically. I got to believe all Jonathan knows is how to be himself, Evan, and everything else will fall into place? Or are you telling me, and I'm not saying you're wrong or anybody out there, no, Kuminga needs to lessen this to fit in? Then I would tell that person or those people, well, then that scares me because that's not him being who his natural self is.
Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD World San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. When I hear Draymond say Jonathan should feel lucky, I know he's talking about basketball, but my first reaction is, well, he shouldn't feel lucky. I mean, he got hurt. Right. He got hurt in a contract year when he was playing his best basketball. That's the opposite of luck. That's bad luck. But it feels to me like this thing is going to take more time maybe than the Warriors have just because of how close they are to the end of the season for him to fit. Now, the one thing that I think can expedite this process actually is Jimmy Butler. I don't think it's any of the players that Kuminga's already played with. One thing that I've really enjoyed about watching Jimmy play so far is how deferential he is. In fact, he's
not a hog at all.
No, kind of to a fault. People are asking for him to be selfish, more selfish on the court. And the fact that he's been so selfless, I think is going to lend itself to helping Kuminga when he comes back. And I don't know, he'll probably help him off the court and be in his ear and talk in different ways. And Kerr's actually explicitly stated that he thinks that Jimmy's a guy that would take time out to sit down with JK and talk to him.
Well,
but on the court, I could see Jimmy Butler being the kind of guy that wouldn't take a shot if they're on let's say they play 8 minutes together, that Jimmy wouldn't take a shot unless absolutely necessary to try and make sure that Kuminga's in the position to succeed to get him back to where he needs to be.
I love that.
I think Jimmy Butler is that kind of basketball player to put Kuminga ahead of himself.
No doubt, Evan. And that, I don't even have the words to describe what type of personality, basketball-wise, trait that is. And it's unselfish for one. And I kind of lightweight, the day of the knockout tournament, I said, Evan, the old me wants to say, Jimmy, shoot it and jack it up 30 times. But that's not who he is right now. And maybe that's not the formula for the Warriors to be as successful as they've been early on with them. But the fact that he has that still in his utility belt, just to be, from a shot perspective, more aggressive, I love that. But the bottom line, too, is what you're talking about. I believe, and I said this to you all, Jonathan Kuminga's reemergence back into this Warrior team is going to be easier because Big Brother, led by one Jimmy Butler, is going to go out of his way, in a sense, to make sure I know what you're facing, young fella. Let me help it easy as much as I possibly can.
Now, the flip side to that is,
side B,
is Kuminga the player you want to be the same forceful, number one type of mentality? Is that what you want from him when he comes back? Because Moses Moody's played really good basketball, and I thought last night was another example of how he can help you even when he's not necessarily shooting
5
well.
points.
Yeah, maybe he's a plus 21 though.
Man,
he was big against the Knicks at the Garden last night. Do the Warriors need Kuminga to be that forceful, overly aggressive kind of guy that I think he can be and can help them get 25 or 30? Do they need Kuminga to get 25 or 30? I would argue that the Warriors right now, if they're going to maintain their status as a two-way team with a legitimate chance to make some noise in I think a pretty good Western Conference, they need Kuminga to do more dirty work.
Now that's interesting, Evan, and I'm all about the dirty work. But the one thing you don't want to have happen is Kuminga thinking too much, because I don't think that'll be good for anybody, himself and the team. But the bottom line, Evan, as I sit over there and watch you in your turquoise shirt, and I love it, I got to tell you, I think it's turquoise. I don't see them beating the likes of Denver or causing ruckus in the playoffs without Kuminga getting you 16-19. And some days maybe more. So I guess I want Kuminga to still be ultra aggressive, attack that rim, young man. And maybe it's 15-17. But I can't envision him getting a different to-do list before he went out than now that, Jimmy's part of the team and he's coming back.
I think it's also his return is imminent. I think it's close.
Okay.
And it was reported that they kept him out of this back-to-back because his ankle was, I don't know, maybe not 100%. And they have the luxury. They also have the luxury of doing that. If the Warriors were a team that was fighting for the 10 seed or the 9 seed.
You think he'd be back, E?
I do think that they might think about pressing it, because they would have needed him. And again, that's why Kuminga's he's a budding player that can be a big piece to a team that's already playing well, but he's not necessary right now. If we're going to call them a contender, then we need to know what they're like at full strength with them. But clearly, 9-1 without him, he's not a necessary piece of this team. So he has to figure out where he fits. Sam's in Montreal, believes that Kuminga might fit in pretty easily. Sam, what's going on? Welcome to the program.
Sam's in Montreal. Yeah, hello.
Yep, what's up?
I'm good. I was just saying, I think Kuminga is going to really propel the team to be way, way better because, when we were on a roll, Kuminga and Buddy Hield coming off the bench were the two best players. He was giving Buddy Hield more space to drive. And now adding Jimmy to that fold is just going to give Buddy Hield more space to shoot. It's just going to give Kuminga more lanes to drive in, just having Jimmy correlate everything. So I think Kuminga is really going to excel him coming back because him and Jimmy are they're going to add more force going to the lane and making buckets.
I like it.
I appreciate the sentiment, Sam, but I think they need more than buckets from him, though. Well, I don't know if you agree with that, Gil.
No, totally, Evan. And I hope I'm not coming off as Kuminga's just, when I bring him up, it's just dunks and points. Because I can hear Steiny saying, oh, come on, no. I'm totally with you. And we've been on his neck and head about that. Pod should never have, average more rebounds than a guy that's got, more height and muscle.
That's just who he is.
But I want him to do the other stuff. He's not immune to not be able to do the dirty stuff, Evan, no doubt. I just want him to be – I want that area to improve for Kuminga's game and then also him do what he's special at. And that's attacking the rim and getting to the free throw line.
Well, and that to me is where he has the biggest chance to impact this team. It's, helping them inside of the 3-point line where they clearly have taken a different step. They've taken a leap, I would say. But my biggest question is he going to be a better fit for the team than Moses Moody? And I hate it's something either or, but I think that's what it's going to end up coming down to. I just thought it was interesting the way that Draymond phrased it, he should feel lucky. I don't know, man. I don't know if he should feel lucky.
I'm with you.
Now, he should feel lucky that the team is good and he's got a chance to help them win because I think before he's just figuring out where he fits on a team that's around 500. But, lucky as far as his role and how many minutes, I don't know, man. Kuminga's dealing with a lot right now. Injury, contracts, roles.
And we haven't heard from him really either.
No, and he's a soft-spoken guy. I don't think not that I like it or I'm kind of indifferent about it, but he doesn't make it about himself. I don't think Kuminga does that.
Yeah. And I was just thinking of the reports of, his camp about his playing time. And, that was old stuff. But the bottom line is, he wasn't biting his tongue. But, Evan, what do we know about Steve Kerr? And sometimes it's because you have to and guys are out. But, man, I wouldn't be shocked. And I'm asking you, would you be if we find out Kuminga's ready, 100% ready to go, and he's in that 4 spot in the lineup for Moody? Would that show? Where are you at on that? Would that shock you? Or is it, he's been out so long? What we do know is that was a severe ankle injury, sprain. They're going to bring him back slowly, so you don't even got to – I'm not worried, but I'm just kind of curious if they just shoved him back in the starting lineup, if he were ready to handle that physically.
No, that would surprise me. And it's to me, it's more about Moses Moody. It's less about Kuminga. It's not like he can't do it or wouldn't help the Warriors. Moses Moody's playing really good basketball. The only game they've lost when he started, I think, was to Philadelphia.
Yeah, you're right.
When he's played with Jimmy, they have looked like a front. He, Butler, and Draymond, in that front line looks to be, at least right now, like a pretty formidable small ball 3-4-5.
Yeah.
And it's helping them play their best basketball. Moses Moody I know he just puts his head down, take his lunch pail to work and clocks in, but he's another player who doesn't make it about himself. And I think he's finally reaping the rewards of all of that effort and really, maybe most importantly, all of the patience.
No doubt. And that's what it's about, right? You can't have all I guys, right, or me guys. So that's what makes the Warriors have a strength in numbers. Did you see last night, Evan, that Kerr was calling for Curry to do the night-night and Curry didn't do it? And he said, I kind of break it out. I don't know when I'm going to bring it out, but last night wasn't it. He was having so much fun. But I go, you got to be kidding me. We go from the 10th, 11th seed to now the coach calling for night-night.
Well, I think he wanted it after the 3 with 90 seconds left. Draymond actually talked about that.
It really changes the momentum of the game. And it's also something that, plays like that are things that you build upon. You build trust through plays like that. You build more admiration for each other for plays like that. And obviously, like I said, the momentum swing is huge. Like that play, it broke their back. Like they were toast after we made that play. When you're trying to win at a high level, those are the plays that do it. We miss a shot, come up with the rebound, get the ball back to the guy who's been dominating and making every play, and then what did he do? Made the play. Those are the backbreakers for sure.
Evan, admiration, man. Like, damn, Dre, I love it.
But there is something about that play, those kinds of plays, that I think is important. I'm going to tell you why on the other side. We also got Brandon Pajemski coming up in about 20 minutes. He's going to join us live from New York City. They just beat the Knicks last night. They're going to play Brooklyn at the Barclays Center tomorrow. So he'll join Steiny and Guru. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. I see your call, Matthew. We'll get to you on the other side as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Again, Warriors rolling. How are you feeling? We're taking the pulse of Dub Nation right now and for the rest of the show. It's been as high as it's ever been. Can it climb higher? It feels like it was on center stage last night at one of the most historic venues this country has to offer. All right, we're back after this. Here for you, here for good. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Rebound ripped away by Butler. Out ahead to Steph. Numbers for Golden State. Pajemski, transition right wing three. Yes, sir! And the Warriors trail by 1. 62-61. The Dubs right back in this bad boy.
Kevin Dan on the call last night from Madison Square Garden. 114-102. Warriors beat the Knicks. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We got Brandon Pajemski 10 minutes away here on 95.7. The game is going to call us from NYC. Pods, by the way, kind of carried him last night in the first quarter. Ended up with 16 points.
He'll get his early.
He's looking like the player that we were promised coming into this season.
Yeah, and the guy that made the all-rookie team last year.
Exactly, and that's what the Warriors need him to be. You know, had 19 points. He took a lot of shots last night, but that's because that's how the game was going. But only 1 turnover, 4 assists, 5 rebounds. And he's someone that can get you double-digit boards. He's someone that could get you double-digit assists. He has become, again, a good connector for the Warriors. And when they have, let's say it's Jimmy, Draymond, and Pajemski on the floor together, they got 3 guys that can make a play for someone else.
Man, and spell Steph from bringing the ball up because we know that can – you know, I'm not saying Steph looks old by any means. I hadn't mentioned the knee tendonitis at all. That's so damn funny. But, Evan, I need your help real quick. Can you help the brother out? Oh, boy.
When was that?
We were on remote. I could tell.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, my nose is in. Hey, Austin and San Jose, one of our favorites, right?
Yeah.
Why is Guru obsessing about JK? Okay, 1, I'm not, Austin. And 2, he says the team is winning. I get that. But we were foreshadowing what's ahead. And nobody can ignore the rat on the table for the Warriors. Now, I won't even call it a rat. The prize on the table in the Cracker Jack box is one Jonathan Kuminga being added back to your team. That's not obsessing.
No, but
it's just funny. And you asked me the question.
Well, I did. I just thought it was funny the way that Draymond put it. Again, he said Jonathan should feel lucky for the situation that he's coming back into. And
I like how you broke it down. I was more with you.
Yeah, I don't think he should feel lucky. I think he should feel some pressure. There's pressure when you're stepping back into a situation and where you're at. Jonathan Kuminga is going to to elevate the situation.
Gotcha.
He's going to be asked to come in and help them get better. And they're already playing pretty damn good basketball. Can he help them unlock another level? I certainly hope so, but I don't think that that's necessarily easy.
Okay.
And so I don't view it as luck or, him being lucky to step back.
And he's still a young player, too.
Yeah, he's barely a legal adult.
Yeah.
So, and he's dealing with a contract situation.
I do wonder how that's going to – hey, no, we got a championship to win, Evan, but I just like
okay, well,
that stuff still – what you got?
We got to get to the postseason first.
Okay, right.
And then we can start talking about winning a round,
all right.
Winning 2 rounds. Yeah. But I do think, and actually, this is something I've been sitting on. I was kind of waiting for it, but the Warriors, according to Las Vegas, are contenders. I mean, they just are.
Yes, I know. Go ahead, man.
After last night, they have the 4th best odds in the West, 7-1. They have the 6th best odds, according to Caesars Sportsbook, to win the title, 14-1. I mean, that to me sounds like a team that the odds makers expect to be a contender.
Yeah, and there it is. That's not Evan and I saying it. And if you don't mind, Evan, I did this right before the show.
No, I'm not willing to go that far. Like, I would not yet call them a contender.
Then this is a mirage to you then.
No, it's not. There can be gray space. They're not completely dead, but I'm not going to go as I might walk the line, but do I think that the Warriors in a 7-game series would beat the Denver Nuggets right now? I think that does depend on how Jonathan Kuminga looks when they come back.
And I love you for that. And I give you that. And the reason I'm ready to just yell out yes is because I'm assuming that that transition is going to be smooth as possible. But anyway, I did an exercise when you were talking about just the state of the league you had brought up. And Nevin, I wrote down 3 teams ahead of the Golden State Warriors right now. And I know I'm going to catch hell for this, that I feel confident in right now, and this is how drunk I am in what I'm seeing with the Warriors, what I expect to happen with Kuminga. Can I read those to you? And this league-wide.
Yeah.
Cleveland.
Wait.
These are the teams that I'm only worried about that I think would beat the Warriors if they met them right now today.
Okay.
Cleveland.
Yep.
Boston.
Yep.
And I really don't mean this, but I do because I'm going to put respect on their name, OKC.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, Evan. The Denvers of the world don't scare me. And you might be right. They could win, but it's going 7. It's going to be a series. That's where I'm at where – and, I wanted to put Lakers. I'm not yet. But, Evan, I got them right there. And for Vegas to only have them basically slotted 2 more spots down to 6, it doesn't sound as ludicrous as one would think if I would have said this, pre-trade.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I would have them just outside of the contending category.
Okay,
contenders to me are the clear-cut favorites to win the title. The Warriors are not that yet to me.
Okay.
They're dangerous. They're a team that I think
like that
would
word.
give another group hell in a 7-game series. But am I going to pick them over Cleveland? No. Am I going to pick them over Boston? Am I going to pick them over OKC or Denver? To me, them and the Lakers are kind of neck and neck.
Right.
And I know some people like the Lakers more.
No, I understand that,
I
too.
think both of them are in the same group, which is the trade deadline completely transformed both those teams.
Yeah, it did, man.
You had the Lakers higher than I did pre-trade deadline.
Because I loved – go ahead, Evan. Yeah.
The Warriors were further behind them. But right now, both of those teams are the teams that in the West you do not want to see.
That's beautiful, man. And it's interesting. And Denver, I do get, and Steiny had said it before he left, Evan, they're our kryptonite, and I get it. I just feel like in a series, Evan, that's when you're going to need others. And right now, and I know we'll have one of the Warriors, the starter pods coming on 5 minutes away. But I guess I'm feeling good. And like I said, Memphis is sitting there. I don't know what you make of them. They're not a bad team. They got all the talent in the world, but I just don't feel like – I don't know what Ja's role is night in, night out. I don't know if it's his team one night. Are they better without him some night? So all that will get answered. But right now, this has been a season I don't think we'll ever forget, Evan, because it looked like it was in the toilet, and now it looks like we are in the penthouse up on the top floor, man.
Well, let's talk to someone who was at the Garden last night. Matthew's out in NYC, wants to get into the conversation. Again, Brandon Pajemski, in about 5 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. Matthew, what's going on, man? How are you?
How we doing, guys? Thanks for having me on. I was at the Garden last night with a legion of other Warriors fans.
Nice.
I'm not sure if you guys could hear it on TV, but down the stretch, they were cheering more for Warriors daggers than they were for Knicks buckets, which was pretty cool.
Wow.
That brings the energy. I wanted to say that, Buddy Hield, as much as a roller coaster ride as he can be, still, as much as I hate to admit it, obviously has a role in this team. In the first half, it was ugly when he missed all his open shots, but then they put him on the court with Jimmy in the second half, and Jimmy was able to put him in the right places and get him good looks, and that kind of flipped the game, and you love to see it.
Thanks, Matthew. Glad you enjoyed the game, too.
And I'm going to be honest, because a Garden is one of a kind, Evan. Did you hear a lot of Warrior fans? I felt like it was just Steph when he puts on a show, and I felt like that was a show. Not his greatest show, but it was one of those just like, wow, man, this dude's incredible, But I didn't hear a lot of Warrior fans take over the Garden.
Well, I don't think it was as loud as, say, like Orlando.
Talk to me now.
But one thing that a space like MSG, at least from afar, I've never seen a basketball game there, but it feels like because of how much celebrity is always in the house, that if you put on a performance, they'll show you love.
That's dope.
And over the years, the Knicks haven't been a great team. They haven't won a championship since the 70s. They've had some up and down years, but primarily have been, kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And so if you go there and put on a show, whether it's on Broadway, whether you're off Broadway, or whether you're center stage at MSG, New Yorkers will give you your proper respect.
Damn,
And I think that's why Curry likes playing there. I mean, I remember when he dropped, was it 54?
Yeah, man, I remember I'm dotted up on YouTube.
In 2013?
He looked like an infant.
They were loud for him that night.
Man.
When he hit that dagger down the stretch, I think that might have been what Matthew was talking about. They were getting loud. And in fact, we can ask Pods about that in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Did he feel like there were Warriors fans in the house last night?
And some say, Evan, I know Steiny kind of alluded to it, that was the Steph Curry, his coming out party when he did that at the Garden years ago.
Yeah, him and a baby-faced Draymond Green, too.
Dude, it's incredible, man.
Draymond Green, who, by the way, celebrated his 35th birthday.
Happy birthday, Dre.
Was at a...
Shocked you talking to me.
It was in some dimly lit room, according to Instagram.
When I'm mad at my kids or wife, it's always a fun game.
It's always
They're
fun
like,
game.
what's that mean? I'm
no,
mad.
but he celebrated his birthday and had a cake with 5 candles that he blew out.
No, if he Trey.
It's always fun game.
That is great. B, yeah, we love you, B.
Again, he was talking about the confidence they had before. Like I'm always confident. Yeah, but that confidence is
that was a great call
through
by
the
you.
damn roof.
Yeah, that was a great call by you.
I mean, it's.
Come on, let's be honest. You talked about Tapgate or Twiddlegate. Curry, we're not built to come back. The vibes were like, wow, man. Let's just say they were low. Now they're just out of control.
I mean,
and it's not them. It's everybody talking about them.
It's hard to not see it.
There we go.
In their actions, on their faces. This basketball team is having a lot of fun right now. And it all changed around February 6th.
It's hard not to see it. That was well said, E.
I'm having fun watching. I wasn't having fun watching this basketball team before as much as I am right now.
Yeah, people said I needed therapy. I was coming in here moping, head down, shoulders,
Well, and we are pleased to now be joined by on the River Islands guest line. All guests on the 95.7 The Game guest line appear on River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the River Islands in Lathrop? None other than Brandon Pajemski is joining us live now, I assume from New York, Pods. But first of all, thanks for taking time out of your afternoon. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
All right.
Well, it's been a whole lot of fun watching you guys do what you do. But just last night, we just had someone call in, Brandon, and tell us that at the end of the game, when you guys were putting away the Knicks and wrapping up what's been an awesome stretch here lately, could you hear the Warriors fans at Madison Square Garden last night?
Yeah, you definitely could. Seems like everywhere we go nowadays, obviously having Steph and now Jimmy, there's a lot of Warriors fans in every arena we go to. And so when we win or Steph does his thing, you can definitely hear him.
Hey, Pods, man, I'm seriously, man, I'm proud of how you're playing, but I got to give you your flowers. From you getting hurt, wearing the mask, shot not falling like you wanted, you're out, then you come back, and now you're back in the starting lineup. And we know last year you did your thing. You're all rookie team. But just talk to us about how you didn't get down and how you were able to bounce back to how you're playing right now, because I don't think you get enough love for the energy you bring to the team night in, night out.
I mean, I think Steph always told me that it's a long season. It's ups and downs, and part of the downs was injury and not playing how I wanted to play early. But I understand it's 82 games, and I had time to flip that. And I think I did come back from injury while I was hurt, seeing the game in a different light, and it's helped me, come back and play well.
Brandon Pajemski joining us on the River Islands guest line here on 95.7 The Game. Last night, Brandon, at the podium, your head coach, Steve Kerr, talked about how you have really developed, this team has an identity, a two-way identity. When did you begin to sense that had been the case? Was it around the trade deadline? Did you feel like you had some semblance of it before? When did you start to believe that this team really has cultivated an identity as of late?
Yeah, I think we had that before the trade deadline too. It was just in a different form. We were still solid defensively, and just like last year, we were solid defensively. I just feel now with Jimmy, you have a bunch of alphas out there that have that same kind of mentality, and it translates to both offense and defense. And so, the alpha mentality that Draymond brings, Jimmy, Steph, combined with me and Moses out there, I think it's a really good group that we have. But I also think on offense, you've seen the numbers go up too, just because of the addition of Jimmy.
Yeah, no doubt, Pods. I know you're a student of the game, and that's what I wanted to ask you about early on in the season. We do a show every day. I'm gonna be real with you. I was kind of doubting it. I wasn't seeing it, and I was a little nervous. You guys make the trade. Did you get down like the fans did? Did you think, we can make something happen pre-trade? Can you just walk us through how you guys were feeling in the locker room night in, night out before Jimmy, as you are now? Because it just seems like the confidence level's on 1,000 right now.
Yeah, I mean, every trade deadline, people see their name in trade rumors, and there's people are on edge about it, and they don't know what their future looks like. I know in Utah when the trade happened, everybody was kind of shocked, that we gave up Wiggs. But it made sense. Mike played with Jimmy in Chicago, and so every move that Mike's made has been a good one for the organization so far. And so we all just put our trust in Mike, and I think he's done the right thing so far. And obviously when you win, everything's fine and dandy, but I just think even in the 2 losses we've had, our energy still remained the same.
Brandon Pajemski with us on Steiny Guru. Evan Inversteiny here on 95.7 The Game. Last night after the game, Brandon, Jimmy Butler was talking about how, and I'll just read the quote, I hope that making the right play time and time and time again is contagious. Just because the play is for you doesn't mean that that's your shot. As someone that has to be on the floor and make those read and react decisions in a split second, how quickly have you picked up that that's the kind of guy that he is, but also the kind of player that you can be as well as being lauded as a connector of this group? The understanding that just because the play is for you doesn't mean it's your shot. What's it like to work with a guy who sort of symbolizes that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of similarity in mine and Jimmy's mindset, how we see the game, how we play the game, trying to make the right play all the time. But I think it's just another way of saying, like, we run something for you, and, I think Steph's a proper example of it. 2 guys always fly at him, and he just makes the right play, and I think he just wants that to be the underlying message for everybody, 1 through 15, that whatever we run, if you don't have it, move on to the next thing. And so what he's saying there is he's always going to make the right play. 2 guys ever come to him, he's always going to move the ball, and so he's just trying to spread that message throughout the squad.
Pods, talk to me about your heart, man, because I'm sitting here watching you go in there and bang and leave it on the floor in regard to rebounds, out-rebounding dudes that are taller and might have a little more muscle than you. Where does that come from? Because I'm telling you, man, it stands out, and I see it every game, but I got you on the line now, so I want to give you your propers for that. But where did you get that drive and zest to get on the boards?
Yeah, I think it's just a love I have for the game. If I can leave every game and go into the locker room and be like, I gave everything I had for that game, that's what satisfies me at night going to bed. And I think rebound is a part of it. It's a collective effort, especially our starting lineup's undersized. And so, Draymond's obviously going to do his part with the big. And then how can the other 4 of us kind of help clean that up? And, Steph's going to try to grab a lot of long rebounds. So can me, Moses, and Jimmy, really help Draymond down there. And so that's just kind of where I get it.
Brandon Pajemski with us on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. You guys have won a lot of basketball games as of late, 9 of 11, 9 of 10 when Jimmy's been in the game. I just want you to take us through 6:30 left at the Garden. It's a 1-point game. And over the course of the season, you guys have played in as many clutch games, close games as any team in basketball. Because of how much winning you guys have done and how much you've been able to figure out in a short amount of time, is there a different level of confidence now that when there is a 1-possession game, a 1-point game down the stretch, that game is going to go your way, that game is yours to win?
Yeah, I think there is a huge belief for 3 reasons. I think 1, the ability to put a great, solid defensive lineup that can switch 1 through 5 out there. That really helps. I think we have, the best 3-point shot maker in NBA history. And then we got the best 2-point shot maker, arguably in the league, in Jimmy Butler. And so it adds a whole different dynamic. And I think you look the last time the Warriors have had that kind of trio dynamic-wise, it was when they won championships. They had Steph, they had Sean Livingston hit middies. And so just adds a whole different dynamic that we don't have to rely on shots at the rim or just threes.
Hey, Pods, I'm kind of nosy, man, so I'm going to ask you, Are you talking to Kuminga much? Because we talked about you getting injured and then you coming back and have to get reacclimated to the team, but there was no Jimmy Butler then, and you mastered that. What are your thoughts, and how big of a deal is that for young Jonathan Kuminga when that time does come for him to come back and reemerge with his team and his teammates?
Yeah, I think the good thing about Jonathan is he's been with us every step of the way since Jimmy's been here, and so practices, whatever you want to call it, he's constantly learning from Jimmy, and obviously Draymond is always on him, and so it's going to do nothing but help us when he returns. It's going to give us another high-level player in this league that's going to fit with who's ever on the floor. But whenever he gets that okay from Rick, we're going to be excited to have him, and he's going to fit right in.
Brandon Pajemski with us on 95.7 The Game, River Island's guest line. Pods, you've had now a chance to play with Steph for a couple seasons, or almost 2 seasons. I'm sure you know what it's like when he's locked in, when he's engaged, and his numbers kind of speak for themselves, but he's really taken a leap back into that elite, especially offensive category over the last 11 games. Have you seen I don't know if it's a different demeanor or a different sort of energy from 30 out there since Butler's joined the fold?
I think he just knows that the urgency we got to have, especially post All-Star break with 27 games to go. Him and Draymond understand and know what it looks like to win. And so he knows we have to, win 20 out of 27 to, solidify ourselves as a playoff team. And so I think there's just a sense of urgency. You've even seen it from Draymond. I think that's 3-4 games now with almost triple doubles. There's just a sense of urgency, and now Jimmy being who he is, being aggressive, you just kind of see that from all 3 of them.
Hey, Pods, walk us through, like I'm a fan, and I'm sitting here fat-mouthed, and now after being scared early on in the season, I'm telling Evan, the Warriors nobody want to see him. And I feel that because I'm watching it. But as an NBA player, and you're just a couple years removed from the college game, are you feeling that bravado, that moxie, or how do you channel that?
I mean, when you have Steph Curry on your team, I don't think anybody wants to see you 7 times and got to beat you 4. And so that's just our goal. And I think every time, in the recent history that the Warriors have made the playoffs and not just a play-in, they've been successful. And so beating us 4 times out of 7 games is going to be hard no matter who it is.
Brandon Pajemski with us on 95.7 The Game. You talked about Draymond Green, and I'm watching you guys last night, especially that opening lineup and to begin the fourth quarter. You're in a 2-3 zone. You're up top with Jimmy. What's it like playing defense? Whether it's in a zone, you're playing man to man, to have a couple players as smart as those 2. You got Butler alongside you up top, and you got Draymond behind you. What does that allow you to be as a defender, and how much confidence do you have in your collective group that you guys are going to be able to get stops most of the time when you need it?
Yeah, it gives us a lot of confidence. It allows guys like me, Gary, and Moses to just be super active and aggressive on the ball. I think I was able in Charlotte to be physical with LaMelo early. And I think last night Moses was able to be really physical with Brunson. And we just know that, Jimmy and Draymond and our bigs are always behind us and ready to help us. And so it just allows us to pressure the ball more, be more aggressive. And I think collectively, when you have that belief in each other, the 5-man unit out there, it allows us to get a lot of stops in a row.
Hey, Pods, I like to say you're the leader, you and Kuminga and Moody, the youngsters, when you think about the Warriors' future and Santos making contributions, but you got a big man, Quentin Post, QP3, hitting shots. When you're in the game and when you're on the bench watching them, have somewhat of an impact on the outcome of games. Are you shocked at all? And how happy are you for him to take advantage of the opportunity he's been given?
Yeah, it's super good to see, especially for a young guy like him, stepping into a role that, could be a little scary, not really knowing what to expect. I was in that situation last year. But I think he's done well in his minutes, and I think he's done a really good job of absorbing information from Trace, from Loon, from Draymond, especially defensively in the ball screens and the pick and rolls. He's gotten way better since he started playing, and so I think that's the biggest thing that the staff and us that we're happy with. that we can trust him to help us get stops. And we know that he's going to floor space. He's going to roll to the rim and all those good things. And so defensively is where he's made his biggest stride that I've seen. And we could be more happy with that.
Pods, Steve Kerr set out, I think it was a couple weeks ago, that the goal is to get to the 6, to not be in the play-in, to give yourself a chance. And you guys so far, I know there's quite a bit of time between now and the postseason, but you guys have accomplished that. You guys are at the 6, 3 games away from the 5. I'm not sure how much you pay attention to the standings, but if you feel like the first goal is the 6 seed, have you guys set another goal, or is it kind of just trying to basically keep this, what you guys have found, what appears to be pretty special, going? Is there something beyond just acquiring the 6 seed, because you got it pretty quickly?
Yeah, I think the 6 seed was the bare minimum expectation. The staff from us after the trade deadline, and obviously we're here now. We're like 3 games behind the Rockets for the 5 spot, and the 3 seed I think is only 4.5 or 5 away. And so we got the whole month of March and a little bit of April left. It does help. We got an easy strength schedule in the Western Conference left. And the teams above us got to play each other a couple of times, so someone's going to lose. And, thankfully, Houston, we have the tiebreaker with them. I think we maybe have Memphis tiebreaker. I'm not sure. But, we're just trying to get as high as we can. The higher we can get, the more home games we can get in the playoffs. That's the goal.
Hey, Pods, I'm curious to see, because the fans are chiming in. They love you and love what you do, and you're out there balling. How do you assess your game? Like, where would you like to improve right now? Because right now it looks like you're doing it all, but how do you hold yourself accountable to where you'd say, you know what, this is what I want to work on right now?
Yeah, I think just the efficiency standpoint. From 3, I'm in the low 30s right now, and I know I'm not that kind of shooter. I know I could be mid to high 40s when I really locked in, and so probably just that. And I think for me, I got the most confidence in myself, but then just having Steph and Draymond and Jimmy always telling me to, be aggressive, don't pass up nothing. You think a shot's open, you take it. And just have that trust in me from those 3 guys, especially being out there with them. It's not like they're on the bench saying that, being out there with them, them telling me that. I think it's a confidence booster for sure.
Hey, Brandon, I really, really appreciate your time. We've enjoyed the stretch of basketball you guys are playing. We hope you can keep rolling, and thank you for making some time for us. And,
we got to ask him about the turn up. Did you go out with Dre last night?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it was.
There
good.
It is.
We celebrated at some dinner. He had his birthday cake with 5 rings, so what he's wishing for with that. So
there it is.
It was a great time for sure.
There it is.
Well, appreciate you making some time for us after a long, good night.
No doubt.
Sounds
Take
like,
it easy,
Brandon.
Pods.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Brandon Pajemski joining us on the River Islands guest line. Yeah, well, I'm glad you got that in. I wasn't going to go there.
I was but then he said what you showed me, the 5 candles. But, Evan, just imagine him a couple years removed from college, and Butler's telling you, or Draymond or Steph, don't you pass up no shot, Evan. That's gotta give you all the. You still gotta hit it, but it's gotta give you all the confidence in the world. That's why I'm not doing too much in my. There's hella pressure on him, and he's meeting it, Evan. If he's going above and beyond.
You know what hit me?
The 3.
Did he say the 3 seed?
I thought I heard him say that.
Steven.
I thought it sounded like he said we have an easy, straightforward schedule in the Western Conference.
Well, he was talking about how many games they were back, but it didn't sound to me like he was talking about Houston.
So that would be Denver. And right now, what are they?
Oh, no, Memphis. Yeah, Denver.
Denver's 3 now. They're 5 back at Denver.
Well, I was just curious because, again, I'm not saying that the 6 seed is where they're going to be. They could go higher. They're also 2 games away again from being the 10 seed. But with the kind of basketball that they're playing, the business they're taking care of, again, they're playing tomorrow in Brooklyn against a team that's gettable.
Yeah. I love that.
I just wondered if they've set a new goal. And he said 3.5 for 4 games back. Like,
it's doable.
There's nothing that's out of the reach of this basketball team. Paz is a confident cat. There's no doubt about that. But that definitely perked my ears.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's half the battle, right, Evan? Is having the confidence And he does have that. Even when things weren't going well for him, he had the confidence. But, Evan, this is why I just keep saying, when he answered my question about how far can you go, basically, is where I was going. He's saying having Steph Curry, the assassin, he didn't say it. I'm paraphrasing. It's how I processed it. Like, we got action on any and everybody, and that's how he should feel. And watching the chef go Michael Jackson right now for this last month or 2-3 weeks, Evan, I mean, anything's possible. And I'll just say this. Whoever you are, whoever that team that gets the Warriors in the first round for a 7-game series, all I'm saying, Evan, it's not going to be easy.
No, it's not.
And that's what that's what I'm going to say to you.
They're going to be a difficult out.
All right.
But also, when I hear him talk about the urgency that Steph senses, I don't think we've seen that level of, I don't know if it's energy or killer instinct, that level from Steph over, I don't know, a few weeks now. We haven't seen that for some time.
It was gone. It was gone.
Remember last year after the All-Star break, we were talking about how his numbers dipped.
Yeah.
His numbers have gone up.
Yeah.
Well, that also screams urgency to me.
30 points the last 10.
Well, I don't want people to take this for granted. Like what he's doing at age 36, he's going to be 37 in about a week.
Okay.
A little over.
Yeah. 5 days, I believe.
Yeah, like what he's doing at this age is not common. And so that's another reason why I think the Warriors are feeling this sense of, like, we got to get this done this year. We have an opportunity, and with older players, it doesn't always come along. They caught lightning in a bottle around the day. Everything has clarified. You used the word clarity earlier. I think it's a perfect word. Things have become clear of what this team can accomplish, and we're hearing that.
I'm asking you the ultimate test right now because you're in his chair to channel that. If we're up against it, let me know, E. To channel your inner Steiny with this.
I'll try.
I understand the difference between LeBron and Steph Curry physically.
Yeah, about 100 pounds.
Okay, but they've both mastered it being the best version of themselves. You brought up his age. And I brought up the future, and I know those are different conversations for later days, but Evan, what if the chef can master doing what he's doing now for 2 or 3, I'll just say 2 more years. That's why my confidence level in the future, and it varies, everybody's different, but I'm like, I don't see no imminent drop-off from Steph, especially now that he's got, the likes of Jimmy Butler and the youngsters, but when does the possibilities are endless on this thing ain't over tomorrow. And I think he's showing us that, and that's why he's so giddy about give me some effing talent, and this thing can go longer than, look at LeBron. He's 40 doing things still.
Yeah, but there was a drop-off. It was the first 51 games of this season. I mean,
without Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, but just assuming that he's going to be able to recreate this over 82 games again and again until he's done with his career. To me, I don't want to count on that. Like I would love for him to prove me wrong and for him to continue to do that. But to me, what Steph is doing right now is unreal at his age.
Total.
There are 3 people in the history of basketball that have averaged more points than Steph Curry in his age 36 season. LeBron James.
Damn.
Kevin Durant, who's currently doing it, and Karl Malone. That's the list. All of them are forwards. All of them are big boys. All of them have physical advantages that Steph Curry doesn't have.
Right.
Steph he is having one of the, if not the most special age 36 season for a player of his size in the history of the game. All I'm saying is appreciate that because there's no guarantee that just keeps rolling on down the line. At least that's the way that I'm looking at it.
Evan, I appreciate that. Like, you don't even know. But I guess where I'm at is I feel like Jimmy Butler has extended that window. That day's going to come. And you're right. We don't know. But Jimmy Butler, his mere presence on this basketball team moving forward, I think has extended and savored Warrior fans from being able to watch Steph, and again, you're right. The 82, I don't know. We Kyrie Irving, no line one. But the bottom line, Evan, is my gut tells me this thing can be extended if they have good fortune on their side. Now that Jimmy Butler, the dog that he is, they're together, like this thing, Curry ain't got to work as hard. It's fun now. And I'm just hoping that window, and you mentioned it, like, Goo, the list is small, but I'm wondering if now Jimmy Butler also symbolizes Steph can be greater for longer. And only one answer, the games will play themselves out and we'll find out. But that gets me excited.
In the postseason, I hope so. But again, that's why you said it. Everything's good right now. Everything that has gone right since the trade deadline has so far. Curry looks energized. Jimmy's playing selfless basketball. All three of their bigger and older three are healthy. Jonathan Kuminga looks like he's going to come back and help this basketball team.
Going to the free throw line.
You've won 9 of 11 games, 9 of 10 with Butler. All of that is going good. Okay, so we need that right now. We got to maximize that right now. And I think a big reason for that is when you got him, there was only 31 games left. You're not playing an 82-game season. When the Warriors got Jimmy Butler, they're playing a 31-game season and whatever you get into the playoffs. You're not looking at – Draymond talked about it also at the podium last night. We didn't cut it. But one thing he mentioned was to win a championship, you got to play 9 months. Well, when they got Jimmy Butler, to win a championship, you only have to play 3 or 3.5. That's a very different challenge. They don't have to win 9 months at this point. They got to win 3.5 or 4. And that's what I'm excited about because I think that's doable. Looking at it like it's a 3/4 of a year, that's a tall hill you got to climb, especially if you're like Sisyphus and you get pushed down the bottom.
Look at you.
Right.
No, I hear you.
We got to hit a break here in a sec. But I actually, all right, thank you, Granny. We got the sound from Pods. I want to play it for you on the other side. I heard a very different goal set for the Golden State Warriors from Pods because I think just like us, he's sipping the Jimmy juice. Anything is possible. Shout out KG for this basketball team. And there might be a new goal for Golden State moving forward. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, Damon in Bakersfield. We'll hit your call on the other side. Gerald the Guru Johnson. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Big thank you to Brandon Pajemski joining us from NYC between the Warriors' win last night against the Knicks and their game tomorrow afternoon at the Barclays Center against the Brooklyn Nets. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson with you as always.
No, I was just about to say, Steiner. What do you think he's doing, man? We ain't brought him up all week.
He's sipping a cerveza somewhere in Mexico.
Wow.
Probably with a lime.
Yeah.
Unmarked bottle.
There you go. Don't get jumped.
You're worthless.
Dude, only you. I swear to God, sometimes I want to live your
Only
life.
You what?
And sometimes I'm glad that I don't have to live life in your shoes because some of the stuff that happens to you, man, it's like a fiction novel.
Yeah. You talking knockout?
Well, that's what we call a tragedy.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Macbeth.
Yeah.
Pods. Feeling good, Evan.
Feeling very good. Feeling extremely good. Feeling like 9-1 in their last 10 games with Jimmy Butler good because this is what he told us right before the commercial break. I asked him, hey, Pods, you already got the 6th seed. Why the hell not go higher? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the 6th seed was the bare minimum expectation. The staff from us after the trade deadline, and obviously we're here now. We're like 3 games behind the Rockets for the 5 spot, and the 3 seeds I think is only 4.5 or 5 away. And so we got the whole month of March and a little bit of April left. We got an easy strength schedule in the Western Conference left, and the teams above us got to play each other a couple of times, so someone's going to lose. And thankfully, Houston, we have the tiebreaker with them. I think we maybe have Memphis tiebreaker. I'm not sure. We're just trying to get as high as we can. The higher we can get, the more home games we can get in the playoffs. That's the goal.
Man,
next
Houston,
goal?
Yeah, Houston's crump. Remember Steiny left, he goes goo. They were 5 back, I believe. Like that might just, dude. By the time he gets back, if the Rockets don't get their act together and Dubs keep winning, I'm just saying, Evan. Like this is amazing, and it's amazing from the standpoint of everybody out here in the Yay. That's the Bay. Thought that the Warriors were going to be in the box.
That's why I thought it was noteworthy. Like my ears immediately perked up when I heard it. I thought. Like Houston to me is attainable. Houston's on the board. They're 3 games back. You also have the tiebreaker with them, which helps. You're 3-1. So if you get even, you're going to jump them for the 5. And that sets up, I think, a nice, favorable first-round matchup with, let's say, like Houston. Yeah. Memphis. Because right now you'd be playing Denver's the 6th seed.
Okay.
He jumped to the 3. Like, for everybody that is... I don't know if they hate on Pods because of how confident he is, or they think he's over his skis. Like I was curious if he would say, "Yeah, we can get the 5. That's attainable." He looked at the 3. He said and right now the 3 seed, to his point, are about 4.5 games in front of them.
6 back in the loss column.
Yeah, the Denver Nuggets. And you play them, by the way, coming up in a back-to-back at home. So that's a big game, obviously, but. The fact that he went from 5, which I think to most people is realistic, to 3, which I would have said no way in hell, get out of here. That means this team they believe they can do anything. Like seriously, I know that's cliche, but they didn't feel like this very long ago.
No, they didn't, and that's why when you didn't call them out, but you kept it real about Dre. You weren't confident, Dre, and Steph wasn't either, and it's okay. But things have changed. And Evan, I just, I don't need to parent you, but I just love the fact that the words that I'm able to tell my kids are wisdom that was passed down to me. Confidence is half the battle. And that young man, Brandon Pajemski, has that. And sometimes you got to reel it in, but it's probably why he's in the league. But the bottom line is if they're looking at Denver like, yeah, we can make it up, we got time, then they're feeling frisky and good, man.
Damien's in Bakersfield has been hanging on patiently. Damien, what's going on, man? Welcome to the program. How are you? Damien. Going once.
Daryl, the Guru, Johnson. You suck.
Oh, we're back again.
And then, man, but that giggle, like.
Hey, I dare you to call in when Steiny's back, all right? Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
Why? Come on, man.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
That's right. I'm playing E. Get a life. You're on hold to do that? Pull my finger?
Yeah.
Like that, get you off? Hey, whatever. We're here for you.
Well, it's not like a good way to look at that is he cared enough about you to let you know.
Yeah, I won, Evan. We got your time. You had to hold.
What's that thing living rent-free in your head?
Oh, dude, boy.
By the way, it's not like you're jumping the border. Like you're not getting through level 6
Shout
White
out
House
Taco
security.
Bell. Look at you.
I'm just saying. All right, the 925 Warriors are playing amazing right now, but they're not beating good teams yet, and they're definitely not beating. Why is it? It always comes down to the Warriors and the Lakers with everyone in this town. I swear.
But Evan, it's real because both have made major trades. They've had
before that, it was still Warriors and Lakers. I don't know. It's because they played each other in the playoffs. To me,
Spadoni Shasky on me.
I don't know.
What did he accuse him of this morning, Shasky?
In a double agent?
No, he said, the Lakers get calls or something. He was saying that, but having fun with Spadoni.
Well, there are a lot of people from L.A. that live up here. I mean, you see it at 3rd and King every time the Dodgers come to town.
Yeah.
But, no, I mean, to me, if we're talking about the Warriors, to me, comparing them, the Lakers, to me, are just as dangerous. I guess maybe a little bit more so. But
you got Luka, now LeBron, 2 dudes that can control. Go ahead, Evan. Just like that's incredible in itself.
No, but to me in the West, it's OKC and Denver. Those are the teams that you're measuring yourself against. I'm not measuring the Warriors against the Lakers yet.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Even though they are the 2 seed. They are the 2 seed.
Jeter.
I like Denver in a 7-game series over them.
And I get that. I was debating my boy Silk Basie, but I just feel like, Evan, explain something. Because last time I said this, you said you feel like the Warriors are too. I feel like the Nuggets, and you mentioned Brown, but outside of him, they don't got a lot of other guys like a Moody, a Pods, or even a QP3. Like, I feel like they're so top heavy, and I know Gordon's been out, but he's a bear too. I don't feel like, they're as deep as when they had Green when they wanted and Brown back in the day. And my boy was like, oh, look at Brown now and Green. It don't matter. Green's helping the Rockets. If you believe that, I do. Steiny doesn't. But the bottom line is, do you really believe the Warriors are top heavy?
Yeah, we saw it when they lost to the Sixers when you removed one piece from their roster. I don't think that makes them a worse team. Like, they made a good trade. The 4-for-1 trade was a good deal.
Yeah.
But you traded your depth for a bona fide star. And there's consequences to that. But the consequences to me only rear their head when you're missing Steph or Jimmy.
Right.
Curry was still good in that game, but I think you saw
felt like pre-trade. Yeah.
No, they were worse than the pre-trade team because you didn't have all of those extra bench pieces that you could have thrown into the game. By the way, the Denver Nuggets, the reason why I think they're pretty good is because...
And they are, Evan.
Well, they have more players on their team that have contributed to a title than, say, the Warriors. Like, the Warriors have more total rings. They have, Kuminga was on the championship team. Moody was on the championship team.
But their roles were they,
Steph and Draymond are the 2 guys that are left from that squad. And Gary Payton II and Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
But those 2 players on the back end have had their roles move backwards. Kevon Looney was starting.
Yes, he was.
Big stretches in that playoff.
And we may see him in this run.
GP2 was big in the Memphis series. And we might see him. But to me, if I'm looking at Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, I'm not even going to name Jokic. Don't have to. But those 3 guys are still in their primes and have already shown that they can win a championship. So that's why I put them in the OKC category. The Thunder, you have to just because... God,
they've earned,
they're just so much better than anybody else in the West right now, on paper.
Yeah, in the regular season.
Yeah.
So we're going to see.
If they had any sort of postseason pedigree, I don't think we would be talking about any other team in the West.
I'm not mad at that.
In fact, that's another reason why this year is important to get this done, if you are going to. I don't want to face OKC in a year or 2 when they've figured out how to win in the playoffs. Because odds are they're probably going to take some lumps this year. I think they can still win a championship, but it's going to be hard to do having not been there before.
Wow.
And if they do, let's say they get to the Western Conference Final, God forbid, the NBA Finals, and they lose. Well, I don't want to see what they can come back with next year. That's going to be a team that's got even more bulletin board material.
And Evan, you know what? You just described to me Mark Jackson's last year, where they lost to the Clippers in a 7-game series on the road in L.A. I'll never forget it. Myers and Lacob were just looking at each other like, can you believe this just happened? But my point to that is the next year, Evan, that was the first round. The next year, they lost. They went on to win a championship. So when I talk about the lack of playoff experience for OKC, and they had a series last year, and They played tough, Evan, but they didn't go. I guess what I'm saying is I'm telling myself I need to be careful because we watched the Warriors in 14-15 go from losing a 7-game series to the Clippers to winning it all. And I don't think a lot of people had that on the chessboard.
That is true.
You were playing chess last night. You need to tell me more about it on the other side.
I brought the board. It's in the back. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, for Dale the Guru Johnson. Pods also said a couple of other interesting things, specifically about why there is confidence. He actually detailed it in 3 parts, and I want to play it for you on the other side and react with my guy, Goo. Giddings and Guru in for Steiny and Guru. That segment brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. Yeah, we got some things we can address with the crew coming up at 1:45 in the crossover.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a few things. Oh, actually, I do have to talk to Willard, Professor Willard. So he was nice enough to invite me and the great Whitley Sandretto.
Where?
Well, on Zoom. It was like
okay. I was like, to the house? I didn't get it. It ain't about me. Go ahead, Evan. God damn.
You got something to get off your chest, Q. But so we talked to his, he teaches a class like sports broadcasting or sports journalism 101 at Cal Poly. And a lot of his students are going to the Saturday game against Detroit.
Oh, wow.
It's a part of their final project of the year. He does
it every year.
Well, I think he does it every semester. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But anyways, he was like, can you guys come on and answer questions? We did like a half-hour Q&A of, what's it like to cover a Warriors game? What's your favorite part? There are a few bright young women who wanted to ask Whitley about what it's working like, as a female in sports. So it was cool. But I had to check myself because I was about to reference Mark Willard.
Yeah.
And I realized that I'm speaking to his class, who refers to him as Professor. And so I said, do I have to call you Professor Willard?
This is great.
And he said, yes. I didn't like it. It felt weird. But
he was playing, though, right?
No, he was not playing.
Oh, we'll
because they're all young adults. They all have to call him Professor. If I walk into my class, I got a rhetoric degree, right, from Miami University.
Come on, Willard.
I don't. Professor.
Now you're on a power trip. Oh, I got something for him. We'll get him.
Yeah.
Where you going with the gift card you guys got? Because a half hour, that's a lot of time.
Gift card?
You got compensated.
Come on.
Don't tell me you did it for free.
This is pro bono work. What
is going on?
What does he look like?
Fence. What's going on? You didn't get no chicken?
No.
What is going on? Oh,
he already owes me a drink for that Buddy Hield bet I won.
The Willard I know. I would have sent you some cash app.
I got to wipe my behind.
Time is money. So Whitley didn't get anything.
Well, she better not. I actually don't know.
Let me stop.
So what did you tell him? What was your best piece of advice?
Good man. That's my
you
man.
feed him all the crap. I mean, you said you tell him.
I didn't like that. A lot of people just
what?
You just feed him the crap. You meant what you said to the kids.
All right, you and I, let's have a moment.
I didn't like that. That guy, that's the guy that helped us? What? Go ahead.
Yeah, you say all the things that are good, but may never pan out. When you were getting into the business, and I know you had a different route than, say, a lot of these
contest,
journalism students.
Right, let's keep it real now. Lucky break.
But when you're talking to guys and gals that worked in this business in positions that you wanted to be in as a host, they were feeding you crap too.
Right.
And we're telling you all the bad things that happen in the industry.
I got you.
And we're talking about the money that you're never going to make.
Wow.
Don't
talk about that.
No one's trying to crush your dreams at age 20, or at least they shouldn't.
Look at my guy. I don't know if I want you talking about it. So, but what did you give us one thing? Like Risotto said, give us one thing you told them.
Well, someone asked a question about what your favorite part about covering the Warriors is, because Whitley and I's role is very different. She handles social media, and she's awesome at that. And I usually do pre and post game.
I can't wait to hear this answer.
So
you're in the building all the time.
Yeah, my favorite part is just the interaction. I mean, there's nothing like watching a live sporting event, and we're lucky that we get to do it and get paid for it. But also the interaction we get, say, on post game with our callers, or people are watching the game. You get to feel that raw, uncut, and we get it every day. You guys do on Steiny and Guru, but it's not like that. To take a word out of your vocabulary, euphoria of feeling a big Warriors win, picking up the phone, calling myself or calling Mark Grandy, who was on last night, and telling us how you feel about the game, how you feel about the team. That sort of interaction with the fans, I genuinely do enjoy.
Okay.
That wasn't crap. That wasn't crap.
And Evan, you didn't ask, but it's been a drug for me, and it still is. And there's nothing that will, like Evan, if they ship me off and I start painting for a living and I wasn't doing radio, I would still turn my radio on. And I believe you believe this. You answer. The pre and post stuff, I'm just a sucker for it. And I don't want anything from it. It's just there's nothing better than I call that the dessert to the game of the after hour show to talk about what you just saw, man.
Yeah, but I don't know how you do it. Like, I've never called into a radio station. I've never called in
Are you
for
being
post game. No, that's why I have another level of respect for our callers, because I don't think that's an easy thing for you to just pick up the phone, wait for however long you got to wait, and us to say, hey, Joe from whatever city.
Or Cowboy Daryl in the Metroplex.
What do you got? And you got to give me your best take with all the energy, not stumble, and you get basically 90 seconds so you get ran. Like, that's not, I don't think that's easy.
Yeah.
What we get to do is much more easy, because if I say a stupid word or stumble,
I got you.
you can pick me up, you know?
Yeah.
Which you do and have done for the past
But we're
couple
going to
days.
get Willard. You didn't get paid. I don't like that. You're young. You need the bread.
Well, yeah, I got to pay rent. Well, I just did pay rent, I should say.
Don't you hate it?
No, but I almost got last night.
Well,
okay, so.
Oh, boy. Who did it, Evan? We can ride.
My friend calls it the gringo tax.
Okay.
But.
Oh, wow.
At an anonymous location I was at last night getting tacos with my buddy. We're playing chess.
Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, so we're playing chess, and I'm eating my tacos. My buddy goes, how much did you pay for those tacos? I said, I don't know, $4 a taco, whatever. And he goes, yo, look at the sign. And it says 2 for $5 because it's Taco Tuesday.
Let's go.
Yeah, but they charged me for all 4 tacos in full and just assumed that I wasn't going to say anything about
I hope to God you got from spending time with me that you got back up and you went and said something.
Well, I got 2 more tacos and made them.
Was it an easy, like, did they have an answer as to why you didn't get the special out from the start?
And I chickened out. But again, I got hit with the gringo tax last night, Goo.
What? That is awesome.
That was like, the
But you got your money back.
No, I didn't. I don't have the guts.
Yeah.
All right. You want to listen to what Brendan Pajemski said is the difference between
Keep
the
on
word?
laughing. You got
I know.
That is your boy. That's a bar. Wow.
I did.
Evan.
I'm willing to admit that.
You own it. It's all good, baby.
All right. Why is there a new confidence to close out games? Pods, help me, my fellow Caucasian.
There is a huge belief for 3 reasons. I think one, the ability to put a great, solid defensive lineup that can switch 1 through 5 out there. That really helps. I think we have, the best 3-point shot maker in NBA history, and then we got the best 2-point shot maker, arguably in the league, in Jimmy Butler. And so it adds a whole different dynamic. And I think you look the last time the Warriors have had that kind of trio dynamic-wise, it was when they won championships. They had Steph, they had Sean Livingston hit middies, and so it adds a whole different dynamic that we don't have to rely on shots at the rim or just threes.
I thought he was going KD, but he was he was Sean Livingston. I love it.
But that's the first time I've heard someone break down what the confidence really means. Like at the end of a game, 1 possession, roll the ball out there, who's going to win? Well, the Warriors are going to win according to Pods because of Steph, of Jimmy, and basically the domino effect of those 2 players and what they can do on both ends.
And Evan, when you hear it broken down like that in its simplest form or its purest form, does it shock you that we're here? And that's what I kind of brought up to you to start the show, because I can't let go of how lucky the Warriors are that Butler was available, because his basketball prowess, he shouldn't be available. He should be in Miami forever. He's that type of player. But are we so shocked early on that the returns are, 9-2 since Jimmy Butler? The basketball part of this makes all the sense in the world. And I do got to go here, E, and I've kind of done it. I don't see it slowing down. I'm not saying they're going to beat everybody every time. But, Evan, they got a damn good basketball team with winners. 2 guys or 3 guys and a coach that have won it 4 times, and 1 guy that took a bunch of, okay, average NBA dudes to the finals twice. Like, they meet each other, and now here we are. And I know it's the honeymoon, but, Evan, it's why your boy has his chest out. It's why I envision bring on Denver, bring on OKC. I like to see it. Not meaning they're going to win it. We know that. But, Evan, and I know you talked about this is their best chance to do it, but I really need what do they call it when you got the AA? Because I'm drinking the Kool-Aid of they can do everything right now, even next year. And you made a great point about the 82 games and how this might be there. I get that. I really do. But, Evan, man, this is exciting. And if you just look at Michael Jackson, who we dub, no pun intended, we dub Steph Curry, it's all and everything he's doing right now, man.
Yeah, and I don't want to rob them of next season.
I got
they
you.
may very well
and
be good.
You didn't sound like you were.
Well, look, they're going to have to make moves, right? I think they got only 5, and if you include Kuminga, because I think he'll get a contract, 6 guys under contract next season. Like, they're going to have a different team.
Okay.
Gary Payton II's a free agent this summer. Kevon Looney's a free agent this summer. Those have been big pieces of your championships, and for GP2, the most recent championship. So, they're going to have some decisions to make, but when I'm looking at this team and when I'm watching them play, I guess that feeling of, I don't know if it's inevitability or if it's, I feel like they're going to pull it out. I haven't felt that, again, for like 2.5 years.
I'm with you. So Durant, you're okay with me saying the Durant?
No. I was saying 2022.
Oh, okay. Wow.
When they begin to figure out in the postseason, you're like, it doesn't matter who they play. Like, they're going to figure out how to win this game.
Wow, EC, I can't dock my boat there, because even when they got to the finals and blew the lead in game 1 here, then went down 2-1, I felt like Boston might be team-wide better. So I never was braggadocious in regard to how I feel. So I go back to KD, the last year with KD, even when they lost to Toronto injury. This is how I feel now. But you're saying you felt that way with the 2022 team.
Well, did I look at them as the favorite? No. And on paper, Boston, I thought was better. But yeah, I thought the Warriors could beat them. I mean, once they got past Memphis, I thought that was a team that
watch out.
Was going to test how physical they were. And yes, they caught a break. John Morant got hurt.
That did happen.
But once they got past Memphis and sort of survived that slugfest, I mean, Gary Payton II got knocked out midair by Dylan Brooks.
Dirty play.
They had to go through all of that against the Grizzlies. And Boston was a team that I think had a lot of question marks.
Giannis got hurt. Yeah. I'm just saying with their series with Milwaukee.
Well, they were also quietly the trade that Jimmy Butler kind of reminded me the most in recent memory actually involved the Boston Celtics. When they traded for Derek White that season, that's when they took off. Now, Butler's a better player than Derek White.
Who's a baller, by the way.
Olympic champ, NBA champion, really good two-way player. But the impact that Derek White had on a team that was about 500 going into the new year, they took off. And Ime Udoka at the time had that basketball team playing sound. So
did you see White because he left San Antonio, right?
Yeah.
Did you know Boston came up? Because I was like, oh, ho-hum. Yeah, I love White, but I didn't think he would be what he is now. Did you feel that when that trade was announced, or were you just like, another transaction in the NBA?
No, I didn't know much about Derek White. One of my buddies is from Denver, so I knew he went to Colorado and was a good college player, but I didn't know he was awesome.
Yeah.
One of my friends is like, you got to watch this guy in San Antonio. He's a good shooter. Right. I was like, okay.
D. White.
But that's when he clipped it off, or before he clipped it off. He could still shoot it, though.
Yeah, Barkley made him cut it.
I mean, Derek White won them that game 1.
Dude, he's won him a bunch of games.
Yeah, he's
and they paid him. He got his chicken too.
Yeah, but he's on one of the better contracts in the league.
Well,
so
I got you.
Boston got a bit of a bargain. I mean, I still like Boston in the East just because of the pedigree.
Yeah. You're gonna hate me, Evan, and this is what I do. Did you get cheese on the tacos?
Yeah.
All right. I love it.
Well, they asked. I just said throw it on there.
Oh, well, there you go. They asked. I appreciate it. I need to go check them out.
I said, Todo?
Yeah.
See. Yeah. Give me everything. You're smiling like I did something.
Because I'm mad you didn't go back and stand on business. Locomotive.
You're going to have to let that one go.
Evan, but what did your buddy tell you? Just take it? I would have been like, what happened?
I was kicking his ass on the chessboard. I didn't really care about.
He had his own problems.
Yeah, he was worried about something else. He said, "Oh, you're getting ripped off," and I'm just like, "Win a pawn." Yeah. All right, Goop. Where I kind of want to end this. Where do you think this thing's going? Like, seriously.
Now, I'm being real.
Okay.
And Steiny sent me a text. I texted him at 8 this morning. He finally responds.
Steiny?
Yeah.
He didn't text me.
Well, no, I just sent him a text at 8 this morning. It took 90 hours for him to respond.
Had to check on his dog.
Yeah. Evan, you asked me a question. I'm ready. They're going to the finals. That's where I think this thing. Evan, I'm just, hey, man,
I know.
You asked me a question.
I know.
And to be honest, can you look at my face and think there's others that would be in this line right now that are drinking the Kool-Aid that I am? Could you see it happening? If you're going to tell me Isaiah Joe is going to be Isaiah Joe and Hartenstein and all those dudes are going to be playing as freely as they are, Evan, I'm wrong. This team has done it. They were dead on the mat and they got a gift from the basketball gods. And now minds are running rampant. This is real, Evan. There's nothing fluke about this. They're the 6 already.
I believe there are other people in that line you're talking about. But what I also believe is, like knockout, you're at the front of the line.
Wow, that was a bar.
And I hope you don't go down one and done, like the Warriors. Well, the Warriors go down one and done.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania. This is Jimmy mania. Locomoco is saying it on the chat. Evan, I'm serious. So what's your biggest thing? What else do you need to see out? And Kuminga can't be an answer. They can't control who they play. They just beat New York. You're right. They didn't have Butler for Philly. But what's on your to-do list to where – because the same thing can be said about the Lakers.
Yeah, but the Lakers
they
have
got
size.
Yeah, boy.
That's to me
size
the difference.
Matters.
And it would be different if the Warriors were an elite shooting team. I think it'd be different, but they're not. I think what the Warriors' advantage is if it gets to a 2-minute game, like if the Warriors can somehow get it to a 2-minute game and it's within reach, I feel like they have 2 players, if not 3, that are going to make winning plays. And I think all 3 of them complement each other perfectly. That's what excited me about last night is the fact that, and I know they didn't win the game against Dallas, but they generated a couple of open looks that just didn't go in.
But Moody came to mind.
Moody hits that corner 3, they win the game. I think there's going to be a lot of those postseason scenarios, and I trust those guys in those spots, mainly Curry, Butler, and Draymond, to come through. They got 3 dudes that have been in every single situation that the game has to offer.
That's got to mean something.
Well, it means I'm confident that they're going to win those spots. And the fact that Curry is playing as well as he has, I know the Olympics was the Olympics, and he was playing with the Monstars.
Okay, gotcha.
But it felt like whenever he shot in the Olympics, the ball was going in. I didn't feel that way for about 3 or 4 months.
Oh, my God. The numbers were saying that. Not the percentages weren't low, but I'm with you, E.
Whenever he's taking a shot now,
oh my gosh,
it seems like it's going in. And
that is incredible.
Against Orlando, it wasn't like he just went for 56. No, they needed
every one
of those 56 points. That last 3 that he made where he sidestepped and hit it right before the shot clock expired. That shot's going in. It just is. And 3 weeks ago, I didn't have that sort of confidence that he was going to bury that.
Ooh.
I'm just saying,
man. I'm with you. That was a great call. You asked me a question. I said that's where I'm at. I think this thing could get to the finals.
I can't write you off. While I am not going to get up here and say I think the Warriors can make the NBA Finals, I can't just dismiss anyone that believes that. That's the kind of basketball that they've been playing. And it according to Brandon Pajemski, and not just Pods, I don't want to single him out, but what everybody is saying on that team, what everyone is emitting from that locker room is, they think that they can get this done.
Man.
They got action.
That's half of it, Evan, if not more than any task that you're trying to accomplish.
I'm just thinking, it's like, I'm trying to think of reasons why they can't, because I'm just a contrarian like that.
You got some Steiny in you.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
But just not as much. But, Evan, what if I helped you out? You're looking at me and telling the basketball world, the Geltzeilers of the world.
Geltzy believes in him, by the way.
No.
Even though people thought he was killing Curry.
But the OKC, I'm just using them because they're at the top. The playoffs aren't that easy. And that, I guess that's what
apparently they are if they're in the NBA Finals.
No, I'm talking about OKC to duplicate playing easy and it not just, your sphincter muscle gets tight. Everything, you sweat a little more. It's the offs. I'm not robbing OKC the opportunity to do that. But if you're telling me this Warrior thing is a mirage, Evan, to me, and you're not saying that, it's not. The basketball part of this is it makes sense. And it all makes sense that they could go to the finals and it would be, a short season. Butler only played 39 and they did it on the fly. You're right. But for the people that say they can't, then you're telling me that OKC has mastered the playoffs in the regular season, and I've yet to see that. So that's what I'm counting on too, is that youth and that puberty of OKC having to do it night in, night out, Evan. I'm not saying they can't. Curry would give OKC fits now, this version of the Warriors. Now, you got to earn that opportunity to get there, but before I'd be like, oh, it's TKO, it's over with Wiggins. Now I'm like, bring him on.
Well, and sort of my final thought before we get to the crossover in a few
Willard
minutes.
Too.
Yes, we are, Professor Willard. Because they've taken care of so much business in the regular season. Like I know Pod said the 3 seed, and he can believe that all he wants. But if they start to climb in the rankings, or if they further than they already have in the standings, they have room to rest guys.
Yeah.
They have room to load manage the rest of this regular season, so that. Like one of the reasons last year, I believe, even if they got to a 7-game series, they beat Sac, they beat whoever was 7-8. I thought they would have got smoked in the first round last year because they had to work so hard just to get to 10. If they can move somewhere in the 6 or 5 range, they get a bit of a cushion behind them. Teams aren't catching them, or they got tiebreakers. Well, then you can look at, all right, we can rest Jimmy here. We can rest Steph here. We can get Draymond 25 minutes instead of the 35 like he played last night on a back-to-back here. And one of the reasons why I think that they were so primed to make a run in 22 was because Curry was fresh. If I get a fresh, shout out Rotten Tomatoes, Curry, Jimmy, and Draymond, well, then I might be sipping the same Jimmy juice you are.
All right. I got you. And you're right. Curry got hurt down the stretch of that 2022, and he was able to, less miles on the body, and then when he came back, the rest was history.
Ended up being kind of a blessing. All right, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got Mark Willard and Dan Dimley coming up on the crossover presented by Abundant Life when we return on 95.7 The Game. That segment sponsored by San Francisco International Airport.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every single day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com to learn more. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. What's up, boys?
Well, I'm getting a little jealous over here because Goo is starting to knock on my door with the weight loss.
Down 20.
He's down 20. I lost 25, and I might have put one or two back on. And so your boy's about to catch me and pass me, and so I may have to hunker down here and see if I can't slip off another 5 to 10 just to stay ahead of you.
Yeah, and while I'm hurt, Willard, this will be the only time I reference it. I had a victory speech ready for knockout, and Abundant Life Weight Loss was going to get all the love in the world, and that's what hurt. I wasn't able to do it, but I'll do it now. They've been a life changer. But I'm fired up, and I'm not done.
No, you look great. Yeah. And I was actually up in the booth with Evan trying to do an hour, and I did 8 minutes because you couldn't survive. But as I was watching you, and
there's some joke in there somewhere.
No doubt about it. Willard knows it.
Just chew it and do it. That's where the payoff should be. If you two are only lasting 8 minutes, when you're looking for an hour, better. Dude, seriously, you can last longer. But as you were walking up the stairs, I was watching you. You were dejected, and I was like, man, he's sad, but he's skinny.
I appreciate it.
No Tracy Morgan.
Yeah, no,
dude, no more. No more.
Yeah. It's never been.
I don't know if you saw SNL 50. I've been watching it in pieces. Like before we go to bed, my wife will fall asleep.
Season, right?
Well, I thought it was just a one-time
It was a one-off.
tribute.
Eddie Murphy was there. It was incredible.
Did Tracy Morgan, and he was incredible.
He was Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
More Tracy Morgan than Tracy Morgan.
How did he nail that?
He was so good.
They did the Black Jeopardy.
Yes.
Okay.
Like the way he was doing the diction and the mannerisms and the whole thing.
Dude, he nailed that one. That might be some of his best work, Will.
It was pretty funny. And I actually put that on Twitter, and a bunch of people were like, oh, no, Guru's the real Tracy Morgan. And I was like, no, not anymore. Not the new Slim Guru.
No, don't say that.
I don't have a nose like that, Will. But he was.
Anyhow, post-car crash. Anyhow.
I'm still stuck on you. You had a victory speech for knockout.
Oh, it was ready.
That's why you get knocked out. I'm trying to tell you this.
I'm in it for the wrong reason.
I want your whole being next year to just be.
Okay, you know what?
One phrase.
You got it.
One phrase for you next year.
You got it.
I don't care.
Oh, no.
Survive in advance. That's what's happening. I'm too thirsty.
You came in thirsty. Yeah. I walked in.
It's real, dude.
I hadn't even gotten 2 steps in the arena yet, and Bonte's up in my face, and the lovely Christy's like, y'all playing for second place today. Little did he know I did get second place. I'm like, dog, chill.
Yeah.
Just
don't. Bonte might have threw
don't care. If you don't care, then you'll be there.
Relax.
Okay, that's gonna be your
Willard,
phrase.
we got a bone to pick with you.
Oh, what I do?
Oh boy.
I mean, if you want to do this, you can.
I am. I'm going to do it for you.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I have a feeling I know what this is about.
He went to a certain restaurant yesterday. It was Taco Tuesday.
Yeah.
And it was 2 for $5. They charged him full price. And the buddy he was at the restaurant with told him, go back up there and get it fixed. Why? And he didn't do it. And I'm mad at him.
What is that a bone to pick with me? What the hell I got to do with
I'm trying to ease it. That's and now I'm going to come to you.
So wait. I want to make sure I get it straight. Okay, I get it straight.
Please explain.
You went to a restaurant.
Yes, I did.
And it's 2 for Tuesday. You got tacos. Mm-hmm. You got overcharged.
Yeah.
And then you knew it. Yeah. And you wouldn't go get it. How much did you get charged?
1.5 times. Or basically, I just didn't get the deal for Taco Tuesday. I got the gringo tax, is what my friend told me.
Okay, so instead of $5, you paid what?
Shout out the mission.
Like $7 or $8. Yeah.
Okay.
He's in the mission, no doubt.
Yeah, it's across the street. The point is, I like this establishment. I go there for tacos all the time. I know now, and I didn't really mind, honestly, giving them my money because they're a local place, and they make really good, oh my God, they make really good adobada.
But you got to speak up for yourself.
No.
I thought that's what I represent in your life.
Well, but you know me. I mean, a little more soft-spoken. Plus, again, I was catching W's on the chessboard, so I wasn't really worried about what my friend was telling me.
Yeah, that's a personal choice.
Okay.
For $2 or $3.
So on top of that,
he didn't want to stretch out his legs for $2 or $3. Now you're going to get mad at me because he came on my Zoom last night and you didn't? Is that what you're going to do?
No. I'm not mad, Will. Good. I'm shocked.
I was like, what?
He goes, he had to refer to you as professor, and I get that with the kids.
Gotcha.
But then as you had to make him do that, okay, that's one.
On his Zoom.
Nothing.
Yeah, I was like,
But
I gotta
then
call you that, right? He goes, yes.
I go, what kind of gift card because I know you, and father named Tom. I'm like, what kind of gift card or what did he give you? For doing the appearance.
Give me a damn chance. Now you ruined it. It's 152 the next day.
But I'm right, though. I knew he was going to compensate you.
No,
that's the Willard I know.
Maybe I was.
That would be right.
Yeah, the compensation sensation.
Maybe I was.
That's all he's going to get.
Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. But either way, you ruined it.
Okay, my bad. But he shocked me. I go, what did Willard get you?
I already owe him a beer.
Okay,
so maybe I get him two.
All right.
Let me just ask this for the listener.
I'm a cheap date.
How long were you on the Zoom?
Oh, here we go.
Like what, a half hour?
Yeah, 25, 30.
Half hour.
No, because if it's like a 12-minute whatever, because all of us do like, hey, this is Jimmy in Pittsburgh. Can you come? Of course, I'll come on your show. 12 minutes, and maybe we'll call you Filipponi, and we'll have you do 12 minutes back.
It's not a show.
It's the same idea, though. It's a commitment.
Yeah,
and
it's asking
in
for
this
some
case,
of your time.
Right,
Yes,
30 minutes is kind of about the breaking point where if it's more than 30,
all right,
I'm looking for a $20 gift card. You know what I mean?
I mean, when Steve Kerr joins us, he can tell when we get to 25 minutes now.
Okay.
You can tell his answers are like, yep.
Let's
like,
wrap it
how
up.
you guys playing?
Well,
we're playing well.
Well, what happens is he opens the sliding glass door and he lets the dogs in.
Exactly.
And so the dogs start, rah, 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 rah. Guys, I mean, I got to control these animals.
You got him today?
To go. Yeah.
Oh, he's going to be in a great mood.
You might have time today.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very, very thankful to you, Evan.
Yeah, no,
and I will take care of you. And Evan and Whitley.
Right. I was about to bring up Whitley.
They did a great.
That's an
By the
hour
way,
deal.
If I start paying for everybody who speaks to my class, I'm gonna be paying for this class more than they pay me. But anyway,
I don't think Goo was mad that he didn't ask him, but it's like.
I just assumed that's my guy Willard. Class personified.
But I didn't say yes expecting him to pay me, though. You're talking to college students, and I was explaining to him before. It's like I didn't get a chance to be, a journalism major, have a chance to talk to any media members. Not that I consider myself a high one, but it's like he gives these kids a lot of opportunities that I didn't have, and I just think it's pretty damn cool. Plus, they're also coming to Chase Center, and so we get to meet them actually in person.
Well, that was actually kind of the point. Like, I wanted some people who are over at Chase Center on a night in and night out basis to kind of help show them the ropes or give them some guidance.
Now that one might cost you.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm not having to do any.
To look me in the eye.
I'm not having to do any tours of Chase Center because, by the way, I don't even think any of us are qualified yet. I would probably run them into a janitorial closet and we'd all get locked in. But anyway, my point is that's why they came on, is because this class is coming to the game on Saturday.
Yeah, love it.
And Evan and Whitley know how to go about covering a game over at Chase and what they look for and what they do and all that. So, the Warriors deserve a big old thank you
and
for
this. And you do this yearly. That's why I love it.
We do this every year.
I think last year, if I'm getting to the Spurs, I thought.
Well, last year got canceled last minute, but I think it was, I think it might have been the Spurs the year before that.
I got you.
Whatever it was. And then in the spring, we'll do it with the Giants, which is why more people sign up for fall than spring.
Can I share with you what I'm trying to
You talk about like tour of Chase Center, because after the knockout, I'm going out to grab a little bite before we do our show, and it's me, Shasky, Lubman, and I think Lucas was also with us. No, maybe not. It was somebody else.
Spadoni.
Thank you. It was Spadoni.
Yeah, because he texts.
We're running material, and we go up an escalator, we turn right, we go down some stairs, we go through 2 corridors, and finally Shasky's like, excuse me, can you help us get out of here? How do we get to the garage?
How do we get to Thrive City?
Dude,
I swear to God.
It was a whole thing, and it was reminding me of me and you and me and whoever else I've ever been with in that building. If you are in the bowels down low, you can't get out.
Yeah, dude. Dibs and I ended up like on a stairwell to the roof with like nothing but locked doors behind us.
I got it.
I'm like, I don't even know why this place exists.
No doubt.
Why am I on this staircase?
Yep.
It was like the Winchester Mystery House. I'm like, this staircase goes to a wall and the door locks behind you. I don't know how. I don't even remember how we got out of there.
There's all these random corridors, too.
You are right.
We bumped into Bonte. Excuse me, Mr. Hill. Can you help us?
Holy crap.
And he's like, oh, yeah, here's Bruno, the usher. Hey, Jim, what's going on?
It's amazing, man.
Bonte, the OG. And he got us out of there.
That's right. He did.
But
he did.
Yeah.
Yep.
And knockout, it was kind of a similar vibe. So you're talking about having Evan give guided tours. Lots of luck, kids, because you never know.
I'm pretty familiar with the place now. It's not quite Pan's Labyrinth. After like a season, you get into, all right, where am I based on the seating charts and the first and top floors? But it took a while because there is legitimately a lot of random quarters that take you to the same place. It's just a different way to get there.
Oh, my goodness.
So until like actual Chase people have taken me to each of the different spots, I would have had no clue where I'm going.
Over or under covering 12 and a half games before you can get to the media workroom with confidence?
Depending on who you are, the over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the correct answer.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's a big place,
I'm
man.
so thrilled that I can find it now. I still get happy when I get in there every time. Oh,
it all looks the same.
Anyway,
unlike
thank you.
the Warriors.
Yeah. Thank you for last night.
Of course, that was fun.
You guys
and
were
speaking
awesome.
of which, last night, Steph Curry, and I told Evan this, I've been trying to hammer the point home. I've been missing the point, missing the nail. If there were no score box and you didn't know what was going on, but your only gauge was Steph and his mannerisms and that smile, are we all shocked that it's back so fast? Because to me, if you tell me they're going to the finals, I'm in the line. Like, I'm watching him. He is really the true metric of, I used to get triple and blitzed. All this room I had. He's in a good spot, and so are they. That's all I'm going to. And he put on another show. It feels like Barcelona again. Every game is the Orlando game. They needed every three, but I'm looking at Steph like Michael Jackson is back.
Well, he's not carrying the same weight anymore. He doesn't have to carry the same weight. And if you look at his line scores, his box scores before the Jimmy Butler trade, when he shot 31 times, 35 times, he felt like that he had to do everything. He didn't have help. And, Kuminga was out, your primary second scorer, and Wiggins was, being Wiggins, which is
floating.
Yeah, kind of floating, a little bit of that weak side vibe. And beyond that, you had no real scoring help, and Pods was trying to get healthy and all the rest of it. And now you get Jimmy Butler, a legitimate, give me the ball, and I'm going to do some things kind of a player. And I think about the big dagger moment last night where it's a loose ball, and Draymond gets it, and he whips it to Jimmy at 2 feet. And Jimmy doesn't even think about trying to score. He gets it, and he goes whoop, right out to Steph, and Steph's got nobody within 15 feet, and he just catches it, and Steph takes his time, and he rises up, and he hits the dagger. And those moments of, knowing what you need to do and knowing how to play basketball, I think, has taken a lot of the burden off of Steph Curry.
I think those plays, to me, there are the sign that there is something special here, because the only time that the Warriors play with, and some people call it chaos, I've seen like some football managers called organized spontaneity. Like when you're playing with control in an uncontrollable possession, you know that you're cooking with something. And the fact that the ball was exactly where it needed to be off of a broken play. I mean, Draymond grabs the ball loose and then ends up with Jimmy right out to Curry. When the Warriors are at their best, those are the possessions that seemingly tend to happen for them, and the ball ends up in the right person's hands at the right time. Like, that's why, it was the dagger of the game, but it felt like it was going to culminate in some moment like that. And those kinds of, just unpredictable finishes, they've been more frequent than ever this season. I would say the last 2.5 seasons, we don't really see those kind of chaotic possessions end up benefiting the Warriors. And that's why, to Guru's point, like, I would be sipping the Jimmy juice.
You want to do the thingamabob, and then we can keep on going?
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.
I love it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First Cal Credit Union.
This is just some crazy cockroach stuff that's going on, man. That's I am so excited by the fact that and I don't know where it's going. I don't know what it looks like they're going to make the playoffs.
But it's different.
I don't know if it's going around
Mark,
2, round
it's different
3, whatever.
though.
And I don't even want to get into that yet. I don't want to get into where is it going to end up, because to me, that's jumping past all of the fun stuff. Like, one thing that we can definitively say already, without getting into where did it all end up, meaningful basketball is back. We're here. And meaningful basketball is here. And many, if not most of us, clearly thought at the beginning of this year that idea was ridiculous. That idea was absurd. That actual meaningful basketball that matters in May and even potentially June is back. And that's why I call it cockroach stuff. This is the second time that the Warriors have found a way to rebirth themselves after they're supposed to be long dead. And so that, to me, what an incredible gift.
I just called it that before you guys came in.
Absolutely.
Gift.
To anybody who follows Warrior basketball, I don't know where this is going, but the fact that this is happening right now is it's an incredible gift. Because it's absurd. It is. There's no way it should be going like this.
The answer's in the building. How about that?
The answer's now in the building.
That man.
Yep. Now we know what building he was in. He was in Florida.
That's amazing.
He was in Florida.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Waiting for somebody to come get him.
It can't be. I can't wait. Steve Kerr's going to be on in 28 minutes. Right. I cannot wait to dive deeper into. I know what the surface answers have been about Jimmy. He's a connector. He's a perfect fit and all this. I don't care how perfect you are. It's not supposed to be this easy.
Can you ask him about this? We had Brandon Pajemski on earlier, and I thought that there was a goal set by Coach Kerr earlier. I just threw it at Pods, and apparently there's a new goal.
Yeah, I think the 6th seed was the bare minimum expectation. The staff from us after the trade deadline, and obviously we're here now. We're like 3 games behind the Rockets for the 5 spot, and the 3 seeds I think is only 4.5 or 5 away. And so we got the whole month of March and a little bit of April left. It does have we got an easy strength schedule in the Western Conference left, and the teams above us got to play each other a couple of times, so someone's going to lose. And thankfully Houston, we have the tiebreaker with them. I think we maybe have Memphis tiebreaker. I'm not sure. We're just trying to get as high as we can. The higher we can get, the more home games we can get in the playoffs. That's the goal.
He jumped from the 5 to the 3.
Yeah. Well, the 3 feels a little far-fetched to me still, but the 4 doesn't. Memphis, Jaren Jackson's out. Yeah. And they've lost 3 in a row. And Houston's been wobbly for a little while now. And lost again last night. Yep. And how about the Clippers gagging in Phoenix? Well, I mean, there's just a lot of things.
They got a game tonight, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of things twisting their way, but I just... Again, I caution against jumping 2-3 weeks down the road because the Warriors have their own journey to go through here. And we're watching what happens to other teams. All of a sudden, Jaren Jackson's out. All of a sudden, Kyrie Irving tears an ACL.
But we got one guy we're about to add.
Yeah, that's how it feels tonight.
Yeah.
What happens tomorrow night? You don't know. That's the way my brain works in moments like this. This is so fun and so unexpected. I want to enjoy it for each game that it brings and not assume that it's going to look like this, that, or the other 3 weeks from now because you just don't know. But, man, it's trending in an awesome way.
Man, Steph is averaging 29 a game since Jimmy joined the team, and that includes a game against Charlotte where he played only 23 and a half minutes because it was such a blowout, and then the next time against Charlotte, you only played 30. So those numbers would be even more elevated had you had to have Steph Curry play a bunch of minutes. But the one thing, forget the seed and whatever it's going to be down the road, the one thing that makes me a little bit excited is that you might get to a spot and have 2 or 3 games at the end of the year where you can just rest guys. And you might be locked into the 5. You might be locked into the 6. And even if you are fighting for the 4, you may not even care about fighting for the 4. If you're the 5 and you have to be on the road against the 4, I don't think this team's really going to matter, but get to a spot where you can rest some guys and you can really get yourself ready, because we think about 2022 and why did they win the title? I do think a big part of it was the fact that Steph Curry sat out the last month or maybe a little bit more. Yeah. He was fresh, and you were able to get everybody sharp and ready.
What you laughing at?
I just got a text from Steiny.
What did he say? Share with us.
I can't. Like, this team is doing something ridiculous to this radio station. So much to the point where Matt Steinmetz just texted me.
Is he leaving his vacation early?
May have to get on the Warriors bandwagon when I get back.
Yeah.
Yay!
That's not the Matt Steinmetz that left for Mexico.
I told you he was excited for him before he left, but it's full now, and there's room for him. But how can you not? This is incredible.
That also means he's not shooting really well.
Oh, whoa.
If he's thinking about us, if he's thinking about us at 5:06 in South Carolina, dude, he should be.
I texted him at 8 this morning.
He's in Cancun.
For him to return.
He's in Cancun right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Even worse. Even worse. If he's thinking of us when he's in Cancun, I'd argue he's not doing it right.
Yeah, and I would just say this, and I hope he is listening. There's no room for you. you're not welcome.
Wow.
You don't get
Dallas and 6.
You don't get to get on the wagon. Your chance to get on the wagon was a long time ago. Get off my wagon.
This guy is such a D.
It's a fact.
There's always room on their wagon, dude.
They're feeling
Not for him.
Why not?
Not for that guy.
Wow.
Not for that guy. The guy who spent 8 years of his career saying that Steph Curry wasn't a real point guard.
He said it was the greatest face of a franchise in the history of
That
sports.
gets you an autographed jersey.
It was wrong.
Yeah.
Great. And the guy who picked Dallas in 6,
I was
famously,
there. He did that for a fact. He took
whatever he did,
Well,
he
clearly.
did it. He did that thing.
I'm just
I
wondering
got
who's
your
going to be
back,
the villain of the
Steiny.
station now. I mean, if Steiny's on the wagon,
someone's gotta
Dude,
do it.
no doubt.
No,
What's
it's him. Because when they go out and they lose 3 of 5, he's going to be the first. Well, guys, I mean, we all were a little premature trying to anoint this group. They're too old.
Yeah,
I came in one day.
They still
Morale
might
was
be.
so low for me with this team. I think it was the Utah loss before we found out the game before we found out Butler was going to be a Warrior, and I swear he didn't even know. He looked at me like, if Tom Thumb over there has no energy, is despondent about this team, it's bad, and it kind of shook him because I was like, I was waving the flag. And now I'm ready for the parade.
I'm trying to
I watched a lot of hoop in my life. Like, okay, I know you don't like this, but Willard, I think it's fun when you're feeling good about your team's chances. Like, that's why I was talking about pedigree and experience. And Jimmy Butler has that. No bling yet, but he knows what it takes so bring on OKC. They can lose.
We've never seen you go on these wild swings before. I've never.
The Giants have let me down 2 years in a row.
The math still works.
when you asked him not to care, it's like, what kind of request is that?
I'm trying to find a new way to describe Steph because I think we're sort of running up against something that doesn't compute. And I'm thinking about like what Shaq said last night, where he's like,
he meant it.
Yeah, he's like, look, we gotta start putting this man has to be in the conversation when you start bringing up the biggest names ever. When you start bringing up Jordan and LeBron and Kobe, like Steph deserves to be there.
And he's got 4 rings,
right? But this station and maybe even this show, right? You guys have talked about the greatest face of an organization ever. That's one way to like. Okay, we've got that. He's not the greatest player of all time, period.
Right.
Like, we're not going to do that, I don't think. He might be the greatest fan experience of all time, though.
Oh, wow.
Like, that, I'm trying to figure out where does he fit in this conversation, which is all Shaq was asking for, by the way. He said, let's have the discussion. Let's have the discussion. There is absolutely, to me, and this is coming from somebody now who, right, I was at that starry-eyed age during Jordan. I'm like a early teens, be like Mike, all of that stuff. And granted, he wasn't a Warrior and Steph is, so maybe that affects this, but I just don't know that there's ever been an experience like this before for fans with an athlete. Well, I don't know what it compares to.
Their greatest comp is the antithesis of the excitement that Steph brings, but this player was equally efficient, and he probably, during his time, was as good, if not better, than Steph Curry. It's Tim Duncan. And he wasn't eye-poppingly exciting, but just looking at his numbers, he was top 5 in the MVP 9 of his first 10 years, and he won 4 titles. And he was a 3-time Finals MVP.
He was boring, though.
He was boring.
Yeah, no, and I love him.
That, to me, is the antithesis, which means the opposite of what Steph brings. But when you think about being a Spurs fan, when he got the ball on the left block at 14 feet, it was a bucket. Yeah. He would do his dribble, nod, turn, bank, and he would score. They didn't lose. He was amazing, but he wasn't this. But in terms of like a guy who played his whole career with one team, and he won 5 rings, Steph has 4, and he was a Finals MVP 3 times, it's kind of an interesting comp to me because Steph is so much more exciting. Steph is maybe the second or third most exciting player ever. You could talk about Jordan and the highlight dunks and the game-winning shots and LeBron and his physicality. And beyond that, who's more exciting than this?
He's one of one.
And exciting is clearly a word, but to me, even deeper. I don't know that there's ever been a more infectious player that I've ever watched play sports. Let's go NFL. Let's go MLB. LeBron, definitely not. You know,
Barry Sanders.
I just don't. I mean,
super infectious.
Yes, but Barry Sanders, he didn't have that. Like, he was so quiet. He didn't have that vibe. There was no showmanship. It was hand the ball to the ref.
Right, but when he got the ball, like when Barry Sanders got the ball, what he did, nobody else has ever done before.
You mean in team sports? In team sports.
Patrick Mahomes is not beloved in other cities. You don't go
with that.
If Patrick Mahomes is here, half the crowd is not rooting for Patrick because they're like literally looking at each other.
But I said he's played the quarterback like Steph, but I get you as far as beloved.
But he doesn't have that connection with the fans to where when you're watching him, you're in the moment literally thinking to yourself, I can't believe that we get to see this.
How about Magic?
Very infectious.
Very infectious.
Okay. And he played point guard like no one we'd ever seen before.
Okay. No doubt.
With the no look and the ball handling at 6'8", and the way he did
that's
absolutely
a good name.
Infectious.
That's a good name. That's a good name. But again, I go even like Magic was very, very infectious, had a big personality, and then also the 48 minutes of the game.
Yep.
Steph will make people show up 2.5 hours before tip.
It's incredible, man.
And lose their mind. I just don't know. I don't know if there's somebody who matches him.
I think it's hard to compare generations, but
that's true too.
Of this one, I'm right there with you. You guys got Steve Kerr coming up at 2:30. 2:30.
Yep.
Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Right? Keep it locked right here. Thanks, Q. We'll talk to you tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get this thing going. Steve Kerr is going to be here in 15 minutes, everybody. Steve Kerr in 15 minutes live from New York, where the Warriors are doing the two-step out there. Knicks last night, Brooklyn tomorrow night, and there's no doubt about it. That was one of their top 5 victories of the year. And along with Steve coming on, we would love for you to come on. 888-957-9570. Dib, do you like surprise parties?
I do, yeah.
There's two kinds of people in this world. You either like surprises or you don't.
Yeah, I like them.
I do too.
Yep.
I don't really know. I don't understand people who don't. Lovely Christy hates them, so I'll never get to throw one.
Yeah, the lovely Supper doesn't like him either.
But she's really good at throwing them. Really, really good at throwing surprises. And to me, the way I sort of operate, there's kind of nothing better. There's nothing better than when something amazing is going to happen that you didn't know coming. And that's kind of what this feels like to me.
Yeah, it's a surprise.
I don't know what to do with this. Like a week and a half ago, we were like, have the Warriors earned your trust? And I guess the only way I can answer it is almost, but not fully, because let me ask you this. Second end of a back-to-back, Steph questionable until tip. Did you sit down last night thinking, oh, they're going to win this? They were actual underdogs. Do you think they'd win?
Well, I mean, I thought that they had a chance because they had everybody, but then as you watch the game unfold and you get, late in that second quarter and you had New York starting to kind of exert their will and they closed out the quarter in a certain way where, you were down 10 late in that first half and it's like, okay, down 10, rough start to the third, you might be down 17, you could fall down by 21. All right, it's kind of not really a scheduled loss, but New York is good. You're old, and it's a long road trip, so I would forgive you if you lost, but that third quarter went the way third quarters used to go.
But before game, are you thinking tonight's a W?
No, you're thinking it's a coin toss. You're thinking it's probably a 55-45 against.
So to me, and maybe that's it. Like it's not a perfect example of trust because you're right. Like this is the hard game. They're second end of the back-to-back.
Yeah, even with no kitty cat.
Yeah, the road trip, and New York is a really good basketball team and all of that stuff. But do you trust? I remember you and I saying that we both thought this was going to be a clutch game. So it would be tight. So therefore, you're at least trusting that the Warriors are going to put up a really good fight in this one. And then they did, and then they owned the second half. They owned that third quarter. I thought they owned the fourth quarter, too. Their defense was absolute restaurant quality in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, Moses Moody.
Beautiful, beautiful defense. Took Jalen Brunson completely out of the game. And so you love to see it because they've got multiple ways to do this. But to me, that's where we've arrived. We've arrived at a surprise party. And so I do want to go back to the Jimmy Butler trade. And we've already had the mea culpa on the Jimmy Butler trade. But now let me use a different word. I am so thankful that they made that deal. I have arrived at thankfulness for them doing that deal because, as I said a couple weeks ago, I don't even care if this does go bad next year. I did not think in my rational brain that we were going to get this again. Steph Curry and Draymond Green and meaningful basketball after the trade deadline. There was no tangible reason to think that was going to happen again. And wherever this goes, it's here. We're here.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is meaningful basketball in March.
Well, and we thought that meaningful basketball would mean play-in tournament, and can you win one? You may have to win two, and then can we just get Steph a series? That's all we want. Yep. And that is what we thought meaningful basketball would be. And I set the over-under about a month and a half ago at 4.5 playoff wins, and you paused and you balked and you said, you know what? If I had to make a choice, I would take the under on 4.5 playoff wins, which means you didn't think then that they would win a series, and I agree with you. And now, if I was to set the over-under on playoff wins, it would probably be closer to 6.5 or 7.
Maybe, but keep in mind, in this moment,
the expectation is for them, like you would expect that they should be able to make the playoffs and win a series.
I don't think that at all. I mean, if the playoffs started right now, they'd be in Denver for game one.
Well, right.
They're going to be underdogs.
They're trending toward not being the 6th seed. So if I ask you again,
I don't know about
if I put the over-under at 4.5 playoff wins right now, what would you take?
I'd still take the under.
Okay. And I think that is Vegas, surprisingly negative.
No, it's not negative. It's math. They're like
it's math, yeah.
They remain 3 games. I'm playing this as Vegas would tell you. Vegas would tell you that they would be an underdog to go to the second round, even in this moment. Like, you are the 6th seed. And just because you're trending in a certain way, like, you know, you're still 3 games behind the Rockets and the Lakers and the Nuggets are still sitting there, and they're really hard matchups and all that. But as I tried to say during the crossover, my mind's not even going there.
Of course,
I'm not on the playoffs. I am right here, right now. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good,
wow,
huh? Pretty
this
good.
Is not, I did not, come on. We've sat here for the better part of a year and a half taking phone calls that have essentially insinuated that what is happening right now was a goose chase, was irrational, was homerism, was stupid. Like, tons and tons of people have been, I guess you could call it on both sides of the fence, the whole, like, now versus then, the 2 timelines, all of that. But come on. That's where the conversation has centered for a while. And by the way, the guy who just texted from Cancun has probably been the biggest voice in this whole city with regard to the idea that this was nonsense to think that something like this could happen. And as of about 2 months ago, I think even those of us who are the most optimistic people in the world, we're running out of bullets. This is not possible. What's happening right now?
Oh, it's very possible.
Well, not really.
Well,
it doesn't make any rational sense at all that all people who have had their 35th birthday and someone who hasn't even played a game on the West Coast in 6 years, a home game on the West Coast actually ever in his career, just walks in and now you can't lose? It's crazy.
Well, it makes sense when you think about Jimmy Butler being fresh and being motivated because he hasn't played in Miami for a long time, and so he's rested, and he's still a very good player. Nobody would ever say, all the baggage aside, no one would ever say that Jimmy Butler's not a good player. And we all talked about how Steph needs to have a real number 2. And you look at what Steph has done since Jimmy's been here. I mentioned it during the crossover. He's averaging 29 a game, and that includes 2 games against Charlotte where he was in second gear. And so Steph's game has risen to new levels. And you watched Draymond last night with a classic Draymond Green triple single. I think he had 9, 9, and 8, or 9, 8, and 8, whatever it was. Draymond Green is humming, and all the role players are contributing, maybe not night in and night out, but you look at the road trip, and I'll run down the numbers for you because Grandy and I were going back and forth on the show thread about the role players and whether or not they showed up on this road trip. You're getting contributions from Gee and Quentin and Moses, and now Pods is playing great. And so when you take everything in totality and you look at a record since Jimmy's come, yeah, it does make a lot of sense.
Well,
it's crazy to think that it's all come together this fast, and you have Kuminga still waiting in the wings. I don't think he'll play tomorrow, but on the road trip when they come home, he's going to be back eventually. Mm-hmm. And does that give you another lift?
Maybe, yeah. You can let your mind wander a little bit, for sure. It should. It should, if it's all done correctly. Like, why would a 22-year-old, the most athletic player on your team, being added back to this not help? I think there are some difficulties for him with regard to how he fits back in and keeps his mentals all in the right spot with a contract waiting for him. There's some challenges there, but I don't think it's going to make the Warriors worse. Like, it might momentarily, like for a night or two, as they try to refigure out the minutes and all of that. But even listening to what you just said, like, okay, does it quote make sense? Like, I guess it's all within the realm of someone's imagination, but no, my answer is no. I don't think that a sensical brain could have thought, well, Jimmy Butler will get acquired. You'll start winning at a 90% clip.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Steph Curry will average 7 more points a game instantaneously. And role players who made you angry all year long will just start hitting shots and making great decisions. Instantaneously. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense.
It's definitely best case scenario. The fact that you're 9-2, you're 9-1 when he actually plays, and everybody to a man is playing better. And the guy himself, who Miami couldn't wait to get rid of, has come in and been affable. He's burning candles. He is immediately a locker room and fan favorite. The coach loves him. Everyone loves him. Everything is beyond hunky-dory, and don't look now, but you are surging in the West. So I'm not saying that I saw this, but it's possible.
Well, of course it's possible because it's happening, and anything is possible. But I think you just touched on the other side to this, which is not just that suddenly the Warriors are playing great. Other than the Los Angeles Lakers, there's not a damn other thing going on in the West that hasn't fallen their way. Everyone is crumbling around them. The Clippers suddenly stink. The Kings lost their best player. The Mavericks lost all of their players.
Yeah. Phoenix has shut it down.
The Grizzlies lost their best player.
San Antonio is beset by blood clots.
And the Rockets suddenly look young. That has all happened simultaneously.
Right?
Steve Curry's going to join us in 5 minutes. 3 weeks ago, he's like, I wonder if we could get the 6th seed. Well, here we are, and it's barely March. Like, I don't know. Go get the 2. Are you just going to win every night the rest of the way? This is beyond, man. And it's a Warrior Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Public Market Emeryville. And yes, here we go. We're going to take your calls all afternoon. Did you see this in any? Was this beyond your wildest dreams? Warrior fans, we'll take your calls. But there's one very specific call that we're going to take next, and it's from Steve Kerr. He joins us on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dub Nation. Join Guru and me at the
out to Steph. Wide open three. Bullinoids, as Guy Santos might say. Bonsoir, as Jonathan Kuminga might say. Or in the words of Stephen Curry, night, night.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but he didn't do it. He threatened to do it.
He kind of did it.
And then he shrugged it off.
Did the coach prompt him to do it?
Well, let's find out. The coach is here. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. And it is that time. Out to the River Islands guest line we go. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Hi, Coach. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're good. Yeah. Did you have some sort of an interaction there with Steph, encouraging him to do the night that he didn't do?
Well, after the next play, I think I looked over at him and I said, "You can do it now," and he just laughed. So, yeah, that was a fun, great night. I mean, obviously, the Garden. There's nothing like the Garden, and really good second half for us. That was a fun win. So we were all enjoying ourselves for sure.
Yeah, how much of that is the Garden? I mean, obviously, it's a big game. It's a good team. We get all that, but the interactions with Spike Lee that are still happening. Does the Garden still have its its je ne sais quoi, if you will?
Yes, to me it's the best atmosphere in the league for the reasons you just mentioned. Just the history there, and Spike on the sidelines, and something about the lighting in there. I mean, you're just aware of the history, and being in New York is special. So it's I think everybody was pretty fired up for the game, even on a back-to-back, getting in super late the night before. Everybody was ready to go last night. You could see it.
And also fired up to take on one of the best in the East. And, things were a little choppy in the first half, and it felt like you came out in the third quarter and started to get the game in your favor. How much confidence does that give a team that's already super confident, knowing that you can beat a really good team like New York?
Yeah, I mean, we've been building our confidence here in the last couple of weeks, but I thought the second half performance was the first time we really have put it together and looked like the team that we think we can be. And I think a lot of that is just kind of figuring out how to play through Jimmy a little bit, and try to find the right combinations, the right rhythm to the game. And even though that first half was choppy, I liked our play. I mean, we were taking care of the ball. Our intentions were great. We just weren't really making shots. And then second half, the game opened up once we knocked a few down, and that seemed to give us even more confidence.
Coach Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Before we go too much deeper into the game and all the situations for the team right now, you just mentioned that you guys all love being in New York. I'm sure you guys got together and practiced today, but what about all the other hours? What are you doing with a day in New York?
No, we had the day off today, after the back-to-back. And so I am heading to dinner with my wife. We're going to go see a show tonight. It's a New York night. You got to do something fun. So we always love coming here. My wife is actually from here, and so it's a special trip every time we come to New York every season.
Italian steak. What?
Italian.
I felt it. I felt it was. And then what show are you seeing?
Exactly.
We're seeing a show called Oh Mary, which is on Broadway, and it's our son saw it. He told us it was hysterical, and so that was the one we picked, and so we're excited. Good night.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better city to have an off night. And I was joking with Mark before about maybe a hungover effort against Brooklyn tomorrow, but I'm imagining that, with that many adults in your locker room, they're going to be buttoned up, especially 10-2, Steve, since you got Jimmy. And I know only one of those losses is when he played. Are you starting to feel some of the vibes of some of your great teams where you take the floor and you get that feeling like it's almost going to be impossible for you to lose?
Well, I think we're not there yet, but there is a great vibe in the locker room and a lot of confidence, on the floor. You can just feel it. There's a maturity to our approach that I think Jimmy has helped bring out of our team, just in terms of taking care of the ball, making every possession count. He seems to make everyone around him better. I think Moses and BP It's not a coincidence that they're playing their best basketball of the season since Jimmy came back, and I think Draymond's been fantastic, and I think he's got a lot more confidence now in just having Jimmy next to him and the momentum of the group that we have right now. It's you can see it in Draymond's eyes, and he's believing, and that matters.
Steve, you always give honest answers. Honest answer here. Did even you think it wasn't going to work this well, this fast?
I didn't know what to expect other than I knew we were getting a great player in Jimmy Butler. And I hoped that he would do what he's doing, but I wasn't sure. You're never sure until you actually see it and feel it. And I think the biggest thing, honestly, is he's a perfect fit next to Steph and Dre. He really is excited about being here. We're excited to have him. So the circumstances were just right for all parties involved. And so it just feels right, and we're capitalizing, and we're playing at a high level. But we also know that we got a lot more work ahead.
Yeah, 20 games left to go in the regular season, and you had said before to us and openly that the 6th seed was the goal, and now here you are, the 6th seed. Are you starting to recalibrate a little bit on what you think you can be here in the regular season?
I think we can move up further now. Given what's transpired the last couple of weeks, we've made a pretty quick rise up the standings. We're only a few games behind Houston. We have the tiebreaker over them. I think we play them one more time. I don't think that spot is out of the question. I think you start looking too far ahead, and you get out of sorts. And so the only thing we're focused on is just winning the next game. But of course, we look at the standings, every day, and we look at we look at the scores every night, and we're trying to climb as high as we can, for sure.
Steve, you've used the word confidence a couple of times in this conversation, and it's bringing to mind what you had said a few times earlier this year about the crisis of confidence that you guys were experiencing. Can you kind of detail the journey of how the team got out of that?
Well, it was there was a lot going on. I think the injuries definitely hurt us. There was a stretch there, with Draymond out, with BP out. I think the biggest thing for me as a coach, just looking at the whole season, is that when we were 12 deep, early in the season, there was a real benefit to us, and we were playing everybody and overwhelming teams, with depth and defensive pressure. And then, the injury to Melton, to me, changed everything. It sort of it changed our rotations and the vibe. And then we started getting some injuries. We just lost our momentum. And I think Mike sensed it. I've said a few times, the fact that, Mike knew we were kind of dead in the water and we needed to make a move. He made the move at the right time. And so solidified the roster, solidified the rotation, and now here we are.
You mentioned injuries derailing you earlier, and Melton, of course, and the rest of it. And GP2, I guess, is listed as probable for tomorrow, but Kuminga will be out. Where are we with Jonathan Kuminga? Was there a setback, or is this still kind of a slow build toward his eventual return?
It's a slow build. I'm going to warn you here. I'm about to get out in the streets of New York. It's about to get loud, so we'll do our best.
I love it. Do your thing, Steve. Right. You're trying to make us jealous, and yes, we're feeling jealous right now.
We love ambient noise. Yeah, this is good.
Not sound in the business, yeah.
Sure. Can you hear the rain? That's the question.
Oh, now I want to know how much you just tipped that guy.
I don't reveal everything.
Okay, all right.
Man,
fair enough.
I would imagine it's more on the side of generosity. I can't think that Steve's going to short the guy. This is Steve Kerr, ladies and gentlemen. JK, a setback or just a slow build, Steve, as the natural sound of New York brings us all back in?
No setback. It's just the injury itself was, I think, more serious than anybody realized, and some of these things you just can't predict. That's one of the things I've learned during my time as coach, working with Rick and the performance staff. There's no exact recipe for these injuries, and everybody heals differently. And I think as it's turned out, JK's injury was probably more of a setback than we realized in the beginning. And he's working hard. He's working every day. Had a really good workout today, and it does feel like he's getting close. But you just got to do the right thing, and that's what we're all trying to do.
Those reports are out there that at least in the back of your minds, maybe Saturday against Detroit. Is there anything you can share on that?
I can't. That would just be speculation on my part right now.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And then what about the other injury situation on the team? How's GP2 doing?
He's doing well. He had a fracture from the collision, and I think he's getting fitted for a mask. I believe we listed him as probable for tomorrow, so that'll be great to get him back. He's been playing really, really well.
No doubt, and just so many intangibilities that he brings to the team. I wonder always about this, Steve, a team on a long road trip. It'll be game 5 of a 5-game trip. What can you do as a coach, and what can the veterans do to try to avoid that last game of a road trip letdown?
Well, I don't think we qualify for that team right now, given where we are. We would qualify for that if we were, rolling along. If this were 6-7 years ago, I would definitely be concerned about a letdown in a game like this. But where we are, 20 games left, last game of the trip, a lot of tough games coming up. In 6th, but only a couple games out of 10th. We're not in a position to let our guard down, and our guys know that, so we'll be ready to roll.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he is every week, and cruising the streets of New York. And I wonder, Steve, you probably get asked this every time you go there. Maybe not. Like, when you're there, do you still each time have that moment and look around at MSG and think about what could have been if you'd made a different decision years ago?
No, I don't spend 1 second on that topic, largely because I already know the answer. I would have been fired within 2 years, and I'd be doing television right now.
You were pretty good on TV, so I don't want to sell that part of it short, but just in the moment, as you were trying to decide between Golden State and New York, what was ultimately the thing that swung you toward the Warriors?
Well, I said this a while back, but there were 2 main factors. Steph Curry was on the Warriors, and then my daughter was a sophomore at Berkeley at the time. And but as I told my daughter, the decision came down to about 95% of that was Steph, and 5% was my daughter.
Yeah, and you never want to pick between your children, but yeah.
No. She was really pleased with that answer. By the way, she just rolled her eyes and she's like, "I'm used to your dad jokes." So anyway.
Well, yeah, usually when kids go away to college, they don't want their parents following them there.
Well, that was her joke. She said, "I thought I was getting away from you, and then you and Mom follow us. What's that all about?" So.
Yeah, and I've never seen your daughter shoot, but I would imagine that Steph's probably a better shooter. I mean,
a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, one thing we were talking about before the show is the idea about what Shaq said last night. You probably didn't hear it because you were coaching the game, but Shaq is saying Steph needs to be in the GOAT conversation, the greatest of all time. Mark, do you have the sound to play for him?
Steve, did you actually hear it? Did you hear what Shaq said?
No.
Yeah, here. No. I know you're out on the streets, but if you can hear it, this is it.
As the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I demand you fans to start putting Steph Curry in that greatest of all time conversation. I demand it.
Why does the Big Man Alliance need to say something?
Because I am the supreme leader and my voice counts. And I'm saying, listen, I played against Mike, played with Kobe, played against and with LeBron. They're all great. But at some point, we're going to have to put Steph Curry in that category. I'm not saying he is, but let's just have the conversation. Like, I like all the internet talk and the barbershop talk, but I ain't never seen nothing like that before, and nobody has.
That's on TNT. What do you think of that, Steve?
I think he's dead on because Steph is the most unique superstar of all time. He broke barriers. He changed the game. And what he does really to this day is unique to himself. And I just can't even imagine anybody doing the stuff he does. But it's different. The way he impacts the game is different. And so when you have these conversations about who's the greatest ever, you automatically go to these, these genetic marvels, LeBron and Michael Jordan and, Will Chamberlain, whoever else. Steph doesn't fit that normal mold. So I love that Shaq is bringing that up because from a skill standpoint, it's not even close. He is the greatest ever from a skill standpoint. So, these arguments are always fun, and you can't reach any conclusion because it's all just art, not science. But I like what Shaq said. I agree with him.
Well, and Steve, I wonder to what level you feel kind of resurgence of energy around the league. It feels like the first half of the season, people are yelling about TV ratings and load management again. And then LeBron and Steph both are on teams that make huge acquisitions and go on big winning streaks, and suddenly everything feels different. To what level are you guys experiencing that?
Well, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that. We're so wrapped up in our own season. I do still feel like LeBron and Steph are kind of the faces of the league, and they drive so much of the interest and the intrigue. And, the fact that the Lakers were able to trade for Luka and we were able to trade for Jimmy, it definitely changed the vibe around the league. And it changed the vibe in our locker room, and I'm sure the Lakers too. So, it feels good for the league. Just the interest and the fact that these two guys who are still going strong are still carrying the flag for the league, and obviously when they're playing on good teams, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's exciting for us certainly here on the flagship and all the Warrior fans, and we can't help but think about Steph turning 37 here in about a week or so, and maybe that elongates his career. Have you thought about your own coaching career as it pertains to Steph and his timeline and how many more years he wants to play? Are those two things intertwined at all?
Oh, probably. I think every coaching job has an expiration date. And I think it's important for, all parties involved to be aware of that. And so there's probably something to that. But I don't spend much time thinking about that. I love what I do. I love this team. I love coaching these guys every day. And I'm just going to keep plugging away with them and see what we can accomplish, and then we'll worry about all that stuff later.
Speaking of Steph's birthday, and Draymond obviously had one last night, do y'all get each other birthday gifts?
No. I asked Draymond if the coaching staff could go with him to wherever his party was last night, and there was just a strange silence in response. So I took it as a no.
Okay, so but there was an MSG after party for Day Day. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, there definitely was, okay. And the guys were all excited, and Buddy Hield was loving it. Buddy is always the life of the party, and he had something planned for Dre, and I don't know what they did, but I'm sure they had fun, and I'm all for it.
Can you just elaborate on the Buddy factor? Because fans, they didn't fully sour on him during his 3-month shooting spell, but it seems like he lives his life with a certain infectious joy that you guys inside the locker room absolutely love. Can you give us a little bit of a window into just how fun it is to be around Buddy Hield no matter what?
Yeah, Steph told me he's one of his favorite teammates of all time. Buddy is that just the joy that he brings, the laughter, the upbeat nature, regardless of how things are going, whether he's making shots or missing shots. He's always in a good mood, and that stuff is crucial in a long season in the locker room. You need guys like that, and so everybody loves Buddy. He's just a wonderful, wonderful person.
All right, Steve. Well, before you go have a night in New York, we've done this before, so it won't surprise you, I don't think. But I'm bringing my Cal Poly class to see you again at your press conference before the game on Saturday against the Pistons. Is there any question that I should tell my students, boy, don't ask Steve that?
You know me, I'll answer anything. So I don't have anything for you. Just, whatever they got, I'll have a response for them.
Well, do you want to help me play a joke on them and see? Like, will you just go off on one of them, like for no reason?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's definitely do it. What kind of question is that?
Yeah, like if one of them's like, what are you like? Is Jonathan Kuminga going to play tonight? I want to just throw a pen and be like,
wow,
that's a ridiculous. Like, yeah, let's see if we can really freak them out.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, because that won't go viral at all. Hey, Steve, how do you do your favorite hobby tonight of scoreboard watching while you're on date night? Because you got Grizzlies and Thunder, you got the Nuggets playing, you got a full slate of games. What does Steve Kerr do tonight with a date and scoreboard watching?
Well, when you've been married almost 35 years, I don't know. You just peek at the phone, and at this point, she doesn't care anymore. She's used to it.
I love it. Exactly. The old peek at the phone. Exactly. 35 years in, peek at the phone.
Like,
what are you going to do about it?
Where are you going? Exactly. All right. Hey, Steve, thanks as always. Go have a night. Enjoy yourself. Thank you, and we'll see you this weekend.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, Steve, thank you.
There he goes, Steve Kerr. Look,
what are you going to do about it?
For me, it's this. If you're still early in the relationship, you just, hey, I got to go to the restroom.
Right.
And you go to the restroom and you take a look at the phone. After 35 years, what are you going to do about it?
Right.
I'm looking at the phone.
Yeah.
So
I got I got a game on the phone and I'm watching the game over your shoulder.
Exactly. You start cheering at the wrong time of a Broadway musical because the Grizzlies just fell behind in the fourth. It's a funny story.
It's awkward.
That's all it is. Well, that was great. That was great as always. And Steve out for a night in New York, and it sounds like probably everybody had a pretty good time, from Draymond's birthday last night to the fact that I got the impression, he didn't say this, but I got the impression all these guys largely didn't even see each other today. Like, day off. Dial out. I'm not going to knock on your door and check on you or any of that stuff. Go take care of yourself. That's what a veteran team gets to do.
Especially when you are 4-1 on a trip and it started on Tuesday and this is now day 8 and you've played 5 games. So, yeah, you're not going to practice and you're coming off a win and you're in New York City. So last night, and I love that, where he says, hey, Draymond, where's the party? Draymond's like, are you talking to me?
I'll text you the address, Coach. Later.
None of you were invited except Ron Adams. Ron, you're in.
Buddy Hield. Oh, gosh, that's great. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Any reaction to the Steve Kerr conversation, let's do it at 888-957-9570. But we can also circle back to where we were before Steve came on, which was, does this make sense to any of you? Like, let's be real. With what we all were thinking about Warrior basketball as recently as 7 or 8 weeks ago. Come on, let's go through the evolution together. Where were you then? Where are you now? And does any of this feel sensical to you in any way? So we'll take some calls on that next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Sometimes our wonderful life in the Bay Area can lull us into a sense that everything's under control.
all time. He broke barriers. He changed the game. And what he does really to this day is unique to himself. I just can't even imagine anybody doing the stuff he does, but it's different. The way he impacts the game is different. And so when you have these conversations about who's the greatest ever, you automatically go to these, these genetic marvels, LeBron and Michael Jordan and, Wilt Chamberlain, whoever else. Steph doesn't fit that normal mold. So I love that Shaq is bringing that up because from a skill standpoint, it's not even close. He is the greatest ever from a skill standpoint.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know that it's the first time I've heard someone say it that way, maybe as firmly as I've heard him say it, and maybe that's a good way to look at it. When it comes to skills, just skills, ball skills, Steph Curry's the greatest ever, and it's not even close. And that does kind of make sense. I mean, every other name that you're going to hear come up in a conversation like that, all of them are going to be 6'6" or bigger.
Yep.
All of them. And some of them are going to be 6'10" and bigger. And then there's Steph, who, by the way, is not 6'3". He's 6'2", maybe. And to see him still doing what he's doing, to do it at this age, to do it with this effectiveness, to do it with that smile and everything that emanates from him, I don't know, man. I don't know how you can overstate it.
It's interesting, and when Shaq says what he says, then, yeah, it puts a lot more heft into it, and he represents all big men. He's the president of the Big Man Association, so, yeah, you can put that out there. But if you want to talk about greatest player in the history of the NBA, I don't think you get past 12, 13, 14 without Steph, whatever that number is.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk about the greatest athletes in the history of the NBA, he's probably around 519. Like, of just pure athleticism.
Right, raw athleticism.
Guys like, Kevin Willis and Dwight Howard, and, you could run down all the list of incredible physical freaks and bodies, and like Shaq's talking about, right?
LeBron is number one, if you ask me.
Right.
He's a freight train
No
who
doubt.
plays like a small guard.
But like Michael Jordan and Dominique and all these other incredible athletes, like Larry Bird, if you ranked him as an athlete, he'd probably rank 1,719.
He'd be just ahead of Chris Mullin.
Right, but as a player, Larry Bird is top 20 of all time. So Steph is in that same bucket of not as good of an athlete, but his skills, like Steve was saying, his dribbling, passing, shooting, hand-eye, all the skills that you need to be a good basketball player, he's at or near the top of all of them.
No doubt. And I would say the reason that he doesn't compare to all of the other names that are on the list is because that they don't compare to him. Like that's it. And if you know, you know. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like you can't compare. There's never been anything like this. There's just never been anything like this. But we're also getting into the whole Jimmy Butler of it all. I thought, Steve was honest in his response when we said, look, there's no way you thought that it was going to go this well, this fast. And he was like, well, I hoped.
Right.
But like, you just don't know. You don't know until you see it. And that's, I guess, what I'm struggling with today. I don't even know if I believe what I'm seeing. Because if you really go deep into what we're seeing, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. You can't just acquire one player and then click overnight. Now you just don't lose. You're just amazing. And everybody's had their 35th birthday, and everybody just starts smiling at each other, and they look like they've been playing together for 5 years. And now all these role players are like, oh, I know how to play basketball too. Watch this. Buddy Hield's hitting 3-pointers again. Pods looks like Pods.
Yep.
Joe Lacob doesn't sound ridiculous anymore for saying Pods is a future, like, big-time player. All of this just snap happens at once. I'm sorry. That still does not compute to me as I sit here and watch it happen.
Right, but I do think about it in terms of a baseball lineup where you've got a lineup and you've got a couple of good hitters and you've got 2 or 3 guys who are pretty good, and then you go out in the trade deadline and you get a real number 3 hitter. back when your number 3 hitter was your best hitter. I know now that you put your best hitter at leadoff, but for the sake of the argument, you bring in Jimmy Butler, who now hits third, and so everyone else gets to move down, and you have protection in your lineup. And so a guy like Pods, who you were hitting 6th, he's now hitting 7th, and so his production at 7 is a lot better, and everyone else in your lineup now is going to look better because you got to pitch around Jimmy Butler. You already were pitching around Steph, and Draymond could do damage, and so the rest of your team, I think, naturally gets better, and it's a little like the 49ers when they got Christian McCaffrey. So now you have McCaffrey, and you can't just key on McCaffrey because you got Kittle and Debo and Ayuk, and you've got all these other players that you have to worry about, and now you add McCaffrey in there, and so everybody who's already good, they get a little bit better.
Yeah, let's take some phone calls. 888-957-9570. Elena in Arizona. Hey, Elena, what's going on?
Hi, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're great. What's up?
So I get that you're surprised, and I'm like as surprised as you guys and how fast they've kind of evolved. But when I thought of it, in a sense, after it's settled down, and when you think about it, I just feel like him kind of being in there kind of bumped everybody down to their actual role and position, because I feel like they were just all playing out of their role. Like Kajumski is a lot of more of like a combo guard, but he's more of a shooting guard, even though he's not shooting pretty well than actual point guard. He doesn't really know how to start a play. He knows how to continue a play. So like stuff like that, just small things. Everybody's just like kind of like playing into their role because you have finally found somebody who can, make plays and settle everybody down. I feel like they're just so frantic as a team, and you have like that calming voice. Even to Draymond, I don't know if you noticed, but when he got frustrated, he literally took the ball from Draymond and started like handling the ball when it came to the Orlando game, even to the Knicks game. So I feel like everybody kind of just started settling down a little bit.
I like that phrase, Elena, and thank you for the call.
Yeah.
She twice said this has settled everybody down. And if you think about individually where each of them were, Moses Moody has been on a 2-year fight to get into the game. Brandon Pajemski, what did we keep hearing about him first half of the season before the injury? He's pressing. He's sophomore slump. He's trying to live up to all of the words that were used in the offseason. Well, all of these things, and then Steph, he's the physical one. Like, these are all mental things that we're talking about. Jonathan Kuminga and a contract. But then there's Steph, and there's a physical problem. Like, all the defenders are just on you. So there you go. You're 36, and everyone's guarding you, and nobody cares about anybody else because they're all mentally fragmented around the three-point arc waiting for you. And so the whole thing, she's right. Jimmy comes in, and it's twofold. The physical side is it allows everybody to fall into their rightful slot. And then there's the mental side, which is that he brought some sort of calm, cool confidence, some sort of that vibe that made you feel like, okay, now we belong. He brought it in, and he brought it in fast. That's what still gets me. Like, it's not just the fit. It's the fact that this seemingly happened after, remember, one half of basketball.
Yeah, scary.
They played in Chicago.
This trade won't work.
They sucked. And then halftime hit, and they haven't stopped since. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is.
It can't happen that fast. It just can't, but it has.
It has. And, 10-2 since he came, 10-1 when he plays. And what Elena said, I think that is really cogent is the way he slows it down. And part of the way he slows it down is by getting to the foul line. So if things are going sideways, and if you are, ramshackle, you're going up and down and you're not really in control of the game, Jimmy gets the ball, Jimmy gets to the foul line, he draws the foul, and now we're going to shoot 2. So now the game slows down, you've got free throws, and if he makes the free throws, which he's a good free throw shooter,
very good.
Now you have a chance to set your defense. So instead of the dreaded live ball turnover, which is what this team has been so bad at the last couple of years, where you throw it away, the other team gets it, live ball, they go down and score. Now you're taking it out of your own hoop, and you just gave up 2 or 3 points, and now you have to try to put it together and get down and get a bucket. Instead, Jimmy Butler doesn't turn it over really ever. Like once a game is his average, and he gets to the foul line. So even if things are going south, if you're, the team's on a 9-2 run to the negative, Jimmy has a chance to get to the foul line and slow everything down, go in there and chill it out, hit a couple free throws, and reset the game.
I'd like to go back to that booth at Splash for a few reasons. First of all, that smash burger is delicious, and so are the nachos that I tried over the weekend. But it was at that booth I'll never forget it. We sat at that booth at Splash, and I just sat there and worried in all kinds of different directions about what the Warriors had just done in acquiring Jimmy Butler. And, reminder number 8,342 that what you worry about in life rarely happens. About 20% of the time, maybe. And you know what? Maybe what I was worried about will happen. Maybe this will be bad in a year and a half. Maybe it'll be bad. But you know what? At this point, who cares? There's no way that even the most optimistic Jimmy Butler fan could have thought the Warriors were going to snap their fingers and look like this.
I didn't think that everyone would be better. Brandon Podjemski is a plus 120 in the games that he's played since Jimmy Butler's been here.
Come on.
Plus 120,
Mark. He's only played 10 games. That means that he is he's averaging plus double digits per game.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That's not possible.
It's not possible.
Very good.
It's a 2.
It's
I'll
actually
take
a 2. It's 2.5.
A 3 from Grandy. All right.
Well, yeah, Grandy's in a good mood. He's a champ. Yeah. Sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I mean, is this even in the realm of your imagination? What's happening with the Dubs? 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your phone calls on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water.
rebound and hands it off to Curry. Steph across the timeline. Warriors up 4, 97-93. Still not in clutch time yet. That'll be in 25 seconds. Draymond Green back to the basket, right baseline. Jab step out to post. Post on the right wing. Giving it back to Draymond. Split action for Steph. Right angle three in the air. Drilled in! Oh, yeah! And does a little jig afterwards. A little shoulder shimmer.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All I want for all of you in life is to have as much fun with whatever you do as Kevin Dana does with what he does.
A little shoulder shimmer. Yeah. He makes the most of it when he fills in for Tim Roy.
Yes,
that's for
he
sure.
does.
And he does the same thing in Santa Cruz. I've heard some of his broadcasts. He's equally exuberant, but I think he brings it a little bit harder. Shoulder shimmer when he fills in for Tim with a big club.
Oh, gosh. Yep, that's funny. And that's Kevin Dana. That'll stick with you. Kind of like what the Warriors are doing right now. Like, let's be real. Did any of you think that anything like this was this possible this fast? Like, what are we doing? What in the hell is happening? Back-to-back going up against the Knicks. And whoever you were who texted in or was on YouTube or whatever, yeah, but they didn't have Towns. Oh, my God.
Okay. And the Bucks didn't have Giannis.
Sure.
Fair.
Karl Anthony Towns is not even their best player.
Dallas didn't have Anthony Davis or Luka. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They had Kyrie.
Well, the Warriors didn't have Kuminga. So how about that?
Yeah.
I mean, no, but really.
Right.
Don't diminish what is clearly difficult. Look around the league. They're not playing anybody. Yeah, they are. They're on the road. Nobody else is doing this. I mean, there's a few other teams doing this, and they're all getting the praise too. The Lakers are doing this. They've moved into the 2 seed, and people are legitimately scared of that team.
As you should be.
And they should be.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. There is no way, no how that what we're looking at is actually happening. You cannot convince me that it was that easy for Jimmy Butler to walk in and just be like, click, and suddenly everything's working. In fact, you know what the real big thing is? Because to me, this is the characteristic of all great athletes and teams, which is that they win even when they're not at their best. Because nobody's at their best every single night. They win when they're not at their best. And we've seen that. The Warriors have not been completely that consistent. They've not been at their best every single night, but only a couple of times in the last 3 weeks has that led to them losing a basketball game. That's what you should be most excited about.
Yeah, Philly was a case where Quentin Grimes went off, and he was unguardable, and they, as a team, shot damn near 60%. And so, yeah, a little bit of a tip.
Jimmy didn't play.
You tipped the cap because Philly was amazing, and you lost to Dallas because Kyrie was unguardable. But you mentioned it, like the Orlando game, where you didn't get a lot from the others. Quentin Post was 7 of 9 with 18 points, but Steph was otherworldly with 56. And if Steph doesn't go for 56, you probably lose that game. You had 2 against Charlotte, which, okay, fine. Charlotte's one of the worst, if not the worst. Turns out Washington's beaten Charlotte 3 times this year or 4 times. So among Washington's wins, the majority of them are against Charlotte. So, yeah, they're terrible. That's 2 of your wins. But I think about last night where New York, yes, without Karl Anthony Towns, I get it, but they're at home. You're in the middle of a long road trip, and New York had you down by double digits, yet you just pulled you up your socks and you got after it in the third quarter and you flipped that game.
Crazy. All right, let's hear from y'all, okay? 888-957-9570. Gary in Concord. Hi, Gary. Thanks for the call.
Thank you. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I think it's all about perspective, right? I remember when the Warriors were horrible, the 20-win seasons and stuff. And, I try to explain to my son, who's 21 now, that what he's seeing, what he's experienced is so outside the realm of norm that he can't grasp how unreal this has been the last decade of watching Steph not just Steph as the player, but Steph as the human being, and furthermore, Steve Kerr as the human being, and what that's meant to the organization, what it's meant to the Bay Area. We are experiencing something that is so incredible that I don't know that we understand it, because it's like being with someone that you've been with for so long. You over time, it's natural to get anesthetized to their living with them and experiencing who they are. We get spoiled. We are so incredibly spoiled that I don't think we will actually truly understand this until we no longer have him around, to enjoy. In the way the world is today, this is such an incredible break for all of us that I am so incredibly humbled by the experience that I've been able to witness for the last decade plus. Having Jimmy Butler just I'm blown away by how well they've done the last couple weeks. The cumulative IQ has just gone up off the charts. And there's something special. After watching last night's game, I reached out to a few of my buddies that I haven't talked with in quite a while, and I just said, "There's something's going on. This is different. They've got mojo. They really do." And I'm excited, and hopefully this will end like Draymond thought. One last thing: if somebody did not see the Iguodala speech, they need to watch or listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty powerful, pretty interesting stuff. And what he said about Steph was dead on. That Steph may know himself, but I don't think he really knows himself also. So
Gary,
that's all I have to say.
Great call. Thank you for making that call. We really appreciate having you on. I like when he talks about sort of not comprehending the depth of what we might be experiencing with Steph Curry. I'd respond with this: I don't think it's possible to. I don't think that you can fully grasp things like that when you're experiencing them in the moment. It's just it's too
like for
much.
us or for him or for them.
Probably all of it, but I don't want to speak for him and the experience he's having, because he is him. Like, he's the one.
Right.
He's doing it, and so that's a completely different thing. I just mean the gravity of an athlete and his place in history and what it all means in terms of context. I don't think you can know those things fully until they move on, and you can have the feeling of missing them or not seeing it anymore. And sometimes you need that. That's that old saying, if you don't know what you got till it's gone. Like, you're not going to really know what Warrior basketball without Steph Curry, what that is like, until we experience it. And my guess is that there's even more gravity to this than we realize.
Right, and I do think that you can have that awareness and you can have a great appreciation because you don't know what's going to happen. And I think about Giants baseball when we got to the post-Bonds era, where Barry Bonds was a show and you stopped what you were doing every time he was up, and you can put it into the context of what he allegedly put into his body and whether or not you thought that was real or fair or whatever. You can look at it that way. I looked at it as the greatest home run hitter of all time about to get an at-bat, and it was exciting, and you watched it. And then when he retired, you didn't know what was going to come, and what eventually came sooner rather than later was a dynasty. 3 titles in 5 years. So I'm not saying that you're going to get this out of the Steph Curry, but in the moment, I was appreciative of Barry Bonds, and I thought that he could have played another year or two. He thought so too. And when it ended, you did have that emptiness of, man, I'm going to miss watching that. And with Steph Curry, whatever happens this year, playoff run, no playoff run, whatever, watching him play basketball and watching him be a part of this team is something very special. And he's about to be 37. And so we don't get to have this for forever. We might get 2 more, 3 more, 4 more. Could we get 5 more years of Steph Curry?
Oh, God.
I mean, you never know nowadays.
No, you don't know. That feels like a lot. But I guess that's kind of, we got on this conversation because that's sort of my number one reaction today, is there's a thankfulness and an excitement to the mere idea that after spending a year and a half, honestly now, go to your Warrior dark space. We spent a year and a half wondering if there was ever going to be another relevant game again. You really did. If you're honest with yourself, you did. We've spent a year and a half wondering if there was ever going to be another relevant game, and we made games relevant that were irrelevant. Oh, the play-in game at Sacramento, you lost by 100 points. And Clay's staring at the sky. And that was simply to get to another play-in game. It's an irrelevant basketball game.
Only because they lost.
No, because even if they win, they might lose.
It's an elimination game.
Yeah, but
all that you guys have been telling me is the play-in tournament. It's a big deal.
No, it's fun, but it's not relevant in terms of what Steph Curry's talking about. They're talking about actual playoff relevance. One game in a play-in tournament is irrelevant. That's not a big game in the great landscape of the NBA. And this year, they started out really nice, and then they fall to 500. And truly, I think very even optimistic-minded people looked at this and went, "Come on, man! They're too old. It's over. We're not doing this anymore." And now, today, it really looks like they're going to do that. I don't know what they're going to win, but those are going to be some. It looks like we're headed toward and experiencing some really relevant basketball at an age where we didn't know if we'd get that again. And the Jimmy Butler trade is the number one thing on the list to be thankful for that this is happening.
Yeah, and if you think about relevant, meaningful basketball and you want to skip ahead 20 games, and I know you don't, but when you think about what a playoff series might be, if you're the 5 seed and it's Memphis, sign me up for that because that's always a rivalry that is deep-seated. If you're the 6 and it's Denver, of course you want that. If you happen to be the 7 and you take on the Lakers, well, that's monster as well. And if you get through a round and you get OKC or the Lakers, I mean, no matter who you face in the Western Conference, there's intrigue, there's relevance, to use your word, there's rivalry, there's a lot of heat. So if the Warriors could just get to that, and that's what you were talking about all year, the Warriors just want to get Steph Curry a chance, get him an at-bat, get him a bite of the apple. Well, it's looking like they're going apple shopping. And how do you like them apples? Because they're going to be eating some apples here in April.
And as much as these are the two matchups that I hear a lot of Warrior fans say that they don't want, I think this also creates a real fascination with the race between Denver and the Lakers for that 2 seed. Because think about what they're looking at. If I'm Denver and the Lakers, as much as, again, Warrior fans are afraid of that matchup, if I'm Denver and the Lakers, do I want the Warriors? Or do I want that 2 seed so that I can play the first team to come out of the play-in tournament, which is going to be some sort of concoction of Clippers or Kings or whatever.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Now Minnesota's an interesting squad.
Yep.
It may well end up being Houston, for crying out loud.
Yeah, maybe.
Minnesota and the Warriors both have the 2 easiest schedules. They're all healthy as well. And so I don't know. But if I'm Denver and the Lakers, I want Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. I do not want that showing up in the first round if I've got a chance to play Şengün or
don't hate on the goon.
Honestly, if I've got a chance to do that or take on DeMar DeRozan, let me avoid the Warriors, please.
Of course, Levine and DeRozan or Steph and Jimmy, it's not even close. And that's where, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but late in the year there might be some intrigue. There might be some lightweight shenanigans with teams trying to position themselves accordingly to get the matchup that's most favorable.
Do we take requests on this show?
Probably.
Okay, we got a request. 408. Mark, I haven't heard you in a while, but I'd like to hear you say you were wrong about the Butler trade. I was wrong about the Butler trade.
And you've already admitted to that.
I know, but he hadn't heard this in a while.
I know.
So 408, now you have to call and say, my bad for not listening to the show enough.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay?
Yeah.
If we're all going to be here admitting our mistakes, let's do it together.
Right.
I was wrong. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and to your point of the show today, did any of you think that it would be this good? My only concern was grumpy Jimmy without an extension doesn't want to play here and ends up opting in, and now you're screwed. Well, he got traded, he got a new deal, and he's been happy Jimmy, but did I think that they'd come out and be 10-1 in games he played? Come on, bro.
No,
the thing that I've admitted that I was wrong about was the notion that Steph can't do it every night anymore. And Steph is now averaging almost 30 a game since Jimmy has come. So it turns out Steph actually can still do it every night. He just needs somebody to take the weight off his shoulders.
No doubt. I think we've learned this a lot, and this is one of the reasons, because I'm not going to say don't say people are washed, because sometimes they are. Like, it happens to every single player. But one thing that I'll never do, I'll never use these microphones to say, is to tell someone that they should retire. If somebody's offering them a job, I wouldn't. I would take the job and keep on playing. And that's kind of my spin on this idea of when we sort of flick people off, like, okay, they're done now. How many times do you do that? And then all of a sudden something changes in the water. There's a new ingredient in the stew, and you're like, oh, they're not done anymore. I remember having that feeling about, like, this is random, but Curtis Martin, you're like, oh, dude, you're a running back and you turned 30. So, yeah, you kind of had a bad year. You're done. And then he, like, went to the Jets or something changed, and he was awesome. He was awesome. Look, we did it in this town to Brady. I was right there, king of the keep Garoppolo. Why would we trade Jimmy Garoppolo for Tom Brady?
Yeah, that one came back on you.
Garoppolo was fresh off of a Super Bowl appearance, and Brady looked like he was washed. How we doing with that take?
Oh, boy. Yeah.
So, like, for everybody in the Steph looks like he's really declining camp, 888-957-9570. No, he doesn't.
Well, not anymore.
No, he doesn't.
Not anymore.
He's not declining
now that
at
he's
all.
got Jimmy, he's 56 in Orlando.
Steiny, get off vacation.
We need you.
He ain't declining.
Yeah.
At all. He's ascending at age 36.
He's now just 18 threes away from 4,000. And I heard Del Curry on with Tim Roy press table before the Charlotte game, and Del was talking about it. He's like, yep, 4,000's coming up, 4,000. It's like he's about to hit 4,000 threes, and right now he has an 876 three-point lead on number 2, James Harden. So James ain't going to catch him.
He's the best, man.
Dame, it'd be hard-pressed for Dame to get there.
Dame's not going to do it.
Well, Steph's going to end up playing, I do think, a couple, 2-3 more years, and that's why I asked Steve Kerr about that. Like, have you thought about, like, if Steph is going to stay, are you going to stay, Steve? Because it feels like you guys are kind of linked. Like, as a coach, you want to walk away from this?
I think he's given us and others the wink, wink, nod, nod on this a couple of times now. He leaving. He's leaving when Steph leaves.
When he leaves?
Yeah.
He's not leaving before?
No, probably not.
I don't think so.
Probably not, but I don't know what that number of years are, but maybe it's not decided yet. But yeah, he's not going to do this forever.
Right, but I don't think that he's leaving before.
Probably not.
I don't know how could or would.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why you would.
And I've heard Bob Fitzgerald kind of say the same thing about his gig. Like, I'm going to be here as long as Steph's here, and then we'll figure it out from there. Honestly, if you're
He'd
doing,
probably stay.
Maybe
Bob will stay.
I mean, he doesn't have to.
No, he doesn't have to.
Bob does a lot of other things, and you can, pick and choose your gigs and whatnot. But when you are a part of this, how could you possibly leave? Like, as a head coach, you're coaching Steph Curry, and the very idea of what he does, forget winning and losing, but to be able to coach that and watch that night in and night out, that's got to be damn awesome.
He tells us every time. He still loves what he does. Still having a great time. He's out at a dinner and a Broadway show tonight in New York City. And getting, what's he getting, $16 million a year?
Yeah, something like that.
Come on, man. What? To do what? Retire to do what?
Yeah.
How old is Steve? Not even an old man.
He's not even 60.
Yeah.
He's, I think, 59. He might be 60 because I think he was class of 82 in high school, so he's damn near 60, but 60 is the new 50 now.
Right? Ask Steiny. He's in Cancun. Let's go to Rob in Richmond. Hey, Rob, what's up?
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing today?
We're good, man.
Yep.
Right on. Hey, so earlier, Willard, you were asking, what is there something that could end up, throwing this off the rails in a year and a half? And I don't think the answer is yes on that. And the reason why I don't believe that is because I think if they win championships and they stay healthy, I think and also there's levels to organizations. This is as good as it gets. You know, the Warriors, shout out, knockout event. That was a beautiful, beautiful thing we did on Monday. It was great meeting you guys. But I think that if the Warriors stay healthy and they win championships, Jimmy Butler is not going to be a disgruntled Jimmy Butler. He's going to be a completely different Jimmy Butler that, you know, we've experienced in the past. I think that this is a whole nother thing. And I think that that's why the energy behind it is so different and the vibes are so good. By the way, that was a great interview you guys did with Steve Kerr, top notch. He does not get enough credit. It's just, you know, it's a beautiful thing to see. But at the end of the day, if they can stay healthy and they win championships, and when I say championships, I mean multiple, you're going to see a different Jimmy Butler come the end of an extension or whatever that looks like. It's just not going to look the same. The Warriors are different. Thank you guys. You guys are great.
Rob, thank you. And while I'm not going to disagree with Rob, I think he sets the bar, quite frankly, too high. I think Jimmy can be happy without multiple championships. Like, to me, happiness for Jimmy Butler, and I don't know the man, but he got his extension. So check the box of I feel wanted and loved at work. So there's that, and everyone wants that. Then you need to enjoy the people you're working with. And at least in this honeymoon phase, he's got that. And then lastly, I think you want to feel like you've got a shot, a continued shot at success. I don't think that these players demand from themselves that they win the title every year. That's not realistic. They know that. There's a self-awareness. It's like when Giannis was asked if he was a failure because he got knocked out of the playoffs. He's like, I don't know if you've looked around. There's some other good players in the league too. You know, we don't just show up and roll the ball out there and win. So if the Warriors are continuing to win most of their games and they're having some success in the playoffs, if they fall a little short, I don't think you're going to get a disgruntled Jimmy Butler all of a sudden. He's got everything he asked for right now.
Yeah, which is money and talent around him. And,
a shot.
And a shot. And if this continues and you get a real shot to do it, then that's great. And it's an organization that supports its players. So that should be what Jimmy's looking for. I do wonder about when we get through next year and he's down to the final year of his deal, if at that point Steph has gotten an extension another year and Draymond's gotten a little taste a little bit more, does Jimmy then say, hey guys, this is going so good, where's my $62 million?
Is it going so good? Is probably the question.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, let's see how it's going.
Well, so far it's going pretty well.
Pretty good.
And if I'm Jimmy, I'm asking for an extension right now. 10-1 when I play?
He did. He did ask for an extension.
Tack on an extra year.
And he got it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. A lot more phone calls to get to. Keep them coming, okay? Did you see anything like this possible at all this quickly? 888-957-9570. That is the number on Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Come on and play this with me. We're absolutely having a blast. And in just a second,
for Steph! He made it look Steffortless, as the guys on Inside the NBA might say. That was 30 feet away, just right of center, and the Warriors lead by 6.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, here we are. Steve Kerr joined us live from New York earlier today, and we didn't just get Steve Kerr live from New York. We got a little New York, too. We got some New York up in here. And if you missed any of that conversation, it was a very good one. So Odyssey app, YouTube, or stay right where you are. And in the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to run it back, y'all. Run it back, y'all. Run it back.
I love it.
But until then, we're talking Dubs basketball with you. 888-957-9570 on sort of like your level of surprise that it's gone like this. The Warriors are 9-1 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup and have gone 10-2 since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. So just phenomenal basketball, seemingly vibes through the roof. And to me, life doesn't work this way. So I keep waiting for the bubble to burst, and it won't burst. It's actually going the other direction. Because last night was one of the nights where you'd look at it on paper and go, okay, right, this is like, this one's an understandable loss, back-to-back, all of that. And no, they keep doing things to sort of like earn our trust and make you realize this is a real thing. This is a real thing. And so here we are. And to me, it makes no sense. I'm not going to question it anymore, but things do not work this well, this quickly.
Not normally.
Not normally.
Right. And it does kind of remind me a little bit of McCaffrey joining the Niners, where a good player joins an already good team and they go from being good to being great to being phenomenal. I'm not saying that this is going to go the way that went, but Jimmy Butler's impact, and I was telling you earlier about Brandon Podjemski and his plus-minus in the games since Jimmy's been here, and he's a plus 120 over 11 games, and I know one of them Jimmy didn't play, but he's a plus 11 per game. So Pods has got a 29, a 24, a 26. He's gone from being good to being unbelievable with Jimmy out there, and you could look at Moses Moody in a similar way, and you could look across the board. The players, Steph has been playing better. He's up 5 points a game. Draymond's back to being a near triple-double guy, a triple-single last night, 8, 8, and 9. And you go all the way around the horn. Quentin Post has been great, which makes me think that when Kuminga comes back, that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be able to fit right in and that his game is also going to be great with Jimmy Butler around.
Yeah, hope so. I mean, that's obviously the next big question that everyone's waiting for, although they're doing enough winning where it actually feels maybe a little bit less stressful than how it felt kind of a week ago. Also, not as imminent as we thought it was. I think that's why the conversation sort of fell on deaf ears, is we thought he was playing either in Charlotte or New York. And he's not. And he's not playing tomorrow night either. And that's actually already official. Kuminga is out tomorrow night. The rumors have been out there that Detroit at home on Saturday might be the return night, but Steve Kerr would not confirm that and said that's getting ahead of ourselves to talk about that at this point. He has not yet been cleared to play. And you do have to think that the way the Warriors are playing might be a factor in why the Warriors are slow playing this so much. They're not in search of anything right now. They're just like, who's on the schedule? Let's go.
Yeah, they're humming. Play. Yeah, and if you're Kuminga, I'm sure you're champing at the bit a little bit because we are down now to just 20 games left in the regular season, and he wants to be a part of it. He won't play at Brooklyn tomorrow, as you just mentioned, so he'll have 19 games at the most if he comes back against Detroit on Saturday. And the good thing about this upcoming homestand is, one, it's a long one. You've got 7 games at home, and the 7 games span 13 days. So you're going to have a chance to, if he doesn't play against Detroit, you got a chance to practice on Sunday with some people, maybe some of the reserves and coaches that Steve likes to put out there. You play Monday against Portland, then you have 2 days off. So you don't have a lot of games running up in a row. You do have Denver and Milwaukee on an interesting home back-to-back, which is the 17th and 18th right there as we head into March Madness. And those will be tough games no matter who's out there, but you do have a little bit of a long stretch at home. You've got 2 weeks at home where you can still kind of ease him back into it.
Yeah, and so I think a lot of it becomes kind of fly by the seat of your pants because you can look at how the team is doing, how the ankle's doing. I'm sure that whenever they do stick him back in there, it's really going to be just that. It's going to be dip toe in water. Like I probably less than 20 minutes in that particular game because now you want to both protect his ankle and let's be real, you got to protect what you got. You got something here.
Yeah, you got something cooking.
You got to protect it. And I'd say that no matter who it was returning to the game. You know, we did this at times over the last year and a half with Draymond coming back from injury or suspension. And there was a game or two where he came off the bench because he was like, I volunteered. He goes, we're humming, and I'm not here to mess that up. And so same thing with Jonathan Kuminga. Let's go to Dan in Daly City. Hey, Dan, you're on with Willard and Debs. What's up?
How you doing? I would like to say that Steph Curry is a blessing from the basketball gods. We are all blessed to have him here and for on and off the court. If you're a lifelong fan, you know this. And if you're a newer fan, younger, unfortunately, you will learn it when he's gone.
No doubt about it, Dan. Dan, thank you very much for the call. I mean, we were talking earlier with regard to can you actually fully understand the gravity until he's gone? I mean, maybe not, and maybe not even then. I just, like Steve said it earlier, the most unique basketball player of all time. I'm struggling to label the whole thing, man. You know, with Shaq's comments last night, we keep referencing it. We should let everybody hear him again. This is from TNT last night.
As the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I demand you fans to start putting Steph Curry in that greatest of all time conversation. I demand it.
Why does the Big Man Alliance need to say something?
Because I am the supreme leader and my voice counts. And I'm saying, listen, I played against Mike, played with Kobe, played against and with LeBron. They're all great. But at some point, we're going to have to put Steph Curry in that category. I'm not saying he is, but let's just have the conversation. Like, I like all the internet talk and the barbershop talk, but I ain't never seen nothing like that before, and nobody has.
There it is from Shaq, and you love it. You love that kind of talk when it comes from somebody who has, and no pun intended, that kind of weight.
Yeah,
that kind of weight.
It's funny when he says that because when Shaq came along, he was doing things that we had never seen before. Yes, we had seen dominant big men. Wilt Chamberlain averaged 50 points a game, for crying out loud. So we had seen dominant big men, but when Shaq came in, they came up with a term and even a way of living to try to stop him. It was called Hack a Shaq because you couldn't guard Shaq in the low block. And so all you could do was foul him. And he actually changed the game in a way that Steph Curry changed the game. Shaq was so dominant that they had to change the rules to prevent you from doing the things that they were doing to him defensively, where they would foul him before he even got the ball. And that became, something where you got shots, free throws, and the ball out of bounds because the Hack a Shaq was becoming such a problem for the league. Teams were just fouling him. So for Shaq, a guy who actually did change the league, to talk about Steph in that same vein, it does have, to your point and your words, it does have extra weight because Shaq was a player who definitely changed the game.
888-957-9570. Carter and El Cerrito next up. Hi, Carter. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking my call. Believe me, I'm not surprised that Jimmy Butler has made a difference. And if you look, where did Miami come from? How come they were in the playoffs? How come they were in the finals? It was because of Jimmy Butler. And if you look at how come the Celtics didn't make it the year before last, was because Jimmy Butler took them apart with about 2 minutes to play. So it doesn't surprise me at all. He stole the ball. He made a three-pointer and was fouled, and the Celtics didn't make it. So the Celtics had to change their whole team because of Jimmy Butler.
All due respect, though, on this one, Carter, appreciate it very much. I think what you're saying is Jimmy Butler's really good at basketball, and we knew that. That's not what this is. I still find it totally surprising, and I think you're underselling what's happening with the Warriors right now. because this isn't that simple. Just because you're good, like a really good player, does not mean you just go to another team and click and win every game. Is Kevin Durant good? Good player?
Oh, yeah.
Champion? Game-changing type player? Is Devin Booker good? Because they suck right now.
Yeah. Well, they're totally broken.
Yes, that's the point.
Yeah.
Hell of a win last night.
Yes, and thank you, Suns, for that victory coming from behind over the Clippers.
Down 23 late in the third.
I guess was that the biggest comeback in franchise history in the fourth quarter. I was watching the game. That's what the sideline reporter said after the game. She grabbed Kevin Durant. She's like, that was the biggest comeback in the history of this team in the fourth quarter.
And he said, who are you?
His eyebrows went, woo. Like he had a little moment where he's like, oh, okay.
Who are you?
Yeah. And then he said, who are you? And I don't remember who she was. But anyway.
That's fine.
Yeah. Game over. Suns win. Good for the Warriors. But that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't want to undersell it that way. Jimmy being good, this is so much more than that. To have this kind of chemistry at the snap of a finger.
It's Jimmy being good and Jimmy making other people that much better. And I think that is the part that you can quantify, but you also can't really quantify it. And I'm just looking at some of the numbers since he's joined the team. You're shooting 4 more free throws a game, which automatically right there has led to 5 more points a game. Instead of 15 for 20 before Jimmy, now you're 20 for 24 from the foul line. So he gets to the line, and you as a team are making more free throws, and you were averaging 14 turnovers a game, and now you're averaging just 12. So turnovers down, free throws up, and confidence of the others, the role players, is at an all-time high.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your phone calls. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We asked this exact question that we're talking about. We asked Steve Kerr about it. And this is kind of what his response was in terms of everything and how it's gone immediately with Jimmy Butler.
There is a great vibe in the locker room and a lot of confidence, in on the floor. You can just feel it. There's a maturity to our approach that I think Jimmy has helped bring out of our team, just in terms of taking care of the ball, making every possession count. He seems to make everyone around him better. I think Moses and BP, it's not a coincidence that they're playing their best basketball of the season since Jimmy came back, and Draymond's been fantastic, and I think he's got a lot more confidence now in just having Jimmy next to him, and the momentum of the group that we have right now. It's you can see it in Draymond's eyes that he's believing, and that matters.
That belief, I don't know how you can fully sit here and quantify this. And so that's kind of why I just reacted the way I did to our last caller. To me, this goes so much deeper and at an emotional level than, oh, Jimmy's really, really good. Dude, Andrew Wiggins is a good basketball player.
Right,
it's
but
not Jimmy Butler.
He doesn't inject confidence in other people.
No doubt.
When Andrew plays, even when he plays well, I don't think that the way Andrew plays is the way that other people around him are going to feed off of it and play better because of it. And I think about the NBA Finals run in 2022 when Andrew Wiggins had a game where he had 10 or 11 rebounds, and Steph and Draymond both went out of their way in their press conferences to say, wasn't that awesome?
Yeah.
That's the player that Andrew could be. I mean, if Andrew sets his mind to it, he could be that guy, and yet Jimmy Butler doesn't need a pep talk. He goes into the locker room, he starts burning candles, he's wearing his unique garb, and he's out there just doing his own thing. And he's pulling teammates aside. And, you hear some of the coaches talk about it where Jimmy is immediately coaching up some of the younger guys. He's working with Guy Santos on his post defense, and he hit the ground. He walked into the locker room, and he wasn't waiting for permission to be a veteran or to be a coach on the floor.
I don't think that even those of you who were really immediately excited about the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, that you thought it would look like this. I mean,
not like this.
Well, think about the words we were using when this guy got acquired. It was a malcontent, 35 years old, right? Like, this guy is not, he didn't want to be here. These are the things that were being said 3 weeks ago. And so for this guy to walk in and be having this experience, that's really what I come away with today. I look at this and I go, for a year and a half now, those of us who follow Golden State Warrior basketball, even those of us who want to be dreamers, even those of us who are the most optimistic minds out there, you had to have major questions about whether or not Steph Curry actually had relevant, meaningful playoff basketball in his future. Now it feels like a fait accompli. I don't know if they're going to win any series, but like, dude, I think we're going to get a series against like Denver or Memphis or something like that.
Oh yeah, and
we're going to get that.
I think it's likely that you get more than one series.
And we weren't going to get that. We weren't going to get that, and now we're going to get that.
Well, we were going to hope to survive the play-in, and then if we did that, then we were going to get that. But now it feels like you're going to get that, and you might actually climb up to 5, and there's a shot you can get into that 4, and like you can really start to think about bigger things and, you know, hosting game 1 of an NBA playoff series, right? It's not out of the question.
No, it's not out of the question. Not out of the question.
Like right now, honestly, and I don't want you to get too far ahead because you're big and live in the moment, and I love that about you with 20 games left to go, but if you found yourself as a Warrior fan in the play-in tournament, would you feel disappointed?
If they ended up in the play-in tournament?
Yeah. Like right now.
That probably means something happened.
Maybe not. I mean, it still is a pretty thin margin.
No,
you're you're a half game up on the 7 and you're a game up on the 8.
Well,
so I mean, you can finish up the year going 13-7.
But those are numbers, and I know numbers
are numbers. Yeah.
But I mean, but look at the teams who are sitting there.
I get it, but that's why I'm asking you the emotion of if you wound up as a 7 seed.
Yeah, that'd be a bummer.
Okay, yeah.
That'd be a bummer.
And it's crazy to think where we were when we were sitting at Splash down in Thrive City when we were breaking down this trade in real time, and I was hoping for Bethune-Cookman to cover on the scroll, and we were thinking, oh boy, I mean, this might work, but honestly, you're still probably going to be a play-in team, and who knows if disgruntled Jimmy Butler's going to work, and Steph's got the bilateral knee tendonitis, and what are we even doing here, right?
Yeah.
And now here we are 2 weeks later, and we're rightfully talking about maybe getting to the 4.
Well, I mean, and what we're doing now is listening to Brandon Pajemski say things like this. It was said on Steiny and Goo earlier today.
Yeah, I think the 6th seed was the bare minimum expectation. The staff from us after the trade deadline, and obviously we're here now. We're like 3 games behind the Rockets for the 5 spot, and the 3 seeds I think is only 4.5 or 5 away. And so we got the whole month of March and a little bit of April left. It does help. We got an easy strength schedule in the Western Conference left, and the teams above us got to play each other a couple of times, so someone's going to lose. And thankfully, Houston, we have the tiebreaker with them. I think we maybe have Memphis tiebreaker. I'm not sure. We're just trying to get as high as we can. The higher we can get, the more home games we can get in the playoffs. That's the goal.
Steve Kerr talks so much about confidence, and you can feel it and hear it. I love it when you even hear commentary like that. Like, I love that the Warriors are not running from the idea of scoreboard watching. You don't usually hear that. There's a lot of teams that when you start getting into that subject, you know exactly. Durant did it last night. Now the Suns are a mess and they're the 11 and they're not even going to be in the play-in. But what does that player or coach usually say when you're like, are you looking at the Rockets?
Well, we're just going to keep our head down, and if we handle our business, things will work out, and we're not worried about other teams. We're just worried about, we're going to take it one possession at a time.
We're worried about us.
We're going to try to get a stop and then get a bucket and, keep our heads down and just play ball.
Funny that you're talking about Shaq today, because he used to be famous for this. Go ahead and get your drip ready. When I was in the locker room covering those Shaq and Kobe teams, and when I used to interview Shaq on a nightly basis. By the way, it hurts your arm. He is a large human being. And even when he would sit down for the interviews, there were so many reporters that you had to, snake your arm through 3 people just to get a microphone there, and you had to get it real close because he mumbles.
Okay, we get it. You covered Shaq. It's a 4.
Yeah, you get back to the station, and that's what your audio sounds like.
Great. That you got a muscle pull.
Exactly.
I guess we're not going to fight then.
No, we didn't because you're too big. So anyway, but back in those days, he used to use that line all the time. We do what we do, we'll be fine. I'll make the free throws when I need to make the free throws. Like, he used to say that to everything. And quite frankly, it's kind of a bore. I love that Steve Kerr's like going to dinner tonight, going to a Broadway show, keeping my phone on. The Grizzlies are playing. We're watching.
Right.
I love this. Pods is like, yep, we got the tiebreaker on that team. We're going to catch them. Got you over here. I think we can catch you. Good. That's what this team is so comfortable in their own skin right now. And they weren't. Like 6 weeks ago, they weren't.
Well, it was a crisis of confidence. And if we go back even further than that, just how many days did we come in here and talk about Steph Curry at the podium after losses where he sounded sad and lost?
Despondent.
Right. It's like, he didn't really have the answer, didn't know what the fix was. And, and they were talking about not mortgaging the future to try to make a big swing. And we all thought, oh, okay. And I kind of agreed with it. And you were able to make this happen without mortgaging the future. You gave up a pick in the upcoming draft that is looking worse and worse for Miami. All of a sudden, Miami's not getting a top 15 pick. I think they're probably going to be looking at a number 20 in the first round if things continue in this direction.
Correct.
And so doesn't feel like you gave up that much. And you gave up Andrew Wiggins, but you've been trying to for the better part of a year and a half. And you gave up 3 rentals. 2 rentals and a guy that you found off the G League scrap heap. So not only did you not mortgage the future, it was kind of a garage sale more than anything where you advertise, hey, come get an Andrew Wiggins. First of its kind. We have other things too. We got some old vinyl. I got a Nintendo that still works.
Well,
I've got a kid's bike with 1 flat tire.
Things broke their way.
Yeah.
The timing broke their way. Kevin Durant saying no broke their way. And so, it ended up being as cheap as it could have been.
Yeah.
I remember in that moment, I'm like, ooh, first round pick? Hey, right? Because it felt like Warriors might be a lottery team. And who knows? I still think that it's a little bit far-fetched to think that all 3 of these dudes are just going to be happy-go-lucky, healthy guys for the next 2 months every night. Like, that does still feel
And Jimmy's got the back issue.
Jimmy's got the back, and Steph's got the ankles and the knee and all of the stuff. So, like, it's not just all definitely going to be perfect the rest of the way. But, yes, it now feels like we're looking at a deal where the Warriors didn't really give up anything that they weren't completely willing to give up. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. We'll continue to take your phone calls on the level of surprise that it's been this good, this quick. 888-957-9570. Does anybody want a mea culpa? Does anybody want to redo their take? And then we got to get into the Shaquille O'Neal of it all as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights.
pulls up from 13, too strong rebound yanked down by Jimmy Butler. It's his 4th rebound of the game, and the Warriors 1 point lead in the leather. 11:36 to go in the 4th. Hield catch and shoot. Right wing 3 is perfect. And perhaps the end of the 3rd unlocked Buddy.
Hey, Aries, Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I always wait. Hey, Dibs, your picks, they stink.
Yeah, they do.
Well, and did Buddy get over a 3.5 in the first half, or did that not come till later? Because that was my take it to the bank prediction.
Oh, you needed 2 threes in the first half.
Yeah, I don't think we got there.
I don't think that happened.
No, I know he got 3 for the game.
I don't think mine happened either. I think I needed Moses Moody to hit 2 threes. I think he only hit 1. Yeah. So,
just 1.
Couple of losers.
Yeah, jeez.
It could be the name of the show.
No.
A couple of losers. The game. A couple losers.
Not bad.
Yeah. So, anyway, the whole thing, you hear Buddy's voice. And by the way, how about this? Little nugget that Steve Kerr gave us because you asked him about Buddy Hield. And he stated, now wait for it, one of Steph Curry's favorite teammates of all time. Try to make sense of that for a second.
Of all time.
Yeah. Like, no championship resume whatsoever.
No.
Tons of teammates. This is a lengthy career now. I mean, this goes all the way from Buddy Hield to David West and Leandro Barbosa and David Lee and sure, whatever. Monte Ellis, whatever. Like
JaVale McGee.
All the guys.
Yep.
All the guys. And so for him to say that, my best guess, and we were talking about it earlier, we'll go to the phones here in just a sec, but my best guess is that we have probably understated over the last couple of years what it was like to be in that Warrior locker room, and it probably felt really, really stressful and hard. You had 1 year marred by the Draymond Jordan Poole thing.
Good point.
And then the next year was Mr. Mopey Pants. I'm sorry to call. No, I'm sorry.
Whoa, dude.
I'm sorry. But he was.
Say that to Michael next time we get him on.
I will.
If we ever do.
Probably not.
Not anymore.
Not now.
Not now.
But
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
I'm sorry, dude. I call it, for me, it's momentary. I don't think that that's like defines who Klay Thompson is, but it did last year.
Yeah.
You were Mr. Mopey Pants. And it stunk. It stunk for everybody. And I also say that because we know, dude, we heard not just what we saw, but like we heard from inside the room, dude, this is really wearing on everybody. So we've had back-to-back seasons that have both ended in really bad ways, frustrating ways, and the locker room was not a happy place. And this year it is, and Buddy is probably kind of like the face of that because he looks like he's happy no matter what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what has taken place throughout the year where you had DeAnthony Melton, who looked like he was a great fit. Dennis Schroeder was an awkward fit. I think that he was struggling to find his footing with the team. Slow-mo Kyle Anderson was a great pro. You hate to see him go. Lindy Waters, a good young player. But you look around the team now, and you've got the 3 OGs, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler. You've got a couple of mainstays who've been here for a while, Kavan and GP2. Then you've got a whole slew of the pups. And then you got this guy over here just grinning ear to ear. Did you go 7 for 8 tonight, or did you go 1 for 11? I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I'm going to do what Steph tells me to do. That's why I'm here.
You know what else he's going to do? He's going to play basketball. And I mentioned this many times already on this show, Two Angry Guys. He played 84 games last year, Buddy Hield. That's almost impossible. You have to get traded, and when you get traded, you have to rush to your new team to play 84 games. So Buddy's a dude who
it's impressive.
Make or miss, play well or play poorly. He just is a guy who strikes me as somebody who enjoys just playing basketball.
Buddy Hield is also the only Warrior to play in every game so far this year.
There you go. There you go. Even the ones we didn't want him to.
That's correct.
Yeah.
He would even think that's funny.
Yeah, exactly. Did you just nickname our show Two Angry Guys?
I thought that's what you had called us previously.
No, Two Losers.
Whatever.
Two losers.
Neither one of us is angry.
Yeah, nobody
Although
would
I
ever
famously, I'm angry, Jeff. That's awesome.
I mean, you get angry sometimes.
I haven't been angry in a long time, but yeah, Two angry guys, two losers is a little bit too harsh for me.
Although 707 did just text in a fact that the underdog pick of the night that I gave out was also an epic fail.
Oh, boy.
707 says, Willard, your Luka under 46.5 PRA did not hit last night. No, it did not. Not even close, by the way.
Luka on a heater?
Yeah, sorry. I tried. Although, I will tell you, I've learned taking unders on Luka and Shea is a bad idea.
Risky.
It's just not a good thing. Like, rooting against those guys to put up stats is just not fun because they do it on every possession.
Right.
It's bananas.
Yeah, the usage for those guys is almost like they might be 1 and 2 in the league in usage.
And Luka will go get you bored now.
Yeah.
He'll get you bored.
Yeah, he will.
He'll get you an assist, too.
Especially now that you're playing with LeBron, where you can just flip it over to LeBron and, he's now just kind of a 3-point shooter deluxe.
Ball is in their hands on every possession. Mm-hmm. And so you're just going to, you're going to rack that thing up. So, my fault. Vince in the city. Hi, Vince. What you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just listening to the show like I always do on my way home. It's nothing better than really listening to a couple of guys talk about my favorite teams from the home city. So, but what I wanted to talk about was, first off, let's think about Steph's greatness, right? Like, we all know he's one of the greatest to play, but like, this guy drugged the team to a play-in basically by himself. He didn't have very much of a supporting cast since they won the ship in 22. And then you look at Jimmy Butler, and he's done the same thing, but got them to the finals coming through the East. And like, I draw parallels between the two guys, not stylistically with their play, but mentally with how they approach the game and how much they just want to win. They both have that dog in them. Like, they both got a killer instinct, and they go out there and leave it on the court every night that they play. They don't pack it in. And I think the fact that now you've got two guys on the same team who just want to win and play ball, like you guys just touched on, not having Clay or like having these bad attitudes or like bringing this negative energy to the team, is just, hey, let's just go get this dub. Let's just try to go stack as many wins as we can get. Let's see where we get. We've got the talent now. The young guys are promising, and I think it just, I just think the fact that you got a dog and you got such a smart player who does something, like Steph said, completely different from his game, they complement each other so well, and now there's gravity inside that you can't just focus on Steph wherever he goes, kind of like it's been. It's like when you're playing like, Park and Rec or whatever, the guy's the best player on that team and everybody else kind of doesn't do anything. You just focus on one guy. You shut him down, the whole team, the whole team's kind of like lost. So this guy, Jimmy's been great, and I think we were really lucky to have him for the next couple of years, and I'm excited to see what's coming.
Vince, even with all that said, there's no way you thought it would look this good this fast, right?
Absolutely not. I mean, I didn't know. Like, all we have is what's covered in the media because we're not in that market, and it's just, Jimmy's another bad attitude kind of guy. It's like, great. Now we got to deal with another, diva, but he's not saying anything. He's just playing ball, and I love it. Like, when you get a group of guys who are like in the same direction and are working towards the same goal, it's really hard to break. And I mean, I don't think anybody could have predicted that it would be like it would gel this quickly, this well. And it's been great, and I love to see it because I love my team to win. Vince,
thanks, man. Appreciate it. Love the call. Again, I don't want to make this about like, ooh, we didn't know Jimmy was that good. Like, Jimmy is a legit, like, how many Jimmys are there in this league? You're like guys who you're like, you can be a one on a successful team. There's not that many.
And also a guy who can be a two and not only be okay with it, but be a two and then make the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 suddenly better.
That's the thing.
And I'm looking at
the thing. Like, there's no way that we could have known that. And again, it not just working and fitting, but immediate.
Exactly.
Like immediate. It was like add water. It's like, you remember those old sponges? My mom used to buy those little hard sticks that if you added water, it would become a sponge.
Yeah.
Like, that's what Jimmy is. This is hard sponge. He just came in and he added water. Whole thing just poof.
It become those dinosaur ones where you put 4 drops of water. Ooh, Triceratops. There's Stegosaurus. We got a T-Rex over here.
Yeah.
It's kind of what it's been. Pods, I mentioned before, he's a plus 120 since Jimmy came. 13.6 points a game. Moody's a plus 101 since Jimmy came.
That's wild,
11.3 a game. Post, plus 51, not quite as eye-popping, 9.6 a game. Now, I know he was trending toward, being a knockdown shooter and really starting to be better. And I know Buddy Hield has been up and down, but he's been more up than down. And what Jimmy has brought is not only gravity, and we all want to talk about that and what that means, but also that swagger to the team.
Well, I just think it released all the pressure because, by the way, you're going through these role players, and we could look at some of these games on the road trip where you're like, dude, the role players sucked. I mean, we can go to the game in Orlando. If your name wasn't Quentin Post, you sucked. Even Jimmy sucked. Like, Steph Curry won the game by himself.
Yep.
But the point is, it releases all this pressure because you don't have to be perfect every night. Now, suddenly, they feel like a team that's got options. If you're not playing well, this guy's going to pick you up. And that's kind of what comes with like the vibes and the belief and the release of pressure. We all know this. No matter what you do in life, you can release the pressure and you will perform better. Hashtag guru at knockout. Release.
Yeah, boy.
I'm sorry, but for
That's
real.
too soon.
I've been trying to tell him. Release the pressure and the ball will go in. Like, I
make a layup.
I did not care or expect anything out of that day. And to end up being with Grandy on the final 2, and like, whoa, like zero pressure. I felt none. And so that why when the Higgins behind me going, dude, Willard's on fire. Well, no, I can shoot a free throw. I'm a white guy who can't jump. I learned how to shoot a free throw. I can shoot a free throw, but also they're going in because I didn't care. Just relax. Everybody looks so relaxed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, and I watched
You saw the humble brag in there?
I watched your Instagram back today of the final between you two. And
I posted the L.
Yeah, you posted the L.
Yeah.
Grandy with I don't know if it's something that needs to get looked at for next year, but he's shooting this like go forward jumper. Mm-hmm. And if this was a true free throw, that's a violation because he's going over the line.
I don't know the rules. I do know that.
I don't either. It's a little bit of a nuance and I'm not going to discount the fluidity of your jumper because it was nice. You had the wetter going, but he is jumping over the line every single time.
I'm not bothered by it mainly because
I'm not either. I'm just saying
the 2-minute report will also show that I completely fouled Grandy earlier in the match.
It was a no call. I was up above.
I know it was a no call.
It was a good no call.
I'm not going to come down his role for some rule because I fouled that man.
I'm not either. I'm just saying, watching back in the replay in your IG.
By the way, I fouled him on purpose too.
Yeah,
I did not just foul him. It was purposeful. I grabbed that man. I John Stockton that man.
I wish you would have given him the treatment that GP2 got the other night when he had his nose broke.
I'm not going to break another man's nose because I've had my nose broke. And not fun.
No?
And not fun.
Yeah.
No.
I would have powered through.
You would have. He wanted it.
Also probably true.
He wanted it.
He did want it. He wanted it.
Yeah. I broke my cheekbone, but that's broken noses. That's got to be worse.
I always think it's funny when we do this to teams. You just sit there like a fat red pumpkin on a couch with a bucket of popcorn and watch a game. And you'll be like, yeah, the other team.
I'm a fat red pumpkin.
The other team wanted it more. I'm like, is there anything more disgustingly presumptuous than someone in their 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever, sitting on a couch halfway across the world with popcorn going,
you got to say it with your mouth full.
My team doesn't want it enough. I'm like,
they just want it more.
Oh my God. But true story in knockout, he wanted it more. He did.
He got it done.
See it. Yeah.
No doubt.
You were going after it. Went after that sucker.
Well, we get to the finals. Yeah. You got to turn it up. Before the finals, you don't have to really go that hard.
No, like I wasn't tanking. I gave it everything I had.
Yep.
A little hobbled. We made a few shots. He moves quicker than me. I lost.
Yeah.
He wanted it more.
Well, I don't
know what celebration I would have even had I won. But Grandy had a planned celebration. He wanted this sucker.
That was not planned.
The night just came out?
No. Yeah, it came out. It was not planned. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I believe you.
I'm not buying it. I don't know if it's for sale, but I'm not buying it.
If it was planned, I would have hit it the second that went in.
That's true. It did take a minute.
I had to do I did a lap.
Did somebody did someone give it to you? Like hit him with the night?
No.
Okay.
I think Bonte might have said, Bonte might have let him know, you need to hit that man with the night.
Bonte was way too excited for just being a spectator. Like when we got to 2, he started jumping right in front of our faces. He was just jumping up and down.
I loved it.
And then he chased him. He chased Grandy the way Guru chased his son when he hit that buzzer beater.
Yeah. I think that
it was wild.
We can ask Bonte on Friday. Bonte filling in middays. We're going to have a Bonte Willard crossover for the ages.
For the first time in years.
And I'm going to ask Bonte if he has a little FOMO. I think he misses being on the air every day. I don't think he misses getting up at 4:30. I did it for 15 years, and it's not pleasant. But
we all would. Who would do something for every day? And then when you stop, you're going to miss it.
Of course. And I think that the camaraderie we have as a station, it shined bright on Monday at the event. You could see that Bonte was happy to be out there and happy to be a part of it again.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Getting up at 4:30, though, I don't think he misses.
Yeah, that's probably not that part. The alarm can go bleep itself.
I was a 3:44 when I was doing mornings all those years.
Why 3:44?
Just because I like the odd numbers. I like to keep it a little bit off balance. And I would set, and we'll go to the phones because this is really inside baseball, but I would set my alarm clock between 43 and 52 minutes ahead. That way, when the alarm would go off, I would look at it and I'd have the shock value of, I'm late. Even though I knew that it was set. So the clock would show 4:38, and I'd be like, I got to get up, even though it was really 3:44.
Wait, sorry, really quick, Dibs. What time would your alarm go off?
3:44.
44, and you said that's an odd number?
It's odd that it's not a round number, like I get up at 3:45.
It means it's odd that he would do 3:44, not 3:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
44 is an even number, but
Thanks,
I know
Mark.
what you're
very, very even number, and it's my number at the craps table. Hard 8. 44 shooter.
Yeah.
Don't mess.
Willie McCovey.
That's right. You hit a few of those.
You knew that number?
Huh?
You knew that jersey number? 44?
I did. Yeah, no, I would have known. Him.
Not bad.
Yeah. I know.
Hard 4 is
2 2s.
Which is
22. Will Clark.
Okay, there we go.
Will Clark. Will Clark was my guy.
Hard 6.
Hard 6, 33. Roger Craig?
Larry Bird, but
okay.
Aaron Rowan.
Aaron Rowan from the back. That's a rare 5.
Was it really? Did he wear 33?
Yeah, I believe him.
Okay.
That's a rare 5 from the director of sports.
Great batting stance. Do you remember that guy?
Rowan.
That was.
Very stiff and upright.
And he did actually get a hit, I think, in the World Series against the Rangers. It was $100 million for one hit that mattered.
I'll have to Google it.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway.
Let's go to TMC. In San Jose. What's up, TMC? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Loving the conversation today. Obviously, we're all smiles in Warrior Land right now, but 2 things come to mind as I was listening to your guys' feedback as well as one of the previous callers. So it had to kind of work out appropriately, right, in the sense that, they started off the offseason trying to get either Markkanen or whoever they could get, right? And then it led to, okay, well, do we try and go for Levine, right? Or, let's put all our chips in and try and get KD, right? And that didn't work. And lo and behold, they probably said, okay, I guess we're going to go to Jimmy, right? And I couldn't help but reminisce and say, it felt like just a decade ago, they went to Dwight Howard thinking, we're going after Dwight Howard. And that fell through. They're like, you know what? We'll get this guy from Denver called Andre Iguodala. And look how that worked out over the years, right? I couldn't help but think, imagine if it has that kind of impact, right? So that's one. And then 2, obviously he's having a positive impact not only with the OGs, but with the young guys, right? So that could pay dividends both ways in the sense that you're helping the OGs make deep runs, but who knows down the line, it's ironically, Jimmy could be that proper bridge of that supposed 2-timeline concept of getting these young guys mature enough to play with the old guys properly. wouldn't that be ironic if he's the guy that bridges everything together? So I'll leave you guys at that and just kind of let you guys comment on my comments.
No doubt. Yeah, TMC, couple thoughts come to mind.
That would be ironic.
It would be very ironic.
And I like the fact that he used irony correctly, because a lot of times people think that they use irony when it's actual coincidence.
Coincidence, exactly.
This would be irony because Jimmy Butler has had a reputation of not being a bridge builder or a real helper of younger, weaker players.
Yeah, but like I said, even back when this happened, one thing that I had sort of said, not in favor of the deal, but like I'm not making up my mind about who Jimmy Butler is because of someone else's experience.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, let's have our own experience with Jimmy Butler, and then let's also be mindful that it's been 3 weeks. And everybody always loves everybody for 3 weeks. So this can still go many, many different ways. But yes, our experience with Jimmy Butler might end up being totally different than what the experience was in Miami. In fact, you may even argue that that's likely. And the role that he's being asked to play here is different. He is not the face of this franchise and never will be.
Right.
So like that's a completely different responsibility and all of that stuff. So sure, it would completely be ironic. But at the same time, like, yeah, I just kind of, I hit it with that sort of level of openness. If you're a Warrior fan, your relationship with Jimmy Butler started 3 weeks ago. You can forget everything that happened before that.
Yeah, that's all NBA stuff, and it doesn't affect you. Like the stories of him clowning his teammates in Minnesota and what he did in Miami and how he forced his way out, quote unquote. Those are all things that you can hold against him if you want. But as a Warrior fan, it starts when he arrives in L.A., and he gets his number 10 as Jimmy Butler III, and you see fans rushing to buy his jersey, and since he started playing, they're 9-1 when he actually plays basketball. So for me, that's when the Jimmy Butler clock actually begins.
Well, and then the other thing that he's talking about that I think is worth our time is, look, don't be afraid to admit it. Sometimes when moves work perfectly, there is luck involved, and that's okay. The Warriors tried hard for this person to be named Kevin Durant, not Jimmy Butler. Now, I have no idea. Maybe it would go even better. I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like it would, and you would have had to give up a lot more. There's no Kuminga on the team. There are multiple first-round draft picks that are out the door. And Kevin Durant, while a better offensive player, is maybe not the connector that Jimmy Butler has been and not as good of a two-way player as Jimmy Butler is. So, look, if you had asked me back that day, I would have definitely picked Durant over Butler, even at the higher price. But as we sit here now, that looks like that would have been the wrong thing to do. And the only reason that happened is because Kevin said no. That's the only reason. So, yeah, the Warriors also got a break.
Right. And that happens in sports.
Of course it does.
Minnesota took back-to-back point guards in 2009. They took Johnny Flynn and Ricky Rubio, and they chose not to take Steph Curry, and so the Warriors were able to scoop and score on the sharpshooter from Davidson. And if Minnesota wasn't run so poorly, he wouldn't have been available. So was that lucky? Yeah. And it was also lucky that no one drafted Brock Purdy until you got to the Mr. Irrelevant spot. So it's commonplace in sports where you get lucky.
And even if you draft Brock Purdy, it's, I guess, I hate to use this word, I mean, it's lucky that people in front of him got hurt so that you could even take a look at him.
Man, that seems mean-spirited to young Trey Lance.
No, but the point is he could have easily still been on the bench.
Yeah?
He could have easily still been watching football, and nobody would even know.
No luck involved when your coach is running your QB into the ground.
Oh, here we go. Warrior Wednesday.
Just a quick one.
Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for your phone calls at 888-957-9570. And also, coming up in just about 20 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more, if you missed any of our Steve Kerr conversation, my goodness, it was phenomenal. It went weaving through the streets of New York. We'll have it for you coming up in just a bit on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to give you a live update about how much I love Fremont Bank, because during the course
It's so fun.
It just cracks me up. And,
fun.
he definitely rises to those occasions where he gets the gig. And, he does so much. He's like Baby Flem with all the different gigs he has. He's out there working like an Evan Giddings level where, hey, Evan, what are you still doing here? Well, I got a St. Mary's JV softball game against Lemoyne or whatever. It's like he's got some gigs that he works.
You got to line him up, man.
Kevin Dan is doing the same thing.
You got to line him up.
He's out there gigging.
Somebody in our business told me when I was just a pup in the little thing that said, never, ever let one company be in charge of whether or not there's food on your table. I never forgot that.
Yeah, and you live that today.
Yeah.
You got four different companies for whom you work.
Right. Now, I don't know if any of the other three pay me enough to put food on the table for 4 people.
Yep, fair.
But I get it.
Going on 7 people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quietly.
That was the hilarious part about the proposal night is like they're all there, and then we went and got ice cream, and they looked at me, and the stepdaughters-to-be, one of them looks at me and goes, so, thanks, Dad, and starts laughing because it was like time to bring the credit card over, and it's like, holy crap, we're just trying to get ice cream.
So your little ice cream date was like $54 for the 7 of you to get some ice. Seriously.
I'm like, next time I'm just bringing a pocket full of hard candy. We're not doing this.
Right.
Like, what is happening?
Or just go to Safeway and pick up a gallon and give everyone a spoon.
Yeah, I'm like, hon, I'll see you in the aisles.
Yep.
Both kind of aisles. But anyway.
Sneaky, like, almost Brady Bunch vibe with you two.
Little bit.
You bring the 3 and she's got the 2, and you each have a dog, and now all of a sudden it's like husband and wife and 5 and 2 dogs, and you're probably going to spend about $1,000 a month on kibble. Talking about kibble. Anyway. Yeah, love. Have at it.
That big bag. I get that big. I want to talk about a major bag alert. That's how you save money with the dog. Get the size dog food that's too big to carry. But just, dude, man up for 3 minutes and find a way to get that bag to your car.
The 50-pound bag.
It's unbelievable.
Like 3 feet long.
Yeah. You like put that thing over your shoulder and then just put an ugly face on and see if you can get it to your car. Like they used to do middle of the night on ESPN, those strongman competitions.
Oh, yeah.
Just grab one of them bags of dog food, put it on your back, and see if you can get it. If you can, woo, you saved yourself $12. That's the way to do it, man.
Magnus Vermagnuson.
Everybody was named Magnus.
Dude.
All of them.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go to Drew in San Jose. Steve Kerr. Less than 10, actually less than 15 minutes away. Hey, Drew, what's going on? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. I just wanted to talk about Jimmy Butler and his history with different teams, right? Particularly the Heat, because I'm getting this notion that we all think that we're getting a new Jimmy Butler, but my argument is that this has been the Jimmy Butler at least since his Miami days. And all I have to do is go back to the playoffs in the bubble where you had a very, very young Miami Heat team that he was able to take to the finals. And he was able to elevate Tyler Hero, who was a rookie, Bam Adebayo, who was a 3rd or 4th year guy. And it was he was the connector with those guys as well. In an offense that that's Eric Spoelstra ran, that is very, very similar to the movement offense that Steve Kerr runs here. So, I would make the argument that this is a happy Jimmy Butler, and that we're getting the best out of him. And the reason how he's helping the young guys get along and play, particularly BP and Moses, is no surprise to me, honestly.
Well, Drew, I think, you can sing the praises of Jimmy's talent all day long, and I think that that's fair. And you can talk about him elevating teammates, and that's fair. I would still argue 2 things. A, you just never know how it's going to work with your group. And B, ain't no way in hell I thought it was going to be this quick. You know what I mean?
No, I absolutely agree with you. And I think like Jimmy's, I think you're alluding to Jimmy's like personality issues and how that might have translated. I think I think, with the Heat, he was mad at the contract that he had gotten, and or that he did not get, for that matter. And with Minnesota, he was particularly mad at the younger players for not falling in line, right? And I don't think those two problems exist right now with the Warriors, but could they exist in 1 to 2 years? Absolutely, they can. But I'm enjoying the ride while it lasts.
Yeah, see, Drew, thank you, and that's where I am too. You know what I mean? What's wild? Here's the statement that's wild. You trade for Jimmy Butler. You still don't even know what this necessarily means for Jonathan Kuminga's future and his contract, or how he's going to play, or is there now a new ceiling that's over Jonathan's head? You don't know any of that yet. And you have signed him to an extension worth, what is it, 111? Is that what we decided it is? 111 for 2 years?
I think 112.
Yeah, 112. Okay, $111, $112 million for 2 years, and that hadn't even started yet. Okay, that hasn't even started yet. So that could go completely sideways. He's played 10 basketball games for the Warriors, and I am already willing to sit here and say, good move.
Yeah.
I don't care what goes wrong the rest of the way. It was the right move, a good move. It has rebirthed Steph Curry and meaningful basketball. And I can't tell you what that's worth to this fan base. I think if you're tapped in at all to what's going on with Warrior basketball right now, you know. The excitement around this team, the people who are flocking to the arena, to the television set, to the radio, to our social channels, everything has gone through the roof. And it's not to see Jimmy play. It's because of what he's created. And it's, to me, the realization that, yes, the hope that Steph Curry wasn't done has been confirmed. He's not done.
He's not done, and hopefully they're not done. And what this has done for the franchise and for Joe Lacob, really, Mark, is almost assured that next year they're going to go into the second apron, which is something you can only do one time. You don't want to do it in back-to-back years, but you mentioned it. You sign him for $112 million. Next year, Steph gets 59.6. Jimmy gets 54.1. Draymond's at about 26. In the total allocations right now, which will be an allocation sensation for Joe Lacob and company, they're on the hook right now for $170.5 million. This year's salary cap is $140.5. So you're assuredly, if you bring everyone back, you're going to be over the salary cap. And if you sign Kuminga to, let's just say $25 million a year, I don't know what that number will be, but you're going to be up around $200 million, which means, again, Joe Lacob is going to be paying a huge amount of money in tax penalties. But if you win 9 of every 10 games, I think he's willing to do that.
I mean, he's basically already said, we're doing it.
Right, we're doing it.
We love that guy. We love Kuminga.
It when, now all of a sudden you roll up into the 6th seed and you're 9-1 with Jimmy, and things are looking good, and it looks like these three can work if they stay upright. And Steph's about to be 37 in a week or so, but Joe Lacob and company have basically said, yeah, we're doing it. We're going to go ahead and spend, again, whatever it takes. So this year was we kind of want to get out of the second apron. We want to save money, and it didn't really work out. And then Joe went to Mike Dunleavy and said, get me a star, Mike. This isn't working for me.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Yeah, Grandy, what do you want to throw in here?
Well, you guys are talking about Jimmy's contract and the 2 years, $112 million, and maybe it's a lot of money to be paying to another aging veteran guy. I think the way that you can look at it, and I think the way the Warriors are probably looking at it, and I think it becomes easier to understand why they would do it. First of all, the results right now are great, and that makes up for it, as you're talking about, Willard. Who cares about what it's like 2 years from now? But they're doing it. They gave the contract so that now would go well. Because Jimmy Butler wasn't going to be here if they didn't give him the extension, and if for some reason he was here and he didn't have the extension, he wouldn't be playing the way that he's playing, because that was the exact situation he was in Miami, and he refused to play. Or purposely tanked everything there.
Right.
They're paying him what they're paying him so that now will be good, and it's working so far.
Absolutely. And then I'd also say this with regard to whatever goes into the future, and Joe needs to pay this tax or this apron or whatever the hell's going on with their books. This is why I think as a Warrior fan, most fans I know love that Joe Lacob is the owner of their favorite team, because this is the way he sort of looks at life. And I'll take it down to a way, 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 way less money sort of an example.
Yeah.
But
you talking about your kids and ice cream again?
No, but my daughter turned 16 last week.
Okay.
Now,
we shouted her out.
The big gift that I got her, I'm not going to say what it was, but there's a little, for me, it's a little expensive. For me.
It's a brand new car.
No, because she's a little behind on getting the license. Okay. But a little stretch.
Okay.
Right? But what I have is a picture of the smile that it put on her face, lit up the entire essence of her being. And when you see that as a dad, I don't care what the hell it costs.
Yeah.
I'd basically have paid anything. And I think Joe Lacob looks at a 9-1 record with Jimmy Butler the same way. I don't care what. Make a fourth apron.
Sure.
We'll go into it. Make one up.
Make me wear an apron.
You're going to win 90% of your games and make everybody in this arena feel this way and make everybody in the city act this way and make everyone talk about Warrior basketball and have this kind of vibe again. I don't care what that costs. The answer is yes.
Right. And that's where, you go ahead and do that. And I do think that it was born out of a certain amount of frustration. And we talked about the report where Rich Kleiman, Kevin Durant's agent, went right into the underground secret bar with Joe Lacob at halftime to have cocktails and talk trade because Joe Lacob was rightfully frustrated with what this team was. They were flatlining at or near 500. And beyond that, they'd become a little bit boring, even with the chef. Like, the chef was frustrated.
No doubt.
And we were talking about a crisis of confidence, and Draymond was frustrated, and this team was win 2, lose 3, win 3, lose 4. They were stuck in the mud. And so, yeah, whatever apron you want to put us in, I'll do it. And I just was looking at the number. Next year, they're estimating that the second apron, which is the restrictive level, it's going to be $208 million. Right now, you're at $170 for next year. So that's $38 million that you can spend before you have to get up to the estimated level. Now, GP2 is a free agent. Kevon Looney's a free agent. And Kuminga is a restricted free agent. So can you keep all three of them for under $40 million for next year?
Oh, I don't know that you can keep all three of them. I don't really know what GP2 and Kevon Looney, I don't know.
Well, he's making 9 and Kevon's making 8. What's their market?
But I think it goes down.
Right.
It goes down.
I do think that you could give Kuminga 25 and you could give those two 12 combined and end up keeping all three.
Right, but then you're going to have other roster spots that you need to figure out as well. I don't know. I don't know if they'll keep all three, and I don't know that Kuminga's getting 25.
Yeah, it becomes, financial gymnastics in the offseason, and the big piece of that is what you just said. Kuminga's got 20 games left in the season. He's got 19 games left in the season because he's not playing tomorrow. He might have 18 games left in the season if he doesn't face Detroit. And if he has 18 games left and it's a slow ramp-up, he might have 12 games left in the season plus playoffs to really show out. And so, it's an off-season topic that might be more troubling for Kuminga than it would have been had he not gotten hurt.
Yeah, I sit here right now having very little sense of what that actual market is. Because if we go through this timeline of everybody, Joe Lacob was like, we love the guy. Of course we're going to keep Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, and I believe that. I really do. But we're also like fresh off of a December where Anthony Slater's like, Warriors are going into information gathering season with Jonathan Kuminga. And then what's the information they've got? Okay, let's think about it. Since December, what have we gotten? Well, you've got a major injury. You've got the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. You've got the team finally being unlocked. And that all happens without him. And now you got to get the information of, can you come back from the injury?
Yeah, you also got the information of, oh my God, he's finally fulfilling the promise.
I mean, he was putting up numbers.
8 games, 10 games where he was balling out.
He was putting up numbers, right. But it wasn't necessarily attached with winning yet. The record wasn't any better in the games that he balled out versus when he wasn't. So, and now you're going to have this run to the finish line. Does he fit in? What does he do with the playoffs? You want to keep him. And then the biggest thing of them all, which has nothing to do with the Warriors and nothing to do with Kuminga's stats. Who else is out there offering him anything?
Yep, it's fair.
That's the biggest thing of all that's going to decide what Jonathan Kuminga makes. And they might get him for 20. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be 30. I don't know.
I would bet it will be less than 30, and I can't help but think about Jalen Green, who is a young scorer for Houston, and he's averaging 21 a night this year. He's a good young player. He's better than Jonathan Kuminga.
He's their one.
Right. And he signed in October 3 years and $106 million, which is about 34 and change per year, and he is outplaying that contract by NBA standards, yet that's what he got. And like you said, Kuminga missing 2 months. He's not their one. He's not their two. He's probably their three when healthy. And a team that, you don't really need him to be the three every night with other shooters and Pods and Moody and the rest. So I do think his value is going to be more depressed than what Jalen Green got in October.
I agree with you. And again, the big thing is that there are very, very few teams right now who have cap space.
Right.
There are very few teams, even the ones who do, that are probably in a position to go after Jonathan Kuminga with the kind of deal that not only would he sign, but would get him off of the Warriors roster. And I don't think there are any teams out there that are all that motivated to play the game of like, let's up the values so that it makes the Warriors do this, that, and the other. I like Brooklyn doesn't care about that. That's not what their number one goal is going to be. They're not even in the same conference. So I just think that Kuminga has got a few things that have landed not in his favor when it comes to this conversation. And that is namely the lack of another suitor and a very, very poorly timed big-time injury. Those two things have not worked in his favor as far as this contract is concerned. So anyway, glad you're with us, Willard and Dibbs. Earlier today, we got to catch up with Steve Kerr, and he's in New York with a full off day and heading out for a little Italian food and a show with his wife as the Warriors take a breath after a really nice win over the Knicks and Brooklyn coming up tomorrow night. A lot of great stuff in this conversation, so we're going to run it back for you right now. Here's Coach Kerr on Willard and Dibbs. Out to the River Islands guest line we go. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Hi, Coach. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're good. Yeah. Did you have some sort of an interaction there with Steph, encouraging him to do the night that he didn't do?
Well, after the next play, I think I looked over at him and I said, "You can do it now." And he just laughed. So, yeah, that was a fun, great night. I mean, obviously, the Garden. There's nothing like the Garden, and really good second half for us. That was a fun win. So we were all enjoying ourselves for sure.
Yeah, how much of that is the Garden? I mean, obviously, it's a big game. It's a good team. We get all that, but the interactions with Spike Lee that are still happening. Does the Garden still have its its je ne sais quoi, if you will?
Yes, it's to me it's the best atmosphere in the league for the reasons you just mentioned. Just the history there, and Spike on the sidelines, and something about the lighting in there. I mean, you're just aware of the history, and being in New York is special. So it's I think everybody was pretty fired up for the game, even on a back-to-back, getting in super late the night before. Everybody was ready to go last night. You could see it.
And also fired up to take on one of the best in the East. And, things were a little choppy in the first half, and it felt like you came out in the third quarter and started to get the game in your favor. How much confidence does that give a team that's already super confident, knowing that you can beat a really good team like New York?
Yeah, I mean, we've been building our confidence here in the last couple of weeks, but I thought the second half performance was first time we really have put it together and looked like the team that we think we can be. And I think a lot of that is just kind of figuring out how to play through Jimmy a little bit, and try to find the right combinations, the right rhythm to the game. And even though that first half was choppy, I liked our play. I mean, we were taking care of the ball. Our intentions were great. We just weren't really making shots. And then second half, the game opened up once we knocked a few down, and that seemed to give us even more confidence.
Coach Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs. Before we go too much deeper into the game and all the situations for the team right now, you just mentioned that you guys all love being in New York. I'm sure you guys got together and practiced today, but what about all the other hours? What are you doing with a day in New York?
No, we had the day off today, after the back-to-back. And so I am heading to dinner with my wife. We're going to go see a show tonight. It's a New York night. You got to do something fun. So we always love coming here. My wife is actually from here, and so it's a special trip every time we come to New York every season.
Italian steak. What?
Italian.
I felt it. I felt it was. And then what show are you seeing?
Exactly.
We're seeing a show called Oh Mary, which is on Broadway, and it's our son saw it. He told us it was hysterical, and so that was the one we picked, and so we're excited. Good night.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better city to have an off night. And I was joking with Mark before about maybe a hungover effort against Brooklyn tomorrow, but I'm imagining that with that many adults in your locker room, they're going to be buttoned up, especially 10-2, Steve, since you got Jimmy, and I know only one of those losses is when he played. Are you starting to feel some of the vibes of some of your great teams where you take the floor and you get that feeling like it's almost going to be impossible for you to lose?
Well, I think we're not there yet, but there is a great vibe in the locker room and a lot of confidence, in on the floor. You can just feel it. There's a maturity to our approach that I think Jimmy has helped bring out of our team, just in terms of taking care of the ball, making every possession count. He seems to make everyone around him better. I think Moses and BP, it's not a coincidence that they're playing their best basketball of the season since Jimmy came back. And I think Draymond's been fantastic. And I think he's got a lot more confidence now in just having Jimmy next to him, and the momentum of the group that we have right now. It's you can see it in Draymond's eyes that he's believing, and that matters.
Steve, you always give honest answers. Honest answer here. Did even you think it wasn't going to work this well, this fast?
I didn't know what to expect other than I knew we were getting a great player in Jimmy Butler. And I hoped that he would do what he's doing, but I wasn't sure. You're never sure until you actually see it and feel it. And I think the biggest thing, honestly, is he's a perfect fit next to Steph and Dre. He really is excited about being here. We're excited to have him. So the circumstances were just right for all parties involved. And so it just feels right, and we're capitalizing, and we're playing at a high level. But we also know that we got a lot more work ahead.
Yeah, I mean, 20 games left to go in the regular season, and you had said before to us and openly that the 6th seed was the goal, and now here you are, the 6th seed. Are you starting to recalibrate a little bit on what you think you can be here in the regular season?
I think we can move up further now. I mean, given what's transpired the last couple of weeks, we've made a pretty quick rise up the standings. We're only a few games behind Houston. We have the tiebreaker over them. I think we play them one more time. I don't think that spot is out of the question. I think you start looking too far ahead, and you get out of sorts. And so the only thing we're focused on is just winning the next game. But of course, we look at the standings, every day, and we look at the scores every night, and we're trying to climb as high as we can, for sure.
Steve, you've used the word confidence a couple of times in this conversation, and it's bringing to mind what you had said a few times earlier this year about the crisis of confidence that you guys were experiencing. Can you kind of detail the journey of how the team got out of that?
Well, it was there was a lot going on. I think the injuries definitely hurt us. There was a stretch there, with Draymond out, with BP out. I think the biggest thing for me as a coach, just looking at the whole season, is that when we were 12 deep, early in the season, there was a real benefit to us, and we were playing everybody and overwhelming teams, the depth and defensive pressure. And then, the injury to Melton, to me, changed everything. It sort of it changed our rotations and the vibe. And then we started getting some injuries. We just lost our momentum. And I think Mike sensed it. I've said a few times, the fact that, Mike knew we were kind of dead in the water and we needed to make a move. He made the move at the right time. And so solidified the roster, solidified the rotation, and now here we are.
You mentioned injuries derailing you earlier, and Melton, of course, and the rest of it. And GP2, I guess, is listed as probable for tomorrow, but Kuminga will be out. Where are we with Jonathan Kuminga? Was there a setback, or is this still kind of a slow build toward his eventual return?
It's a slow build. I'm going to warn you here. I'm about to get out in the streets of New York. It's about to get loud, so we'll do our best.
I love it. Do your thing, all Steve. Right. You're trying to make us jealous, and yes, we're feeling jealous right now.
We love ambient noise. Yeah, this is good.
Not sound in the business. Yeah.
Sure. Can you hear the rain? That's the question.
Oh, now I want to know how much you just tipped that guy.
I don't reveal everything.
Okay. All right.
Man,
fair enough.
I would imagine it's more on the side of generosity. I can't think that Steve's going to short the guy. This is Steve Kerr, ladies and gentlemen. JK, a setback or just a slow build, Steve, as the natural sound of New York brings us all back in?
No setback. It's just the injury itself was, I think, more serious than anybody realized, and some of these things you just can't predict. That's one of the things I've learned, during my time as coach, working with Rick and the performance staff. There's no exact recipe for these injuries, and everybody heals differently. And I think as it's turned out, JK's injury was probably more of a setback than we realized in the beginning. And he's working hard. He's working every day. He had a really good workout today. And it does feel like he's getting close, but, you just got to do the right thing, and that's what we're all trying to do.
Those reports are out there that at least in the back of your minds, maybe Saturday against Detroit. Is there anything you can share on that?
I can't. There's that would just be speculation on my part right now.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And then what about the other injury situation on the team? How's GP2 doing?
He's doing well. He had a fracture from the collision, and I think he's getting fitted for a mask. I believe we listed him as probable for tomorrow, so that'll be great to get him back. He's been playing really, really well.
No doubt, and just so many intangibilities that he brings to the team. I wonder always about this, Steve, a team on a long road trip. It'll be game 5 of a 5-game trip. What can you do as a coach, and what can the veterans do to try to avoid that last game of a road trip letdown?
Well, I don't think we qualify for that team right now, given where we are. We would qualify for that if we were, rolling along. If this were 6-7 years ago, I would definitely be concerned about a letdown in a game like this. But where we are, 20 games left, last game of the trip, a lot of tough games coming up. In 6th, but only a couple games out of 10th. We're not in a position to let our guard down, and our guys know that. So we'll be ready to roll.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he is every week, and cruising the streets of New York. And I wonder, Steve, you probably get asked this every time you go there. Maybe not. Like, when you're there, do you still each time have that moment and look around at MSG and think about what could have been if you'd made a different decision years ago?
No, I don't spend 1 second on that topic, largely because I already know the answer. I would have been fired within 2 years, and I'd be doing television right now.
You were pretty good on TV, yeah. So I don't want to sell that part of it short, but just in the moment as you were trying to decide between Golden State and New York, what was ultimately the thing that swung you toward the Warriors?
Well, I said this a while back, but there were two main factors. Steph Curry was on the Warriors, and then my daughter was a sophomore at Berkeley at the time, and but as I told my daughter, the decision came down to about 95% of that was Steph, and 5% was my daughter.
Yeah, and you never want to pick between your children, but yeah.
No. She was really pleased with that answer. By the way, she just rolled her eyes and she's like, "I'm used to your dad jokes." So anyway.
Well, yeah. Usually when kids go away to college, they don't want their parents following them there.
Well, that was her joke. She said, "I thought I was getting away from you, and then you and Mom follow us. What's that all about?" So.
Yeah, and I've never seen your daughter shoot, but I would imagine that Steph's probably a better shooter. I mean,
a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, one thing we were talking about before the show is the idea about what Shaq said last night. You probably didn't hear it because you were coaching the game, but Shaq is saying Steph needs to be in the GOAT conversation, the greatest of all time. Mark, do you have the sound to play for him?
Steve, did you actually hear it? Did you hear what Shaq said?
No.
Yeah, here. No. I know you're out on the streets, but if you can hear it, this is it.
As the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I demand you fans to start putting Steph Curry in that greatest of all time conversation. I demand it.
Why does the Big Man Alliance need to say something?
Because I am the supreme leader and my voice counts. And I'm saying, listen, I played against Mike, played with Kobe, played against and with LeBron. They're all great. But at some point, we're going to have to put Steph Curry in that category. I'm not saying he is, but let's just have the conversation. Like, I like all the internet talk and the barbershop talk, but I ain't never seen nothing like that before, and nobody has.
That's on TNT. What do you think of that, Steve?
I think he's dead on because Steph is the most unique superstar of all time. He broke barriers. He changed the game. And what he does really to this day is unique to himself. And I just can't even imagine anybody doing the stuff he does. But it's different. The way he impacts the game is different. And so when you have these conversations about who's the greatest ever, you automatically go to these genetic marvels, LeBron and Michael Jordan and, Wilt Chamberlain, whoever else. Steph doesn't fit that normal mold. So I love that Shaq is bringing that up because from a skill standpoint, it's not even close. He is the greatest ever from a skill standpoint. So, these arguments are always fun and you can't reach any conclusion because it's all just art, not science, but I like what Shaq said. I agree with him.
Well, and Steve, I wonder to what level you feel kind of resurgence of energy around the league. It feels like the first half of the season, people are yelling about TV ratings and load management again. And then LeBron and Steph both are on teams that make huge acquisitions and go on big winning streaks. And suddenly everything feels different. To what level are you guys experiencing that?
Well, I mean, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that. We're so wrapped up in our own season. I do still feel like LeBron and Steph are kind of the faces of the league, and they drive so much of the interest and the intrigue. And, the fact that the Lakers were able to trade for Luka and we were able to trade for Jimmy, it definitely changed the vibe around the league, and it changed the vibe in our locker room, and I'm sure the Lakers too. So, yeah, I mean, it feels good for the league, just the interest and the fact that, these two guys who are still going strong are still carrying the flag for the league. And obviously when they're playing on good teams, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's exciting for us certainly here on the flagship and all the Warrior fans. And we can't help but think about Steph turning 37 here in about a week or so, and maybe that elongates his career. Have you thought about your own coaching career as it pertains to Steph and his timeline and how many more years he wants to play? Are those two things intertwined at all?
Oh, probably. I think every coaching job has an expiration date. And I think it's important for, all parties involved to be aware of that. And, So there's probably something to that, but I don't spend much time thinking about that. I love what I do. I love this team. I love coaching these guys every day, and I'm just going to keep plugging away with them and see what we can accomplish, and then we'll worry about all that stuff later.
Speaking of Steph's birthday, and Draymond obviously had one last night, do y'all get each other birthday gifts?
No. No.
No.
I asked Draymond if the coaching staff could go with him to wherever his party was last night, and there was just a strange silence in response. So I took it as a no.
Okay, so but there was an MSG after party for Day Day. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, there definitely was, and the guys were all excited, and Buddy Hield was loving it. Buddy is always the life of the party, and he had something planned for Dre, and I don't know what they did, but I'm sure they had fun, and I'm all for it.
Can you just elaborate on the Buddy factor? Because fans, they didn't fully sour on him during his 3-month shooting spell, but it seems like he lives his life with a certain infectious joy that you guys inside the locker room absolutely love. Can you give us a little bit of a window into just how fun it is to be around Buddy Hield no matter what?
Yeah, Steph told me he's one of his favorite teammates of all time. Buddy is that just the joy that he brings, the laughter, the upbeat nature, regardless of how things are going, whether he's making shots or missing shots. He's always in a good mood, and that stuff is crucial in a long season in the locker room. You need guys like that, and so everybody loves Buddy. He's just a wonderful, wonderful person.
All right, Steve. Well, before you go have a night in New York, we've done this before, so it won't surprise you, I don't think. But I'm bringing my Cal Poly class to see you again at your press conference before the game on Saturday against the Pistons. Is there any question that I should tell my students? Boy, don't ask Steve that.
You know me, I'll answer anything. So I don't have anything for you. Just, whatever they got, I'll have a response for them.
Well, do you want to help me play a joke on them and see, will you just go off on one of them? For no reason?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's definitely do it. What kind of question is that?
Yeah, if one of them's like, what are you, like is Jonathan Kuminga going to play tonight? I want to just throw a pen and be like, wow, that's a ridiculous, let's see if we can really freak them out.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, because that won't go viral at all. Hey, Steve, how do you do your favorite hobby tonight of scoreboard watching while you're on date night? Because you got Grizzlies and Thunder, you got the Nuggets playing, you got a full slate of games. What does Steve Kerr do tonight with a date and scoreboard watching?
Well, when you've been married almost 35 years, I don't know. You just peek at the phone, and at this point, she doesn't care anymore. She's used to it.
Exactly.
The old peek at the phone.
Exactly.
35 years in, peek at the phone. What are you going to do about it?
Where are you going? Exactly. All right. Hey, Steve, thanks as always. Go have a night. Enjoy yourself. Thank you, and we'll see you this weekend.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, Steve, thank you.
There he goes. Steve Kerr. Right here on Willard and Dibs, exactly like he is every single week. And this one was the Big Apple version out in the streets. You got some sirens, you got some horns, and you got a little Steve Kerr, too.
Yeah, pre-dinner and pre-show going out with the missus of 35 years. And, scoreboard watching as well, because there's a full slate of games around the association of Western Conference rivals. And he's admitted in the past, he's scoreboard watching. Doesn't matter if it's February or March or into April. He's watching it.
Taking a look at it right now, by the way. Those Timberwolves only up by 8 in Charlotte tonight.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
okay.
Look out. LaMelo could get hot. He can get hot.
Yep.
And yes, the Mavericks are underway in Milwaukee against the Bucks, and they're trailing by 9. You got the Kings and Nuggets later. The Thunder and the Grizzlies and then the Pistons and the Clippers. So the nightcap games tonight are all ones where the Warriors are going to want to watch and check it out. So maybe Steve will be up really late in New York tonight.
Obviously rooting against the Clippers, who've lost 3 in a row, and rooting against Memphis, who's lost 3 in a row, and the Rockets have lost 3 in a row, and the Mavericks have lost a couple in a row. So the Warriors have been hot. Only OKC and the Lakers have been as hot over the last 10.
888-957-9570. Not only can react to Steve Kerr, but we haven't had a chance to get too far or deep into this, and would love your participation with what we played for Steve. So here's kind of the 1-2 punch of, again, what Shaq said on TNT last night, and then what Steve said about it when we played it for him.
As the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I demand you fans to start putting Steph Curry in that greatest of all time conversation. I demand it.
Why does the Big Man Alliance need to say something?
Because I am the supreme leader and my voice counts. And I'm saying, listen, I played against Mike, played with Kobe, played against and with LeBron. They're all great. But at some point, we're going to have to put Steph Curry in that category. I'm not saying he is, but let's just have the conversation. Like, I like all the internet talk and the barbershop talk, but I ain't never seen nothing like that before, and nobody has.
Okay, so there's what Shaq puts out there. Here's what Steve said about it.
Steph is the most unique superstar of all time. He broke barriers. He changed the game. And what he does really to this day is unique to himself. I just can't even imagine anybody doing the stuff he does, but it's different. The way he impacts the game is different. And so when you have these conversations about who's the greatest ever, you automatically go to these, these genetic marvels, LeBron and Michael Jordan and, Wilt Chamberlain, whoever else. Steph doesn't fit that normal mold. So I love that Shaq is bringing that up because from a skill standpoint, it's not even close. He is the greatest ever from a skill standpoint.
Okay, so that's some pretty interesting reaction from Steve. I want to go back to the last couple of sentences of what Shaq said, though, because that's what stands out to me. And again, we heap so much praise on Steph. Nobody ever wants to call him the greatest of all time because it's like, wait a minute, we're not calling him Jordan or LeBron or whatever you want to do there. There are people comfortable saying he's the best point guard of all time, or at least in a conversation of two between him and Magic Johnson. But Shaq says it best. I don't know what you want to call it, but I've never seen that before. I've never seen anything like that before. And I don't know how big the handful of players is where that applies. Never seen that before.
Not too many. I mean, you could talk about Michael Jordan because I don't know if we'd ever seen that before. Nope. Somebody who, especially as a two-way player, like when Kobe came along, Kobe did a lot of the same things that Michael did. So you could say we've seen that before. And whether or not you think Kobe's better than Michael, that's not what this is about. It's about what Shaq said and things you had never seen before. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar burst on the scene, you'd kind of seen that before from Wilt Chamberlain, even though Kareem was better and he played longer and he was more of a consistent winning force. You'd seen that before. I think I'm looking at the list right now of all-time NBA scorers, and one thing that we had never seen before, I mentioned Tim Duncan before, but Dirk Nowitzki, and it's less sexy, but we'd never seen a slow-footed 7-foot German be able to score at all three levels like that. It's not as eye-popping as this, because what this is a guy who will shoot the 30-footer, the 35-footer, the one-legged, this and that. We saw that from Reggie Miller a little bit, but never at this level and never affecting winning like this.
Yeah, well, but I mean, I think that's a very, very big part of the story. And I think Kerr touched on that a little bit, where it's like every time we have this conversation, we start bringing up this Adonis and that Adonis.
Right.
And not Udonis, but that's all it is. A huge part of Steph Curry's story is that he is 6'2" and maybe a couple 100 pounds. And for some reason is able to flip his wrist and throw a ball 3/4 of a basketball court with accuracy. Like, I don't know what you want to call it. Maybe we've settled on this, and we won't settle on it because there'll never be full agreement. My opinion, and yes, probably biased because he plays for my favorite team, but Steph Curry is the greatest show that has ever happened in the NBA, in my eyes. And obviously, I can't compare him to people and things that happened before I was born,
right.
or before my time. But my time kind of started right prior to Jordan, Showtime Lakers. Like, I experienced all of that as a kid, and then that brings us through Kobe and LeBron and
Jordan,
everything.
certainly,
obviously the Spurs, and then what we're watching now. This is the greatest show I've ever seen in basketball. I have no hesitation with that.
And it's interesting that you say show, because the Showtime Lakers was a show, but it was Magic and Worthy and Byron and Kareem and Michael Cooper and Kurt Rambis, and it was a team that was the greatest show. It was Showtime, the Showtime Lakers. And if you go back to Wilt Chamberlain, that was a show, but it wasn't a show like this. What this guy does, and I'm looking again at the list of games where a player shot and made 10 or more threes in a game, you'll find Ray Allen there once, and you won't find Reggie Miller. And so what Steph did for the game and to the game is he made the three-point shot basically what you want to do. And it's because he was so good at it, they were so good at it, and that's what made everyone realize, hey, 3 is more than 2. And if you can shoot it as well as he can, why bother shooting it 2? So it is the show, it is the skill, as Steve said, but it's also the impact on the game.
No doubt. And that's one thing I really focus on that I think sometimes gets lost in our social media conversations because we see it through our eyes and then we want to, we want to share that. And that what else do you do? That's a very human thing. But one thing I like to do, and we're blessed to be able to kind of get this perspective because we get to talk to people who either play the game or have played the game before. I put a lot of stock into what those who have played these people say about the difficulty of going against them. And you will hear a lot of people in NBA circles say that Steph is one of the most intimidating offensive players in the history of the game because of what he does to make a defense pressure the three-point line, his ability to knock it down, his ability to make shots even when he's being defended, and then sort of what happens around him with other players. Very, very difficult, maybe as difficult as anyone to sort of defend and go against. It's one of the big reasons I'm a huge fan of Kyle Shanahan, even though he rubs a lot of you the wrong way. If you want to talk to defensive coordinators or defensive players in the NFL, they will tell you that it is hell to go against a Kyle Shanahan offense, whether that's style, play calling, the personnel that they bring in, whatever. Does it always work? No. They went 6-11 last year. But they will tell you repeatedly that's one of the hardest people to prepare for in the game. I think that stuff matters. And you hear a lot of that about Steph. Literally to the word, and this is the one I heard just yesterday, it's intimidating. Like watching Steph come at you, you're like, that guy? He's the smallest guy on the floor. Intimidating. That's what's so special.
Yeah, how many times can you think about him getting his shot blocked from 3? It doesn't happen very often.
Rare. Yeah.
It's because of his ability to do the one dribble, step away, the crab dribble, the pump fake, the pull from 35, and all these things he does. He has taken a bad shot and made it a good shot just because he's so good at doing it. How often do you see him come down on the break and pull it from the hash mark or the logo? And that's become fairly commonplace among other great shooters because if you practice it and you can reach the hoop, and he can certainly reach the hoop, it becomes a good shot.
I mean, we end up talking almost about the same thing with 2 different subjects today. Jimmy Butler fitting this well and having it go this well this quickly, to me, doesn't make sense. And Steph Curry playing basketball has never made any sense. I don't know how the hell you flip a ball 3/4 of the court and the whole arena is like, it might go in. Like, it might go in.
You're kind of disappointed when it doesn't.
Yeah. If it doesn't hit the rim, at least you're like, oh, he shot a bad one. He's off today.
He had one last night, I think at the end of the third, that was from about 75, and it might not have gotten off on time, but it was damn good. I think it hit on the backboard above the rim.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
Like, Steph is basketball and the circus coming together and blending into one.
That's a good way to describe it.
It makes no sense at all. It makes no sense, and people love to watch that. You know what I mean? That's why you go to a lot of shows. It's to see things that are like beyond what the mind can comprehend. And for me, Steph blows every other player I've ever watched out of the water when it comes to that factor.
And I love that Shaq is starting to put GOAT around Steph Curry because if he plays throughout the remainder of this contract, he's going to be close to, he won't quite be there, but the 30,000 point club. And right now there's only 8 players who've ever scored 30,000 in their career. If he gets to that point and he's got 4 titles and finals MVPs and regular season MVPs, he's going to stack up against the greatest players who've ever done it.
All right, we'll take some calls on this, have some fun on our way out the door. Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Stay tuned for this. This is random. I want to bring this guy's name up because with all of the fun with the Golden State Warriors over the last 2 years, there's also one that they let get away. Oof, they let him get away. So that's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto